Chapter 1 Past and Present. February 2008 Zhejiang Province. Lingyun City Government Office. Have you heard? Last night, Secretary Yun Wei's taken away from Miskerbeth City Discipline Inspection Commission personnel. Of course I've heard. Hoint he satido as no booty? TSK, I heard they found 500,000 cash in his refrigerator. Can you believe it? The whole fridge was packed. A few stammers from comprehensive section of the government office were whispering among themselves. After finishing, they couldn't help but glance at the desk in front of them. Do you think Hyundong is finished? Him, absolutely. He's in Tijensman. If Secretary Yin is done for Soish. Head Servicet, a group leader was notaven an associate section Keith, barking Gorder Satisdusha Tinke something special, our man snickered, Harias blazing with contempt. Shoo, keep your voice down, has Stillerger group leader, someone nearby said nervously, pulling her back. What's there to be afraid of? On so autumn comes, the grasshoppers won't be hoppin' for long, Sharapli dismissively, continuing to chuckle. Yang Dong could clearly overheard the gossip and mockery directed at him from behind, but he had not immediate well and if his mind was still reeling had been reverent, transported back 50 in a years to the paste, hello already shed, gripping a half-turned cigarette box in his hand, on which was scrawled a serious off number Safani number. Asha stared at hat sequence, his thoughts drifted back, her remembered that in his previous life, 15 years ago, on a night market be bitter winds and swirlings now a significant figure arrived at the door of his rented apartment in Tiejuan, the Secretary of Government Office. When Hussein Tayajan standing at the door, drenched in snow, who was momentarily stunned, Yin pulled him inside, handing him a cigarette box with a phone number written on it. Thrug out the encounter, Yin say just anything. Call this number and reporty. After uttering those words, Yin hurriedly left, vanishing into the heavy snowfall of the night. At the time, Yang was bewildered, but just elfin her later, heresy of edicle from Miskaligli Shanad Government Office. Group Leader, Secretary Yun Wei taken away in a Carbeth City Discipline Inspection Commission. I heard it in Thejiti room that day, Li Chen was sandu to the government office. It was then that Yang realized just how perilous Tefani numbrian had given was. Normally Yun waskan dan consider it to the hard-working clerks, especially to him Yang had been favored being he had topped both written and interview portions of the civil service examination, which led to his recruitment in Toth government office. Over the subsequent 4 years, Yin had supported him significantly, first securing his permanent position and then appointing him as a group leader in comprehensive section only subordinated to the section Keith and a few deputy section Keiths. Clearly, he was a typical Protgoff in Tiejuan. Yin had initially earmarked him for a deputy section Keith position, awaiting organizational approval for it comido fruition. Butilov Tatended Themamentin was taken by the City Discipline Inspection Commission. In his past life, Yang had been so frightened that the never attempted to call that number, leading to a swift downfall of Tayajan within 3 days. The commission turned over the case to judicial authorities, and he wasn't set to 10 years. Everyone knew through Osama Thingamis it was unusual for a casito be wrapped up so hastily. It was later confirmed that the whole incident was as a tube, specifically aimed at Secretary Yini, but had it matter, knew Nikarednamore. A week after Yin sentencing, then Ali appointed Secretary of Government Office, Tianguan Han merciless Livik to disparate to a remote township's agricultural bureau. From there, Yang found himself leading local villagers seen sowing potatoes and planting trees, deep-lined deed in the community attunable to extricate himself from it. Tragically, at just 40, he droned wildly attempting to save some Yon Jaringa flood disaster. One would think that everything would wash away with the floods, but unexpectedly, when he opened his eyes, he realized it had returned to the afternoon of the very first day after Taijin was taken right now. Yang Dong snapped back Tori, Hazeas regaining their fervor, in his previous life had been too timid to dial that number, Butinthus life, would he still hesitate, here fused to endure the same failure regain. Knock, Yang Dong, Watari a daydreaming gabu, is the show approachy our work? Fesher prapping off fingers in the desk shittered Yang's tots, looking up has a one-middly Gedmanino black jacket staring at him menacingly from across the desk. Deputy Secretary Tian Yang was taken aback, rising to his feet instantly. Isaiah seemed to have the most free time in Thethys, therefore, go, delivered documents to the materials section. Yao Dong hand the materials to him. As Tian spoke, he indicated with a nod to Ayunman standing behind him. Lin Yao Dong approached with a broad smile, slamming a hefty stack of documents into Yang's desk with a banjik weighing silly over 20 pounds. Group leader Yang hard work, Lin Yao Dong's expression was filled with insincerity, the kin that struck Yang as verging in treachery. Upon seeing Lin's face, Yang's anger surged. Lin Yao Dong, his rival in comprehensive section, Hadelways emetos his downfall, competing against them at every reader. Worse still, half a month ago, Lin snatched away Yang's girlfriend, Hanwen. In the wake of Intaijan's downfall, Lin had scurried to Verdo Tianguang had to slander Yang, accusing him of maligning the newly appointed secretary. This ultimately led to Yang being kicked aside. Meanwhile, Lin Yaodong, that opportunist, successfully ascended to Thorolio of Deputy Section Kifinth Comprehensive Section and unfortunate position the dreadful belonging to Yang. This disastrous turn of events should relegated him from a promising official inth government office to alali agricultural office renarmo T-town, effectively ending his political career. Yang Dong, watery out dawdling about, hurry up and deliver. Tian Guang hang Loretithim, clearly irate. Deputy Secretary Tian isn't his delivery task out a demi-responsibility, Yang stammered, a flush of indignation spreading across his face. No to your job, I can't deliver, get top this office one supportedlers. With that, Tian flung isli evi internet taliv. Group leader Yang, just go hedandoit, a good man wantiothelas in front of him, Lin Yaodong feigned us and Sasha concluded a self-servant advice, patting the pully of documents before strutting out. Yang gripped a discus slightly, his gaze fixed firmly on the departing Tian Guanghan and Lin Yaodong. Tian's antagonism toward him was clearly wrote in resentment for Taijun had revious lilas to uninthi contest for the position of secretary and had since harbored bitterness. Now had to wash detained for investigation how cold Tian resist the temptation to make Yang's lefemer difficult given his tiestoine. As for Lin Yaodong, he was nothing more than a cowardly opportunist, athis rate, ikways abiden the hadal rea de prejudice allegiancy to Tian Guanghan. Group leader, let me handle that. And just then, like in his best Kaligath government office, approached, eager to help and carry the heavy pile. Nand ilga myself, Yang pushed Li Chen away decisively, lifting Thestakof over 20 pounds and striding toward Thixit. It was no surprisito Yang that Tian Guanghan was making things difficult for him. He still felt Tajer Geofanger. TSK did you see that, a signo of his declining power, let them take pretty in him eager to say how a false from grace. Thought dog doest event deserved obethally drove creative section, Fuman ho had mocked him merely or commented again. Hearing this, Li Chen couldn't help but retort sharply, isotrially just because Yang group leader reprimanded errands, Joe we, Ario you really that putty? Shut up, Lycan, you're just a dog for Yang Dong. You shrew, say that again, in an instant, the comprehensive section erupted in tochiotic scene akin to a marketplace. Gasping for breath while howling the hefty documents, Yang Garivadoth material section off government office, previously, he would be greeted with friendly les from the staff, but no they turned away, ignoring him completely. It was clerthik nuin Taijan waisen heswait, and disomion favored being, Yang was doomed to suffered some fate. Just leave I there, Yang plicid thestak awful sinicabani tand addressed the stiny-faced staff, but none responded. The truth of relationships in official circle scoodbis coldesice Heshukas had, decided not to linger for warmth that was there and turned to leave. Instead of returning to the comprehensive section, Harried lay exited the government building. The sky was dark and quitting time was approaching, clutching the cigarette box tightly in his hand. He didn't dare delay for ramament. Harish to the Unicum service center. Get a card. 2 minutes later, Yang Jin certed the nuasim card into his phone. Finding a secluded spot, he took a deep breath, nervous fluttering gashady all that string off numbers. Hema death a call. Chapter 2 of the phone call. The phone rang a few times before it was answered. In that moment, Yang Dong felt a rush of blood to his head, a wave of nervousness washing over him. Hello, who is this? A cool, feminine voice came from the other end of the line. At first glance, the voice sounded youthful, perhaps in her 20s. This left Yang Dong momentarily stunned. Was this really Secretary Yin's confidant, a young woman? Could she possibly save him? While Yang Dong was lost in thought, the woman who answered the call, Su Muyun, furrowed her brow. She had picked up the call because the number belonged to Lingyun City, but why was the caller silent? Shaking her head, she prepared to hang up. My name is Yang Dong, from the Lingyun City government office. Secretary Yin Taijun asked me to call. Yang Dong hurriedly spoke, fearing that she might disconnect upon hearing his introduction. Su Muyun's expression tightened once more. What did he want you to call about? Her voice was devoid of any emotion, as cold as ice. Yang Dong, wary, refrained from immediately stating his purpose and instead asked, Can I trust you? Su Muyun was taken aback, then quickly realized something was amiss. Has something happened to him? This woman was remarkably astute. Yang Dong was surprised but at a loss for how to respond. Yin Taijun was my father's former secretary, you can trust me. Su Muyun understood Yang Dong's implication and couldn't help but smile slightly. This man was rather cautious, he intrigued her. Secretary Yin is in trouble. He has been reported for embezzlement by his nanny, and the city's disciplinary committee found 500,000 in cash at his residence. He has now been taken away for an investigation. Yang Dong could now place his faith in this woman and proceeded to divulge everything to her. Su Muyun's expression remained impassive as she sat on the sofa, revealing her slender legs, as delicate as white jade, clad in a white nightgown that evoked the image of a celestial garment. Understood, she replied coldly before abruptly hanging up the phone. Damn it, who is this woman, to carry such an air? Her attitude left Yang Dong feeling quite displeased, yet there was little he could do but wait. However, waiting idly was not an option. He made his way to a noodle shop, deciding it prudent to fill his stomach first. Meanwhile, in Villa Number 4 of the Zhejiang Provincial Committee, Su Muyun rose from the sofa and knocked on the study door. "Come in." A robust voice belonging to an elderly man echoed from within. Su Muyun entered the study, glancing at the elderly man seated at the desk, his temples slightly grayed. He gazed intently at a 4-inch black and white photograph depicting a young woman cradling a 1-year-old boy. Su Muyun's expression shifted subtly. It had been nearly 30 years, yet the old man remained lost in thought. Yin Taijun is in trouble. He has been reported for embezzlement in Lingyun City, and 500,000 in cash has been discovered by the city's disciplinary committee. He is currently under investigation. She spoke coldly, interrupting the old man's melancholic reverie. The elderly man's grip on the photograph faltered momentarily before he returned to studying it. An eerie silence enveloped the study as Su Muyun remained silent, her gaze fixed on the old man. After approximately 5 minutes, he placed the photograph down carefully, locking it away in a drawer. Wiping the corners of his moist eyes, he lifted his head to look at Su Muyun. "Where did you get this information?" Dressed in a black wool sweater and sporting black glasses, he resembled a scholarly figure. "A man named Yang Dong, claiming to be from the Lingyun City government office," Su Muyun replied in a flat tone. The old man raised an eyebrow and remarked, "To push Taijun into such a predicament, to send a grassroots worker as a messenger, they must be quite anxious. Is it really worth such intensity over merely competing for the vice mayor position? Even the city's disciplinary committee has been mobilized. It appears the Lingyun City Disciplinary Committee urgently requires a secretary," the old man concluded, lowering his head to say no more. Observing this, Su Muyun turned to leave. However, just as she reached the doorway, the elderly man's voice drifted softly from behind her. "Muyun, your brother has been missing for 26 years. Do you think I will ever have the chance to see him again?" At his words, Su Muyun's body tensed, her face instantly betraying a flicker of anger. That woman's child, how dare he bring it up? Yet she quickly regained her icy composure. "Perhaps." With that, she shut the door behind her and stepped outside. After finishing his meal, Yang Dong stood outside the noodle shop, awaiting the woman's return call. Yet, after a full half-hour without any sign of her contacting him, he realized she was unlikely to call back. He sighed. Regardless of the outcome, he had made the call and reported the situation. Now, he could only leave the rest to fate, hoping Secretary Yin would be alright, thus sparing him from being trampled by the likes of Lin Yaodong. "Ah, isn't this group leader Yang Dong? Have the documents been delivered?" Sometimes, the very thing one wishes to avoid is precisely what befalls them. As if summoned by fate, Lin Yaodong's voice reached his ears. Yang Dong turned around and his expression shifted. Beside Lin Yaodong stood a woman, Hanwen. Memories associated with her flooded back. They had been classmates in university and had started dating in their senior year. After graduation, he secured a position at the municipal office while Hanwen, with her family's influence, became a nurse at the city hospital. They had been together for 5 years, and he had intended to discuss marriage. However, due to his humble background, her family had vehemently opposed the idea. It was only because he had been accepted into the municipal office that Hanwen's parents reluctantly agreed to let them date. Yet, with no significant progress in his career over the past 4 years, Hanwen's parents grew increasingly hostile toward him. At that juncture, Lin Yaodong, Yang Dong's longtime rival in the municipal office, seized the opportunity and smoothly swept Hanwen away from him. However, a fly does not land on a seamless egg, suggesting that Hanwen had already lost her affection for him. This was their first encounter since their breakup 2 weeks ago. At present, she wore a pink down jacket and black jeans, looking quite radiant, her makeup subtle as she linked arms with Lin Yaodong, casting an awkward glance in Yang Dong's direction. Yang Dong furrowed his brow. Had he not encountered such a scene in his previous life? Was it possible that with the phone call he had made, a butterfly effect had been triggered? Yang Dong, you're off work?" Hanwen greeted him, her expression somewhat uneasy. Just 2 weeks post-breakup, she had heard rumors that Yang Dong might be promoted to a deputy section chief and felt a twinge of regret. However, upon hearing Lin Yaodong's assertion that Yang Dong's prospects were bleak due to Secretary Yin Taijun's predicament, she felt relieved and dismissed any lingering regrets, fully committing to her engagement with Lin Yaodong. "Seems like you're quite content with your current situation?" Yang Dong remarked sarcastically, his gaze fixed on Hanwen's hand entwined with Lin Yaodong's. Hanwen's expression faltered, unsure of how to respond. Lin Yaodong laughed. "Group leader Yang Dong, I hear Secretary Yin has been investigated. Tisk, truly a case of knowing the face but not the heart. Previously, everyone thought Secretary Yin was an honest and upright official, but who would have guessed 500,000? What a hefty sum. It's people like him that tarnish the reputation of our officials. Yang Dong's expression darkened at these words, recalling Lin Yaodong's vile demeanor in his previous life as he shamelessly slandered Yin Tai-jun and Yang Dong himself in front of the newly appointed municipal secretary, Tian Guanghan. Yet, Lin Yaodong had conveniently forgotten how he had once fawned over Yin Tai-jun. Such a fickle-minded sycophant was a disgrace to the municipal office. Lin Yaodong, this matter is far from settled, so refrain from making baseless claims. Yang Dong glared at Lin Yaodong, his tone icy. Humph, a stranded whale, on the brink of death, what is there to gloat about? Lin Yaodong scoffed, unperturbed by Yang Dong's admonition. If he were afraid, he would not have taken Hanwen from him. He relished in aggravating Yang Dong, confident in his father's influential position in the municipal organization department as head of the cadre section. He was indeed a genuine second-generation official. Enough, both of you stop arguing. Hanwen interjected, eager to halt their fruitless quarrel. Yang Dong, Lin Yaodong and I are getting engaged. We've invited colleagues from the municipal office and our hospital to KTV for a celebration. Would you like to join us? Hanwen hoped to dissolve any lingering resentment, seeking Yang Dong's blessing. Moreover, she wanted him to completely let go of any feelings for her. This was the most definitive way to let him witness her engagement night with Lin Yaodong. Oh really, such a joyous occasion, I must attend. Yang Dong replied without hesitation, a smile gracing his face. TSK, Group Leader Yang Dong is truly magnanimous. I admire that. Lin Yaodong sneered, yet he felt a sense of caution arise within him. What kind of man, having had his girlfriend taken away, could still maintain his composure and attend the engagement party of his ex with her new partner? Either he was deranged, or had ulterior motives, yet Yang Dong was no fool, so it must be the latter. Was he planning to cause a scene and disrupt his engagement night? Yang Dong cast a sidelong glance at him, ignoring his taunts. What's the address? I'll take a cab. He turned to Hanwen and inquired. At Xianjiang KTV, room 101. By the way, Yang Dong, we drove here. Hanwen gestured towards the nearby Audi A6, speaking quickly. But before she could finish, Yang Dong interrupted, no need, I'll take a taxi. He hailed a taxi and departed. Hanwen, you shouldn't have invited him. Lin Yaodong's eyes glinted with suspicion. Any normal man would refuse such an invitation, yet Yang Dong had agreed with a smile. There had to be something amiss. Didn't you say he was like a grasshopper after autumn, unable to jump for much longer? Hanwen clung to Lin Yaodong's arm, her eyes filled with affection. Seeing Hanwen trust him so implicitly put Lin Yaodong at ease. Exactly, once Yin Tai-jun falls, Yang Dong will be finished. No matter how he struggles, it will be pointless. He had long been privy to inside information that Yin Tai-jun would face a devastating downfall, utterly powerless. Moreover, he had promptly chosen sides, aligning himself with Vice Secretary Tian Guanghan, eagerly anticipating the moment when the dust would settle so he could revel in Yang Dong's misfortune. Chapter 3 at Guangzhou. The joyful KTV, one of the most luxurious entertainment venues in Lingyun City. Yang Dong stepped out of the taxi, gazing at the opulent decor of the KTV before him, pausing for a moment before pushing the door open and entering. Upon entering the lobby on the first floor, he was immediately greeted by the deafening music, and a wave of warmth washed over him. Good evening, sir. Do you have a reservation? A male attendant in the lobby promptly approached him. Box 101, Yang Dong replied, please follow me. The attendant gestured towards the corridor leading to the private rooms and began to walk ahead. Yang Dong followed closely behind, making his way to the designated box. The outermost room was box 109, while box 101, the largest, was situated at the innermost end. The male attendant stopped at the entrance of box 101, pushed the door open, and gestured for Yang Dong to enter. Oh, isn't this team leader Yang? Just as Yang Dong was about to step inside, a slightly sardonic female voice called out from behind him, accompanied by laughter. He turned to see several colleagues from the comprehensive department of the municipal government approaching. The woman who had spoken was Zhou Hui, a somewhat plump individual of mediocre appearance, who was a member of his team. Yang Dong was her team leader. However, after he had criticized her for submitting subpar work, she had harbored a grudge against him. He had merely been addressing the issue, and although he later apologized, she remained unforgiving. Yang Dong, you're here too? Ha, it's Yang Dong. At that moment, the other colleagues from the comprehensive department began to call him by name, a stark contrast to their previous deference when they would refer to him as team leader Yang with a mix of flattery and sycophancy. The change in their attitude stemmed from the recent troubles of Yin Tai-jun. It could be said that these careerists were even more pragmatic than the women among them. Yang Dong, however, had no desire to engage with them, retracting his gaze and stepping into box 101. Still putting on airs, who knows how much longer you can prance around, Zhou Hui scoffed, disdainfully twisting her lips before striding in with her short legs. Inside the box, there were already several people present, some from the municipal office and others from Hanwon's hospital. Upon Yang Dong's entrance, all the colleagues from the municipal office looked at him in astonishment. None had anticipated his arrival at what was supposed to be Hanwon and Lin Yaodong's engagement night. What audacity did he possess to show up, a man whose girlfriend had been taken by another, shamelessly attending the engagement festivities? The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew somber. Someone had begun to sing Sweet Honey, but the song faltered. Lin Yaodong, seated in the center of the sofa, was whispering something to Hanwon. Upon noticing the footsteps, he looked up and immediately grinned. He stood up, feigning warmth, and pulled Yang Dong into a hearty laugh. "Ha, La Yang, you made it." He then turned to the other newly arrived colleagues. "Hey, Zhou Wei, Zhou Chen, come on, all of you take a seat, tonight's expenses are on me, so don't hold back." He exuded an exaggerated warmth, leaving no room for criticism. The atmosphere soon returned to its previous state, with some munching on sunflower seeds, others singing, and some gossiping. After Yang Dong sat down, not a single person made an effort to engage him in conversation. They seemed to avoid him like the plague. He found solace in the silence, taking a swig from a bottle of beer. He had come merely to witness the engagement night of this couple, a final closure to his past. He had no intention of causing a scene. After all, she was just a woman. He was not so small-minded. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a girl seated in the corner of the sofa, quietly observing. She remained silent, responding to others with a gentle smile. "Wan Jiujiu?" Yang Dong felt a surge of surprise, though it was not entirely unexpected. Wan Jiujiu was a nurse from the municipal hospital, a colleague of Hanwon. Her presence at the event was quite natural. Yang Dong. Someone interrupted his thoughts, bringing him back to reality. It was Hanwon, beaming as she stood before him with a glass in hand. "What is wrong?" Yang Dong looked at Hanwon in confusion. Why was she seeking him out instead of accompanying her fiancé, Lin Yaodong? "I'd like to propose a toast to you." Hanwon raised her glass, taking a sip. Yang Dong offered no further comment, merely lifting his bottle in response. Hanwon then retrieved a delicate red gift box from her pocket and placed it on the table. "This is the diamond ring Yaodong prepared for me, costing 30,000 yuan." Yang Dong's brow furrowed. What was the meaning behind this revelation? "Yang Dong, I recall your monthly salary is 2,000, correct?" Hanwon continued her inquiries, seemingly indifferent to his reaction. "Indeed." Yang Dong nodded, his expression blank. Hanwon was undoubtedly aware of his salary. In the past, he had sent most of his earnings home after sending her money, yet she had always belittled his income, even though he held a position in the municipal office, which appeared glamorous on the surface. At this moment, many around them had begun to take note of Hanwon and Yang Dong's conversation, their glasses raised in anticipation. "With your monthly income of 2,000, and the 30,000 yuan spent on the ring by Yaodong, it's nearly 1.5 years of your salary. Considering your living expenses and the money you send home, it's likely you wouldn't be able to save enough in 3 years to afford such a ring," Hanwon continued, fixing her gaze on Yang Dong. "So, what exactly do you wish to convey? Be direct." Yang Dong glared at her, his impatience palpable as he urged her to speak plainly. Hanwon smiled slightly, surveying the curious faces around them before speaking slowly. "I hope you can let go of any remaining illusions about me. Tonight is my engagement night with Yaodong, and we're expected to marry by the end of the year. I would appreciate it if you could bless our union, alright?" With these words, Hanwon's intentions became clear. This was the purpose behind her invitation to Yang Dong at the KTV. "Yang Dong, I trust you grasped what Hanwon is implying," Zhou Wei interjected, her expression dripping with mockery, leaving no room for Yang Dong's dignity. "Zhou Wei, that is not quite right. How could Yang Dong be compared to a toad? Indeed, our team leader Yang is on the verge of becoming a deputy section chief. Isn't that right, team leader Yang?" Deputy section chief, with Yin Taijun's scandal, the city's disciplinary committee is involved. Where is the chance for any deputy section chief? Does that mean our team leader Yang is out of luck? Ha ha ha! Laughter erupted among the colleagues from the comprehensive department, each one beaming as though they had struck gold. Previously, they had envied and resented Yang Dong for being favored by Yin Taijun, but now the tables had turned. They were eager to trample him into the ground. Who among them was unaware that Yin Taijun had fallen from grace? With Yin Taijun's downfall, why should they still concern themselves with Yang Dong? These colleagues were never truly aligned with Yang Dong. They were all close with Lin Yaodong, so there was no reason to treat Yang Dong with courtesy. Although Lin Yaodong was merely a section chief, his father held a prominent position. The head of the cadre section of the municipal organization department was rumored to be on the verge of being promoted to deputy minister. Such a powerful ally was certainly worth cultivating. Everyone knew that the municipal organization department had authority over official appointments. If they could win Lin Yaodong's favor, they would all benefit. Why waste time currying favor with a Yang Dong who was about to lose all power and influence? At this moment, Yang Dong's expression was grim. He had anticipated that his presence here would be anything but pleasant, yet he had not expected such a blatant disregard for basic decency among these people. Alright, we're all colleagues here, let us not go overboard. Lin Yaodong waved his hand, feigning concern for young Dong. The others, recognizing his gesture, ceased their taunts, as continuing would disrupt the engagement festivities. Yang Dong clenched his fists, his face a mask of silence. He glanced again at the opposite sofa but found the quiet girl, Guan Jiujiu, was gone. Had she left? Bang! Suddenly, the door to the box swung open, and a girl rushed in, her face etched with urgency. Hanwen, it's terrible. Guan Jiujiu was cornered by an older man outside the restroom. Instantly, the atmosphere in the box shifted to one of silence, and the hospital staff sprang to their feet. Hanwen's expression changed. Guan Jiujiu was her close friend. If anything were to happen, she would have no explanation to offer. Yaodong, she called to Lin Yaodong beside her. Don't panic. Let us go check it out, Lin Yaodong said, smiling and waving his hand, showing no concern for potential trouble. What was his status? What was his father's status? He stood up, grasped Hanwen's delicate hand, and together they made their way outside. The colleagues from the municipal office followed suit, while Yang Dong trailed behind. Chapter 4 Offending a big shot. At the entrance of the restroom on the first floor of Joy KTV, little sister, come, accompany me for a few drinks. Guan Jiujiu, her face etched with panic, found her wrist firmly grasped by an older man. Despite her desperate attempts to break free, she found herself unable to escape. The man before her was clad in a tailored suit, exuding the appearance of a refined businessman, particularly accentuated by the large gold watch adorning his wrist. However, it was evident that he had indulged a bit too much. The pungent scent of alcohol emanated from him, and his bleary, intoxicated eyes gleamed with a lewd glint. The commotion attracted the attention of many onlookers, yet none intervened, retreating instead to their respective private rooms. A few waitstaff exchanged glances with their boss, but he merely shook his head. That man is someone we cannot afford to offend. He is General Manager Wu from the Building Materials Corporation. The boss's words sent a chill down the spines of the waitstaff, compelling them to lower their heads in feign ignorance. Let me go. Release me. Guan Jiujiu felt a sharp pain in her wrist, reddened from the old man's grip. Ha, little sister, you're quite feisty, aren't you? Dressed so provocatively, pretending to be innocent? Isn't your job just to serve drinks? Come, let us go inside. Wu Jiankai, fueled by his arrogance, thought to himself that as a prominent general manager of a building materials company, he should easily be able to handle a mere hostess. He yanked Guan Jiujiu towards room 103. Release her. At that moment, the occupants of room 101 emerged. Among them were municipal officials, nurses from the city hospital, and Lin Yaodong with Hanwen. It was Lin Yaodong who shouted, his expression darkening. On his engagement night, one of his guests was being harassed at the restroom entrance. This was nothing short of a public insult to him. Hanwen gazed adoringly at Lin Yaodong, convinced she had made the right choice in selecting him. He was indeed a man of integrity. Upon seeing Lin Yaodong and Hanwen, Guan Jiujiu's face brightened, and she called out, Sister Wen, please save me. Jiujiu, don't panic. Your brother-in-law will protect you, Hanwen reassured her, gesturing for her to remain calm. Yet, Guan Jiujiu frowned. She held no fondness for Lin Yaodong, who had unscrupulously taken someone else's girlfriend. Such behavior was hardly honorable. Who the hell are you, kid? Wu Jiankai turned abruptly, glaring at Lin Yaodong through a haze of drunkenness. Have you grown some hair on your chest, trying to be a hero? Lin Yaodong was about to retort, but his expression shifted as he recognized Wu Jiankai's identity. Realizing he might have acted rashly without fully grasping the situation, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Everyone was watching, and if he backed down now, it would be utterly humiliating. Ah, it's General Manager Wu. Lin Yaodong forced a smile as he approached. It's good that you recognize me, Wu Jiankai replied coldly, his demeanor still haughty. In this industry, few were soft-hearted, most were from humble beginnings. General Manager Wu, please do me a favor. This young lady is a colleague of my girlfriend, Lin Yaodong said with a smile as he stepped closer. Wu Jiankai paused, glancing at Guan Jiujiu. His heart sank. She wasn't merely a hostess. He suddenly realized he had made a grave mistake, the alcohol clouding his judgment. However, with his status as the general manager of a building materials enterprise, how could he allow a young man to intimidate him? Do you expect me to grant you a favor? Who do you think you are? Wu Jiankai retorted, doubling down on his arrogance. Lin Yaodong felt his face flush with embarrassment at being scolded in front of his colleagues. I am Lin Yaodong from the Comprehensive Division of the Municipal Office. Wu Jiankai paused, then shook his head dismissively. Never heard of you. My father is Lin Liangming, the department head of the cadre section in the Municipal Organization Department. Lin Yaodong knew that his own status would not intimidate Wu Jiankai, who was a wealthy businessman with assets worth millions and a prominent figure in Lingyun City's political circle. Thus, he had to bring up his father upon hearing Lin Liangming's name. Wu Jiancai's expression shifted slightly. Suddenly, he understood. No wonder this young man dared to play the hero. He was Lin Liangming's son. Under normal circumstances, he would grant some leeway, considering Lin Liangming's respectable position. However, today was different. Your father isn't even qualified. Wu Jiancai scoffed, shaking his head with a smirk. Lin Yaodong felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed he had lost control of the situation. His greatest support was his father, and now it was as if even his father was deemed unworthy by Wu Jiancai. Seeing Lin Yaodong's defiance, Wu Jiancai promptly dragged Guan Zhozhou to the door of room 103. He flung the door open and called out, "Leaders, please come out." Several portly middle-aged men, each exuding an air of authority, emerged from within the room. Lin Yaodong's eyes widened in shock. Director Ma. He felt as if the world were spinning. It was the director of the Municipal Investment Promotion Bureau. Deputy Director Chun? The deputy director of the Public Security Bureau stepped out in plain clothes. Secretary Tian. Upon seeing the third figure emerge, Lin Yaodong was left speechless. His own superiors from the municipal office were also present. Tian Guanhan was taken aback, staring at Lin Yaodong. And Deputy Secretary Tang from the municipal party office. Han Wen recognized one of them and whispered to Lin Yaodong. "Yaodong, weren't you supposed to be hosting your engagement ceremony? What are you doing here?" Tian Guanghan, around 50 and slightly balding, asked in astonishment. He had been informed of the engagement before leaving work. "Ah, Secretary Tian, this young man just tried to play the hero and even insulted me," Wu Jiancai interjected coldly, a mocking smile on his face. Tian Guanhan's expression shifted instantly, and he scolded Lin Yaodong, "Get back immediately and don't embarrass yourself here. We're here discussing business with General Manager Wu." Tian Guanghan gestured to Lin Yaodong, signaling him not to cause a scene and jeopardize the investment discussions, which would be a serious offense. Lin Yaodong felt a cold sweat break out. Even his father wasn't a significant figure here, and there were those with more influence. He realized that he might not be able to save Guan Zhozhou, so he decided to ignore the gazes around him and return to room 101 with his tail between his legs. Sister Wen. Guan Zhozhou felt a wave of despair wash over her as she looked at Han Wen with hope. But Han Wen was equally despondent. Facing so many leaders, she and Lin Yaodong were truly powerless. "Forget it, let us give your father some face. This girl seems quite decent. Let her join us for a few drinks, and I'll let her go, how about that?" Wu Jiancai, not a fool, recognized that escalating the situation would be unwise and offered Lin Yaodong a way out. Lin Yaodong's face brightened immediately as he eagerly agreed, all right. "Absolutely not, I refuse to serve drinks." However, Guan Zhozhou, filled with resistance, shot a cold glare at Lin Yaodong. How could he make decisions for her without even consulting her? Lin Yaodong, feeling regretful, raised his hands in defeat and turned to Han Wen, saying, "Wen, your colleague isn't appreciative, don't blame me. Zhozhou, stop making a scene, just accompany the leaders and General Wu for a couple of drinks, and it'll all be fine," Han Wen urged, casting a meaningful glance at Guan Zhozhou. But Guan Zhozhou, her heart cold, felt disillusioned with Han Wen as well. She had thought of Han Wen as a sister, a close friend, a colleague, but it turned out she was just another person. Despair enveloped her. The municipal officials all sided with Lin Yaodong, who had already compromised, leaving no one to speak up for her. Her fellow nurses, all girls, were terrified and could offer no support. Her eyes reddened. Having been pampered since childhood, when had she ever endured such humiliation? "Young lady, just accompany General Wu for a few drinks, it will be fine," Tian Guanghan said with a smile, gesturing to Guan Zhozhou before turning to re-enter the room. The leaders dismissed the matter entirely, unwilling to offend General Wu over a girl. They laughed and returned to their banquet. Wu Jiancai sneered, dragging Guan Zhozhou toward the room. "Stop!" At that moment, a calm yet resolute male voice rang out, approaching from afar, causing everyone to halt in their tracks. They turned in unison to see who had spoken. Chapter 5. Hospitalized Guan Zhozhou had never heard such a melodious voice from a man, which instilled a flicker of hope and warmth in her despondent heart. However, the abrupt command to stop rendered Lin Yaodong and his companions momentarily stunned. The leaders who were returning to the private room also came to a halt. All eyes turned towards the source of the voice, a young figure slowly approaching from behind. "Ah! Yang Dong, what are you pretending to be, a big shot?" Wu Wei exclaimed in shock upon recognizing the voice, her tone laced with exasperation as she pointed an accusatory finger at Yang Dong. "Can't you see the leaders are present? Do you wish to embarrass the comprehensive department of the municipal government?" Wu Hui's words intentionally exposed Yang Dong's identity, serving as a deliberate provocation. "Oh, from the municipal government? Vice Secretary Tang of the Municipal Committee Office expressed surprise, glancing at Tian Guanghan. He is from the comprehensive department of our municipal government, named Yang Dong. He was personally brought in by Secretary Yin after the municipal examination, Tian Guanghan replied, glaring at Yang Dong with a sullen expression. Faced with the inquiry from the vice secretary, he dared not be negligent and promptly responded. Though both were vice secretaries, Tang held a higher rank as a departmental level official, while he himself was merely a deputy. Yin Taijun, no wonder Vice Secretary Tang's gaze sharpened, and he shook his head with a complex smile. Wu Jiansai's eyes bore into Yang Dong with cold fury, interrogating, "Are you also aiming to be a hero saving the damsel? And who is your father?" "My father is a farmer, tilling the land," Yang Dong replied calmly. "What? The son of a peasant dares to obstruct me?" Wu Jiankai, though his sobriety had returned long ago, could not let his pride falter. Repeatedly interrupted, he, a well-known building materials mogul in Lingyun City, found his dignity at stake. This was no longer merely a matter of drinking, it had escalated into a matter of face. "Wu, you are such a distinguished figure, what sort of prowess is it to bully a girl?" Yang Dong remarked nonchalantly, addressing both Wu Jiankai and the leaders present. Upon hearing this, the expressions of several leaders shifted. It was a blatant warning and threat. Although this incident posed no real threat, it would certainly complicate their lives. The young comrade speaks wisely. "Old Wu, do not quarrel with a child. Let us continue our drinking," Vice Secretary Tang stated with a smile, effectively categorizing the situation. Despite any lingering resentment, Wu Jiankai could only nod in agreement with a forced grin. "Yes, we shall heed the leader's instructions." "Kid, you have guts," he said, releasing Guan Zhozhou's wrist and flashing a thumbs up at Yang Dong with a smile. Yang Dong, undeterred by Wu Jiansai's hostility, stepped forward to pull Guan Zhozhou closer. As Wu Jiankai turned towards room 103, he subtly signaled to his secretary, who promptly left the scene. "Are you all right?" Yang Dong inquired with genuine concern. Guan Zhozhou's eyes were red-rimmed as she rubbed her wrist, which bore a mark from being gripped too tightly. "I'm fine, thank you." "Yang Dong," she said, shaking her head in gratitude. She recognized him from previous encounters when he was dating Hanwen, though they were not familiar. She never expected that the most gallant figure today would turn out to be Yang Dong. "Hanwen, oh Hanwen, how mistaken you were." "Team leader Yang, you truly played the hero," Lin Yaodong scoffed as he passed by Yang Dong, casting a glance at Guan Zhozhou before leading Hanwen into room 101. Throughout, Hanwen did not spare Yang Dong a single glance, merely instructing Guan Zhozhou, "Zhozhou, you should head back now." She felt a surge of anger. What should have been a celebratory engagement night had been marred by Guan Zhozhou and Yang Dong. It nearly brought embarrassment to her boyfriend and herself. Had she known this would happen, she would not have invited Yang Dong and Guan Zhozhou. "Understood," Guan Zhozhou replied, still smiling at Hanwen, though her heart no longer regarded her as a friend. A single incident was enough to reveal a person's true nature. A small detail could lay bare one's heart. "Do you need me to take you to the hospital?" Yang Dong asked. "Why would I go to a hospital? I am a nurse, I'm fine," Guan Zhozhou replied, unable to suppress a smile. Finding Yang Dong amusing, the two exited the KTV under the watchful eyes of their colleagues from the municipal government and the hospital, yet no one offered to see them off or expressed any concern. "What you did today might have offended several leaders, including Mr. Wu. Aren't you afraid?" Guan Zhozhou finally asked after a prolonged silence as they walked along the dimly lit street. How could Yang Dong not feel fear? Yet he believed that fear should not deter action. He could not simply stand by and watch a girl being wronged. He would have intervened even for a stranger facing such a situation. Just last year, he had a chance for a promotion, but when he witnessed the city inspectors bullying a fruit vendor, he could not hold back and ended up arguing with them and even resorting to physical confrontation. Consequently, his promotion plans were halted, and Yin Taijun, concerned about the negative impact, delayed it for a year. Recently, the topic had resurfaced, but with Yin Taijun's predicament, it was destined to remain unfulfilled. "Just them, attack." Guan Zhozhou was about to ask Yang Dong another question when a sudden fright overtook her. From a nearby road, 7 or 8 burly men emerged from a van, brandishing clubs and batons as they charged towards Yang Dong and her. Yang Dong reacted swiftly, pulling Guan Zhozhou into his embrace for protection. There was no time to run, their appearance was too sudden. The assailants closed in, striking relentlessly with their weapons and fists, not uttering a single word as they unleashed a torrent of blows. Yang Dong felt as though his bones were being shattered, his back rendered incapable of straightening, yet, he steadfastly shielded Guan Zhozhou, refusing to let her come to harm. For over a minute, he endured the onslaught. Finally, he felt a sharp thud on his head, and everything turned hazy. Struggling to lift his eyes, he saw the assailants hastily retreating to the van, which then sped away, leaving a trail of black smoke behind. However, he noted the license plate number with clarity before his vision darkened, and he lost consciousness. Ah, Yang Dong! Guan Zhozhou screamed in terror as she saw Yang Dong lying on the ground, bloodied and unconscious. Regaining her composure, she quickly retrieved a bandage from her bag to staunch the bleeding. As a nurse, providing first aid was second nature to her. She then pulled out her small Nokia phone and dialed the emergency services of her hospital. This is Guan Zhozhou from the obstetrics and gynecology department. Someone has been assaulted on the street, please hurry. The address is. After ending the call, she could no longer hold back her tears and frantically dialed her mother's number. Mom, sob, I've been bullied, Mom. Chapter 6. The identity of Sun Xiufan. In the ward on the second floor of Lingyun Central Hospital, Yang Dong lay with his head wrapped in a white gauze bandage, faint traces of blood barely visible. In his dazed state, he could vaguely hear someone speaking beside him. Mom, if it weren't for Yang Dong protecting me, I might have remained unconscious. And at the KTV, it was also Yang Dong who came to my rescue. Otherwise, I would have been dragged off by that Wu Jiankai to serve drinks. Mom, the political atmosphere in Lingyun City is corrupt, and the public security has been poor for several years. Shouldn't I return to the provincial capital for work? Yang Dong gradually regained consciousness, but a slight movement of his shoulders sent sharp pains coursing through his entire body, eliciting a groan of discomfort. But Guan Zhozhou, her face filled with fury, was describing the events of the previous night to her mother, Sun Xiufan, when she suddenly heard the sounds from the hospital bed and swiftly turned around. Yang Dong, you're awake, she exclaimed in delight, stepping forward to inquire with genuine concern. Sun Xiufan sat elegantly in a chair, her demeanor dignified. Though in her 40s, she appeared remarkably youthful. Dressed simply in a red coat, she nonetheless exuded an extraordinary presence. Observing her daughter's deep concern for this young man, she couldn't help but furrow her brow. Yet upon seeing Yang Dong's injured state, she sighed softly. If it weren't for this young man, her daughter might have been in grave danger. Zhozhou, where am I? Yang Dong, wincing in pain, touched his head and discovered the bandage, along with a large bump on his forehead. A slight movement of his back sent waves of excruciating pain shooting through his spine. You're in the hospital. Don't you remember what happened last night? Guan Zhozhou looked at Yang Dong, her eyes reddening with concern. Yang Dong paused, then slowly recalled that a group of men had emerged from a van and, without a word, had begun to beat him. That he had shielded Guan Zhozhou with his body, and then everything went black. Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? He urgently turned his gaze towards Guan Zhozhou, his voice laced with anxiety. I'm fine, you protected me. As for you, you had an emergency CT scan last night and suffered a mild concussion. The rest are just bruises. Guan Zhozhou felt a pang of guilt, coupled with deep gratitude towards Yang Dong. Last night, he had effectively saved her life on 2 occasions, once regarding her innocence, and once concerning her very survival. As long as you're okay, I'm tough, a few blows won't bother me. Yang Dong sighed in relief, managing a smile towards Guan Zhozhou, though the mask of pain remained on his face, and the corner of his mouth was injured. Thank you, Yang, for saving Zhozhou. Rest easy in the hospital. Don't worry about the medical expenses. Yang Dong, oblivious to the presence of others, looked at Sun Xiufan with surprise, then turned to Guan Zhozhou, his expression filled with doubt. Yang Dong, this is my mom. You can call her Aunt Xiufan. Guan Zhozhou quickly introduced her mother to Yang Dong with a smile. Hello, Auntie. Yang Dong struggled to sit up, believing it disrespectful to speak while lying down in the presence of an elder. It's all right, Yang. Just lie back down. Sun Xiufan, startled, rushed over to gently press him back down, preventing him from moving about. The doctor said you need to rest. She was quite pleased with Yang Dong's demeanor, appreciating his politeness and humility, as he did not take advantage of having saved her daughter. Rest? That's not an option, I have to go to work. Upon hearing he must rest, Yang Dong grew anxious. Looking out the window, he saw it was already midday, and his heart sank. Zhozhou, what time is it now? He asked her urgently, a hint of desperation in his voice. You've been unconscious for an entire night. It's already the afternoon of the second day. No, I must go to work. It was already the afternoon of the second day, and he hadn't taken a leave. He was already half a day late, especially in the municipal office, where tasks were abundant, and given his recent misfortunes, having offended several leaders just yesterday, he was more vulnerable to scrutiny. He couldn't afford to give anyone any reason to target him until Secretary Yin was safe. He had to tread carefully. Oh, what are you doing? Guan Zhozhou, seeing Yang Dong stubbornly trying to sit up, immediately became alarmed. Sun Xiufan was astonished. She had never seen a young man so injured yet so determined to go to work. Yang, there is no rush, you can rest for a day or two before going. She also stepped in to support her daughter's plea. Yang Dong, his face etched with concern, replied, Auntie, I work in the general office of the municipal office, we have too much to handle, and I can't afford to be absent. Oh? So you're a civil servant? Sun Xiufan raised an eyebrow, surprised. This was news her daughter had not shared, nor had she inquired. Yang Dong works in the general office of the municipal office, but these past few days have been particularly trying for him. Guan Jojo chimed in, providing context to her mother. We can discuss this later. I really need to get to work. Jojo, and Aunt Xiufan, I apologize for the trouble. Yang Dong, unwilling to squander any more time, pulled out the injection needle from his hand, applying pressure to the site as he prepared to leave. Yang Dong, Guan Jojo's expression shifted, and she rushed out to pursue him. Jojo, don't follow him. Sun Xiufan intervened, having recognized Yang Dong's unwavering determination to go to work. She had rarely encountered such a resolute young man. Jojo, could you tell me more about Yang Dong? Why has he been having a tough time? Sun Xiufan inquired, her interest piqued. Guan Jojo let out a sigh before recounting Yang Dong's circumstances. He broke up with his girlfriend 2 weeks ago, or more accurately, she cheated on him. She is my colleague, Hanwan, at the hospital. Furthermore, the secretary of the municipal office, In Taijun, was taken away by the city's disciplinary inspection commission the day before yesterday. Yang Dong was brought into the municipal office by In Taijun himself. He is a protege of In Taijun. Now that In Taijun has been taken away, his future looks grim. It's easy to imagine that Yang Dong's situation in the municipal office must be quite challenging. Yesterday, he also offended several leaders, including Deputy Secretary Tang of the Municipal Office, Director Ma of the Investment Promotion Bureau, Deputy Secretary Tian Guanghan from the Municipal Office, and Deputy Director Chen of the Public Security Bureau. Most importantly, he has also incurred the wrath of Wu Jiankai from the construction materials industry. Those thugs from last night were certainly sent by him. It's utterly outrageous. Guan Jojo shared all the information she knew with her mother, Sun Xiufan. Sun Xiufan was left completely astonished. She suddenly realized how serious the implications of Yang Dong rescuing her daughter were. Was this boy not a bit foolish, to offend so many leaders in the city for the sake of a daughter he barely knew? Could he have ulterior motives? Surely not. Even if he did, he wouldn't dare jeopardize his own career. But then, did this young man perhaps know of her identity? Was he intentionally getting close to her daughter? That seemed unlikely. She had never made her presence known in Lingyun City's political scene. Moreover, her daughter, Guan Jojo, was not the type to wield her family's influence arrogantly. She had never mentioned their family circumstances to anyone. As for whether Yang Dong might have heard about her husband's, Guan Jojo's father's personnel changes, she deemed that improbable. After all, the personnel change had been sudden. She had only learned of it yesterday. Thus, a grassroots worker in Lingyun City would hardly have access to such information. Sun Xiufan's expression grew complex as she pondered these thoughts. The world of adults is often fraught with such considerations. Mom, if Yang Dong loses his job, it must be because of me. Guan Jojo looked at Sun Xiufan with a worried expression. Sun Xiufan shook her head, offering a gentle smile. It's all right. If he were to be dismissed from the municipal office, our municipal publicity department would gladly take him in. He is an upright individual who does not fear authority. He is a good young man. Upon hearing this, Guan Jojo finally smiled, her eyes narrowing into crescent. So this was exactly her intention. Otherwise, why would she discuss this matter with her mother? After all, her mother was the executive deputy director of the Lingyun Municipal Publicity Department, responsible for daily publicity affairs. Chapter 7 is suspension for reflection. With a hurried sound of footsteps, Yang Dong alighted from the taxi and sprinted towards the municipal office building with utmost urgency, ignoring the sharp pain radiating from his back. He had to reach this place. Finally arriving at the entrance of the comprehensive department, he exhaled a sigh of relief and stepped inside. It was already 11 o'clock, and many colleagues had gone to the cafeteria for lunch. A few others, having already eaten, were engrossed in their writing, while some leisurely leaned back in their chairs, absorbed in their e-books. Li Chen was among those diligently writing. His dedication and professionalism were the reasons he and Yang Dong had formed a close friendship. Yang Dong himself was known for his exceptional sense of responsibility towards his work. If things aren't handled well, he becomes critical of the matter rather than the person. Team leader Yang Lichen looked up upon seeing Yang Dong limping in and immediately rose to approach him. The sudden commotion caused several heads to turn within the office. Upon recognizing Yang Dong's presence, a wave of surprise rippled through the room. Well, isn't this the heroic Yang Dong? Didn't you enjoy a night of bathing the beauty last night? Gu Chen chuckled coldly. He was one of the attendees at Lin Yaodong and Han Wen's engagement party the previous night. However, due to the incident involving Guan Zhoujiu, the celebration had ended abruptly, leaving everyone with pent-up frustration. The pleasant atmosphere had been shattered by Yang Dong and Guan Zhoujiu, particularly after Yang Dong had outshone Lin Yaodong in a moment of genuine heroism, leaving Lin Yaodong humiliated and sparking an argument with Han Wen upon his return. As a loyal follower of Lin Yaodong, Gu Chen was not about to let this opportunity to humiliate Yang Dong slip by, especially now that Yang Dong was on the verge of disgrace. Gu Chen, keep your comments to yourself. Li Chen shot an annoyed glance at Gu Chen. Li Chen, what does this have to do with you? Why are you acting so high and mighty? Gu Chen retorted, his expression darkening as he pointed an accusatory finger at Li Chen. Enough, what is all this noise about? This is the municipal office, not a marketplace. Yang Dong shouted irritably, glaring at Gu Chen. Gu Chen instinctively recoiled, feeling a twinge of fear, yet, recalling that Yang Dong was merely a paper tiger now, he dismissed his apprehension. You're aware this is the municipal office? Skipping work all morning, did you request leave? Gu Chen glared at Yang Dong, banging his fist on the table. The ensuing uproar quickly drew the attention of outsiders. What is going on? Lin Yaodong entered, hands clasped behind his back, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers. Seeing him, Gu Chen hurriedly reported, Lin Gu, Yang Dong is late. I know. Lin Yaodong replied coldly, having come specifically for this matter. Yang Dong, Secretary Tian is looking for you, come with me. He didn't even spare Yang Dong a glance, snorting disdainfully before turning to leave. Team leader Yang, be careful, Li Chen expressed his concern, his eyes filled with anxiety. Don't worry, Yang Dong smiled, patting Li Chen's shoulder. This good friend had remained steadfast, never betraying him even during his lowest moments. However, the outcome was far from favorable. After Yang Dong's demotion to the countryside, Li Chen had also been given a flimsy excuse by Tian Guanhan to be reassigned to the Department of Retired Personnel Affairs. While the situation elsewhere might be different, within the municipal office of Lingyun City, the Department of Retired Personnel Affairs was indeed a dead-end position. As its name suggested, Yang Dong followed Lin Yaodong toward Deputy Secretary Tian Guanhan's office, maintaining a distance of about 2 meters between them. Enjoying the taste of heroism from yesterday's escapade? Lin Yaodong murmured mockingly from the front. Yang Dong chose to ignore him, continuing to walk silently ahead. You disrupted my engagement night, I will settle this score with you eventually. Oh, Team Leader Yang, please go on in. Upon reaching the door of Tian Guanhan's office, Lin Yaodong's expression shifted dramatically. One moment he was filled with threats, the next he donned a mask of feigned politeness. As Yang Dong prepared to knock, Lin Yaodong pushed the door open and gave him a slight shove from behind. Yang Dong stumbled into Tian Guanhan's office, the sound of his entrance echoing through the room. Yang Dong. Do you not even understand proper decorum? You can't barge in without knocking? Tian Guanhan slammed his hand on the table, glaring at Yang Dong with a dark expression. Having missed the preceding events, he only saw Yang Dong rushing in, and given his disdain for Yang Dong, compounded by the KTV incident the previous night, his temper was already frayed. Get out, knock, and come back in. Without hesitation, Tian Guanhan pointed toward the door, ordering Yang Dong to leave and re-enter after knocking. Yang Dong seethed with fury. Lin Yaodong was indeed a treacherous individual, yet, in the presence of Deputy Secretary Tian, he could not voice his grievances, for doing so would only make him appear childish, and Tian Guanhan would not be just in his judgment. He turned and exited the office, finding that Lin Yaodong had long since vanished. Knock, knock, knock. He tapped steadily 3 times, a single knock followed by 2 after a brief pause. This was the etiquette of knocking. One should never pound on the door without forethought. Such a rhythm is reserved for emergencies or to convey grief. After his 3 knocks, there was silence from within. He continued to knock, 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 knock. Yang Dong struggled to control his anger, yet his knocking grew increasingly rapid. He yearned to kick the door open and drag Tian Guanhan out for a beating. However, he refrained, knowing that such an action would betray a lack of political maturity. Come in. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Tian Guanhan's voice echoed from within. By this time, Yang Dong's frustration had reached a boiling point. Had Tian Guanhan delayed any longer, he would have seriously considered walking away. He would not serve this man any longer. He could make a living based on his experience as a reborn individual, having witnessed the developmental trends of the future for over a decade. Why should he demean himself here? Taking a deep breath, Yang Dong pushed the door open and stepped inside slowly. Yang Dong, why didn't you come to work this morning? Furthermore, your reckless actions yesterday nearly resulted in significant losses for the Municipal Bureau of Investment. Director Ma from the Investment Bureau has expressed considerable dissatisfaction with you. General Manager Wu from the building materials industry is equally displeased. Were it not for the commendations from several of our leaders, an investment project worth at least 30 million would have been doomed from the outset, and you would be the scapegoat for the economic downfall of Lingyun City. In light of the 3 million citizens of Lingyun City, you must be held accountable. True to form, the leaders were adept at amplifying the severity of a situation, shifting all blame onto Yang Dong's shoulders. Clearly, the events of yesterday had been instigated by Wu Jiankai's drunken misconduct, yet, in Tian Guanghan's narrative, it seemed as though Wu Jiankai had suffered some grave injustice, while Yang Dong's noble intervention was painted as a grievous sin. Therefore, in light of all this, the organization has decided to suspend you for reflection. When you sincerely acknowledge your mistakes and seek to amend them, I will consider your reinstatement. At this, Tian Guanghan leaned back with a smile, lifting his insulated cup to sip on some goji berry tea. The gesture signified a dismissal, a clear indication that Yang Dong was to leave. However, Yang Dong lifted his gaze, his eyes glinting with a cold intensity. Deputy Secretary Tian, which organization has mandated my suspension for reflection? Yang Dong. Is that something you ought to inquire about? Get out, and reflect on your suspension. Furious, Tian Guanghan slammed his insulated cup onto the table, pointing toward the door. Yang Dong turned on his heel and departed, recognizing that it was pointless to argue with Tian Guanghan. It was evident that this was a deliberate attempt to undermine him. Any further attempts at defense or negotiation would be futile. Suspension for reflection, indeed. He suspected that once Tian Guanghan ascended to the position of secretary of the municipal office, this suspension would swiftly transform into a transfer notice, relegating him to a corner, much like in his previous life. Chapter 8 Stock Trading Plan. As Yang Dong exited Tian Guanghan's office, he was greeted by a throng of individuals peering curiously from the comprehensive department, each resembling a flock of ostriches, eager to witness the spectacle. Leading the group were Zhou Hui and Gu Chen, their eyes gleaming with a sense of vindication. Group leader Yang, what did Secretary Tian have to say? Zhou Hui inquired, her mouth covered in a mocking gesture. Indeed, what were Secretary Tian's words? Gu Chen chimed in, grinning broadly, his expression betraying a sense of satisfaction at Yang Dong's expense. It was unclear what actions Yang Dong had taken to provoke such ire from them. At that moment, Yang Dong had neither the inclination nor the desire to engage in a debate with them. Such futile exchanges would only serve to diminish his dignity. Group leader Yang, a figure squeezed through the doorway of the comprehensive department. Li Chen, his brow furrowed with concern as he regarded Yang Dong, genuinely worried for his predicament. Li Chen, focus on your work in the comprehensive department. Yang Dong approached and patted Li Chen on the shoulder. His years in the department had not been entirely fruitless, at least he had colleagues like Li Chen. In contrast to those who had gained their positions through connections and financial means, both he and Li Chen had entered the department through legitimate civil service examinations, yet they were often looked down upon. The municipal office was indeed a coveted posting, with the comprehensive department being particularly desirable. Individuals of wealth and influence, as well as those with parental ties to government officials, sought to secure positions there. Lin Yaodong was a prime example. His father was the head of a division in the municipal organization department, which facilitated his entry into the municipal office. Zhou Hui and Gu Chen were similarly not legitimate entrants, having leveraged connections to gain their positions. Though such methods would severely limit their future promotions, they prioritized stability, particularly within the municipal office, with backing. As long as they avoided trouble, they were unlikely to face repercussions. Yang Dong, on the other hand, lacked such support, especially after the municipal secretary Yin Taijun was taken away by the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, leaving him feeling more isolated than ever. Coming from a rural background, with both parents working as farmers, he bore the weight of familial responsibilities, supporting a younger brother in high school and a sister in middle school. He sent a portion of his salary home, living frugally. But since parting ways with his girlfriend Hanwen, he could afford a few decent meals. After bidding farewell to Li Chen, Yang Dong turned and exited the comprehensive department, leaving the municipal government building behind. He's finally gone. Zhou Hui exclaimed as she observed Yang Dong departing like a defeated dog, laughter spilling from her lips, entirely unbothered by the setting. Now Lin Gu can rest easy, Gu Chen added, his grin widening. With Yang Dong out of the picture, Lin Yaodong was sure to flourish within the comprehensive department. Rumor had it that Deputy Secretary Tian Guanghan was orchestrating promotions. Should he become the municipal secretary, Lin Yaodong would undoubtedly be elevated to a prominent position, likely as a deputy division head. Moreover, it was said that Mayor Ho Yong's secretary had been reassigned to a county for training, indicating a search for a new secretary for the mayor. If Lin Yaodong could ascend to the role of deputy head of the comprehensive department, he might eventually become the mayor's secretary, paving the way for a promotion to a full division head within a year or two. Let's not discuss Yang Dong anymore. He's a relic of the past, unworthy of our attention, Zhou Hui declared, shifting her focus to others, prompting some eye rolls from her audience. Having finished her laughter, she felt entitled to dictate the conversation. Have you all heard? The secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission has officially taken office. Is that true? After a half-month vacancy, we finally have a new secretary? Who is it, do you know? I believe it's a male. Well, that's obvious. A cacophony of chatter erupted as they speculated about the new secretary. Meanwhile, Li Chen sat in a chair, despondent. With Yang Dong's departure, he anticipated further ostracization in the comprehensive department. Observing his colleagues, who were engaged in frivolous discussions about the new secretary, he couldn't help but feel a sense of disdain. How could these junior clerks, some of whom were not even officially classified as clerks, presume to discuss the affairs of the Lingyun City Standing Committee or the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission? As Yang Dong stepped outside the municipal compound, he gazed back at the aging 8-story building. The national flag fluttered vibrantly atop the roof, while the emblem of the state gleamed with pride. This had been his workplace for over 4 years, yet he sensed that he might never return. However, he was resolute in not repeating his past life, where he had been relegated to a rural agricultural office, leading a mundane existence that culminated in a tragic flood rescue. Armed with insights and experiences that were nearly 2 decades ahead of his time, he returned to 2008, determined to achieve success. If a political career was unattainable, he would pivot to business. Abandoning government for commerce was a viable path, especially with the rapid growth of China's private sector and the burgeoning internet economy since 2008. He aimed for 2 decades of hard work to attain financial freedom, aspiring to amass a fortune of several billion, ensuring a life free from financial worries. After a 10-minute walk, he arrived at his modest rental apartment, strategically chosen for its proximity to the municipal office. The apartment was small, approximately 40 square meters, comprising a living room, a kitchen, and shared bathroom facilities located in the corridor. Despite being adjacent to the municipal building, the rent was a mere 300 yuan per month, quite affordable for the northeast region. Upon returning home, he retrieved a card from his drawer, a bank card from Agricultural Bank, holding his savings of 30,000 yuan. This sum represented his earnings from part-time work during university, scholarships, and savings accumulated over the years. Originally intended to purchase 3 gold items for Han during their wedding, namely a gold necklace, gold earrings, and a gold ring, those plans were now obsolete. With the bank card in hand, he left his apartment and hailed a taxi to the bank, intending to withdraw his funds. If he was to venture into business, he would need startup capital. However, 30,000 yuan was hardly sufficient to make any significant impact. He needed to grow his money to create flexibility for entrepreneurial endeavors. In 2008, the real estate market was poised for rapid growth, but that was beyond his current capacity. His best options lay within the realm of the internet or related construction materials. Investing in mobile phones also seemed promising, as the next decade would witness a surge in domestic mobile phone consumption. Yet, all of this hinged on the availability of startup capital. Thus, he resolved to withdraw 30,000 yuan for stock investments, specifically targeting stocks that promised substantial returns within a year. He sought investments with a short-term return rate exceeding 5 or even 10 times. One stock, ST Salt Lake, stood out as one of the top-performing stocks of 2008. Currently priced at no more than 4 yuan per share, it was anticipated to soar to over 35 yuan by March 10, and even reach a historic peak of over 107 yuan on April 17, 2008. Though this stock's brilliance was not destined to last long, with several trading halts, it remained one of the highest short-term return stocks, making it a foolproof investment for Yang Dong, with potential profits soaring to 20-fold. And with today being February 26, 2008, there was ample opportunity for maneuvering. If he wished to maximize his earnings, he would need additional funds. He contemplated discussing the matter with his parents to borrow some money. A minimum investment of 50,000 yuan would yield a profit of at least 1 million. With $1 million in startup capital, his options would expand significantly. He lacked the serendipitous opportunities often found in commercial novels, where protagonists effortlessly earned millions, even winning lotteries. In his past life, he had never engaged in gambling and was unfamiliar with such pursuits. Even the stock ST Salt Lake had been mentioned to him by Secretary Yin Taijun, who was known for his passion for stock trading and had registered with the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. Thus, it was inconceivable that Secretary Yin Taijun had embezzled 500,000 yuan. Such an act was utterly unfathomable. Having amassed considerable wealth through stock trading, there was no incentive for him to risk everything by engaging in corruption. At just over 40, Eun Tae-jun was already a secretary at the municipal government, with a promising future ahead and no reason to engage in such illicit activities. Seated in the taxi, Young Dong pulled out his phone and dialed his university classmate Chu Li's number. After graduating, Chu Li had secured a position at the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, one of the most prestigious trading venues. By entrusting him with stock purchases, Young Dong could circumvent much of the hassle involved in the process. After a few rings, Chu Li answered. Young Dong, it's been a while since you last called me. What's the word from the esteemed secretary of the municipal office? Young Dong replied, his tone direct. Chu Li's voice, while still slightly irksome, was nonetheless familiar. They had been not only classmates but also roommates in university. Coming from a well-to-do family, it was no surprise that he had landed a position at the Shenzhen Stock Exchange. Old Chu, I want to invest in stocks. Young Dong stated succinctly, cutting straight to the chase. Chu Li, who had intended to tease Young Dong, found himself momentarily speechless, struggling to process his friend's abrupt declaration. Chapter 9. Guan Mushin assumes office. But at the very moment when Young Dong and Chu Li were engaged in a telephone conversation about stocks, leaders from the 4 branches of Lingyun City stood solemnly at the entrance of the municipal committee compound. Leading them was Wu Xinkai, the secretary of the Lingyun Municipal Committee, flanked by Mayor Ho Yong on his left and the deputy secretary and head of the United Front Work Department, Wei Liming, on his right, with other members of the municipal committee standing alongside. They have arrived. Wu Xinkai's expression stiffened as he spoke softly. As he did, a coaster vehicle could be seen slowly approaching the entrance of the compound, coming to a halt shortly thereafter. A smile immediately spread across Wu Xinkai's face as he and the leadership team moved forward to greet their guest. The door of the coaster swung open, and a man in his 50s, clad in a black cotton jacket, stepped out first. Welcome, Secretary Ma, to guide our work. Wu Xinkai extended his hand with an expression of warmth. Ha, Secretary Wu, I am not here to guide your work. I am here to deliver elite talents to the Lingyun Municipal Committee. Ma Shuli, wearing a cheerful smile, shook hands with Wu Xinkai before turning to the coaster and calling out, Comrade Mushin, step down. Upon hearing this, a man in his 40s, exuding a sense of integrity and seriousness, emerged from the vehicle. His neatly trimmed hair and black jacket radiated authority and competence. After disembarking, Guan Mushin swiftly surveyed the members of the Lingyun leadership team before breaking into a smile. Secretary Wu, I am here to report for duty. Guan Mushin approached Wu Xinkai directly, extending his hand. Wu Xinkai's face remained adorned with a welcoming smile as he shook hands with Guan Mushin, exclaiming, Comrade Mushin, we have long awaited your arrival. The Lingyun Municipal Committee warmly welcomes you. I am confident that your addition will elevate the work of our city's Discipline Inspection Commission to new heights. Secretary Ma, the Provincial Committee and the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission have indeed sent us an exceptional talent, he continued, addressing Ma Shuli, the first man to exit the vehicle and the Executive Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. This occasion was marked by Ma Shuli representing the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission to deliver Guan Mushin to his post. Oh dear, Minister Jiang. Wu Xinkai exclaimed upon noticing another man stepping out of the vehicle behind Guan Mushin, instantly greeting him with a smile. Secretary Wu, I am here on behalf of the Provincial Committee and the Provincial Organization Department to send Comrade Mushin to his new position. Zhang Hongyang, the Executive Deputy Minister of the Provincial Organization Department, stated. Wu Xinkai continued to beam with enthusiasm, nodding in agreement. Rest assured, Secretary of the Provincial Committee, we, at the Lingyun Municipal Committee, will wholeheartedly support the decisions made by the Provincial Committee and cooperate fully with Comrade Mushin's work in the Discipline Inspection Commission. The Discipline Inspection Commission's work is one of our primary focuses in Lingyun City. The establishment of revolutionary ideals among our cadres relies heavily on the supervision of the Commission and their own self-cultivation, he asserted. I believe that Comrade Mushin's arrival will not only enhance the revolutionary ideals among the cadres of Lingyun City but also foster their personal development. Although he wore a smile, a heaviness began to settle in his heart. The appointment of a Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission secretary warranted the presence of high-ranking officials such as the Executive Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission and the Executive Deputy Minister of the Provincial Organization Department. This clearly indicated that the provincial leadership held some dissatisfaction with the Lingyun Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, necessitating such significant attention to Guan Mushin's appointment. Secretary Ma, Minister Jiang, the auditorium has been prepared. Shall we proceed inside to continue our discussions? At that moment, Mayor Ho Yong interjected appropriately. Indeed, we cannot allow our Discipline Inspection Commission Secretary to suffer in the cold. That would be quite improper on our part, added Wei Liming, the Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Committee and Minister of the United Front Work Department, with a cheerful demeanor. Thus, accompanied by a throng of onlookers, the two provincial leaders led Guan Mushin into the auditorium of the Municipal Committee. At 1 p.m., a welcoming conference for newly appointed cadres convened in the Grand Auditorium of the Municipal Committee. All relevant officials at the sub-department level across the city, districts and counties, were seated in the audience, while the four branches of Lingyun City's leadership occupied the front row. On behalf of the Provincial Committee, I shall now read the decision regarding the appointment of the Lingyun Municipal Committee's Standing Committee member and the Secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. After thorough deliberation by the Provincial Committee, it has been decided that Comrade Guan Mushin shall serve as a standing committee member of the Lingyun Municipal Committee and as the Secretary of the Lingyun Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Comrade Liu Zhang will no longer serve as a standing committee member of the Lingyun Municipal Committee or as the Secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Zhang Hongyang, the Executive Deputy Minister of the Provincial Organization Department, announced the appointment decision. Liu Zhang, the former secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, had submitted his resignation due to a malignant tumor. Thus, the customary statement regarding his reassignment was omitted. Subsequently, Wu Xinkai presided over the meeting and spoke, expressing support for the Provincial Committee's decision, emphasizing the importance of implementing the Provincial Committee's directives, and warmly welcoming Comrade Guan Mushin to work in our city. The Lingyun Municipal Party Committee firmly supports Comrade Guan Mushin's endeavors. The Executive Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, Ma Shuli, conveyed a message on behalf of the Provincial Commission, underscoring the significance of discipline inspection work and stressing that the Lingyun Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission must operate under the leadership of the Provincial Commission, providing support for both the Provincial Commission's initiatives and Comrade Guan Mushin's efforts. Finally, Guan Mushin delivered his statement. Standing at the forefront, he began with a resonant voice. The Provincial Committee's decision to appoint me as the Secretary of the Lingyun Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission is a testament to the trust placed in me by the organization. I shall approach my duties with fervor and commit myself diligently to the work of the Discipline Inspection Commission. I understand that many comrades here may not be acquainted with me, but I hope to advance together with all of you in our future endeavors, and I kindly ask for your cooperation in the relevant work of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. I will continue to study the party's various policies and earnestly engage with the Central Discipline Inspection Commission's directives regarding the implementation of the spirit of the 17th National Congress. I will ensure that I will uphold the highest standards. Thank you for your attention. My speech has concluded. Applause thundered within the grand auditorium of the Lingyun Municipal Committee, echoing for an extended period. Following this, at the repeated invitation of Secretary Wu Xinkai and Mayor Ho Yong, Ma Shuli, the Executive Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, and Zhang Hongyang, the Executive Deputy Minister of the Provincial Organization Department, attended the welcome banquet. An hour later, the two leaders departed Lingyun City, returning to the provincial capital. At 3 p.m., Guan Mushin, the Secretary of the Lingyun Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, convened a meeting of all Discipline Inspection Commission cadres within the Municipal Discipline Inspection Building. In the conference room, Guan Mushin made his appearance, reiterating the directives of the Central Discipline Inspection Commission and the Provincial Committee, urging the discipline inspection cadres from various cities, districts, counties, and towns to actively engage in their work while strictly adhering to the requirements set forth for discipline inspection personnel. Comrade Yun Kai, I have heard that the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission has recently been investigating and verifying allegations concerning the city government's secretary, Yin Taijun. Just before the meeting was about to conclude, Guan Mushin suddenly turned his gaze towards Su Yunkai, the Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, casually inquiring. The unexpected question from the Secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission caught all present off guard, leading to a flurry of thoughts among the cadre members. However, for Su Yunkai, the inquiry sent a chill down his spine, causing a sense of anxiety to surface. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm demeanor and nodded in response. Yes, Secretary Guan, in recent days, the allegations concerning Yin Taijun have sparked considerable discussion among the city's officials and citizens, resulting in particularly adverse effects. However, the investigation is progressing smoothly, and we anticipate concluding it within a day or two, after which we will submit it to the appropriate judicial authorities. Guan Mushin nodded in acknowledgement and continued, although I am new to the Discipline Inspection Commission and unfamiliar with many of you, I bring with me the Provincial Commission's directives. The Lingyun City has been facing prominent issues regarding the misconduct of certain cadres, which has garnered the Provincial Commission's heightened attention. I have compiled a list, involving a total of 20 officials at the subdepartment level and above. Now that I have taken on the role of Secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, it is my duty to ensure a clean and upright environment for the cadres of Lingyun City. Therefore, regarding Ing Tiejuan's case, I propose that we merge it with our investigations and establish an investigative team within the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission to address issues concerning the conduct of Lingyun City's officials collectively. We must not wrongfully accuse any good comrades, nor shall we condone any misconduct by officials. Please do not misunderstand. I am not doubting your capabilities, but the Provincial Commission has set requirements that we in the Lingyun Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission cannot afford to take lightly. Guan Mushin's words struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of every cadre present. No one fully grasped the implications of his statement about forming an investigative team within the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, merging Ing Tiejuan's case into this investigation. However, Guan Mushin, as the head of the Discipline Inspection Commission and a member of the Municipal Standing Committee, wielded the authority of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. At that moment, no one dared to voice dissent or challenge him, not even Wei Chonghu, the first Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, who remained silent. Yet, Su Yunkai felt a sense of urgency and hastily spoke up. Secretary Guan, we are nearly finished with the investigation into Ing Taijun. There is no need for Comrade Yunkai. Ing Taijun is, after all, the Secretary of the city government and a cadre at the subdepartment level. This matter concerns the reputation of the city government, and we must provide an appropriate explanation, Guan Mushin interjected, raising his hand to halt Su Yunkai's comments. With a sense of frustration, Su Yunkai returned to his seat, anxiety gnawing at him. Then Secretary Guan, what will be the size and composition of the investigative team? The first Deputy Secretary, Wei Chonghu, cautiously inquired, glancing at Guan Mushin. The Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission will contribute 70% of the personnel, while the remaining individuals will be drawn from the Municipal Office, the Municipal Administrative Office, the Public Security Bureau, the Court, and the Procuratorate. I have a list here regarding the personnel to be seconded. Please take a look. As Guan Mushin spoke, he produced a sheet of paper and placed it on the table. Wei Chonghu, seated to Guan Mushin's left, was the first to pick it up and scrutinize it closely. He then passed it on to Su Yunkai without any objections. Su Yunkai quickly took it, but his eyes narrowed as he unexpectedly spotted a name that caught him off guard. Yang Dong from the Municipal Administrative Office's Comprehensive Division. He instinctively glanced at Guan Mushin, only to find him maintaining a composed expression, even sporting a slight smile. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Chapter 10: The Secondment from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission? I'm not saying this lightly, Yang Dong. What on earth are you thinking, stock trading, at this juncture? The scene rewinds to an hour prior. Yang Dong was on the phone with Chu Li, and upon hearing Yang Dong's intentions to trade stocks, Chu Li's hair stood on end in alarm. Are you out of your mind? We are in the midst of a global economic crisis, and you dare to invest in the stock market? Old Yang, you wouldn't be embezzling, would you, looking to launder money? Chu Li's expression changed, as an unsettling suspicion took hold. Nonsense. I am not even a deputy section chief. Whose corruption could I possibly engage in? Yang Dong was somewhat speechless. Chu Li had always possessed a vivid imagination since their university days, and now he suspected him of corruption. Then why on earth do you insist on trading stocks? Chu Li, who worked at the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, was acutely aware of the current market conditions, which could be summarized as cruising in luxury cars with beautiful women in the morning, queuing to jump off a rooftop at noon, and reporting to the king of hell by night. The stock market was in a state of constant flux, changing almost hourly. Even he, a staff member of the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, found the market's trajectory more thrilling than an electrocardiogram. Old Chu, do you trust me? Yang Dong asked seriously, as this was something that could not be easily explained. Certainly, he couldn't claim to be reborn. After a moment of silence, Chu Li replied, you have always been an exemplary student in our Chinese department, a student council officer, and our class monitor. You are known for your prudence. I trust you. Then that's settled. I need your help. With Chu Li holding him in such high regard, Yang Dong felt reassured. Alright then, which stock do you wish to purchase? How much are you planning to invest? Seeing that Yang Dong was resolute, Chu Li ceased his attempts at persuasion and began inquiring about the stock specifics. St. Salt Lake. I currently have 30,000, I'll strive to gather 50,000. Yang Dong stated. Alright, if you truly wish to invest, I'll join you in this madness. I have some funds, I can lend you 50,000, and together we can make it 100,000. If we incur losses, we'll consider it our misfortune. If we profit, just return my principal. How does that sound? Chuli proved to be Yang Dong's best friend and roommate, immediately offering to lend him 50,000 dai in his past life. He had been utterly inconsequential, yet Chuli never held it against him. He would visit him whenever he returned to Zhejiang province. Fine, I want to be polite, but if we make a profit, I'll repay you fully. Yang Dong was acutely aware of the advantages of St. Salt Lake stock and the potential profits involved. If he invested 100,000 at a price of less than 5 yuan per share, the returns could reach 20 times the investment, equating to at least 2 million, excluding the principal. In 2008, 2 million was a considerable sum. Go gather your funds, and I'll assist you in the purchase. Chuli wasted no time and did not engage in further pleasantries. After confirming their agreement, they both hung up. Yang Dong stepped out of the taxi and arrived at the bank. He then picked up his phone and dialed the home landline. His parents, being rural folk, did not possess mobile phones, only the landline. After a prolonged wait, the call finally connected, and a familiar voice resonated through. Who is it? Upon hearing his mother Du Yuxiang's voice, Yang Dong's eyes immediately turned red. Although it seemed he had not been apart for long, in reality, many years had passed. In his previous life, his mother succumbed to lung cancer before reaching 40. Mom, it's me, Yang Dong. He suppressed his emotions and spoke with a smile. You child, why are you calling at this hour? Is the phone bill not expensive? You need to learn to save money. How is Wenwen? When are you two getting married? Listening to his mother's chatter, he felt no irritation, rather, it warmed his heart. Her nagging and his father's admonishments were reminiscent of his past life. Mom, I broke up with Hanwen. Yang Dong felt it necessary to clarify his relationship status to prevent his mother from mistakenly thinking she was a suitable daughter-in-law. What? You broke up, you rascal, you. Sensing his mother's rising anger, Yang Dong quickly interjected, Mom, I have something important to discuss. I'll explain the breakup later. What is it? Oh, what a lovely girl she is. Why didn't you cherish her? His mother continued to lament in a tone tinged with regret. Mom, how much money do we have at home? Could you send me 20,000? I really need it. You need to wait a year to repay me. Yang Dong found it difficult to articulate his request, but he knew this endeavor was a surefire investment, so he pressed on. Yes, I'll have your father transfer it to you right away. His mother asked no questions regarding the purpose, trusting her son's responsible nature as a government official who would not engage in wrongdoing. Mom, how are my brother and sister? They're well. Your brother is in his senior year, he has 4 months until the college entrance examination. Your sister is in her 3rd year of junior high, also preparing for her exam. You don't need to worry about us at home. Your father and I are doing just fine, rest assured. It's just about you and Wenwen. What happened? As she spoke, the old lady began her tirade about Hanwen once more. Mom, I have to hang up now. Please take care of your health and tell Dad to smoke and drink less. Yang Dong dared not endure any further discussion about Hanwen, as it made him feel nauseous. He promptly ended the call, finally feeling a sense of relief. However, before he could savor his newfound peace, Hanwen appeared before him unexpectedly. She was perhaps the person he had encountered most frequently in the last 2 days, yet she was also the last person he wished to see. Yang Dong, what are you doing at the bank? Hanwen, clad in a thick mink coat, looked quite fashionable, exuding an air of affluence. Upon spotting Yang Dong, her expression soured. Ever since the incident at the KTV the previous night, Yang Dong and Guan Jiujiu had become her unwelcomed company, especially Yang Dong, who had played the hero and slapped her boyfriend Lin Yaodong. Consequently, the engagement party that night had lost its luster, and she had quarreled with Lin Yaodong. Although they quickly reconciled, nevertheless, all her resentment was directed at Yang Dong. Do I need to report my visit to the bank to you? Yang Dong replied with an impassive tone, glancing at Hanwen before making his way inside to withdraw money. Yang Dong! Hanwen shouted from behind. Her voice attracted the attention of many passers-by. Yang Dong turned to face her with a serious expression. Hanwen declared, I know you still have feelings for me, but we are no longer possible. Yang Dong, you need to know your place. You saw it for yourself. The gold necklace Yaodong bought me cost over 10,000. That's something you could never afford. Why do you persist in pursuing me? Even though we dated for 5 years, not once did you ever satisfy me. I'm truly fed up. You came to the bank to intercept me today. Did someone tip you off about my plans to withdraw money? Yang Dong, please, act like a man. Don't be a sore loser, alright? Hanwen's face was filled with frustration and sorrow, feeling that Yang Dong's presence was intruding upon her life and her relationship with Lin Yaodong. Yang Dong, on the other hand, felt increasingly vexed and speechless, not understanding why he had become such a pushover. He was familiar with the term licking dog from future knowledge, even though it hadn't yet emerged in this era, but it didn't prevent him from using it to describe himself. Was he merely a licking dog in Hanwon's eyes? Yet, she was being rather presumptuous, wasn't she? In his past life, he hadn't clung to her like this, let alone in this lifetime. You're overthinking it. I came to the bank, Yang Dong began, attempting to clarify his intentions to Hanwon, but she interrupted him before he could finish. I don't want to hear your feeble excuses. I just wish you would stay away from me. I heard you've been suspended for reflection. After last night's incident with so many leaders present, how could you be so foolish as to stand up for Guanzhou? Even Lin Yaodong, with his connections, wouldn't dare to do that. How have you made yourself so conspicuous? Now look where you are, suspended for reflection, and it seems your days in the municipal office are numbered. Hanwon sighed, her expression one of resignation, expressing her disappointment at Yang Dong's foolish actions. Are you out of your mind? What's wrong with you? Yang Dong had little desire to argue or explain himself to her. There was no point in conversing with such a woman. He shook his head and continued toward the bank. Could you spare your pathetic pride for a moment? Are you enraged because I exposed you? Hanwon's mocking laughter followed him. Just then, Yang Dong's phone rang. His phone had been quite busy today, first with a call to Chuli, then to his mother, and now another incoming call. Hello, Li Chen? Yang Dong answered, his tone somewhat surprised. Hanwon stepped closer, intrigued, straining to listen. What? A secondment order from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. They want me to report to the commission. Listening to Li Chen's animated and excited tone, which seemed to surpass his own enthusiasm, Yang Dong felt utterly bewildered. The Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission? Hanwon was equally astonished, her mouth slightly agape in disbelief. A secondment from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission? For him, Yang Dong, this must be a joke. Yang Dong, can you please not use such a flimsy excuse? Are you trying to win me back? What's fake is fake. It can't be true. Your little act is quite despicable. Hello, Yang Dong, where are you going? Hanwon scoffed, her face showing utter disappointment, as she lost the last remnants of her goodwill toward him. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, Yang Dong hurriedly hailed a taxi and left, ignoring her entirely. Chapter 11. The next steps. In the office of the municipal government of Lingyun City, Tian Guanghan sat face to face with Lian Yaodong, yet an unbearable silence enveloped them, rendering the atmosphere palpably oppressive. Tian's expression was particularly grim, a stark shade of iron gray, as a deep sense of humiliation gnawed at him. Just hours ago, he had suspended Yang Dong for reflection, and now, before the afternoon had even passed, the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission's office, in conjunction with the organization department, had sent a transfer notice. Transfer Yang Dong from the comprehensive section of the Municipal Government Office. Comrade Yang Dong is requested to report to the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission's office by 6 p.m. today. Upon receiving this transfer notice, Tian's countenance fell. It felt as though he had swallowed a fly, a nauseating affront to his authority. The Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission was effectively slapping him in the face. He could outright refuse the transfer, given his current position as the Deputy Secretary General of the Municipal Government and Deputy Director of the Municipal Government Office, holding the reins of daily affairs. When Yan Taijun was absent, he possessed the authority to decide on any matters pertaining to the Municipal Government Office. However, he had to ponder the ramifications of rejecting such a request. The Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission was an exceptionally sensitive entity, one that few officials dared to provoke, especially someone like Tian whose hands were not entirely clean. Furthermore, this afternoon marked the arrival of the newly appointed Municipal Standing Committee member and Secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, Quan Mushin. How could he refuse the transfer without embarrassing the newly appointed secretary? He had attended the city's welcome ceremony for new officials, and he had been thoroughly intimidated by the presence of two high-ranking figures. M.A. Shuli, the Executive Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, and Zhang Hongyang, the Executive Deputy Minister of the Provincial Organization Department. The implications were not lost on Tian. Guan was evidently wielding the formidable authority of the Provincial Party Committee and the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, leaving him no choice but to acquiesce to this transfer. Moreover, it was hardly worth offending the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission over a mere Yang Dong. The whole situation was revolting, utterly repugnant. Secretary Tian, are you truly going to acquiesce to this? Lian Yaodong inquired, his own expression darkening as he gazed at Tian. The transfer order from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission felt like a resounding slap to his face, leaving him profoundly unsettled. He had anticipated thoroughly humiliating Yang Dong before expelling him from the municipal government office, yet this unexpected transfer had instilled an ominous premonition within him. Moreover, he had not heard of Yang Dong possessing any significant backing, so why had the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission suddenly sought him out? What alternative do I have if I do not comply? Tian's grimace gradually softened as he smiled and took a sip from his thermos, then solemnly advised, Lin, sometimes one must learn to let go. The path may be winding, but the future is bright. Do not confine yourself to the losses and gains of a single city or locality. Lian Yaodong immediately displayed a look of admiration, his face aglow with appreciation as he exclaimed, Secretary, your perspective and breadth of vision are truly beyond my reach. Ha, you flatter me, my dear boy, Tian chuckled heartily. Knock, knock, his laughter was abruptly interrupted by a loud knock at the door. He reined in his mirth, narrowing his eyes and gesturing to Lian Yaodong. Lian stood and opened the door. Yang Dong. Upon seeing Yang Dong standing at the door, Lin's anger flared up, but recalling Tian's earlier comments, he forced a smile and warmly greeted, Group Leader Yang, please come in. He ushered Yang Dong into the office. Yang Dong was well aware of Lian Yaodong's character, which could be summarized as morally unbounded and fundamentally inept, relying solely on flattery and choosing sides. Lin's current demeanor was entirely predictable. Being transferred to the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission was certainly news to Lian, given that they were in Tian Guanghan's office. Ignoring Lian, Yang Dong turned to Tian. I am here to collect the transfer notice. He stated directly, unwilling to engage in further conversation with Tian. They were not kindred spirits, superficial respect was necessary, but it was predicated on mutual acknowledgement of humanity. If the other party disregarded him and sought to undermine him, extending courtesy would be folly. Yang Dong was no pushover, he had no intention of coddling Tian. This old man had wronged him more than once in the past, and such grudges were not easily forgotten. Comrade Yang Dong, congratulations. The transfer notice from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, what a source of pride for our municipal government office. Tian exclaimed, his eyes narrowing in feigned warmth. Lingyun City has never had a case of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission transferring personnel from the municipal government office before. You are indeed breaking new ground. You must remember that our municipal government office is your home, we are all your family. Once you are at the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, be sure to take good care of us in the municipal government office. Tian's insincere sentiments dripped with false cordiality as he stood to pat Yang Dong's shoulder, pretending their relationship was amicable. Yet, it was Tian who had ordered Yang Dong to be suspended just hours prior. Such duplicity was commonplace among those who wore many faces, adept at navigating the complexities of various relationships and status. Yes, I will keep that in mind. Thank you for your advice, Deputy Secretary. Yang Dong replied, showing no appreciation for Tian's overtures and offering him no semblance of a friendly demeanor. Tian's behavior was a direct result of Yang Dong's transfer to the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. What Tian feared was not Yang Dong, but rather the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Now, Yang Dong was one of them, possessing a modicum of power that could potentially threaten Tian. Tian, a man capable of bending yet not breaking, was indeed worthy of respect. Why not stay a while longer? You are still part of the municipal government office, Tian feigned politeness, attempting to salvage the situation. Yang Dong merely chuckled, looking at Tian with a hint of mockery as he retorted, Deputy Secretary, I am currently on suspension for reflection. Remaining in the municipal government office would be inappropriate. It would suggest I do not respect the leadership's decision. I shall take my leave now. With that, Yang Dong turned and walked away. Throughout the exchange, he did not cast a single glance at Lian Yaodong, treating him as if he were invisible. He could hardly care less about Lin's vexed expression. Secretary, this Yang Dong is insufferably arrogant, he has no regard for you whatsoever. Lin fumed, closing the door behind him, yet Tian merely waved his hand, a calm smile gracing his features. Enough, he is currently riding high on his accomplishments, having entered the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. What does that even mean? It is merely a transfer. Once the term is over, he must return to us. I wonder where he finds the audacity to disregard you. When he returns after his transfer period, you must certainly teach him a lesson. Lin urged angrily. Seated back in his chair, Tian sipped his tea with a light-hearted chuckle. Little Lin, do not harbor such narrow-mindedness, one must be magnanimous. Indeed, Secretary, your breadth of mind and grace are qualities I aspire to emulate. Lian promptly launched into another round of flattery. As Yang Dong exited the municipal government building, he stared at the insignificant transfer notice in his hand, merely a line of text stamped with the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission's red seal. Such a trivial piece of paper had facilitated his transfer from the municipal government office to the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, yet he remained utterly perplexed. Who had orchestrated this? Why was he being transferred? He was still wholly in the dark. Could it be the phone call he had made earlier had borne fruit? The memory of the cold, haughty young woman who had answered the phone left him bemused. That woman was imbued with an air of superiority. Was it that she could not be contained within the mundane confines of this world? Shaking off his thoughts, Yang Dong began to contemplate his next steps. Since he had been transferred to the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, there lay an opportunity to connect with Secretary Yin. He must find a way to meet with Secretary Yin, ideally becoming involved in the ongoing case. Yet, it was a daunting task. Typically, it is the leaders who seek opportunities for their subordinates, but in his case, it seemed he was the subordinate attempting to seek out the leader. With a heart filled with trepidation and complexity, Yang Dong arrived at the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission building. This is the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. No one is allowed to enter indiscriminately. Upon his arrival at the entrance, a security guard halted him. Clad in a black uniform and sporting a cap, the guard exuded an air of arrogance, hands clasped behind his back, chest puffed out. One might mistake him for the secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission himself. Yang Dong presented the transfer notice to the guard. "Greetings, sir, please proceed." The guard's demeanor transformed upon seeing the notice, his face brightening with a smile as he bent slightly. Yang Dong retrieved the notice, ignoring the guard's sudden obsequiousness, and strode inside. Such security personnel often sought to exert power over those beneath them, yet they too had once been at the bottom. Their newfound authority often led them to feel superior, but they were typically only emboldened by their interactions with lower-level individuals. When faced with a legitimate civil servant, they would retreat in submission. "Excuse me, where should personnel transferred to the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission report?" Yang Dong inquired politely as he approached a young man standing in the corridor on the floor designated for the commission's office. Chapter 12 of The Emergence of Rivals. The young man, abruptly halted by Yang Dong, froze momentarily, casting a curious glance at him before inquiring, "Are you also seconded to the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission's investigation team?" Seconded to the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission's investigation team? A sudden shock coursed through Yang Dong's mind as he recalled that in his previous life, the commission indeed established an investigation team which, after 2 months of scrutiny, managed to hold accountable nearly 20 officials of a certain rank and above. Their criminal evidence and deeds were laid bare, creating a significant stir within Lingyun City. At that time, he had been relegated to the rural office by Tian Guanghan, only able to perceive the tumult of that investigation through media reports. Could it be that this time, he might be among the participants? The flutter of a butterfly's wings had indeed begun. He just wasn't certain at which moment it commenced. Was it his phone call, or some other instance? Yet, this might be fortuitous. He could potentially involve himself in the Yin Taijun case. Yang Dong composed himself and smiled at the young man. "Yes, I just received the secondment notice today." "That settles it then." The young man suddenly broke into a smile and extended his hand towards Yang Dong. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Luo Jin from the Comprehensive Division of the Municipal Party Committee Office." This unexpected introduction and gesture made Yang Dong realize that, like him, Luo Jin was also a seconded personnel, rather than a staff member of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Consequently, he too extended his hand to shake with Luo Jin, introducing himself. "We are quite alike. I am also from the two offices, though my affiliation is with the Municipal Government Office, Comprehensive Division. Yang Dong. Pleasure to meet you. I have heard of you." Yang Dong's introduction astonished Luo Jin immensely. He had certainly heard of Yang Dong's renowned reputation within the Municipal Party Committee Office. The heroic rescue at the KTV from the previous day had spread like wildfire across various departments in the city, with nearly everyone aware of it. After all, it involved numerous leaders, the construction tycoon Wu Jiankai, and the sensational theme of a heroic rescue. Such topics were bound to circulate widely. However, he was taken aback that Yang Dong could still be seconded to the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission despite having offended so many leaders. Could it be that Yang Dong possessed an extraordinary background? With this thought, Luo Jin's regard for Yang Dong increased, and his smile grew even warmer. "Comrade Luo Jin has heard of me. I presume it's not for particularly favorable reasons?" Yang Dong replied nonchalantly, a serene smile gracing his lips. The events from the KTV incident would undoubtedly ignite the gossip flames throughout the city's establishments. It was no surprise that Luo Jin, hailing from the Municipal Party Committee Office, had heard of him. Excuse me, gentlemen, could you direct me to where the seconded personnel should report? At that moment, a robust voice resonated from behind them. Yang Dong and Luo Jin turned to find a young man clad in police uniform standing there. He appeared somewhat anxious, with a darker complexion and a height around 5'7". Nevertheless, the police uniform was quite attention-grabbing. We are also seconded, we're in the same boat. Luo Jin responded cheerfully, looking at the uniformed man. That's good to hear, as long as we aren't late. The police officer exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead, having rushed over in haste. We won't be late. The secondment notice stipulates that we must report by 6 o'clock at the latest, and it's not even 5 yet. Luo Jin continued with a smile, then turned to the police officer. Comrade, may I have the pleasure of your introduction? Upon hearing this, the police officer immediately stood at attention and solemnly declared, Jiang Hu, belonging to the Economic Investigation Team of the Lingyun City Public Security Bureau. Goodness, the Economic Investigation Team? Yang Dong was taken aback. Officers from the Economic Investigation Team were being seconded to the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission? I am Luo Jin, from the Comprehensive Division of the Municipal Party Committee Office. Luo Jin introduced himself to Jiang Hu. Yang Dong followed suit. Yang Dong, you are Yang Dong? Before Yang Dong could finish his introduction, Jiang Hu's eyes widened, and he gave Yang Dong a thumbs up. Impressive. I heard that Vice Director Chun from our bureau was also at the KTV yesterday and that you confronted him? In front of so many leaders, saving a damsel in distress from the hands of the wealthy Wu Jiankai. Comrade Yang Dong, I truly admire you. Although Jiang Hu's words seemed to carry a hint of mockery, they were genuinely filled with admiration, devoid of any sarcasm. Yang Dong couldn't help but smile wryly. It appeared that his heroic act had reached the ears of the city's Public Security Bureau. Even the Economic Investigation Team was aware of it. What are you three making noise about in the hallway? This is the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Just then, a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a stern expression, emerged from an office within the commission, striding purposefully towards the trio. Greetings, we are personnel seconded from other departments to the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Jiang Hu immediately explained, hoping to prevent a negative impression from forming about them in the eyes of the commission's leadership. Su Yunsai's expression darkened significantly, especially upon hearing the words seconded personnel, which ignited a fire within him. Did the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission lack capable personnel? Why did they have to draw from other departments? Was this a sign of distrust in the internal staff? Moreover, with the In Taijun case progressing smoothly, why was there a need to merge investigation teams? Was this a lack of confidence in his abilities? Did they suspect he might frame In Taijun? Su Yunsai's mood soured further upon witnessing the trio's laughter and commotion in the corridor. Which unit do you belong to? He demanded, pointing at the three of them with a deep frown. Is this the conduct expected of your department? Making noise in the hallway, do you not regard the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission? Su Yunsai's tone was stern. Typically, the vice secretary of the commission wouldn't behave in such a manner, nor would he be so easily provoked. However, Su Yunkai had reached his breaking point. If he couldn't investigate In Taijun himself, he had no hope of completely undermining this political rival. The stakes were high. His chance to ascend to the position of vice mayor of Lingyun City hung in the balance, and even if he didn't become a standing committee member, a mere vice mayor position was still a deputy director level, which was what he aspired to attain. As a vice secretary, he was merely one of several deputy secretaries, holding a position at the department level. Therefore, to progress, he needed to act decisively against his political enemies, with In Taijun being the most significant threat. He had to eliminate In Taijun to create an opportunity for himself. Furthermore, he had received tacit approval from his superiors to proceed with this plan, which emboldened him to frame a municipal secretary without cause. However, the newly appointed secretary of the commission, Guan Mushin, insisted on forming an investigation team and including the In Taijun case within its purview. This suddenly stripped Su Yunkai of his leverage. Yet Guan Mushin's proposal was so reasonable that it left no room for rebuttal. This conundrum was the source of his frustration, and now, the trio of seconded personnel became his outlet for anger. Yang Dong narrowed his eyes, regarding Su Yunkai with heightened vigilance. The secretary In Taijun had been brought down by this man. Subsequently, Su Yunkai smoothly ascended to become the lowest-ranking vice mayor of Lingyun City. Luo Jin turned around and, upon seeing Su Yunkai, squinted his eyes. It was evident that he had encountered numerous individuals during his time at the Municipal Party Committee office and instantly recognized Su Yunkai. Ah, it's Secretary Su. Do you remember me? I am Luo Jin, the deputy head of the Comprehensive Division of the Municipal Party Committee Office. Luo Jin smiled as he addressed Su Yunkai. Su Yunkai was momentarily taken aback, then a hint of a smile broke through. It's Comrade Xiao Luo. So, you are also seconded here? He recognized Luo Jin immediately after he turned around. Luo Jin was a trusted aide of Secretary Zhu Yangming of the Municipal Committee. Although Zhu Yangming was the lowest-ranking member of the Standing Committee, he was not someone Su Yunkai could easily provoke. Thus, he had to extend a modicum of respect towards Luo Jin. He then glanced at Yang Dong and Jiang Hu. The police uniform worn by Jiang Hu was too conspicuous. Su Yunkai had already discerned that he hailed from the Public Security Bureau. Greetings, Secretary Su. I am Jiang Hu from the Economic Investigation Team of the Public Security Bureau. Jiang Hu immediately stood at attention and saluted Su Yunkai. And you? Su Yunkai ignored Jiang Hu and directed a frigid stare at Yang Dong, his expression turning icy as he inquired. It was evident that he had recognized Yang Dong. After all, as the vice secretary, Su Yunkai would have access to the information of seconded personnel. Yang Dong, from the Comprehensive Division of the Municipal Government Office. Yang Dong was acutely aware that simply stating his name would make him a target for Su Yunkai. The Municipal Government Office was the most sensitive and perilous unit in Su Yunkai's eyes. As anticipated, Su Yunkai's countenance darkened immediately after Yang Dong introduced himself. Is this the caliber of personnel from the Municipal Government Office? Get out. Return from whence you came. The Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission does not welcome individuals lacking in decorum like you. The secondment notice is hereby nullified. With this, Su Yunkai had finally found justification for his frustrations. Although he could not obstruct the formation of the investigation team or intervene in the secondment matters, he could certainly wield his authority to send a seconded personnel packing. Su Yunkai's stern command caused Luo Jin and Jiang Hu's expressions to change dramatically as they turned to Yang Dong. It was clear that, in the end, Yang Dong had become the scapegoat for their earlier banter. Secretary Su, it's not just us making noise. Jiang Hu, flustered, was about to voice a word of reason. However, Luo Jin swiftly stepped on Jiang Hu's foot, cutting him off. It was evident to all that Yang Dong was not favored by Su Yunkai, and they had no desire to entangle themselves further in this situation. They were strangers, and there was no necessity to involve themselves in such matters. Chapter 13. Wei Chonghu. Yang Dong was not at all surprised by Su Yunkai's outburst, which aimed to dismiss him. He was acutely aware of the intricacies surrounding the Yin Taijun case, more so than anyone else. The housekeeper's decision to report Yin Taijun stemmed from the benefits she received from Su Yunkai, who had schemed to tarnish his reputation. The $500,000 in cash found in the refrigerator was also orchestrated by Su Yunkai, who had instructed the housekeeper to place it there. Subsequently, the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission launched a surprise inspection, presenting irrefutable evidence, with the funds traced back to Yin Taijun's account. The housekeeper had covertly taken one of Yin Taijun's cards and, under Su Yunkai's insinuation, executed this entire charade. It could be said that the chain of evidence was nearly complete. Aside from Yin Taijun himself being oblivious, all other evidence pointed towards his embezzlement. Thus, even if Yin Taijun denied the allegations, the substantial evidence could warrant his case being referred to the judicial authorities. Secretary Su, my transfer letter was issued by the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission's office and organized by the Personnel Department, Yang Dong stated assertively. According to the relevant regulations, the revocation of the transfer letter should also be handled by the office or the Personnel Department of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. What you are doing does not conform to the relevant regulations. As the Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, you must be more familiar with the regulations than I am. Therefore, you could communicate with the Commission's office or the Personnel Department. As long as they agree, I am willing to comply with their decision. Yang Dong spoke with calm assertiveness towards Su Yunkai. He would not be intimidated by a few words from Su Yunkai, nor would he lose his composure. He had a premonition that the person who had facilitated his transfer was someone Su Yunkai feared. Otherwise, he would not have been able to enter, as Su Yunkai would have obstructed him. Once he grasped this simple logic, Yang Dong felt neither anxious nor afraid. Very well, let us proceed with the formalities. Su Yunkai scoffed derisively and then strode directly towards the office of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission's Secretary General. The Secretary General, who also served as the office director and was a member of the commission, held a deputy department-level position. Yang Dong, the commotion was caused by me. My laughter was too loud and inadvertently affected you. Jiang Hu immediately apologized to Yang Dong with a face full of gloom and remorse after Su Yunkai left. He had recalled Yang Dong's heroic act during the KTV incident, prompting his laughter, but he had forgotten that they were in the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, not the Economic Investigation Team of the Public Security Bureau. He felt a pang of guilt for dragging Yang Dong into it. Not a problem, I was indeed speaking in the corridor, which also contributed to the noise, Yang Dong replied with a faint smile, shaking his head, not taking it to heart, nor truly blaming Jiang Hu. Moreover, even if there was noise, it should not have warranted his dismissal. To put it plainly, Su Yincai's actions were deliberate, aimed at expelling him to prevent any opportunity to engage with Yin Taijun and interfere with the case. However, the more Su Yincai attempted to obstruct him, the more determined Yang Dong became to connect with Secretary Yin and involve himself in the case. Gentlemen, I am heading to the restroom, Yang Dong expressed apologetically to Jiang Hu and Luo Jin, turning towards the restroom. As he walked, he formed his assessments of the two individuals. He regarded Jiang Hu as an honest man with personal principles, someone trustworthy. In contrast, Luo Jin appeared affable but was fundamentally aloof and adept at self-preservation. Such a person could only be a casual acquaintance, not a friend, lest he lead one to ruin. Upon entering the restroom, Yang Dong noted the absence of surveillance and anyone else present. He picked up his phone and dialed Yin Taijun's number once more. After a few rings, a woman answered the call, but this time Yang Dong did not afford her the opportunity to speak. This is Yang Dong. I am currently on loan to the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission and may soon be part of the investigation team. I do not know your identity, nor do I wish to, he continued. I will state this plainly. If you wish to save Secretary Yin, you must take action. Su Yincai from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission just concocted a reason to expel me, rendering my transfer letter void. If you want to assist Secretary Yin, it would be prudent to support me. That is all. No need for further conversation, your words could bring on a chill. Having delivered his remarks, Yang Dong hung up without waiting for the woman's response, his demeanor as frigid as ice, as if he owed her a debt. He washed his hands and exited the restroom. Su Muyun was left in a daze, unable to process the encounter for an extended moment. By the time she regained her composure, Yang Dong had already ended the call, leaving a flicker of irritation and even indignation on her otherwise impassive face. When had she ever been hung up on? What man dared to treat her in such a manner? Yang Dong from the General Office of the Lingyun Municipal Government, I will remember you, she seethed through clenched teeth, angrily tossing her phone onto the sofa. Yet, moments later, a smile crept onto her lips. How amusing, a mere insignificant insect dares to speak to me in such a tone. She picked up her phone once more and dialed a number. Among those on loan to the Lingyun Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, there is one named Yang Dong. Su Yincai wishes to expel him, and you must ensure he remains. Moreover, facilitate his involvement in the Yin Taijun case, if the opportunity arises. Are you going to report this to my father? Hold off on that, get this matter resolved first. Su Muyun set down the phone and reclined on the sofa, revealing her long, slender legs, a sight to behold. As Yang Dong returned to the corridor, he observed Jiang Hu and Luo Jin conversing with two staff members from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. This is Yang Dong. Luo Jin announced as he spotted Yang Dong emerging from the restroom, addressing the two officials. Instantly, both officials turned their attention to Yang Dong, one of the men stating, "You are Yang Dong, come with us." Yang Dong did not delve into the reasons but followed closely behind the two. Before long, they arrived at the door of the Secretary General's office. Go on in. Yang Dong knocked before entering. Old Ling, this is Yang Dong, Su Yincai said, seated on the sofa and smoking a cigarette. Upon Yang Dong's entrance, he cast a cold glance in his direction before speaking to the Secretary General. Ling Jinting, the Secretary General of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, also served as the office director and was a member of the commission. In his 50s, with graying hair and a slight paunch, he bore a dark mole at the corner of his mouth. Ling Jinting lifted his gaze to Yang Dong and spoke in a flat tone, "Hand me your transfer letter." Yang Dong felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He had placed too much trust in the regulations. However, sometimes, regulations could be disregarded at the whim of those in power. Su Yincai, being the Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission and a member, could easily persuade Ling Jinting to dismiss a transferred staff member. Yang Dong felt regretful. If he could not remain in the investigation team, he would lose any chance to engage with Secretary Yin. Yet, he had no control over these matters. Faced with a group of leaders from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, he, a mere junior staff member, felt insignificant. Silently, he withdrew the transfer letter from his pocket. This notification, freshly issued by the Commission's office, was about to be rescinded. Su Yincai wore an expression of nonchalance, barely glancing at Yang Dong, as if a trivial character like him could stir no significant waves. He intended to completely sever Yin Taijun's path to survival. Old Ling, the transfer was decided by the secretary. It would be inappropriate for us to alter it. Just then, a figure entered without knocking, interrupting the proceedings. Upon entering, he immediately stated this. Ling Jinting, who had been about to discard the transfer letter into the trash, halted in his tracks and turned toward the newcomer. Wei Chonghu, the executive deputy secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, not only held that position but also served as the director of the Supervision Bureau, overseeing the daily operations of the commission and fully responsible for the bureau's work, holding a deputy department-level status. Within the commission, aside from the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, Guan Mushin, Wei Chonghu was the true second-in-command. Upon his arrival, both Su Yunkai and Ling Jinting rose to greet him. Secretary Wei. Wei Chonghu nodded and continued addressing Ling Jinting. The investigation team was established following directives from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, and the list of transferred personnel was personally overseen by Secretary Guan. You and I should not meddle casually in this matter. After all, Secretary Guan has just arrived. If we arbitrarily dispose of his chosen personnel, how do you think he would perceive that? Old Su, what do you think? As Wei Chonghu spoke, he cast a glance at Su Yunkai. Su Yunkai hurriedly nodded, smiling. Indeed, Secretary Wei is correct. He dared not confront the executive deputy secretary but still felt reluctant, stating, however, Yang Dong's loud behavior in the corridor has created a negative impression, showing contempt for our Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. There must be some consequence for this, right? He remained unyielding, determined to expel Yang Dong. Old Su, let's not escalate this unnecessarily. We must show some leniency towards the younger colleagues. Wei Chonghu waved his hand, dismissing Su Yunkai's concerns, and pointed at Yang Dong, saying, You come with me. With that, Wei Chonghu turned and walked away. Chapter 14, Group 10, led by Yang Dong, followed Wei Chonghu around several offices until they arrived at the office of the Executive Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection. Upon entering, Wei Chonghu poured a glass of water for Yang Dong and placed it on the desk. Please, take a seat. Wei Chonghu smiled, then settled into his chair. Secretary Wei, I prefer to stand, Yang Dong replied. The invitation to sit was contingent upon one standing. If it had been a familiar figure, such as Secretary Yin Taijun, he would have gladly accepted. However, given his unfamiliarity with Wei Chonghu, he refrained, wary of appearing disrespectful to a superior. Moreover, who could ascertain Wei Chonghu's true intentions? Wei Chonghu chuckled softly, fully aware of Yang Dong's caution. This young man was indeed intriguing. Once you join the investigation team, what are your plans? Wei Chonghu's expression shifted to one of gravity as he inquired. Yang Dong, feeling uncertain about the underlying meaning of the question, provided a standard response. I will obey the directives of my superiors, adhere to the regulations of the Commission for Discipline Inspection, and diligently fulfill my responsibilities. There is no need for such bureaucratic rhetoric. Since you've made the call, you need not be so reserved with me, Wei Chonghu remarked, noting Yang Dong's continued caution and lack of trust. Thus, he opted to be more explicit. I will ensure that our investigation team performs its duties thoroughly, ensuring that no wrongdoer escapes justice while no innocent person is wronged. Yang Dong reiterated his commitment, still maintaining a meticulous and impenetrable demeanor. Yet, Wei Chonghu grasped the deeper implications of Yang Dong's words. Who exactly constitutes an innocent person? Very well, Wei Chonghu replied. Do not carry any psychological burdens, simply act as you see fit. Upon exiting my office, take a left to conference room 310. Report there. After issuing these instructions, he gestured towards the water on the table. Please drink the water, let us not waste our resources. At this, Yang Dong smiled, picked up the paper cup, and drank the water, as he had indeed been a bit parched. After finishing, he discarded the cup. Noticing that Wei Chonghu's teacup was empty, he took the initiative to refill it from the thermos and placed it back on the desk. Then, looking up, he spoke, Sir, I would like the opportunity to take charge of certain special cases. With that, Yang Dong turned to leave. Wei Chonghu looked up, first at the filled teacup, then reflected on Yang Dong's words, a faint smile gracing his lips. Old Yin, you have unearthed a promising talent, risking much in the process. It was a pity that this young man was discovered by Yin Taijun. Otherwise, he would have considered assigning Yang Dong directly to the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection as a liaison. After a moment's thought, he picked up the phone on the desk and dialed several numbers. Add Yang Dong's name as the leader of the investigation team from the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection. Emerging from Wei Chonghu's office, Yang Dong followed his instructions and arrived at conference room 310. Standing at the entrance, he observed several rows of individuals already seated within. Among them were Luo Jin and Jiang Hu. Noticing that the leaders had yet to arrive, he quickly walked to the back row of the conference room and took a seat, conveniently next to Jiang Hu from the Municipal Public Security Bureau. "Yang Dong, are you all right?" Jiang Hu whispered as he spotted Yang Dong entering. Yang Dong nodded and smiled kindly. "I'm fine now." That's a relief, Jiang Hu exhaled, feeling reassured. Had Yang Dong been expelled from the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection, Jiang Hu would have felt a sense of guilt. "Silence, please." At that moment, several figures appeared at the front podium, all leaders from the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection. Instantly, the conference room fell silent. "Now that everyone is present, we shall commence the meeting." In response to the list of suspected illegal and disciplinary officials from Lingyun City provided by the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection takes this matter very seriously and has established an investigation team effective immediately. At this time, I request that you all submit your personal mobile phones. During the investigation, we will uniformly use the contact phones distributed by the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection. You are prohibited from leaving without authorization during the investigation, and any situation must be promptly reported to the investigation team. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Tongzhou, the director of the First Discipline Inspection and Supervision Room of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection. This is Lu Shan, the director of the Case Review Room of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection. From this day forth, we will be the deputy leaders of the investigation team. Please hand in your personal mobile phones, and you will be accommodated in the hotel arranged by the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection, where you are also prohibited from leaving without permission. Su Tongzhou's voice was serious as he scanned the faces of each investigation team member present. Immediately, staff members from the commission began to collect phones one by one. When they reached Yang Dong, he surrendered his phone but took the precaution of deleting his call history with Su Muyun beforehand. In no time, all phones were collected, and the staff distributed the contact phones from the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection, which contained only the phone numbers of the two deputy leaders and the members of the investigation team, devoid of any other call records. The investigation team is divided into 10 groups, each consisting of 5 members, with one group leader appointed. I will now announce the names of the 10 groups and their respective leaders. Group 1, led by Lianqing, members include Group 2, Group 3, Group 9, led by Luo Jin, members include Chen Bingzhen, Lu Yin, Du Sheng, Jin Yun, and Jing Linghai. Group 10, led by Yang Dong, members include Jiang Hu, Lu Yike, Ho Donglai, and Ho Shuangquan. The following is the composition of the 10 groups within the investigation team. If anyone has any objections, please voice them now to avoid any hindrances once we commence formal duties. Su Tongzhou stated with a stern expression, addressing the 50 members of the investigation team present. If anyone was dissatisfied with a group leader's appointment, now was the time to raise their concerns. I have an objection. As expected, issues arose concerning the appointment of group leaders, although this was not a conventional personnel appointment, merely a temporary assignment within the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection's investigation team, which would disband upon the completion of their task. The authority of being a group leader still carried significant weight. Naturally, some were discontented, confused, or resistant, which was entirely normal. Speak. Su Tongzhou directed his attention to the individual who had stood up, nodding for the person to elaborate. The individual appeared to be in his 30s, dressed rather conservatively, resembling a middle-aged man in his 40s. Being within the system, many tended to adopt a more mature appearance. However, in his case, it came off as somewhat pretentious, rendering him rather juvenile. Director Su, I am Ho Donglai from the Municipal Procuratorate. As a deputy section chief, my rank should remain unchanged even if I am seconded to the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection. Upon reviewing the group leaders, it appears that the other groups are predominantly led by individuals of deputy section chief or even section chief rank. Why, then, is our group led by someone who is not even a deputy section chief? I find this unacceptable. With Ho Donglai's outburst, all eyes involuntarily turned to Yang Dong, the leader of Group 10, while Ho Donglai, as a member of the group, held a deputy section chief rank. It was only natural for discontent to simmer when one's leader was of a lower rank. Ho Donglai, the selection of the group leader is a comprehensive consideration made by the leadership. On what grounds do you challenge this? Jiang Hu sprang up, his face flushed with indignation as he glared at Ho Donglai. This action was clearly a deliberate affront to Yang Dong, expressing disdain for his lower rank. However, Jiang Hu respected Yang Dong for his integrity and willingness to uphold justice in the face of authority. Yang Dong was taken aback by Jiang Hu's defense, as he had not yet spoken when Jiang Hu stood up in anger. Ho Donglai, this is not your concern, Ho Donglai retorted, his expression darkening upon realizing Jiang Hu was advocating for Yang Dong. It was evident he recognized Jiang Hu, a well-known figure within the public security and judicial system, notorious for irritating superiors yet admired for his moral stance. Ho Donglai, we can address internal group matters within the group itself. There is no need to raise them here. Leaders, I assure you I can resolve any internal issues within the group, so please do not worry. Yang Dong stood up and addressed the two deputy leaders, Su Tongzhou and Lu Shan. His casual assurance instilled a sense of confidence in both Su Tongzhou and Lu Shan, who were visibly pleased. However, they also harbored doubts regarding the rationale behind the leadership's decision to appoint Yang Dong as group leader, given his limited experience and rank. Yet, they could only fulfill the directives given to them. They were even prepared to remove Ho Donglai from the investigation team should he persist in his objections. Very well, the meeting is adjourned. Everyone, follow me to the minibus. We will proceed to the hotel for our accommodations. Chapter 15. Grasping Ho Donglai, at 6 o'clock in the evening, at the entrance of the hotel arranged by the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection, Yang Dong and his companions disembarked from the minibus in succession, queuing to enter. They first proceeded to check in. Each group was assigned a room containing 5 beds, perfectly accommodating the 5 members. However, should there be female colleagues within the group, the women would be separated and placed together in another room. In Yang Dong's group, there was indeed a female member, Lu Yike. Consequently, he, accompanied by 3 male team members, made their way to room 210 of the hotel. This room, spanning over 50 square meters, contained 5 beds, and was not overly cramped. The environment was quite satisfactory. Yet, upon entering the room, Ho Donglai, who had been seconded from the municipal procuratorate, threw his bag onto the bed with a grim expression and turned to Yang Dong, berating him. Yang, by what right do you assume the role of team leader? I, Ho Donglai, have served in the procuratorate for 8 years, currently holding the position of deputy section chief. Among the 5 of us, I hold the highest rank, and logically, I should be the one leading this team. What gives you the right to claim such a position? Xuanquan, do you not agree with this reasoning? After venting his frustration, he cast a glance at Ho Xuanquan. Both he and Ho Xuanquan had been seconded from the municipal procuratorate, where they were referred to as the Two House, though they were not related. Donglai, it's merely a temporary appointment as team leader, not an actual leadership role. Let it go. Ho Xuanquan, who was quite rotund and resembled a Maitreya Buddha, squinted as he spoke, with only a narrow slit of his eyes visible. His words, seemingly aimed at alleviating Yang Dong's predicament, were in fact a veiled mockery, suggesting that the team leader was inconsequential. Once the task was completed, Yang Dong would still be an ordinary staff member, while Ho Donglai would remain a deputy section chief. Indeed, just a trivial team leader, I wouldn't even covet such a title. Ho Donglai sneered coldly and then turned to sit on the bed, removing his shoes, which instantly filled the relying on his seniority to create trouble. Who do you think you are? I refuse to. Bang. Get out. Yang Dong seized Ho Donglai by the collar, forcefully dragging him out. Ho Donglai had no time to react before Yang Dong yanked him outside. Yang Dong, Ho Xuanquan was taken aback, shocked that Yang Dong had resorted to such roughness. He immediately stepped forward to intervene. Ho Xuanquan, this is none of your business. Jiang Hu, with a broad frame and dark complexion, stepped in with a smile, blocking Ho Xuanquan. Ho Xuanquan looked at Jiang Hu, swallowing hard, and did not dare to speak, obediently sitting back down. Yang Dong, let go of me, what do you intend to do? Ho Donglai's face flushed with anger, feeling like a dog being dragged by Yang Dong. Especially in the corridor, where other members of the investigation team, yet to enter the room, were watching. He felt utterly humiliated. Go inside. Yang Dong kicked Ho Donglai in the rear, sending him into the men's restroom. Then, with a loud bang, he locked the restroom door behind him. Could something happen? What's the background of the leader of Team 10, why is he so aggressive? Don't you know, he is the Yang Dong who heroically rescued a damsel at the Xianjiang KTV yesterday, even offending. That's him, no wonder he sounds so familiar. Ho Donglai is bringing this upon himself by showing him such disrespect. The members from other teams in the corridor began to whisper, their curiosity piqued about what might transpire. Would there be a brawl? Inside the restroom, Yang Dong coldly regarded Ho Donglai, the deputy section chief from the municipal procuratorate. Yang Dong, what are you going to do? I warn you, violence is against the law. I'm from the procuratorate. I understand the law, let me tell you. Ho Donglai, initially furious, felt a tremor of fear upon seeing Yang Dong's expression. Ho Donglai, are you dissatisfied with me? Yang Dong's face was icy, his tone even colder as he directly inquired. Ho Donglai took a step back, grasping the faucet on the sink. Yes, I am not satisfied with you. He bravely lifted his head to glare at Yang Dong. He had already resolved that if Yang Dong dared to strike him, he would scream. That would certainly tarnish Yang Dong's reputation. He did not believe that the leaders of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection would appoint a violent man as the team leader. Very well, you may not be satisfied with me. Yang Dong, unable to suppress a laugh, observed Ho Donglai's response. Just as Ho Donglai thought Yang Dong was about to attack, he saw Yang Dong suddenly lift his head, fixing a piercing gaze upon him, causing Ho Donglai to feel a twinge of panic. Do you know Huang Xiaozui? At this inquiry, Ho Donglai's eyes widened, his heart racing. What Huang Xiaozui? I do not know her. He stammered, his words betraying his anxiety. Yang Dong's question had shattered his composure. Yang Dong continued with a cold smirk. Huang Xiaozui, a recent university graduate, has been involved with a deputy section chief from the municipal procuratorate, and she is pregnant. That child should be at least a year old by now, right? You are the leader of the 10th investigation team, and I, Ho Donglai, am a team member. I will absolutely follow your instructions. You point east, and I shall not venture west. Ho Donglai smiled obsequiously, slightly bowing to Yang Dong, though fear lurked in his eyes. This matter was known only to him and his parents, and now Yang Dong was aware. However, now was not the time to ponder how Yang Dong knew. He must ensure Yang Dong did not disclose this, especially to his wife. His position in the municipal procuratorate was entirely dependent on his wife's family. His father-in-law was a former deputy chief procurator who, although retired for several years, still possessed some influence. If his wife were to find out and spoke to her family in anger, Ho Donglai would immediately be expelled from the municipal procuratorate. Isn't it true, Comrade Ho Donglai, that you were just not satisfied with my leadership? Yang Dong continued to feign surprise, his expression one of complete bewilderment. Perhaps it would be better to let it go, no need to force it. With that, he turned to leave once more. Hey, I'm not forcing it. I was just joking with you. Team leader Yang, you are the leader, and I will absolutely comply. Ho Donglai was on the verge of tears. If this matter escalated, he would not survive. How did Yang Dong come by this information? Yang Dong inwardly scoffed. This Ho Donglai, after a few years and upon being promoted to full section chief, would undoubtedly become a thoroughly corrupt individual. Though his rank was not high, his embezzlement and bribery were substantial. Yang Dong recalled how the incident involving Ho Donglai had erupted in his previous life, triggered by this woman and the child born out of wedlock, discovered by his wife, leading to a scandal that attracted the attention of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection. Ultimately, investigations revealed that since Ho Donglai had assumed the position of section chief, he had aided numerous wrongdoers and had interfered in court hearings and case reviews. Over the years, he had illicitly amassed over 8 million yuan. A mere section chief from the municipal procuratorate had engaged in such rampant corruption. It could be said that this Ho Donglai was a disgrace. He might already be mired in a quagmire of corruption, and should he be investigated, significant issues would undoubtedly surface. Ironically, at this moment, Ho Donglai had been seconded to the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection's investigation team, becoming an investigator of others. Are you truly complying? Yang Dong asked with a cold smirk. Ho Donglai nodded vigorously, sweat pouring down his face. I truly comply. Then all is well, there is nothing to worry about. Let us go out, we shouldn't delay others from using the restroom. Seeing that Ho Donglai was genuinely frightened, Yang Dong ceased to elaborate further and pushed open the door to exit. Ho Donglai immediately followed, virtually scampering behind him. Team leader, watch your step. Team leader, allow me to open the door. I will. After you, please. At this moment, Ho Donglai was exceedingly obsequious, making it seem as though Yang Dong were a high-ranking official. This spectacle left all the onlookers in the corridor utterly astonished, gazing at one another in bewilderment, unsure of what had transpired. Wasn't he just defying Yang Dong? What was happening? There had been no sounds of a scuffle from the restroom, yet Ho Donglai had so readily capitulated. Chapter 16, Task Allocation. At precisely 7 o'clock in the evening, all members of the investigative team gathered in the conference room on the 3rd floor of the hotel. The atmosphere was tense as everyone sat solemnly, their gazes fixed upon the leaders of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission seated at the podium. Beside Yang Dong, Ho Donglai sat closely, frequently glancing at him, consumed by a sense of trepidation and anxiety. Jiang, who felt a wave of discomfort and nausea, although he was unaware of the specifics, he noted that since their return, Ho Donglai had been sycophantically ingratiating himself with Yang Dong. When he inquired about the situation, Yang Dong remained reticent. His thoughts were soon interrupted by the speech of a leader from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission at the podium. Comrades, according to information gathered by the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, there are a total of 20 suspected violators of laws and regulations in Lingyun City, including 2 department-level municipal officials, 6 deputy department-level officials, and 12 section-level officials. Next, we will allocate specific tasks to each group, announced Su Tongzhou, the deputy leader of the investigation team. Several members of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission promptly descended to distribute the relevant case documents. Each group leader received 2 hefty files, containing information and accusation leads regarding the suspected violators. Over the next 2 months, each group must discreetly verify and investigate the leads. If the accusations hold true, immediate disciplinary measures will be enacted. For those already under investigation, we must swiftly ascertain the facts and ensure the case is brought to a conclusion. If proven to be falsely accused or framed, we must restore their reputations without delay. If violations are confirmed, we will proceed with serious disciplinary action according to protocol, and any illegal activities will be referred to judicial authorities for processing. Comrades, the responsibilities of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission's investigation team are immense. The Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission is closely monitoring our progress, and the Municipal Party Committee is giving it significant attention. Secretary Guan has emphasized the need for rigorous enforcement, leaving no violators unpunished. After the meeting, I expect everyone to analyze the cases thoroughly and focus on gathering evidence. Should you require anything, feel free to approach me or Deputy Leader Lu Shan directly. I have arranged a celebratory banquet for 2 months from now, and I hope you all can successfully complete your tasks, returning only after we have celebrated. Alright, the meeting is adjourned. Su Tongzhou exuded an air of decisiveness. He wasted no time with lengthy speeches and concluded the meeting in under 10 minutes. Perhaps this was the hallmark of a director from the first Discipline Inspection Office. Yang Dong grasped the substantial pile of materials and turned to exit. On his way, he encountered Luo Jin, the leader of the 9th group. Leader Yang, which 2 individuals is your 10th group responsible for? Luo Jin inquired with a broad smile. Yang Dong replied, both are formidable cases. What about you, Leader Luo? Which 2 are under your purview? He countered nonchalantly. Equally challenging cases, Luo Jin sighed, a hint of worry crossing his face. The 2 exchanged knowing glances, each harboring their own secrets as they smiled. Good luck, Comrade Luo. And to you as well, Comrade Yang. Yang Dong returned to his room with his 4 team members. Leader, who are we investigating? Lu Yike asked, her excitement palpable. She was strikingly beautiful, with fair skin and a height of nearly 1.7 meters, making her exceptionally tall among women. At first glance, one would hardly suspect she was a member of the Discipline Inspection Commission. However, she was indeed a dedicated investigator in the first Discipline Inspection Office of the Municipal Commission, boasting an impressive track record of bringing down numerous deputy and section-level officials. In Yang Dong's group, Lu Yike was the only genuine member of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Ho Donglai and Ho Shuangchuan hailed from the Municipal Procuratorate, while Jiang Hu was from the Economic Investigation Division of the Public Security Bureau. Yang Dong himself was from the Comprehensive Department of the Municipal Government Office, thus, he often relied on Lu Yike's expertise. Yike, our 10th group is responsible for 2 department-level officials. Yang Dong said gravely, signaling to the other 3 members. Ho Donglai inhaled sharply, feeling dizzy at the thought. Department-level leaders, their 10th group was tasked with investigating 2 department-level officials. Wasn't that courting danger? Investigating section-level officials might have been manageable, given their position within the Discipline Enforcement Department, but department-level officials? The prospect was daunting. What could 5 mere individuals achieve against such formidable figures? The pressure and obstacles they would face were beyond imagining. It seems to be Secretary Yin Taijun and Director Gu Santong from the Education Bureau. Lu Yike's expression turned serious immediately. As an insider, she was well aware of the situation. The only suspected department-level officials embroiled in misconduct were indeed these 2. She began to suspect whether the higher-ups had intentionally targeted their 10th group. Not only did Lu Yike feel the weight of the task, but the other 3 members also appeared anxious. Only Yang Dong felt a sense of elation. He had finally received the case involving Secretary Yin. Moreover, he was in the position of group leader, allowing him to investigate Secretary Yin with legitimacy. Yike, do you know where Yin Taijun is being held? Yang Dong asked her. She was the only one with insight into the location of the secretary, who had been detained for investigation. Leader, are we starting the investigation now? Lu Yike asked, surprised. Time waits for no one. We are responsible for 2 department-level leaders, and the pressure is immense. We must act decisively. Comrades, it appears that we will need to work tirelessly during this period, Yang Dong said, pressing his hands against the thick file of case documents, signaling to the others. Following the leader's guidance, we will work through the night. Ho Donglai quickly echoed, now closely shadowing Yang Dong, agreeing with everything he said, though he alone knew the reason behind his fear. I'm used to late nights at the Economic Investigation Division. Just prepare some instant noodles for me, and I'll outlast the moon. Jiang Hu said nonchalantly, showing no fear of staying up late. I have no objections. Ho Shuangchuan shook his head, with Ho Donglai having defected to Yang Dong's side, he felt he had no ground to stand on. Leader, to see Yin Taijun, we need to report to the higher-ups and obtain their consent, Lu Yike interjected, glancing at Yang Dong. Yang Dong shook his head, since the investigation team has assigned us this case, it indicates that our 10th group is fully authorized to handle it. No need for reports, we will go directly to see Yin Taijun. Yang Dong checked the time. It was already 20 past 7. To avoid any unnecessary delays, they needed to take control of the Yin Taijun case without further ado, lest they repeat the previous incident where the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission concluded a case in 3 days, operating with astonishing speed to prevent any reaction from the forces supporting Yin Taijun. Alright, he is being held in another hotel, quite far from here. Should we head there now? Lu Yike tentatively asked Yang Dong. Yes, let us go. Yang Dong nodded decisively and stood up to lead the way out. Yang Dong followed closely behind, with Jiang Hu and the 2 Haus trailing in step. Of the 10th group was now on the case. Witnessing this, the other group leaders began to feel a sense of urgency. As group leaders themselves, they were unconcerned about everyone else sleeping, but they feared someone might enjoy special privileges and conduct investigations at night. With the 10th group already out on the case, were they to remain in the hotel and sleep? Damn Yang Dong, damn the 10th group, couldn't they take a night off? Thus, spurred by Yang Dong's 10th group, the other groups promptly initiated their own investigations. When Su Tongzhou and Lu Shan, the 2 deputy leaders of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission's investigation team, prepared to have a heart-to-heart with their comrades, they discovered the 2nd floor of the hotel was entirely deserted. Had it not been for the remaining staff in the Discipline Inspection Office informing them of the truth, they might have assumed everyone had fled. Yang Dong, whose man is he? This was the simultaneous thought in Su Tongzhou and Lu Shan's minds as they analyzed Yang Dong's position. Yang Dong's secondment had been the decision of the newly appointed Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission Secretary Guan Mushin, while his role as the leader of the 10th group had been suggested by the Executive Deputy Secretary Wei Chonghu. It was well known that Guan Mushin and Wei Chonghu were unlikely to see eye to eye. Rumors circulated within the system that Wei Chonghu was a strong candidate for a higher position, perhaps even a member of the Municipal Standing Committee, or Secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Yet, the sudden appointment of Guan Mushin thwarted Wei Chonghu's ambitions, and thus, the two would undoubtedly find themselves embroiled in a battle of wits going forward. Yet, Yang Dong had somehow intertwined their fates. Who exactly was he loyal to? They could not fathom it, nor determine how to approach Yang Dong. But if he were aligned with Wei Chonghu, they would certainly extend him favors, as both were affiliates of Wei Chonghu within the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Conversely, if he were aligned with Guan Mushin, while they would not dare to make things difficult for him, they would also refrain from assisting him, opting instead to remain neutral. Yang Dong remained oblivious to the concerns of deputy leaders Su Tongzhou and Lu Shan, as he followed Lu Yike to a very old hotel located on the outskirts of the city. This was indeed the site where Yin Taijun was being detained. On the first floor of the hotel, room 107. We are from the 10th group of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, here to take over the Yin Taijun case. Lu Yike presented her credentials to the 2 staff members stationed at the door of room 107. Lu Jia, how come you? The 2 staff members were puzzled as to why Lu Yike was now with the investigation team. Enough chatter, just get lost. Lu Yike shot them a fierce glare, causing the 2 young members of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission to turn and flee. Yang Dong gave Lu Yike a thumbs up. She was indeed a renowned female investigator within the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. In the future, Lu Yike would gain considerable fame, having risen from grassroots investigations to eventually serve as the director of the first Discipline Inspection Office of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. With pride swelling in her chest, Lu Yike pushed open the door to room 107 and stepped inside. At that moment, as Yang Dong watched her enter, he felt a rush of tension coursing through him, his blood running cold. An indescribable mix of anxiety and anticipation filled the air. This was the first time he would see Secretary Ian since the incident unfolded. In his previous life, his cowardice had prevented him from making that crucial phone call, which ultimately led to Ian Tae-jun's political demise and his own lost opportunities. Yet now, the butterfly effect had set in motion, the future had shifted. His secondment to the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission's investigation team was irrefutable evidence of that change. From this moment on, his life would be forever. In this lifetime, he resolved to live differently. Taking a deep breath, he opened his eyes, determination etched on his face as he stepped inside. Chapter 17. The long-awaited encounter with Ian Tae-jun. Ian Tae-jun sat wearily at the edge of the bed, his eyes bloodshot and his hair disheveled. He had endured 2 sleepless days and nights, subjected to relentless interrogation by the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Committee, who were determined to force him into a confession of corruption, yet he had no such issues, nor could he ever accept bribes. No matter how he attempted to clarify his stance, the interrogators remained steadfast in their accusation, insisting he was guilty and urging him to confess. He felt on the verge of collapse. If this torment continued, he might suffer a heart attack and perish during the interrogation. The experience of being deprived of sleep for 2 days and nights, not to mention the meager rations of. There were moments when he contemplated surrendering, thinking perhaps it would be best to simply acquiesce and end this suffering. It was evident that this was a scheme orchestrated by his adversaries, and he felt ensnared in a deep pit from which he could not escape. Yet another thought lingered, one that urged him not to give in, to hold on to hope. As long as Xiao Yan could manage to make that phone call, there remained a glimmer of hope for him. He waited, yearning for his ally to intervene and rescue him. Little did Ian Tae-jun know that in his previous life, he had only managed to endure for 3 days before succumbing to despair. 3 days passed without a single soul coming to his aid. Yang Dong did not call, and all his contingency plans failed him. Thus, in that lifetime, he ultimately resigned himself to a false confession. Just as Ian Tae-jun's thoughts spiraled into chaos, he heard the door creak open. A flicker of fear and anguish crossed his face. Another night of relentless questioning awaited him, promising yet another grueling ordeal. The torment he had experienced over these past few days had left him utterly exhausted. With strands of gray hair sprouting in abundance, Yang Dong stepped inside, casting a glance at Ian Tae-jun seated at the bed's edge before surveying the room. Every item associated with self-harm had been removed: teacups, water kettles, and nail clippers. The only drinking vessels were disposable paper cups. Even the windows had been secured, making escape impossible. As for jumping from the building, that was a mere fantasy. Being on the ground floor, he would only risk a sprained ankle. Secretary Ian, how do you feel? Ian Tae-jun had never anticipated hearing such a familiar voice again, a voice that resonated like celestial music. It felt as though his very soul had been reinvigorated. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes widening as he beheld the young man entering through the door. He opened his mouth to call out, but quickly composed himself. Who are you? Ian Tae-jun asked, bewildered as he regarded the group before him. Yang Dong pulled a chair closer and seated himself opposite Ian Tae-jun. I am Yang Dong, currently serving as the head of the 10th team of the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Committee's investigative group, here to converse with you. I ask that you, Comrade Ian Tae-jun, cooperate fully with our investigation. If you are indeed innocent, we will ensure that no injustice befalls our comrades. Rest assured, while the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Committee is newly established, our 10th team is one you can trust. Please, Comrade Ian Tae-jun, feel free to express yourself openly, without reservation. Do you understand? Yang Dong looked at Ian Tae-jun, his heart aching for his former superior. At nearly 40 years of age, Ian Tae-jun appeared to have aged as though he were in his 50s, his temples graying, hair in disarray, face marked by fatigue, and eyes bloodshot. Su Yun-kai was indeed relentless, employing such nocturnal tactics to compel Ian Tae-jun to confess. Yet now, with the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Committee taking over the case, Yang Dong was the sole investigator, operating within the bounds of legality to probe Ian Tae-jun's situation. Even Su Yun-kai, now, would have no opportunity to meddle, regardless of his position as deputy secretary of the committee. Ian Tae-jun regarded Yang Dong, and though only 2 days had elapsed, it felt as if an eternity had passed. Suddenly, Yang Dong appeared exceedingly agreeable, almost like a friend. Moreover, he was taken aback, pondering how someone from the municipal office had managed to ascend to the role of head of the investigative team within the disciplinary committee. Though he was unaware of the specifics, he was certain that Yang Dong must have exerted considerable effort over the past 2 days. A wave of genuine gratitude washed over him. Certainly, this indicated that his backer had intervened on his behalf. Regardless, he felt a renewed sense of hope, a glimmer of light shone through the darkness. Rest assured, Comrade Yang Dong, I will cooperate fully with the investigative team. Ian Tae-jun affirmed, nodding, his voice hoarse. Yang Dong promptly instructed Ho Dong Lai, please pour some water for Secretary Ian. Yes, group leader. Ho Donglai hurriedly approached, grasping a paper cup to fill it with water for In Taijun. Secretary In, please take a drink, Ho Donglai said with a smile, bowing slightly as he offered the cup. Though his character left much to be desired, his political acumen was commendable. From where had Yang Dong been seconded, the municipal office, and who was In Taijun, the secretary of the municipal office? To suggest that the two were unrelated would be implausible. Thus, he understood precisely how to approach In Taijun. Without hesitation, In Taijun seized the paper cup and drank heartily. He had gone 6 hours without water, as Su Yunsai's subordinates had seemingly conspired to leave him parched. Comrade In Taijun, please clarify the source of the 500,000 in cash found in the refrigerator. Yang Dong produced a notepad to record the details. Simultaneously, Liu Yike placed a recording device on the table to document the proceedings. This marked the formal interrogation process, and both Yang Dong and In Taijun were acutely aware of the underlying significance. I have no idea where it came from. I have stated this numerous times, this is a frame-up. In Taijun responded with a calm demeanor, feeling a sense of support with Yang Dong's presence. It was peculiar that a secretary at the municipal level would find solace in Yang Dong's company. Our information indicates that the 500,000 in cash found in the refrigerator originated from your bank account. Is that correct? Yang Dong continued to take notes while questioning In Taijun. He was well aware of the truth behind the matter. Solving the case merely required a single night. However, merely resolving the case would only restore In Taijun's freedom without implicating Su Yunkai. The crux of the matter was not whether In Taijun had committed corruption, it was about Su Yunsai's unscrupulous tactics to undermine In Taijun through vile schemes. Therefore, Yang Dong's objective was twofold. To clear Secretary Yin's name and to ensnare Su Yunkai, ensuring he could not wreak further havoc. Even if he could not bring Su Yunkai down entirely, he aimed to inflict substantial damage. Indeed, while that card is in my name, I have never utilized it. The bank records will confirm this. In Taijun continued to respond to Yang Dong's inquiries with remarkable composure and compliance. This behavior astonished Liu Yike, who had heard from colleagues that In Taijun had been irritable and hostile towards the investigative personnel in recent days. She had anticipated a similar atmosphere during the interrogation tonight, yet she was taken aback by how obedient In Taijun appeared under Yang Dong's questioning. Could this be attributed to Yang Dong's connection to the municipal office? Was In Taijun showing him deference? Little did she know the nuances within the municipal office. The fact that Yang Dong was a trusted ally of In Taijun was known only internally. Yang Dong's low rank meant he had not attracted undue attention. Had he held a more prominent position, the details would have been widely known. How is your housekeeper? Why did she report you for corruption? What kind of conflict exists between you and the housekeeper? Yang Dong continued to record and inquire. In Taijun shook his head in response. There is no conflict. My housekeeper is diligent. Her family circumstances are not ideal. She has a seriously ill spouse and a 7-year-old daughter with congenital heart disease. I took pity on her and ultimately chose her as my housekeeper. I have never scolded her, nor have I wronged her. I hold no grievances against her. In Taijun answered Yang Dong's questions truthfully, revealing information he had previously withheld. This interrogation had yielded significant progress. At the very least, In Taijun was cooperating well, marking a substantial improvement. Thank you, Comrade In Taijun, for your cooperation. Please get a good night's sleep and refrain from overthinking. The organization will not wrong its own members, nor will it show favoritism towards corrupt individuals. Rest well, and if you need anything, just knock on the door. I will be right outside guarding you. Yang Dong stood and handed the case notes to Jiang Hu, entrusting them to his care. His utmost trust lay with Jiang Hu. In Taijun grasped Yang Dong's intent and felt a wave of reassurance. With Yang Dong standing guard outside, any attempts by his adversaries to make underhanded moves would be futile unless they were willing to eliminate Yang Dong. Yet, with Yang Dong holding the title of head of the 10th team of the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Committee, who would dare to act against him? We shall take our leave, allowing Comrade In Taijun to rest properly, Yang Dong gestured, leading a few individuals out of the room. Chapter 18. Withstanding pressure, Yang Dong stepped out of room 107 with a few individuals, dragging a chair to sit at the doorway. Team leader, please go back and rest, I will stand guard. Ho Donglai eagerly displayed his servility, his face a mask of flattery as he gazed at Yang Dong. Deep down, he was seething with a desire to eliminate Yang Dong, yet he harbored a palpable fear of him, terrified that Yang Dong might divulge his secrets to his wife. Such a revelation would spell his doom. Thus, he found himself compelled to ingratiate himself with Yang Dong, ensuring that he would not take such an action. No need, I will keep watch here. Yang Dong shook his head, unwilling to entrust the watch to anyone else. If Su Yunkai sent someone over to meet In Taijun, who could possibly prevent it, who would dare to obstruct? Moreover, Su Yunkai would undoubtedly dispatch someone, he would never relinquish such a prime opportunity. Therefore, it was imperative for him to personally guard the area, ensuring that no one could enter the room. Ho Donglai, I must trouble you tonight, please go guard the window of room 107. Yang Dong turned to Ho Donglai, aware that his request was rather excessive. It was late February, and the climate in northeast China remained frigid, with nighttime temperatures plummeting to minus 10 degrees Celsius. For Ho Donglai to stand guard outside would undoubtedly be a torturous task. Upon hearing Yang Dong's command, Ho Donglai felt an urge to curse him vehemently, damning his ancestors for their lack of virtue. Yet, he dared not refuse, instead forcing a smile and nodding in agreement. Yes, team leader, I will go at once. Xuanquan, you come with me. Ho Xuanquan immediately cursed Ho Donglai in his heart for being a scoundrel. Yang Dong was clearly setting him up, and yet Ho Donglai dragged him along as a shield. Xuanquan doesn't need to go, he can head to the supermarket to buy instant noodles. Yang Dong intervened, providing an escape for Ho Xuanquan. Relieved, Ho Xuanquan nodded gratefully at Yang Dong. All right, team leader, I will go buy them now. Without a glance at Ho Donglai's expression, he promptly exited. Ho Donglai could only trudge out of the hotel alone, heading to guard beneath the window of room 107. Jiang Hu, I have a task for you. It is crucial. You are from the Economic Investigation Division of the Public Security Bureau, so you must have some understanding of the banking system. I will provide you with a lead. You must verify it. After verification, keep it discreet and inform me of the results quietly. Yang Dong turned to Jiang Hu, his expression grave. He trusted Jiang Hu, thus assigning him an important task that concerned In Taijun's innocence. If this lead were clarified, the allegations of In Taijun embezzling 500,000 would be swiftly resolved. You may proceed. Jiang Hu nodded seriously, awaiting Yang Dong's words. Instead of speaking, Yang Dong took out paper and pen, swiftly writing a few characters before handing it to Jiang Hu. Remember, the results of your investigation must remain confidential. He reiterated, and Jiang Hu nodded in understanding. I understand, shall I go now? Wait until tomorrow. The banks have long since closed. Yang Dong shook his head, it was too late for any inquiries. No worries, I have my ways. Jiang Hu grinned confidently. As an officer from the Economic Investigation Division, he certainly had his methods, especially when it came to economic cases that often required dealings with banks. All right, be mindful of keeping warm and safe. If anything arises, call me to report. Yang Dong nodded, giving Jiang Hu's shoulder a reassuring pat. Soon after, Jiang Hu left the hotel. In the corridor, only Yang Dong and Lu Yike remained, a man and a woman. However, there was no awkward tension between them, both wore serious expressions. Team leader, have you made any discoveries? Lu Yike inquired, her brow furrowed. She found it peculiar that Yang Dong had only interrogated In Taijun briefly for less than 10 minutes. Could he have already uncovered something? If so, that would be alarming, almost more so than she herself, who was akin to the city's disciplinary inspection committee. There are 3 points of suspicion in the In Taijun case. First, if you were In Taijun, a cadre at the department level, would you display your embezzled funds so blatantly in your home refrigerator? Second, would you expose incriminating evidence before your own maid? Such matters are known even to ordinary individuals, let alone a leader like In Taijun. Would he not be aware? Third and most crucially, would one use their own bank account for corrupt funds? Is it not as though one is inviting the city's disciplinary inspection committee to notice their corruption? Given these 3 straightforward points of suspicion, why do you suppose the investigation personnel from the city's disciplinary inspection committee chose to overlook them? Yang Dong concluded, narrowing his eyes as he regarded her with a bemused expression. Lu Yike, upon hearing Yang Dong's assertions, began to connect the dots. Indeed, such simple points of suspicion. Why she suddenly fell silent, her thoughts racing. She was no political novice. She understood that this case extended far beyond mere embezzlement. To her astonishment, she realized she had become embroiled in a broader struggle. So, what exactly are you asking Jiang Hu to investigate? Lu Yike inquired, her curiosity piqued regarding Yang Dong's investigative approach and methods. To investigate, that must remain confidential until the time is right. Yang Dong was about to respond when he caught himself, offering Lu Yike an apologetic smile. This matter required discretion until the truth was unveiled. Virtue, Lu Yike shot Yang Dong a glare, irritated by his air of mystery. Even if he refused to divulge information, she would eventually piece it together. She pondered deeply, contemplating what Jiang Hu might be investigating. Tap, 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 is someone approaching? Lu Yike was startled, her keen hearing detecting the sound of polished shoes echoing against the floor as they drew nearer. Yang Dong remained silent, having already spotted several individuals entering the hotel. These figures were clad in black jackets, sporting national emblems on their chests. The leader, a man in his 50s, was unremarkable in appearance and stood around 1.70 meters tall. Upon seeing him, Lu Yike immediately stepped forward to greet him. Director Wu. Director Wu appeared taken aback upon spotting Lu Yike, then broke into a warm smile. It's you, little Lu. Still on duty at this late hour? Yes, our 10th team is responsible for interrogating Yin Taijun, Lu Yike affirmed, nodding in response. Upon hearing Yin Taijun's name, Director Wu's expression shifted slightly, and he nodded. It's rather late. You should head back now. And you, young comrade, it's getting late, you ought to return and rest. The investigation has been ongoing for 2 months, there's no need to rush. He then turned his attention to Yang Dong, his face still smiling. However, Yang Dong did not recognize this man. He had no recollections of him from his previous life, thus, it seemed this individual had not achieved significant advancement thereafter. Yang Dong, this is Director Wu, the head of the Cadre Supervision Office at the City's Disciplinary Inspection Committee. Lu Yike quickly gestured to Yang Dong, introducing him to Director Wu. Upon hearing the name, Yang Dong finally recalled Wu Sankai, the head of the Cadre Supervision Office at the City's Disciplinary Inspection Committee, yet, simultaneously, he felt an increased sense of caution. Su Yunkai, along with Wu Sankai, had been among those who conspired against Secretary Yin in his previous life. They had collaborated to fabricate charges against Yin Taijun. Good evening, Director Wu. I am currently on duty and will not be returning tonight. Thank you for your concern. Yang Dong addressed Wu Sankai, politely declining the latter's suggestion to return and rest. Wu Sankai's expression darkened slightly, yet he continued with a smile. Health is the foundation of revolution. All of us at the City's Disciplinary Inspection Committee must prioritize our well-being. Young comrade, do consider going back to rest. Lu Yike glanced at Yang Dong, her eyes filled with concern. She had already surmised Wu Sankai's intentions for being there. Could Yang Dong withstand the pressure? The disparity between the two was vast. Wu Sankai was the head of the Cadre Supervision Office, an experienced member of the City's Disciplinary Inspection Committee, a seasoned official. Meanwhile, Yang Dong was merely an imposter, seconded to the committee without any standing. Could he withstand such pressure? Yang Dong quickly grasped Wu Sankai's intentions. If he returned, Wu would assuredly seek out Secretary Yin. The outcome would affect Secretary Yin's political future as well as his own. There could be no retreat. He could not yield even an inch. Director Wu, I am the leader of the 10th investigation team. I have the authority to arrange my own work schedule. I sincerely appreciate your concern and care, but it is getting late, and I suggest you return to rest. Yang Dong resolutely shook his head, enduring the pressure exerted by Wu Sankai. Wu Sankai's demeanor immediately darkened, and he clasped his hands behind his back, falling silent. Meanwhile, a relatively young disciplinary inspection officer stepped forward, pointing at Yang Dong and scolding, "You, Yang, don't push your... Hurry back. Do you dare ignore Director Wu's words?" Yang Dong glared at the young officer, his voice cold and authoritative. Are you attempting to threaten a member of the City's Disciplinary Inspection Committee? What do you intend to do? Are you trying to interfere with the investigation? The young officer's face flushed with anger. Such an accusation was a weight he could not bear. You little punk, enraged, he clenched his fists, ready to strike. Enough, Hongyu, come back. Wu Sankai raised his hand, halting him. He regarded Yang Dong with a peculiar smile. Not bad, young man, please continue your work. With that, he turned and swiftly exited, followed by the other disciplinary inspection personnel. The officer named Hongyu shot Yang Dong a menacing glare, threatening, "You'd better watch yourself." Lu Yike approached Yang Dong, informing him, his name is Ji Hongyu, the deputy section chief of the comprehensive office at the City's Disciplinary Inspection Committee. He is also the nephew of Secretary Ling Jinting of the City's Disciplinary Inspection Committee. You sigh, Lu Yike concluded with a deep sigh. Chapter 19. Su Yunkai makes his move. As Wu Sankai emerged from the hotel where Yin Taijun was detained, he addressed the few individuals beside him, saying, "It is getting late, you all should head back." Wu Director, we shall take our leave then. Do take care to rest early. The group, clearly exhausted, departed promptly, for this hotel was not only housing Yin Taijun but also other officials under double regulation. Having endured a long vigil, they hastened away upon receiving Wu Sankai's directive. With a grim expression, Ji Hongyu turned to Wu Sankai and remarked, "Wu Director, I harbor an aversion towards this Yang Dong. Uphold your principles. He is a commendable comrade. What is the basis of your dislike?" Wu Sankai inquired with a smile. Ji Hongyu shook his head gloomily. I just dislike him, his presence irritates me. Ah, the whims of first impressions can indeed be peculiar. There are those whom one meets. You should return to rest, Wu Sankai concluded with a wave of his hand. Wu director, I will discuss this matter with my uncle. It would be best to send this young dong back. Ji Hongyu, stifling his frustration, turned to leave. Wu Sankai watched Ji Hongyu's car pull away, a smirk of mockery playing upon his lips. Just a petty lad in his 20s, holding a deputy position, riding on the coattails of a well-connected uncle. What a shame he possesses such a meager political acumen and intellect, haha. Wu Sankai sneered, finding disdain for Ji Hongyu, who had risen through the ranks by nepotism. That he had intentionally stoked the flames, aiming to utilize Ji Hongyu to leverage his uncle, Secretary General Ling Jinting, to orchestrate Yang Dong's removal. Without Yang Dong's departure, Yin Tiejuan's case could not progress. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. After a brief pause, the call connected. Secretary Su, that young man Yang Dong is particularly vigilant. I was unable to gain entry. Wu Sankai reported in a low tone. What, you cannot handle a mere transferee? Su Yansai's voice on the other end was filled with incredulity and confusion. He had assumed that with Wu Sansai's involvement, the young man would surely be no match. Though he appears youthful, he is quite shrewd and adept at framing accusations. He questioned us about interfering with the investigation, insinuating that we were threatening the city's disciplinary inspection team. Once he casts such aspersions, it becomes difficult for me to intervene without exacerbating the situation. Wu Sankai expressed his frustration. Typically, he was the one casting blame, but now it was Yang Dong who had turned the tables. This young man is quite enigmatic, and I still do not grasp his true affiliations. Su Yunkai nodded in agreement, finding merit in Wu Sansai's words. Logically speaking, he was personally assigned by Secretary Guan and should be considered one of his own. However, Secretary Wei intervened, first preserving Yang Dong's status as a transferee and subsequently appointing him as the head of the 10th group. This has left me in a quandary. Who exactly is he aligned with? What powerful backing does he possess? Moreover, given his ties to the municipal office, I suspect he may be connected to Yin Taijun. Wu Sankai continued. Su Yunkai spoke coldly, regardless of the circumstances, we must remove this obstructive Yang Dong. Otherwise, if Yin Taijun clears his name, our future will be bleak. After all, he is the municipal secretary, wielding considerable power. The ashtray in Su Yunsai's study overflowed with cigarette butts, and the air was thick with smoke. He had contemplated for an extended period how to devise a strategy to eliminate Yang Dong, yet no clear solution had emerged. Secretary Su, could we not enlist assistance from the municipal office? Wu Sankai suddenly had a flash of inspiration and promptly articulated his idea. Oh? I am all ears, Su Yunkai said, intrigued and eager to hear Wu Sankai's stratagem. This old fox reveled in cunning plots. The entire debacle surrounding Yin Taijun, accused of embezzling 500,000, had been orchestrated by Wu Sankai himself, meticulously arranged with fabricated evidence. Secretary Su, what if we leverage Tian Guanghan, the deputy secretary of the municipal office? Wu Sankai grinned, subtly nudging the idea forward. Su Yunkai immediately seized upon this notion, allowing his thoughts to expand. You clever old fox, you truly possess talent. This Tian must be utilized. Once Yin Taijun falls, he stands to gain the most. As a seasoned official in his 50s, he longed for advancement. If he remained stuck, this life would continue without change. Recently, our 3rd disciplinary inspection room's director, Oldley, is set to retire, and I plan to recommend you for the position. The directors of the 1st to 5th disciplinary inspection rooms within our municipal committee are all at the deputy department level. Old Wu, put forth your best efforts. Once this matter is resolved, you shall reap the benefits. Su Yunkai's words were a blatant indication of the rewards awaiting Wu Sankai should he succeed in solidifying the case against Yin Taijun. Rest assured, there will be no missteps. At worst, I could hire someone to give Yang Dong a beating, ensuring he spends 10 days or so in the hospital. Wu Sankai steeled himself, determined to secure the deputy department level. Upon hearing a familiar voice, he instantly recalled, Secretary Su, what instructions do you have for me? Though he referred to Su Yunkai as leader, it was not inappropriate. Su Yunkai was indeed a deputy secretary at the Municipal Disciplinary Committee, while Tian Guanghan held the position of deputy secretary at the municipal office. Of course, they belonged to different entities, one at the disciplinary committee and the other at the government, so the question of hierarchy was moot. They merely exchanged pleasantries. Old Tian, let us drop the formalities. My potential appointment as deputy mayor may face complications. If I do not become deputy mayor, I cannot be considered your superior. Su Yunkai sighed, his tone laden with concern. Tian Guanghan's heart tightened, instantly growing anxious. Did he care whether Su Yunkai became deputy mayor? Not in the least. What he truly cared about was whether he could ascend to the position of municipal secretary. Su Yunkai's underlying implication was clear. If he failed to become deputy mayor, Tian Guanghan would also be denied the secretary role. In Taijun's resurgence could thwart both their prospects. Understanding this implication, Tian Guanghan's anxiety intensified. Secretary Su, what is going on? Su Yunkai sighed again. We have encountered difficulties with the In Taijun case. You are aware that the Municipal Disciplinary Committee has established an investigation team, correct? And the 10th group has taken charge of the In Taijun case. This development effectively precludes my involvement. Su Yunkai's words sent a chill through Tian Guanghan. Does the 10th group have such broad authority? Tian Guanghan pressed further, as his future hinged on the answer. Oh, by the way, old Tian, is there a Yang Dong from your municipal office who has been assigned to our disciplinary committee? Su Yunkai's tone shifted, introducing a twist. Yang Dong? Why do you mention him? Tian Guanghan was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the inquiry. Do not dwell on it. This Yang Dong from your municipal office is presently the head of the 10th group. This young man is indeed a stubborn mule, staunchly adhering to principles, and does not comprehend flexibility. My people cannot even meet with In Taijun. I harbor no ulterior motives, do not read too much into it. I merely believe that Yang Dong's earnest work ethic would be wasted if he were not returned to your municipal office. Old Tian, I have matters to attend to. We shall speak later. With that, Su Yunkai abruptly ended the call. Fuming, Tian Guanghan tossed his phone aside and rose from his desk. Yang Dong, what are you playing at? Do you wish to clear your superior's name? Dream on. He paced furiously around his study before seizing the phone once more, dialing urgently. Lin Yaodong, you are on duty today, correct? Immediately, in the name of the Municipal Government Office, send a letter to the Disciplinary Committee and the Organizational Department of the Disciplinary Committee, demanding the immediate return of Yang Dong to our municipal office. Do not ask questions. Just execute the order. With a resounding click, Tian Guanghan slammed down the phone, gazing out into the night sky, his expression deep and contemplative. In Taijun, you shall never return to the municipal office. 4 years ago, you abruptly descended from the province to assume the role of municipal secretary, obstructing my path. Had you not been here, perhaps I, Tian Guanghan, would now be the deputy mayor. You have stifled me for 4 long years. What right do you have, as an outsider? Is it merely because you were once Su Yuliang's secretary? Distant waters cannot quench present thirst. Su Yuliang cannot save you now. You are finished. Chapter 20. Analyzing the situation, Yang Dong stood guard at the door of room 107 in the hotel all night, without a moment of sleep. Liu Yike managed to endure the first half of the night alongside him, but as the hours wore on, exhaustion overcame her, and she withdrew to the hotel to rest. Ho Shuangchuan had brought a mountain of instant noodles, sausages, and bottled water, keeping Yang Dong company through the night. As dawn broke at 7, Yang Dong, shaken from his stupor, turned to Ho Shuangchuan with a casual smile and inquired. As the team leader, it was essential to be aware of his members' circumstances. Comrade Shuangchuan, what position do you hold at the municipal procuratorate? Team leader, I'm merely a small fry at the municipal procuratorate, hardly worth mentioning, Ho Shuangchuan replied with a grin, his eyes squinting reminiscent of the Maitreya Buddha. Yang Dong nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from pressing further. Since Ho Shuangchuan preferred not to elaborate, he deemed it prudent to remain silent. This Ho Shuangchuan was quite shrewd, several levels more astute than Ho Donglai. To truly win him over would require some strategy. Alas, the thought of Ho Donglai jolted Yang Dong upright, and he suddenly remembered that he had assigned him to guard outside the window. He hoped fervently that the poor fellow hadn't tea frozen overnight. Comrade Shuangchuan, please fetch Ho Donglai. Ho Shuangchuan couldn't help but think, only now do you remember, I thought you intended to let him freeze to death. He quickly stood and strode towards the hotel's entrance. Moments later, he returned with Ho Donglai, who was bundled in a green military coat, shivering violently, exuding a chill. Comrade Donglai, I sincerely apologize. You haven't tea frozen, have you? Yang Dong approached with genuine concern. Ho Donglai sniffled, shaking his head. No, it's nothing, team leader. Here, I have freshly prepared noodles for you, please eat to ward off the cold. Yang Dong felt a surge of guilt. He hadn't meant to prank Ho Donglai, he had genuinely forgotten about him being outside. Thank you, team leader. Supported by Yang Dong, Ho Donglai settled down and eagerly began to devour a steaming bowl of noodles, finishing even the soup, which made him feel significantly better. Say, team leader, are you still holding a grudge against me? Ho Donglai's eyes brimmed with a mix of resentment and frustration. How could that be? Yang Dong shook his head vehemently, truly not harboring any ill will towards Ho Donglai, even if he were to become a corrupt official in the future. Then why put me through this? It was well below freezing and the wind howled. My survival was thanks to the old gatekeeper lending me this military coat. Ho Donglai sniffled again, appearing somewhat feverish. You needn't work today. Take the day off and rest well, have some cold medicine. Yang Dong granted Ho Donglai a day's leave, urging him to recuperate. Team leader, you can't do this, Ho Donglai continued to murmur about the matter, inciting Yang Dong's ire. Are you done yet? Do you want me to make you stand outside every day? Yang Dong glared at Ho Donglai, who instantly fell silent. I'll check if In Taijun has awoken. Yang Dong picked up a pack of instant noodles and a kettle of hot water, unlocking the door to room 107. In Taijun, I'm coming in, he called out as he entered. Ho Donglai cradled the hot water, his head drooping, while Ho Shuangchuan gazed at the doorway, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, lost in thought. Upon entering room 107, Yang Dong found Secretary In Taijun already awake, tidying his hair. Compared to the haggard appearance he had displayed 2 days prior, In Taijun now looked revitalized, having enjoyed a good night's rest. Secretary, please have some noodles, Yang Dong whispered, preparing a bowl for In Taijun. Xiaodong, what's the situation outside? In Taijun inquired in a low tone upon noticing Yang Dong's solitary presence, his urgency palpable as he recognized a chance to strategize. He held the lowest position in the municipal government's comprehensive office. Secretary, to summarize, I made the call, and a young woman answered. I'm at the municipal government, targeted by Tian Guanhan, and he has suspended me for reflection. However, yesterday afternoon, I received a secondment letter jointly issued by the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission's office and its organization department, allowing me to join the investigation team and serve as the leader of the 10th group. As for your case, I am confident that, if I wish, I could solve it within a day. These were the words Yang Dong should have conveyed to In Taijun yesterday, but with Liu Yike present, he had refrained. Now, with this rare opportunity to speak privately with the secretary, he detailed the situation. Upon hearing this, In Taijun's eyes sparkled with delight, his expression jubilant as he urged, "What are you waiting for? Get me out of here, you rascal, secretary, don't you wish to exact your revenge? To simply leave would be too lenient for them." Yang Dong posed thoughtfully. In Taijun's expression shifted as he scrutinized Yang Dong anew, realizing he had underestimated his insight. What do you know? His demeanor turned serious, eyes assessing. Yang Dong felt no fear under In Taijun's gaze. He understood that articulating his forthcoming thoughts would irrevocably entangle him in this struggle, yet, to advance and make a name for himself, one must inevitably engage in the fray. Having experienced a profound failure in his past life, he was prepared to embrace a different path in this one. You aim for the position of deputy mayor, but your rival has also set his sights on it. This rival is rather unique. He is a deputy secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission who is exploiting his authority to frame you, intending to eliminate you through this means. All your associates within the municipal government have likely been targeted, which is why you turned to me to relay your message. Am I correct? Yang Dong concluded. In Taijun was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that this mere junior staff member could perceive the situation with such clarity. You brat, hand over those noodles, damn it, I'm starving. In Taijun gestured towards the noodles, cursing humorously. Yang Dong sighed in relief. He had gambled right. If In Taijun had merely shown him some consideration before, now he had become the one whom the secretary genuinely trusted, a position no one could usurp. Leaders must maintain composure, yet a leader cursing casually in your presence signifies what? It indicates that you have been deemed an ally, someone with whom there is no need for pretense. Yang Dong passed the noodles to In Taijun, who began to eat while inquiring, has the new Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission secretary taken office in the past few days? The secretary of the commission? Yang Dong hesitated, realizing he had overlooked this detail. His focus had been solely on the matters concerning In Taijun. In his memory, the previous secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, Liu Zhang, had retired due to late-stage cancer, succeeded by a new appointee, Guan Mushin. It should be Guan Mushin, Yang Dong replied softly, glancing toward In Taijun. In Taijun nodded in acknowledgement but did not delve further into Guan Mushin's background, instead shifting the conversation to another topic, leaving Yang Dong puzzled as to why he had raised the inquiry about the new secretary. Su Yunkai is backed by a significant figure. We must refrain from any rash actions for now, In Taijun spoke with gravity. Revenge is not a matter to be rushed. First, get me out of here. There are certain matters that, due to your low status, you cannot handle. Even if operations are necessary, I will take charge. In Taijun was acutely aware that he intended to retaliate, but it was clear that the current circumstances were unfavorable for such an action. They were not in a position to counterattack, however. A gentleman's revenge is best served 10 years later. There is no need for haste. Political matters are not as simple as responding tit for tat. Very well, I will expedite the investigation to facilitate. His lowly position rendered him incapable of exacting vengeance, and he could easily find himself eliminated instead. You wish to assist me in this investigation, but your adversaries will not relent. As a seconded individual, you might find yourself dismissed by them. If the municipal government reclaims you, my chances of escape will be utterly extinguished. Thus, you must seek out Wei Changhu. Have him assist you to thwart your adversary's schemes. In Taijun, a seasoned secretary at the municipal level, succinctly analyzed the situation within a few sentences, accurately foreseeing the perilous position Yang Dong found himself in. I've been meaning to ask, given your close relationship with Secretary Wei and that you're on the same side, why hasn't he offered his assistance? Why has he stood by idly as you suffered? Yang Dong had long harbored this question, and with the opportunity presented, he felt compelled to voice it. In Taijun glanced at Yang Dong, chuckling, Who told you I'm on good terms with Wei Changhu? Ah. Yang Dong was taken aback, his heart racing, cold sweat trickling down his back. If their relationship was strained, then why would Wei Changhu assist him and appoint him as the leader of the 10th group? Seeing Yang Dong's reaction, In Taijun could not help but chuckle again, choosing not to further intimidate him. My relationship with him is quite poor. We are indeed part of the same faction solely because we share a common former leader. I was the third secretary to that old leader, while Wei Changhu served as the second. That is all. But personally, I have no ties to him. Now do you understand? With these words, In Taijun elucidated the intricate connections. Both were favored by the same superior, which made it challenging for them to align completely. Given that both were secretaries to the leader, it was inevitable that they would occasionally clash. No wonder in his previous life, when In Taijun entered the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, Wei Changhu had never intervened. It seemed that after Yang Dong had made that phone call in this lifetime, the person behind the scenes had signaled Wei Changhu to lend a hand. Thus, Wei Changhu had no choice but to assist. With this realization, Yang Dong felt reassured. Secretary, who is your former leader? Yang Dong inquired with curiosity, eager to know that in his past life, he had been oblivious to the identity of In Taijun's powerful benefactor, which had always eluded him. This was perhaps the only piece of knowledge still shrouded in mystery for him as a reincarnated individual. You brat, greed leads to downfall, now scram. In Taijun glared at Yang Dong, pointing towards the door, urging him to leave. Yang Dong's expression darkened, but he adopted a stern tone. Comrade In Taijun, please refrain from insulting members of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. I am warning you just once. Reflect on your actions. I shall take my leave. After declaring this, Yang Dong swiftly exited, closing the door behind him. In Taijun remained stunned for a moment before slapping his thigh. This brat is asking for a beating. Chapter 21. Significant progress. Team leader, I have returned. As Yang Dong stepped out of room 107, he was met by Jiang Hu, who was clad in plain clothes and panting heavily, breath visible in the chilly air. In his hand, he clutched a file folder. Quickly, accompany me to meet with the two deputy leaders of the investigation team. Yang Dong's expression brightened. Without allowing Jiang Hu a moment to catch his breath, he tugged him along. Time was of the essence, and since Secretary Yin had no intention of retaliating immediately, they must seize the initiative and resolve the case before their adversaries did. But as he contemplated the gravity of the situation, he halted and turned back. Ho Dong Lai, keep a sharp watch here. Under no circumstances should anyone be allowed to enter room 107. If you find the pressure unbearable, shift it onto me. But should you dare to let anyone in, do not expect my leniency. You understand my meaning. Yang Dong addressed Ho Dong Lai, resorting to threats to ensure compliance. He feared that once he departed, Su Yunzai's faction might still harbor intentions to coerce a confession, thus, it was imperative to maintain a steadfast guard here. Although he initially deemed Ho Donglai untrustworthy and lacking in fortitude, he held leverage over Ho Donglai's secret, compelling him to a jolt of realization coursed through Ho Donglai. He comprehended the severity of Yang Dong's warning. The task he had undertaken was indeed perilous. "Rest assured, I will keep a vigilant watch," Ho Donglai stammered, his lips trembling as he hurriedly affirmed. Even if the secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission himself were to arrive, he would not open the door. Good. Yang Dong turned, hastily departing the hotel with Jiang, who they boarded a Jetta, dispatched by the Municipal Discipline Inspection Team, and proceeded directly to the hotel where they were scheduled to stay. 10 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. Upon disembarking, Jiang Hu, his face alight with admiration, exclaimed, "Team leader, you are truly remarkable. How did you deduce that the 50,000 yuan crossed 4 banks and that Niu Sheng's testimony was flawed?" He had held his curiosity in check throughout the journey but could no longer contain himself. Previously, during the investigation into Yin Tiejuan's case, the Municipal Discipline Inspection Team had unearthed a private contractor named Niu Sheng. According to Niu Sheng's account, he sought to undertake a project from the municipal office and, through bribery of Yin Taijun, secured the contract. This was the extent of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Team's knowledge regarding the Yin Taijun case. However, Yang Dong had provided him with a new direction for the investigation the previous night, instructing him to trace the source of Niu Sheng's 50,000 yuan. Yang Dong had directed him to begin with the Industrial and Commercial Bank, followed by the Construction Bank, Agricultural Bank, and finally the Commercial Bank, systematically pursuing the trail. Initially, Jiang Hu found this somewhat perplexing. Yet, upon completing the investigation, he was thoroughly impressed. Noticing Jiang Hu's inquiry, Yang Dong couldn't help but smile softly. Every matter leaves traces, and such an obvious clue is not difficult to uncover, is it? With that, he knocked on the door of room 201. This was where the 2 deputy leaders were residing. During the investigation, all members of the team were required to stay here and could not leave at will. This included the 2 deputy leaders of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Team. "Come in," came the voice of Su Tongzhou from within. Jiang Hu was still in a daze. Yang Dong's previous statement had been so cool and full of flair. "Enter." Yang Dong called to Jiang Hu, prompting him to shake off his stupor and follow suit. The 2 stepped into the room one after the other. Su Tongzhou was seated on the sofa, sifting through an extensive array of documents, all pertaining to the allegations against the implicated officials in this case. They had been given a 2-month deadline, which was undeniably pressing, and thus, the weight of responsibility bore heavily upon this deputy leader. The head of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Team was Wei Chonghu, the first deputy secretary of the commission, yet it was impractical for the team leader to personally investigate every case. The team leader's role was to oversee the broader picture. The actual decision-making and investigative work fell to the deputy leaders, team members, and the heads of various investigative groups. Comrade Yang Dong, what brings you here so early?" Su Tongzhou's surprise at Yang Dong's appearance was palpable. However, upon noticing the bloodshot eyes reminiscent of a rabbit, he understood that Yang Dong had gone without sleep for the night. He couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. This young colleague was indeed dedicated and showed promise for a career in the discipline inspection field. "Leader, there has been significant progress regarding the Yin Taijun case, and I am here to report," Yang Dong stated, foregoing any superfluous conversation. Su Tongzhou nodded in response. "Oh, that is good news." Suddenly, he realized and sharply lifted his head, eyes wide with disbelief as he exclaimed, "What did you say? There has been significant progress in the Yin Taijun case?" He questioned whether he had misheard. Was it conceivable that a case involving a cadre at the division level had made substantial strides? Among those under investigation by the Municipal Discipline Inspection Team were 2 officials at the division level, which posed considerable challenges. One was Yin Taijun, the municipal secretary, and the other was Gu Santong, the director of the Municipal Education Bureau. Both held significant positions, making the investigation complex and potentially damaging. He was contemplating whether to escalate the authority of these cases, allowing himself and Deputy Leader Lu Shan to take over. After all, entrusting it to the 10th Group seemed rather reckless. The 10th Group, to which Yang Dong belonged, consisted primarily of individuals who were not aligned with the Discipline Inspection Commission, save for Lu Yi. Were it not for the presence of the 2 individuals from the Municipal Procuratorate, Su Tongzhou would have been at a loss regarding how Yang Dong should proceed. After all, if one did not grasp the procedures, it would be impossible to conduct an investigation effectively. Yet now, Yang Dong claimed to have made a significant discovery, which left Su Tongzhou incredulous. Yang Dong stepped aside, allowing Jiang Hu to take center stage and gestured for him to present his findings. Although seconded personnel were expected to return to their original units upon completion of their assignments, the seconded unit would undoubtedly provide an evaluation, offering due recognition for their contributions. It was not customary to utilize individuals without recompense, consequently, those who had been seconded typically received opportunities for advancement, and some who excelled were even retained by the seconding unit. There had even been instances of disputes between the seconding and original units over personnel. To prevent such occurrences, subsequent regulations regarding secondment procedures became increasingly stringent. However, in 2008, such procedures were not yet so rigid. Jiang Hu cast a grateful glance at Yang Dong. Although he was straightforward and earnest, he was not foolish and understood Yang Dong's intent. Leader, I have retrieved user detail data from the Industrial and Commercial Bank, Construction Bank, Agricultural Bank, and the Commercial Bank at the Lingyun Municipal Branch. I discovered that the account belonging to Yin Taijun at the Commercial Bank received a sudden transfer of 50,000 yuan 3 days ago. Upon further investigation, I found that this sum had passed through 3 individuals and crossed 3 major banks, ultimately tracing back to a company named Jiankai Industrial. In other words, the 50,000 yuan that flowed out of the construction materials company ultimately made its way into Yin Taijun's account via interbank transfers involving 3 individuals. As Jiang Hu spoke, he glanced at Yang Dong. Yang Dong promptly handed the file folder in his possession to Su Tongzhou. Su Tongzhou examined the intact seal and noticed Jiang Hu's signature. Jiang Hu from the Economic Investigation Division of the Municipal Public Security Bureau was quite knowledgeable about the procedures. Old Lu, could you step out for a moment? Su Tongzhou called towards the closed bathroom door. It was only then that Yang Dong and Jiang Hu realized that Deputy Leader Lu Shan was inside. With a flush, the sound of the toilet echoed, then Lu Shan emerged. What a commotion early in the morning! Lu Shan remarked, somewhat surprised, before glancing at Yang Dong and Jiang Hu, ultimately resting his gaze on the file folder. Yang Dong recalled a humorous anecdote about someone who, upon seeing a leader exit the restroom, enthusiastically inquired, "Leader, do you still go to the bathroom yourself?" If Yang Dong were to pose such a question now, he couldn't fathom the expression Lu Shan would wear. Of course, this was merely his personal quirk, he dared not voice it. The 10th group has made significant progress in the Yin Taijun case, and you were present, so let us review it together. With that, Su Tongzhou unveiled the previously unopened file folder in front of Lu Shan. The two immediately began scrutinizing the user detail data from the Industrial and Commercial Bank. However, after their examination, Lu Shan could not help but furrow his brow. What constitutes significant progress in this case? This merely indicates that Yin Taijun is implicated in acts of embezzlement, does it not? Chapter 22, Solving the Case Directly. Lu Shan found himself somewhat perplexed. What was so special about the remittances and transaction details from these banks? Previously, the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Commission had investigated similar details, which led to the apprehension of the individual who transferred funds to Yin Taijun, a man named Niu Shang, who was a private entrepreneur involved in municipal projects. He confessed to the commission that he had bribed Yin Taijun to secure a municipal project worth 4 million, for which he had paid 50,000 as a bribe. He was quite clear about this matter, so the inquiries conducted by the 10th team seemed rather futile, did they not? No, leader, that's not the case. Yang Dong immediately shook his head and continued. Niu Shang stated that he secured the municipal project, and then bribed Yin Taijun to obtain it. However, in reality, this project had already been awarded to Niu Shang a week prior. I am from the comprehensive section of the municipal office, and I am well aware of this project. What does that imply? Lu Shan furrowed his brow and inquired of Yang Dong. Yang Dong sensed that Lu Shan was trapped in a cognitive bias, so he elaborated, if you were Yin Taijun, would you first provide services to Niu Shang and then collect payment? Of course, I would be unwilling. Who would perform services without having the money in hand? Lu Shan replied decisively, realizing he would not do so in his position. He then recalled and looked at Yang Dong. What do you mean? This raises a question. A municipal project that was successfully contracted to Niu Shang a week ago, yet the funds were transferred to Yin Taijun's account just 2 days ago. I doubt any corrupt official would prefer to provide services before receiving payment. Of course, assuming Yin Taijun enjoys the notion of offering services prior to collecting payment. However, he would not go so far as to receive money through his own account card, let alone store it in his refrigerator. Moreover, Niu Shang's 50,000 yuan originated from an individual named Shi Chang, who is Niu Shang's partner, and Shi Chang obtained this 50,000 from Yang Kai, who received it from the building materials industry. Yang Dong paused, realizing his explanation might be convoluted for some. Thus, he took a marker, stood before the whiteboard, and sketched the characters involved, drawing connections. That is to say, this 50,000 yuan began from the building materials company account, traversed through 3 different banks, and ultimately reached Yin Taijun's account. Lu Shan and Su Tongzhou frowned, gazing at Yang Dong. Yang Dong chuckled, pointing at the whiteboard. Moreover, did the two leaders notice the timing of their fund transfers? Instantly, Lu Shan and Su Tongzhou's expression shifted. They began scrutinizing the detailed records from the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China's Lingyun City Jiangbei District branch, particularly the timestamps of the remittances to each subsequent account. On February 24 at 9:15 a.m., the Building Materials Company account transferred 50,000 to Yang Kai's Construction Bank account. Yang Kai then transferred this 50,000 to Qi Cheng's Agricultural. 25 a.m. on the same day. After receiving the funds, Qi Cheng transferred the 50,000 to Niu Shang's Commercial Bank account at 9:30 a.m. Niu Shang subsequently transferred the money to Yin Tiejuan's Commercial Bank account at 10:10 a.m. Finally, we arrive at the moment of revelation. The housekeeper at Yin Tiejuan's residence reported his embezzlement at 10:50 a.m. on February 24. The Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Commission initiated the case in the afternoon at 3 p.m., conducted a search of Yin Tiejuan's home at 5 p.m., and discovered 50,000 in the refrigerator. The commission agents apprehended Yin Taijun from his vehicle at 11:30 p.m. on the 24th. Leaders, some things need not be elaborated upon. This complete chain of evidence miraculously unfolded within a single day, quite remarkable. Having analyzed the case to this point, Yang Dong felt there was no need to delve further. Continuing would only serve to undermine the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Commission. Both Su Tongzhou and Lu Shan understood that there were deeper issues at play. Having been seasoned members of the commission for 2 to 3 decades, they could discern the authenticity of cases with a mere whiff. This evidence chain, established within a single day, was patently fabricated. So, why, with such evident reasoning and clarity of evidence, did the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Commission not investigate earlier? This question needed to be directed at Su Yunkai. Why did the commission fail to investigate thoroughly? They had only managed to apprehend Niu Shang and astonishingly accepted his confession as the final word, neglecting to examine Niu Shang's account or to scrutinize the relevant municipal project details. Thus, in a flurry, they hastily concluded the case within 3 days, transferring Yin Taijun to judicial authorities for prosecution. One might wonder why Su Yunkai took such significant risks and reaped substantial rewards, ultimately securing the position of deputy mayor of Lingyun City, later ascending to the standing committee of vice mayors. It is regrettable that had they investigated the Yin Taijun incident from years prior, they would have uncovered significant discrepancies in the evidence chain. This is the essence of wrongful convictions. Lu Shan and Su Tongzhou exchanged knowing glances. Both veteran members of the commission understood the magnitude of interference at play. This was no longer merely a matter of Yin Tiejuan's alleged corruption. The elements behind this were beyond their grasp. Su Tongzhou rose, placing all the bank details into a file bag, sealing it once more, and signed his name. Lu Shan promptly followed suit, signing his name as well. Yang Dong, you must sign too. Lu Shan gestured for Yang Dong. Yang Dong nodded, stepped forward to take the pen, and affixed his signature. This was part of the procedural formalities that could not be overlooked. Comrades Yang Dong and Jian Hu, you two may return for now. I will report to the leadership. Ensure the safety of Comrade Yin Taijun, nothing must go awry. Su Tongzhou hurriedly instructed the two before turning to exit. Lu Shan followed closely behind, leaving the matter largely settled for Yang Dong. His influence on the case had reached its limits. The 10th team now wielded no greater authority. In truth, by this point, all necessary inquiries had been conducted. What remained were mere trivialities, such as why the housekeeper fabricated evidence, why she slandered Yin Taijun, and reported false allegations. Additionally, why did the Building Materials Company transfer 50,000 for the purpose of bribing Yin Taijun? The intricacies here were manifold. Yang Dong and Jiang Hu returned to the hotel where Yin Taijun was being held. However, upon arrival, they found several individuals standing at the door of room 107. This is unacceptable. Without our team leader's orders, you cannot enter. Ho Donglai looked at them helplessly, having thoroughly offended these individuals. Yet, he had no choice. Offending the leadership of the municipal commission was preferable to letting his wife discover his misdeeds. Ho Donglai, you have quite the audacity to obstruct Section Chief Ji, one of the individuals angrily rebuked, pointing at Ho Donglai. Yang Dong slowed his pace, observing carefully. He recognized Ji Hongyu, the deputy section chief of the municipal commission's office, and the nephew of the commission's secretary, Ling Jinting. Leaders, the 10th team has full authority over the Yin Taijun case. You have no right to enter the room and interrogate him. Lu Yike had also arrived, her expression serious as she faced the individuals. She had no intention of offending them, she was merely acting in accordance with the law and procedures set forth. The directive was clear. The 10th team was responsible for the Yin Taijun case. She had to uphold her principles and would not relinquish them due to external pressure. He felt he could not withstand the pressure much longer. Had it not been for Liu Yike's presence, he would have crumbled. Yang Dong. Ji Hongyu turned to see Yang Dong, his eyes blazing with fury upon encountering the person he despised most. He could not quite comprehend why he felt such animosity towards Yang Dong. It was a peculiar sensation, perhaps simply a matter of incompatibility. Leaders, do you intend to interfere with the 10th team's investigation? Do you even wish to meddle in the You are not a member of the Municipal Commission. Do not act as if you wield authority here. Ji Hongyu's face flushed with anger as he glared at Yang Dong. Yang Dong pointed toward the hotel entrance, addressing Ji Hongyu, please leave. Do not disrupt the 10th team's execution of their duties. Yang Dong, your time is running out. Your secondment order will soon be nullified, and you will return to your original post. Ji Hongyu sneered, looking at Yang Dong with derision. There is no need to wait. It is already nullified. Just then, laughter echoed from the hotel entrance. Both Yang Dong and Ji Hongyu turned to see who was approaching. Upon spotting the newcomers, Yang Dong's pupils constricted. Chapter 23. The end of the secondment, there stood Lin Yaodong, walking side by side with another individual, his face adorned with a beaming smile as he approached a small group. He first gestured towards Ji Hongyu, saying, Director Ji, I am Lin Yaodong from the Municipal Affairs Office, here to take Yang Dong away. He then turned to Yang Dong, his smile widening as he proclaimed, Group Leader Yang, Secretary Tian has requested your reassignment. The Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission's office and the Organization Department have revoked the secondment letter. This is the statement from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission revoking the secondment. Lin Yaodong triumphantly handed the document to Yang Dong. Yang Dong cast a glance at it, yet his expression remained unchanged. He had anticipated this moment. When Ying Taijun had forewarned him that morning, he had already been aware. Thus, he had hurriedly sought out Su Tongzhou and Lu Shan to report on the case immediately upon Jiang Hu's return. Had he delayed even half an hour longer, the situation would have turned dire. Comrade Yang Dong, I am from the Organization Department of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Here is your mobile phone, returning it to you. And now, please return the Municipal Discipline Inspection's liaison phone to us. The individual accompanying Lin Yaodong identified himself as a member of the Organization Department, handing Yang Dong his phone while requesting the case-related mobile device in return. Yang Dong glanced at Ji Hongyu, observing the derisive smirk on his face. He then looked at Lin Yaodong, whose smile seemed to suggest a warm welcome for his return, though in truth, it was merely delight in witnessing Yang Dong's predicament. He chose not to utter a word, instead surrendering the Municipal Discipline Inspection's phone, tucking his personal device into his pocket. Yike, you are now the leader of the 10th group. Yang Dong turned to Liu Yike. The 10th group was still engaged in the investigation, and he needed someone trustworthy in charge. Comrade Yang Dong, you currently possess no authority to interfere with the Municipal Discipline Inspection's investigation, nor to issue any directives. The official from the Organization Department spoke with a stern countenance. Yang Dong's intention to appoint Liu Yike as the head of the 10th group required formal organizational approval, which his casual designation did not constitute. Very well. Yang Dong nodded with a smile, displaying no signs of anger. He accepted the outcome with remarkable composure. Yang Dong, it seems you can only swagger back to the Municipal Affairs Office now, Ji Hongyu taunted, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Director Ji, you are mistaken. He cannot return to the Municipal Affairs Office either, as he has been suspended for reflection. Lin Yaodong interjected with an inappropriate comment, earnestly explaining to Ji Hongyu. However, his words only served to provoke a hearty laugh from Ji Hongyu. Ah! Ha ha ha! No wonder, Ji Hongyu burst into laughter at the revelation. Does that mean he is effectively out of the game? Lin Yaodong nodded at Ji Hongyu. Precisely, during his suspension for reflection at the Municipal Affairs Office, he is prohibited from working. The two were clearly intent on humiliating and ridiculing Yang Dong, engaging in a mockery duet. Jiang Hu, witnessing this, felt his face flush with indignation. Although unfamiliar with these men, he could discern their disdainful remarks aimed at Yang Dong. His admiration for Yang Dong had grown significantly, having swiftly resolved the Ying Taijun case within a single day. Now, witnessing this mockery, he could no longer bear it and was about to speak up. But Yang Dong quickly grasped Jiang Hu's arm, shaking his head. The summer insect does not speak of ice. There is no need to be angry. Comrades Donglai, Xuanxuan, and Yike, although our time as colleagues has been brief, I sincerely thank you for your support in my work, Yang Dong said, bowing slightly in gratitude towards the three. Jiang Hu, let us go out for a drink sometime. I am committed to this friendship. Yang Dong concluded as he patted Jiang Hu on the shoulder, solidifying their bond. Jiang Hu nodded, still seething with anger, yet refraining from expressing it upon hearing Yang Dong's words. Secretary Yin, I await your exit. Yang Dong called towards room 107 before stepping outside the hotel. Despite Lin Yaodong's gleeful antics, he would soon face consequences. Yang Dong believed that Yin Taijun must be able to hear the commotion outside and would undoubtedly grasp the situation Yang Dong was currently enduring. Indeed, Yin Taijun was aware of the external happenings, though unable to leave due to the locked door. He had listened intently from within. He felt a surge of anger and frustration at Yang Dong's predicament. The more passive Yang Dong became, the more guilty and trusting Yin Taijun felt towards him. That he had come to regard Yang Dong as his own, a steadfast confidant. In a time when none of his other trusted aides could intervene, it was Yang Dong, a mere junior officer, who had tirelessly sought to inform and vindicate him, even more so as he himself was embroiled in the controversy and targeted by Tian Guanhan and humiliated by Lin Yaodong. He was acutely aware of these dynamics. Secretary Yin, I, Lin Yaodong, am also waiting for your emergence. I shall take my leave now, Secretary Yin. Lin Yaodong laughed heartily, mimicking Yang Dong's earlier words with a completely different intent, his tone laced with derision. He was utterly convinced that Yin Taijun would never have the chance to step outside. Yin Taijun returned to his bed, his expression devoid of anger, calm yet unsettling. Yang Dong exited the hotel building, the noon hour approaching. The snow outside was thick but gradually melting. In just a few days, March would arrive. As spring dawns in March, all things awaken, and the northeastern region would soon warm up. Everything was moving towards a positive trajectory. The blizzard was now a thing of the past. A vast warm sun awaited him. He stepped out of the hotel entrance, gazing at the road ahead, where vehicles came and went, predominantly motorcycles and tricycles, with cars being a rarity. Although the economy in 2008 was rapidly developing, this was not particularly evident in the northeast, especially in Lingyun City, Zhejiang Province. Having fully absorbed the benefits of state-owned enterprises, the northeastern region had stepped into a phase of post-development ahead of others. During this time, the coastal southern regions were reaping the rewards of private enterprises, thus experiencing rapid growth. Yet Yang Dong was acutely aware that in 20 or 30 years, once the private economy, or more simply, the real estate sector, reached saturation, the coastal areas would also stagnate. At that point, other regions would endure a phase characterized by low desire, low birth rates, low development, and high urbanization rates, akin to the current situation in the northeast. Yang Dong, why are you still standing there? Do you still harbor hopes of returning to the Municipal Discipline Inspection's investigative team? Lin Yaodong sneered from behind Yang Dong, his expression now starkly contrasted with his demeanor in the hotel. This was a classic example of a petty individual, switching between two faces. Lin Yaodong, are you familiar with the saying about opening champagne halfway? Yang Dong turned around, a smile that was neither here nor there gracing his face as he inquired. Lin Yaodong's expression shifted, followed by a disdainful snort. Still dreaming, are you? Yin Taijun is doomed, and so are you. Is that so? Then let us await the outcome. Yang Dong, disinterested in engaging in a futile verbal spar with Lin Yaodong, found no merit in the exchange. Let us indeed await the outcome. But do not forget, you are currently in a phase of suspension and reflection at the Municipal Affairs Office. Where can you possibly go? Lin Yaodong taunted, shaking his head with a mocking tone. Yang Dong. At that moment, a taxi halted on the road, the window rolled down to reveal a beautiful face that waved at Yang Dong, calling out to him. Lin Yaodong instinctively turned to look at the taxi, momentarily stunned. Wasn't he that Guanzhou, a colleague of his girlfriend Hanwen? What was she doing here? Yang Dong, too, noticed Guanzhou waving at him, filled with confusion. How did Guanzhou come to be here? More importantly, how did she know he was at this hotel? Suddenly, he recalled that during his time in the hospital, Guanzhou's mother had an extraordinary presence, certainly not of ordinary stock. Guanzhou herself was a girl of grace and poise, her demeanor and upbringing indicative of a refined background. It seemed she was indeed remarkable. I can go wherever I please, you need not worry about that. He cast a glance at Lin Yaodong before striding forward, opening the taxi door and getting in. Damn it! Lin Yaodong ground his teeth in frustration, watching the taxi drive away, his heart ablaze with fury. He had suddenly come to a harsh realization. While it seemed he had stolen Yang Dong's woman, had it not been Yang Dong who had toyed with her for 5 years? He had merely picked up someone else's discarded goods. Yet, observing Yang Dong now, it appeared he had found a new target. Guanzhou, with her striking looks, figure, and exceptional demeanor, was indeed a catch. Yet he was still bound to the broken goods that was Han Wen and was even on the verge of marrying her. His heart could no longer find equilibrium. Chapter 24. Is this your new home? Inside the taxi, Yang Dong sat beside Guanzhou Jiu, both occupying the back seat. Zhou Jiu, how did you know I was here? Yang Dong inquired, his brow furrowing. Given the level of secrecy, it seemed implausible that anyone else could be aware of his whereabouts. Yet, how did Guan Zhou come to know? With a playful hand covering her mouth, Guan Zhou chuckled softly. Oh, that's something you need not concern yourself with, I simply know. All right then. Seeing that Guan Zhou was still withholding information, Yang Dong felt it futile to press further. Your injuries are all right now, right? Guan Zhou immediately turned her full attention to Yang Dong's head and the corners of his mouth, her expression laden with concern. Although the bandages had long been removed and the wounds had scabbed over, her worry for him remained palpable. That night of violence had left Yang Dong quite injured, and he had remained unconscious until the following noon. Moreover, his injuries were sustained in his efforts to protect her, which only deepened her sense of guilt. I'm fine, I've recovered long ago. Yang Dong replied with a smile, deliberately twisting his back and patting his head. See? I'm perfectly all right. His actions were intended to ease Guan Zhou's worries and alleviate her guilt. Upon confirming that Yang Dong was indeed unharmed, Guan Zhou let out a sigh of relief, her guilt considerably diminished. However, that guilt had morphed into something else entirely. By the way, did you seek me out for something? Yang Dong suddenly realized that Guan Zhou must have intentionally come looking for him, though he was curious about her intentions. At his words, Guan Zhou scrunched her little nose, feigning irritation as she questioned, Is it not permissible to seek you out without a reason? Of course it is, Yang Dong replied with a resigned smile, acknowledging the woman's capricious nature. It was a trait he had encountered before, reminiscent of his ex-girlfriend Hanwen, who oscillated between laughter and anger in the blink of an eye. Why was he even thinking about her? That woman was no longer relevant to his life. Do you find me bothersome? Guan Zhou asked earnestly, fixing her gaze upon Yang Dong. She sensed a flicker of distaste and annoyance on his face, which made her heart ache. However, she misconstrued his feelings. His annoyance stemmed from thoughts of Hanwen, not directed at her. Why would I think that? You're not bothersome at all. Yang Dong responded, bewildered by her inquiry. It's only natural for you to find me irksome. After all, I've caused you trouble and you've offended so many city officials because of me. Guan Zhou offered a forced smile, attempting to comfort herself while shouldering the blame. That's absurd. If I found you bothersome, I wouldn't have stood up for you back then. Yang Dong frowned, feeling that Guan Zhou's words somewhat insulted his dignity. Yet realizing that he was genuinely upset, Guan Zhou quickly interjected, My family moved into a new home today, and my mother said that having the first meal in the new house is quite significant, so she wanted to invite you over for dinner as a gesture of gratitude. Your mother is inviting me to dinner? Yang Dong was taken aback, surprised that Guan Zhou's mother, Sun Xiufan, would extend such an invitation. What's wrong with that? Can't my mother invite you for a meal? Guan Zhou lifted her chin, exposing her fair neck, akin to white jade. She playfully glared at Yang Dong before breaking into laughter. My mother said you saved me, and if we don't invite you over, it would be quite impolite. Given Yang Dong sensed the weight of her words. Had he remained in a coma, her family indeed had plans to look after him, which piqued his curiosity about Guan Zhou's family background. Her mother, Sun Xiufan, exuded an air of affluence, and Guan Zhou's demeanor, cultured, graceful, yet imbued with youthful playfulness, was not typical of an ordinary family. Furthermore, finding him at the designated hotel by the city's disciplinary committee was no small feat. Would you be willing to care for me for a lifetime? Yang Dong, for reasons unbeknownst to him, posed the question. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted it, realizing the strong undertones of flirtation in his inquiry. Just as he was about to clarify, he noticed Guan Zhou blushing as she nodded affirmatively. Yes, I will take care of you for a lifetime. After saying this, Guan Zhou felt her cheeks flush even more, her heart racing. The atmosphere in the taxi turned awkwardly silent. Coincidentally, the taxi driver was playing music, and the song Want to Do Something for You by Lu Ruoying filled the air. I want to do something for you, to make you happier. How nice it would be if my name were buried in your heart. This only heightened the already charged atmosphere. Fortunately, the taxi driver drove swiftly, arriving at their destination. Let us get out. Guan Zhou blushed deeply, promptly pushing open the car door and almost fleeing from the vehicle. Yang Dong awkwardly scratched his head before following suit. The youth of today are quite different from our generation. If you like someone, just say so. Really, the driver sighed with a hint of disdain as he drove away. Yang Dong and Guan Zhou exchanged glances, both at a loss for words. Yang Dong quickly shifted his gaze to the residential complex, intending to steer the conversation towards Guan Zhou's new home. However, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Is this Huanghai Community? Huanghai Community is one of the most upscale neighborhoods in Lingyun City, while not a villa district, it is home to the city's leaders. Most notably, the standing committee members of the city reside here. Besides them, leaders at the deputy department level and above also call this place home. Although they might not be standing committee members, they wield significant power, including several deputy mayors, the prosecutor of the city's procuratorate, and the president of the intermediate court. Essentially, Huanghai Community is an expanded version of the Standing Committee's residential complex. The fact that Guan Jiujiu had disembarked here indicated that her family resided in this prestigious locale. This revelation left Yang Dong feeling quite unsettled. So, this is what you meant by moving into a new home? You moved to Huanghai Community? Guan Jiujiu understood the implication of Yang Dong's words, yet she was at a loss for how to respond. If she revealed her background, would it create a rift between them? Actually, Guan Jiujiu's heart raced as she contemplated how to explain. Yang Dong, what are you doing here? Just as she was about to speak, a voice behind them interrupted. It was a man's voice laced with disdain. At the sound, both Yang Dong and Guan Jiujiu turned to see a BMW parked at the entrance of Huanghai Community. A head poked out from the vehicle, belonging to a man with a coarse, pig-like face and a balding head. Yang Dong's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated encountering this individual at the entrance of Huanghai Community. Chapter 25 of The True Face of Lushan. Hello, Deputy Secretary Tian. Although Yang Dong was reluctant to see this individual, he felt compelled to greet him. Indeed, the person in the BMW was none other than Tian Guanghan, the Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Government and the first Deputy Director of the Municipal Office. He could only muster a polite yet distant acknowledgement, for rank indeed carries weight. Moreover, Tian Guanghan was far superior in position compared to him. Tian Guanghan's expression darkened at Yang Dong's address, clearly displeased by being referred to as Deputy Secretary. While it was true that he held the title, was it necessary to vocalize it? Each time Yang Dong referred to him in this manner felt like a constant reminder of his subordinate status, which was hardly conducive to his comfort. Adding to his disdain was Yang Dong's affiliation with the notorious Yin Taijun, further intensifying his aversion. What are you doing here? Is this a place for someone like you? Quickly return home for reflection. Do not forget, you are still under suspension for introspection. If you fail to reflect adequately and do not recognize your mistakes, do not expect to return to the municipal office. Tian Guanghan scolded Yang Dong with a stern demeanor, exhibiting his official authority. Yang Dong was taken aback by Tian Guanghan's audacity to chastise him in public. Given the circumstances, he saw no reason to maintain pretenses of politeness. The atmosphere had essentially turned confrontational. He had been seconded to the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, serving as the leader of the 10th Investigative Group, only to have Tian Guanghan interfere and reclaim him. To add insult to injury, he had dispatched the conniving Lin Yaodong to deliver orders and insult him. It was evident to anyone with discerning eyes what Tian Guanghan's intentions were. He feared that Secretary Yin might escape his predicament. In light of this, why should Yang Dong show any deference? First of all, Deputy Secretary Tian, I am here to visit a friend. Moreover, there is no stipulation prohibiting me from going out during my suspension for reflection, is there? Deputy Secretary Tian, are you overstepping your bounds? Yang Dong addressed Tian Guanghan in a tone that was neither warm nor cold. At this point, respect for such a leader seemed irrelevant. Even if he were to kneel before Tian Guanghan, the latter would still refuse to acknowledge him, continuing to make his life miserable. Therefore, it seemed more prudent to speak his mind freely. Tian Guanghan's eyes widened in disbelief, taken aback by Yang Dong's audacity to speak thusly. His body trembled with rage, his lips quivering. He found himself at a loss for words, having not encountered a junior staff member who dared to address him in such a manner for quite some time. The last one who had done so had since been relegated to cleaning duties at the municipal archives. Very well, Yang Dong, you certainly have spirit. Disrespecting authority, it seems you have no intention of returning to the municipal office. Tian Guanghan feigned a smile, giving Yang Dong a thumbs up, masking his anger. However, Yang Dong understood that such a facade was indicative of Tian Guanghan's deep-seated ire, and he would not hesitate to retaliate severely. If in his past life, Tian Guanghan had banished him to the Rural Agricultural Office, allowing him to retain his civil servant status, in this life, he would undoubtedly ensure that Yang Dong could not even set foot in the Agricultural Office. Tian Guanghan would go to great lengths to strip him of his civil servant status, potentially relegating him to the status of an ordinary citizen, or worse, he might frame him and embroil him in troubles akin to what Su Yunkai had done to Yin Taijun. Yet, he felt no fear. It was now a foregone conclusion that Secretary Yin would soon be extricated from his predicament. Yang Dong awaited Yin Taijun's release, eager to vent his frustrations. He had been stifled during this period, not only due to recent events but also stemming from the 15 years of resentment accumulated since his expulsion from the municipal office in his previous life. This score must be settled with Su Yunkai, Tian Guanghan, Lin Yaodong, Zhou Hui, and Gu Chen. My potential return to the municipal office is clearly not a matter for Deputy Secretary Tian to decide. As long as Secretary Yin remains in office, your words hold no weight. Yang Dong sneered, glaring at Tian Guanghan. Since the lines had been drawn, there was no need to extend any semblance of respect. Ha, you still cling to the hope of Yin Tiejuan's return? How naive. Tian Guanghan could not help but scoff at Yang Dong's remarks. He was privy to far more insider knowledge than Yang Dong could ever fathom. Was the situation merely a simple matter of Su Yunkai orchestrating against Yin Taijun? If it were solely Su Yunsai's doing, would he dare to act so boldly? One must consider the grave repercussions of framing a municipal secretary at the department level. Would Su Yunkai have the audacity to proceed without guidance and protection? Such matters were far beyond the comprehension of a mere junior staff member like Yang Dong. Ah, so it is you, little girl. Tian Guanghan's gaze shifted to Guan Zhouzhou, momentarily stunned before recognition dawned upon him. She was the girl mistakenly identified as an escort by Wu Jiankai at KTV a few days prior. Did she reside here? Hello, Secretary Tian. Guan Zhouzhou greeted him with a sweet smile. Her upbringing emphasized strict manners. Her parents taught her to treat everyone with respect, regardless of their station. Thus, despite knowing Tian Guanghan's unsavory reputation and his animosity towards Yang Dong, she maintained her polite demeanor, a testament to her upbringing. Ah, little girl, you live here? Tian Guanghan inquired with a congenial smile, casually probing. He assumed Guan Zhouzhou was likely here to visit a friend or seek assistance. He had never considered her family background. Had she possessed an extraordinary lineage, she would not have been subjected to such a misunderstanding at the KTV. Furthermore, Tian Guanghan was well acquainted with the children of various municipal leaders, from the offspring of the mayor to the nephews of deputy directors. Yes, I live here, Guan Zhouzhou replied matter-of-factly, still beaming and revealing her two small canine teeth. It seems like a tracks like. Tian Guanghan scoffed at her words. Today's youth truly are a tapestry of fabrications. Especially a young lady like you, I truly worry for your family. He feigned concern, a look of mock sorrow crossing his face. Deputy Secretary Tian, what do you mean my daughter is a liar? And furthermore, you wish to concern yourself with my daughter's education? A cold, icy voice unexpectedly pierced through the air. Neither Yang Dong nor Guan Zhouzhou had noticed Sun Xiufan's arrival. She approached, pushing her bicycle, its basket laden with groceries from the market. Having overheard Tian Guanghan's disparaging remarks about her daughter, her expression immediately darkened. While her daughter might not have graduated from a top-tier institution, she was a distinguished medical student at Zhejiang Province, now working as an obstetric nurse at the municipal hospital, having achieved this entirely on her own merit. How could Tian Guanghan tarnish her reputation by labeling her a deceitful girl? Tian Guanghan was taken aback, swiftly turning to face Sun Xiufan, his expression changing dramatically. Minister's son? Oh dear. He promptly turned off the engine and he could hardly believe it. Wasn't Sun Xiufan supposed to have a son? When had she acquired a daughter? Sun Xiufan, maintaining a frosty demeanor, approached Guan Zhouzhou and, with genuine concern, asked Yang Dong, Xiaoyang, are you feeling alright after? I'm perfectly fine now. Sun Xiufan, the minister's son. Yang Dong's mind raced, recalling that the permanent deputy minister of the Lingyun Municipal Propaganda Department bore the name Sun Xiufan. However, in his previous life, he had only heard of her name without ever having laid eyes on her. The recent injury and his rush to work had clouded his mind, but now it dawned on him, Guan Zhouzhou was indeed the daughter of the permanent deputy minister of the Lingyun Municipal Propaganda Department. Finally, he beheld the true nature of Guan Zhouzhou's family background. Sun Xiufan, noticing the peculiar expression on Yang Dong's face, smiled warmly. It seems Xiaoyang has come to understand my identity? Chapter 26. I am the son of a farmer. The inquiry from Sun Xiufan left Yang Dong with no choice but to nod in earnest agreement. Minister's son, I too have only just come to realize this. No need for formalities. Simply continue to call me auntie, she replied with a wave and a smile, before turning to face Tian Guanghan, her expression shifting to one of sternness as she spoke in a low, serious tone. Old Tian, you need not comment on my daughter's character and upbringing. We are quite capable of raising our own daughter well. Her dissatisfaction simmered beneath the surface as she listened to Tian Guanghan's critique of her daughter. Her opinion of him had never been particularly favorable. He lacked competence and was overly eager to ingratiate himself, frequently appearing in the Huanhai community in search of some official to impress. Everyone understood the unspoken dynamics. There was no need to lay bare the truth. Yes, yes, Minister Sun, I truly had no idea that this girl is your daughter. I was only aware that you had a son. Your family's secrecy is quite remarkable. Regret washed over Tian Guanhan as he realized that had he known Guanjing was Sun Xiufan's daughter, he would have defended her at the KTV that day. Now, it seemed he and his colleagues had irrevocably offended her. Of course, the municipal propaganda department would not intervene in municipal affairs. Furthermore, Sun Xiufan was merely the executive deputy minister, though she held a slightly higher rank than him, as she was at the departmental level while he was at the deputy level. Nevertheless, they were still leaders, and the loss of face was palpable. Does Secretary Tian mean to imply that I need to report my family's circumstances to you? Sun Xiufan's demeanor turned icy as she glared at Tian Guanhan with a sardonic edge. Tian Guanhan quickly waved his hands in denial, forcing a smile. How could that be, Minister Sun? Please, do not misunderstand. Very well, I shan't intrude on Minister Sun's family gathering any longer. I shall take my leave. Another time, I will certainly host a banquet to express my apologies. He realized that if he lingered any longer, he would be utterly humiliated. At that moment, he felt a burgeoning resentment towards Sun Xiufan. Did she not possess the decency to spare him some dignity? If he were to rise to the position of municipal secretary in the future, he would see whether she dared to treat him with such disdain. Should she continue to mock him openly, he would ensure she faced repercussions before the mayor. Let us not forget, the mayor was not only the head of the government but also the second in command of the party, the deputy secretary of the municipal committee. The deputy secretary was entirely qualified to oversee the personnel of the municipal propaganda department. Once Tian Guanhan awkwardly climbed into his car, he promptly drove his BMW into the Huanhai community. Come along, Xiaodong, let us ascend together, Sun Xiufan beckoned with a smile, retracting her gaze. Yang Dong, displaying perceptiveness, promptly replied, Auntie, allow me to assist with the bicycle. Sun Xiufan chuckled, welcoming Yang Dong's eagerness. The more she observed him, the more she found herself impressed. He was indeed a fine young man. Xiaodong, may I inquire about your family's profession? I am genuinely curious about what kind of household could raise a child as good as you. Sun Xiufan, with one arm linked through her daughter's, gently patted Yang Dong on the shoulder while smiling. Yang Dong's face momentarily displayed a hint of self-deprecation as he lowered his gaze. Auntie, my family is of farming stock. My parents are both tillers of the land, residing in Xiaoyang Village, Xiaoshui Town, in Kaiyang County. This display of humility was, of course, a calculated performance. Upon realizing Sun Xiufan's identity, Yang Dong began to harbor ulterior motives. Whether one called it scheming or strategizing, it mattered not. However, this did not render him hypocritical. In the realm of politics, lacking cunning would render one nothing more than fodder for the wolves, much like a dismal past life. Therefore, anything advantageous, provided it did not breach legality or morality, could be leveraged to his benefit. He was merely employing his acting skills to swiftly bridge the gap between them. Sun Xiufan raised an eyebrow, her discontent evident as she remarked, I say, Xiaodong, what is shameful about coming from a farming background? Does it bring you embarrassment? Who among us can claim their lineage is not rooted in farming? Your perspective is flawed. Yang Dong, noticing the disappointment flickering across Sun Xiufan's features, remained unfazed. One must first elicit disappointment before fostering sympathy to strengthen their bond. Thus, he self-deprecatingly shook his head with a rueful smile. Auntie, I harbor no disdain for my family or my origins. My parents toil relentlessly, sacrificing their comforts to fund my education. I achieved a score of 645 on the college entrance examination and gained admission to Zhejiang University. I fell just 10 points short of entering Tsinghua or Peking University. Nonetheless, I am a source of pride for my family and an emblem of pride for my village in Xiaoshui Town. My parents have labored their entire lives, and witnessing their bent backs and graying hair fills me with sorrow. But Auntie, do you know? Being the son of a farmer does not confer an advantage in today's world. My ex-girlfriend, Hanwen, looked down on my rural origins, deeming me unworthy of her family, even after I secured a position in the comprehensive department of the municipal office. She still regarded me as stagnant and lacking ambition. Just half a month ago, she betrayed me, and her pursuit by a colleague was successful. They are now engaged and likely to wed in a few months. Auntie, do you still find honor in my agricultural background? While I have never despised my origins, the circumstances leave me powerless to change my situation. As Yang Dong recounted his plight, his eyes glistened with unshed tears, his face contorted with a mix of humiliation and rage, fists clenched. Guan Zhoujiu, listening to Yang Dong's tribulations and observing his demeanor, felt a pang of empathy. Though she and Hanwen were colleagues, she was not privy to the full story. Having now heard Yang Dong's account, she believed Hanwen had indeed acted unjustly. Mom, I recall that my maternal grandfather's family was quite well off, while my paternal family were farmers. How is it that you and Dad maintain such a harmonious marriage? Guan Zhoujiu posed the question to Sun Xiufan, casting her a knowing glance. Sun Xiufan was not oblivious to her daughter's intentions. However, she also wished to counsel young Dong, urging him not to devalue himself due to his background. In truth, your maternal grandfather also hails from a farming background. It was only through his valor in war that his fortunes improved, yet he has never forgotten his roots. Your father, though born into a farming family, was diligent in his studies and harbored lofty aspirations. I admired this tenacity in him. Thus, you see, your father is quite well off today, is he not? Sun Xiufan intended to elaborate further, but Guan Zhoujiu's expression abruptly shifted, and she promptly interrupted her mother. Mom, what are we having for dinner today? She shot another glance at Sun Xiufan, but this time Sun Xiufan failed to grasp her daughter's intent. What are you doing? She retorted, glancing back at Guan Zhoujiu. What was with her daughter today, such unusual behavior? Mom, please take me to see the new house, I have never been there. Guan Zhoujiu began to pout, shaking her mother's arm. You silly girl, at 25 years old, you still act like a child. Whoever marries you will have quite a task ahead. Sun Xiufan sighed in exasperation, shaking her head, and then turned to Yang Dong, saying, Xiao Dong, let's leave the bicycle here. We have arrived at my home. Yang Dong nodded obediently, parking his bicycle beneath the building, then retrieving the vegetables from the basket and following closely behind Sun Xiufan. The building before him was not particularly tall. In fact, one might describe it as rather short, standing only 3 stories high, yet its entire façade was adorned in a rich gold-red hue, exuding an air of unparalleled elegance. He glanced at the building number, Building 7 of Huanhai Community. Surely not. Yang Dong's heart raced. Though he had never visited Huanhai Community, he had heard countless rumors. Only members of the Municipal Standing Committee were entitled to reside in Buildings 7 or 9, while retired municipal leaders and those from the People's Congress and Political Consultative Conference inhabited Building 8. The significance of the numbers 7 and 8 symbolized longevity and prosperity. Although Sun Xiufan was merely the executive deputy minister of the Municipal Propaganda Department, she was not a member of the Standing Committee. Yet, how had she brought him to Building 7? His confusion deepened, but he continued to follow Sun Xiufan and Guan Zhoujiu as they entered. Building 7 comprised 6 units, and Sun Xiufan pushed open the door to Unit 4. This revelation sent Yang Dong's heart racing even faster. The 3-story Building 7 resembled an exclusive luxury apartment, with each floor housing a single household. In essence, this was akin to an independent villa. This implied that Unit 4 of the entire Building 7 belonged entirely to Sun Xiufan. A new home. The most significant detail was the new, just recently moved in. Sun Xiufan was not a member of the Standing Committee, yet those residing in Building 7 were all members. Which new Standing Committee member had recently arrived in Lingyun City, and shared the surname Guan? The answer was becoming increasingly evident. Chapter 27 is Secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission Guan Mushan. Xiao Dong, come in quickly, make yourself at home, and don't hold back. Auntie, please go ahead and prepare the meal. I'll just sit here and keep Zhoujiu company. After Sun Xiufan unlocked the door to the first-floor apartment, she changed into her slippers, took the vegetables from Yang Dong's hands, and, after notifying him, headed towards the kitchen. Hey, what are you dazed about? Guan Zhoujiu noticed Yang Dong standing in a stupor at the doorway, not entering the house, and playfully waved her delicate hand in front of his face. Yang Dong finally snapped out of his reverie, glanced at Guan Zhoujiu, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. What's wrong with you? Guan Zhoujiu felt a surge of anxiety as she caught Yang Dong's gaze upon her. Zhoujiu, the burden of your concealment weighs heavily on me. Yang Dong forced a bitter smile and shook his head. He had discovered that Guan Zhoujiu was actually the daughter of Guan Mushan. He swore he genuinely had no idea. In his previous life, Guan Zhoujiu had been an astute little girl, and although he had encountered her twice due to Han Wen's colleague status, there had been no further intersections in their lives. He could truly say he had no inkling of the considerable connections she possessed. Moreover, as Tian Guanghan had remarked, it was an open secret that Guan Mushan had a son. Yang Dong had only known of Guan Mushan's son but was utterly unaware of his daughter's existence. Not even more so, he had no clue that Sun Xiufan and Guan Mushan were husband and wife. However, according to the relevant regulations regarding official appointments, direct family members and spouses cannot serve in the same significant department of the city, particularly when it concerns superior-subordinate relationships. Especially since both were mid-level officials. Guan Mushan was the secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, while Sun Xiufan held the position of executive deputy minister in the publicity department. It was unequivocally inappropriate for both to remain in Lingyun City. It seemed that Sun Xiufan might have to sacrifice her career for her husband's, either transferring to another locality or resigning altogether. It appears you've pieced it together? Guan Zhou noticed Yang Dong's demeanor and, upon hearing his words, immediately realized that he had deduced her father's identity. A wave of unease and trepidation washed over her. Would Yang Dong distance himself from her? Would he feel a sense of disconnect? After all, she was the daughter of the secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, which created an immediate disparity. Just moments ago, Yang Dong had felt inferior due to his humble origins as a farmer's son. She feared that upon learning of her identity, he would feel even more diminished. Indeed, Secretary Guan is your father. Yang Dong shook his head with a wry smile, thinking that if he had not figured it out, he would truly be a fool. Guan Zhou chuckled helplessly. In truth, I cannot dictate my family background. At times, I yearn to live as an ordinary girl, unencumbered by such constraints. For the past few years at the municipal hospital, I have diligently concealed my lineage, fearing that others might distance themselves from me or begin to exploit me, thus tainting our relationships. I never revealed this to you, as I was concerned about adding to your psychological burdens and causing you to distance yourself from me. You saved me twice, and I am immensely grateful to you, hence I do not wish to lose you as a friend. Guan Zhou articulated her innermost thoughts at the entrance of her home. Yang Dong, however, regarded her with a somewhat peculiar expression. This girl truly was rather naive. How could he possibly distance himself from her upon learning of her background? Zhou, you have it all wrong. Knowing that you are the daughter of the secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission means I ought to cling to you for support. From now on, you shall be my political resource. Yang Dong teased, his tone rife with jest. Whether it was genuinely a jest remained uncertain. Upon hearing this, Guan Zhou exhaled in relief but shot a glare at Yang Dong. If you dare to use me to ascend the ranks, I shall poke you with a needle. Do not forget, I am a nurse. My pokes are quite painful. Guan Zhou raised her small fist, playfully threatening Yang Dong. Xiaodong, why are you still standing outside? Sun Xiufan emerged from the kitchen, apron tied around her waist, and upon seeing Yang Dong still lingering at the door, shot a warning glance at Guan Zhou. Zhou, do not bully Yang Dong. Ah. Mom, I would never bully him. Guan Zhou felt exasperated. How could her mother wrongfully accuse her? When had she ever bullied him? Auntie, please do not blame Zhou. It was I who upset her, so do not hold her accountable. Yang Dong smiled warmly at Sun Xiufan, offering a defense for Guan Zhou. However, his explanation only served to further solidify the notion that Guan Zhou had indeed bullied him. Guan Zhou gritted her teeth, revealing her small tiger teeth, and glared fiercely at Yang Dong. Yang Dong felt a powerful presence behind him, an aura so formidable that he could sense a chill creeping down his spine. What are you blocking the doorway for? Guan Mushan stood outside, hands clasped behind him, wearing a look of mild confusion. Secretary Guan. Yang Dong instantly turned around and found Guan Mushan standing barely a meter away. Upon seeing him, he felt a rush of tension. In both of his lifetimes, Guan Mushan had been the highest-ranking leader he had ever encountered. Though he had seen Yin Taijun and a few deputy mayors from a distance while working at the municipal office, he had never been this close. Moreover, those deputy mayors were not members of the Municipal Standing Committee. Before him stood a member of the Municipal Standing Committee, the secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, the fourth most important figure in Lingyun City. Guan Mushan was dressed in a gray cotton jacket, embodying the typical attire of a high-ranking official. His hair was closely cropped, and at over 40 years of age, he appeared remarkably capable and spirited, though he stood only about 1.7 meters tall. The intensity in his eyes commanded respect and made it difficult to meet his gaze. Do not block the doorway. Everyone, come inside. Guan Mushan smiled and patted Yang Dong on the shoulder. Yes, Secretary Guan. Yang Dong hastily entered the house, changed into slippers, and proactively fetched a pair of size 43 slippers for Guan Mushan. Guan Mushan naturally accepted the slippers and slipped them on, then removed his gray cotton jacket, revealing a white shirt underneath. In the northeast, during winter and early spring, buildings are collectively heated. Outside, it is quite cold, but once indoors, one must shed their outer layers to withstand the warmth. Secretary Guan, I will hang your jacket on the coat rack. Yang Dong offered, taking the jacket that Guan Mushan had just removed and turning to hang it on the coat rack in the living room. Guan Zhou watched Yang Dong serving her father and couldn't help but express her frustration. You just told me I was your political resource, and now you betrayed me so quickly? Yang Dong froze in place, cold sweat trickling down his back. Heavens above, Guan Zhou, you silly girl, do you have to say everything out loud? I was just joking with you, and now you bring it up in front of Guan Mushin? Are you trying to get me killed? Guan Mushin, upon hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle teasingly. TSK, political resource, to articulate your support in such a refined manner, you truly are the wordsmith of the municipal office. Yang Dong hurried to explain, Secretary Guan, I was just joking with Jojo earlier, no need for explanations. I trust that the person In Taijun has selected is undoubtedly reliable. Guan Mushin waved his hand dismissively at Yang Dong, then turned his serious gaze upon Guan Jiujiu, addressing her with a tone of earnest instruction. Girl, do not speak of your playful banter with Yang Dong in front of others. It could lead to his downfall. Fortunately, it was me. Had it been someone else, that single remark could have cost Yang Dong half his life. Guan Jiujiu stuck out her tongue and replied, Dad, I only said that because you were present. I am not foolish, old Guan, you're home quite late today, aren't you? Sun Xiufan re-emerged from the kitchen, observing Guan Mushin already seated on the sofa, and inquired with a smile. Guan Mushin nodded and replied, the Municipal Discipline Inspection Team has made significant progress on a related case, and I was just listening to their report, which caused me to run late. As he said this, he cast a glance at Yang Dong. Please tell me how you managed to crack In Taijun's case in just one day? Chapter 28. The rejection of Guan Mushin, the leader of Team 10, solved the case in just one day, leaving those from the CDS Disciplinary Commission feeling humiliated and ashamed. When Su Tongzhou and Lu Shan reported to me, both wore dark expressions. Guan Mushin found the situation rather amusing. A mere bureaucrat from the municipal office had stirred such significant waves within the CDS disciplinary body. In just one day, the matter escalated dramatically. On the day he assumed his position, he had seconded Yang Dong to the investigation team at the City Disciplinary Commission. At that time, he did not know Yang Dong at all, nor was he aware that Yang Dong had saved his daughter's life. It was only this morning that his wife, Sun Xiufan, mentioned Yang Dong's heroic act. One could only describe it as an extraordinary coincidence. Why did he second Yang Dong? It was because his former superior had brought Yang Dong to his attention. Before taking office, his predecessor had tasked him with a matter that needed resolution within a fortnight. This task was to clarify the case involving In Taijun. If In Taijun was indeed guilty of embezzlement, he was to act without regard for past friendships. Conversely, if In Taijun was innocent, then it was imperative to assist him in clearing his name and restoring his reputation. To be frank, he was reluctant to engage in such personal matters. However, his former superior had been exceedingly generous to him over the years, having promoted him multiple times, and now appointed him as the secretary of the CDS Disciplinary Commission. To refuse a request from his former superior would be akin to biting the hand that fed him. Fortunately, In Taijun, the former secretary's predecessor, had not brought shame to his former superior. He had indeed not engaged in corruption. The most unexpected turn of events was Yang Dong, the grassroots secretary from the comprehensive section of the municipal office, who, upon being seconded, managed to unravel the case involving In Taijun in just one day. This was utterly beyond his expectations and provided him with considerable delight. He could confidently provide his former superior with a satisfactory explanation. Secretary Guan, it is apparent to any discerning individual that Secretary In has been framed. The evidence of Secretary In's alleged embezzlement, along with the evidence chain, is exceedingly flimsy and contrived. Thus, solving the case within a day is not indicative of my exceptional capabilities, but rather at this point, Yang Dong hesitated to continue. However, Guan Mushin interjected, articulating what Yang Dong could not, which implies that there are issues within the CDS Disciplinary Commission, correct? Guan Mushin inquired, directing his gaze towards Yang Dong. Yang Dong nodded, his expression grave, stating, any seasoned disciplinary commission officer would be able to discern the flaws in this case at a glance, yet they feign ignorance, merely intent on tarnishing Secretary In's reputation. Secretary Guan, the deteriorating conduct of officials in Lingyun City over the past few years indicates significant issues within the CDS Disciplinary Commission, which has failed to fulfill its supervisory and warning roles. Lu Zhang, the former secretary of the Disciplinary Commission, is grossly incompetent. Yang Dong's remarks were notably audacious, even piercingly candid. It was typically inappropriate to speak so bluntly, especially in the presence of the Disciplinary Commission secretary, openly critiquing the commission as though delivering a slap to the face. Yet, he cleverly utilized Lu Zhang as a scapegoat for his criticisms, and the blame indeed lay with Lu Zhang, bearing no relation to Guan Mushin. Guan Mushin shook his head and chuckled, you cheeky fellow, do not be so cunning. Comrade Lu Zhang has made contributions to the Lingyun City Disciplinary Commission. We cannot dismiss the efforts he has put forth in his work. Of course, we cannot overlook the existing issues. In light of these problems, the Disciplinary Commission must expedite reforms and resolutions. As the newly appointed secretary of the Disciplinary Commission, The Provincial Committee and the Provincial Disciplinary Commission had appointed him as secretary in Lingyun City with such considerations in mind. Lingyun City had encountered numerous problems in recent years, which had displeased the Provincial Committee significantly. The National Two sessions were imminent, and no issues could arise during this time, otherwise, the Provincial Committee would be unable to provide satisfactory explanations, and the Lingyun Municipal Committee would find itself in an even more precarious position. Secretary Guan, the Disciplinary Commission serves as a crucial benchmark for the integrity of the party, the conduct of local officials, the business environment, the political climate, and the social ethos all hinge upon the Commission's pivotal role. I believe we must deeply implement the central government's new requirements, standards, and content for the Disciplinary Commission's work within the framework of the new era. We must grasp the new circumstances, dynamics, and directions of the new era. Upholding the principle of treating ailments while saving lives, and punishing the guilty while preventing future transgressions, we must enhance ideological education for officials, enabling them to refine themselves, elevate their moral standards, and improve their political literacy. We must cultivate a cadre of officials with robust political convictions for the party and the nation. Guan Mushin looked up, astonished at Yang Dong. Just from these few statements, he developed a genuine admiration for Yang Dong's talent. What Yang Dong expressed was entirely to his liking. Xiao Yang, would you be interested in joining the comprehensive section of the city's disciplinary commission? I would promote you to deputy section chief and make you my secretary. I have just arrived in Lingyun City and find myself in need of a secretary. I believe you would be quite suitable for the work of the disciplinary commission. What do you say? Will you lend me a hand? Guan Mushin gazed at Yang Dong with eager anticipation. He had been searching for a secretary for the past 2 days, having sought recommendations from several individuals within the Commission's various sections, including Ling Jinting, the Secretary General. However, he was dissatisfied with all the candidates he met. Yang Dong's current performance, coupled with his loyalty to Yin Taijun and the fact that he risked offending several leaders to save his daughter, was more than enough to illustrate Yang Dong's commendable character. He possessed a sense of justice, principles, loyalty, and capability. Although somewhat ostentatious, the disciplinary commission required individuals with such boldness. Old Guan, are you really considering making Xiaodong your secretary? Sun Xiufan emerged from the kitchen with a spread of dishes, having just removed her apron, and was taken aback by Guan Mushin's words. Indeed, Lao Sun, what do you think? Guan Mushin nodded with a smile, inquiring of his wife. His term of endearment for her, Lao Sun, was rather charming. Perhaps a unique expression of their marital bond. I believe it is a good choice. Xiaodong has excellent character and capability. Most importantly, he graduated from Zhejiang University, which makes him your schoolmate. Sun Xiufan beamed as she spoke of Yang Dong's alma mater. Upon hearing this, Guan Mushin was somewhat astonished and increasingly curious. Xiao Yang, you graduated from Jida, which department and year? Guan Mushin himself was from the 1979 cohort of the Chinese department at Zhejiang University. Secretary Guan, I graduated from the Chinese department in the year 2000. Yang Dong responded to Guan Mushin's inquiry. Upon hearing this, Guan Mushin could not help but burst into laughter. Ha, then I am indeed your genuine senior, also from the Chinese department, class of 79. Who was your university advisor? He continued questioning, aiming to establish a rapport that would encourage Yang Dong to assist him at the disciplinary commission. Secretary Guan, my university advisor was Professor Sun Ganjian. Yang Dong understood Guan Mushin's intentions, yet he still provided an answer. Professor Sun Ganjian, haha, he was my classmate. So you are a student of my old classmate? Quite impressive. I must reach out to my old friend to inquire about you. Guan Mushin's interest peaked as he took out his phone and searched for Professor Sun Ganjian's contact information. Sun Ganjian was an associate professor in the Chinese department at Zhejiang University, also serving as the advisor for classes 1 through 5 of the department. Before long, he dialed the number. Allow Sun, it's Mushin. Isn't this the big leader? What brings you to call me? Came Sun Ganjian's teasing voice through the phone. Yang Dong felt a wave of nostalgia. He had not seen Professor Sun since graduating nearly 5 years ago. Sun Ganjian had been aware of Yang Dong's challenging family circumstances, thus he had applied for numerous national scholarships, educational funds, and assistance for impoverished students on Yang Dong's behalf. Of course, this was contingent upon maintaining excellent academic performance, and during his time at university, Yang Dong had excelled in all subjects, also serving as the head of the student union's discipline department. Perhaps Guan Mushin's assertion that he was suitable for work at the disciplinary commission stemmed from the foundation laid during his student union days. Yang Dong? Oh, I remember him. He was the class leader from class 3 of the 2000 cohort in our Chinese department, an excellent student and a student union officer. What's up, La Guan? Why are you inquiring about Yang Dong? Sun Ganjian and Guan Mushin began to discuss Yang Dong. This young man works at the Lingyun City Government Office. I wish to bring him on board as my secretary. Guan Mushin explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Sun Ganjian immediately nodded. I support this. He is a fine young man, a great. Then it's settled, old classmate. When I return to the provincial capital, let me treat you to a meal. Guan Mushin and Sun Ganjian exchanged pleasantries without unnecessary formalities, promptly ending the call. Being old classmates, there was no need for excessive pretenses. He put down his phone and looked at Yang Dong, his expression now one of satisfaction. So, what are your thoughts on this? He had gone to great lengths to establish connections and emotional ties for Yang Dong, even consulting about Yang Dong's university advisor. Even Yang Dong's advisor, Sun Ganjian, had given his approval for Yang Dong to serve as his secretary. Could Yang Dong still refuse? Yet, astonishingly, Yang Dong did refuse. Secretary Guan, I am genuinely grateful for your recognition and appreciation. Rationally speaking, encountering such a golden opportunity, I should accept your offer, as this could change the course of my life. However, Guan Mushin's expression faltered. Sensing something amiss, Sun Xiufan also looked at the young man in disbelief. I cannot accept your offer. Yang Dong's final declaration made his stance clear, instantly chilling the atmosphere in the living room. Even Guan Zhoujiao felt her heart race. Anxiously glancing at Yang Dong, she noticed that her father, Guan Mushin's face, had darkened considerably. Chapter 29. A return to the City Discipline Inspection Commission's investigation team. It seems our city's Discipline Inspection Commission is rather small and cannot accommodate someone of your stature from the municipal office, Guan Mushin remarked with a smile. Though his expression had returned to normal, his tone still carried an undertone of irritation. He had not anticipated that Yang Dong would be so brazen as to refuse him outright. Secretary Guan, I am acutely aware of the significance of the opportunity you have extended to me. It could very well mean my swift ascent to the position of Deputy Section Chief, perhaps even your secretary, the Chief Secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, a rather imposing prospect, Yang Dong replied. Guan Mushin remained silent, choosing instead to listen to what Yang Dong had to say. If his reasoning could sway him, then this matter would conclude here. However, to me, camaraderie holds greater importance. I was nurtured by Secretary. If I were to align myself with you at this juncture, I can only imagine how heartbroken Secretary Yin would be, and I would feel equally unsettled. I would perceive myself as having betrayed Secretary Yin, as a base individual who has forsaken the gratitude owed to an old mentor for the sake of personal advancement. Thus, Secretary Guan, I cannot bring myself to be a person devoid of loyalty and integrity. I hope for your understanding. At this moment, Yang Dong spoke with utmost sincerity, articulating his genuine sentiments. This was not mere explanation, it was an unvarnished expression of his heartfelt thoughts. After listening to Yang Dong's words, Guan Mushin fell into contemplation. Sun Xiufan, sitting nearby, nodded with a smile. Indeed, you have withstood immense temptation, steadfastly holding to your principles and honoring your old mentor's kindness. You, young comrade, are truly commendable. Old Guan, you need not fault Xiaodong for his choice. If blame is to be assigned, it should be for your late recognition of this young man. Sun Xiufan addressed Guan Mushin, defending Yang Dong. Upon hearing his wife's words, Guan Mushin chuckled. I, Guan Mushin, am not so petty. However, Xiao Yang, I must ask you one thing. If Yin Taijun were to falter, would that not spell the end of your prospects? Would you not come to regret it? He was curious about the decision Yang Dong would ultimately make. Given that Yang Dong was so closely aligned with Yin Taijun, should the latter truly fall from grace and become mired in controversy, Yang Dong would undoubtedly be purged by Yin Taijun's adversaries and political rivals. At that point, would he not regret declining his invitation to join the Discipline Inspection Commission? Secretary Guan, I have always adhered to a principle: one must act with a clear conscience and uphold integrity in governance. If Secretary Yin ultimately cannot extricate himself from his predicament, then I would simply leave the bureaucratic system. It is now 2008, and the national economy is experiencing rapid growth, particularly in the thriving private sector along the southern coast. I could certainly venture into business along the coast. I do not fear starvation. Perhaps I might even carve out a successful path for myself, would I not? Yang Dong shrugged nonchalantly, genuinely believing what he said. Following his suspension by Tian Guanhan, he had contemplated resigning to pursue business. He had even prepared to borrow funds to invest in the stock market. Had it not been for the sudden request from the Discipline Inspection Commission, he would have already set his commercial plans into motion. Moreover, he truly felt he had little to lose and nothing to fear. No matter how challenging the circumstances, could they truly be more difficult than his previous experiences? Excellent, you possess ambition and determination. After hearing Yang Dong's words, Guan Muxian was thoroughly convinced that Yang Dong was not merely feigning high-mindedness but was genuinely principled. Jojo, have you known Yang Dong prior to this? He turned to his daughter, seated on the left side of the sofa. Guan Jojo glanced at Yang Dong, then shifted her gaze back to her father, responding, Dad, Yang Dong's ex-girlfriend is a colleague of mine at the hospital, so I have met him on 2 occasions. Meaning to say, Guan Muxian was taken aback, struggling to comprehend how someone so nearly unknown would go so far as to offend several officials in the city for the sake of his daughter, particularly antagonizing Wu Jiankai of the construction materials industry. Furthermore, he had shielded his daughter with his own body, enduring blows and kicks alone, falling into a state of unconsciousness for an entire night. Did he not fear becoming a vegetable, never to awaken again? Yang Dong, were you aware of my family's circumstances prior to this? Guan Muxian's gaze sharpened as he inquired of Yang Dong. He found it difficult to believe that such a person truly existed unless Yang Dong had known about his family when he first encountered his daughter. He might have known that his wife was the executive deputy director of the municipal propaganda department, or even that he himself held a deputy ministerial rank. Otherwise, how could he dare to assist so recklessly? It was tantamount to risking his life. Uncle Guan, I swear to heaven, I truly had no knowledge of your family's situation. If I had been aware of your circumstances, I would have been struck by a car the moment I stepped outside. Yang Dong raised his hand to swear, only to be interrupted by Sun Xiufan. Hey, what are you saying, child? After stopping Yang Dong, Sun Xiufan turned to Guan Muxian with a stern expression and said, Old Guan, this child's innocent heart has turned into your suspicion of ulterior motives? How could he possibly know about our family? If he had such channels of information, would he need to scheme against us? Guan Jojo immediately wrapped her arm around Guan Muxian's, echoing her mother's sentiments in defense of Yang Dong. Exactly, Dad, Mom makes a valid point. If he had managed to learn about our family, it would indicate he is no ordinary person. But his family is in the countryside, with parents who are farmers. How could he possess such connections? Moreover, I have never disclosed my identity in recent years. Not even my colleagues are aware, otherwise, I wouldn't have gone unprotected at the KTV that day. Consider it, if they had known my mother was the executive deputy director of the municipal propaganda department and my father was a deputy ministerial official in the provincial government, would they have dared to bully me? Would no one have come to my defense? So, Dad, please do not misjudge Yang Dong, alright? At this point, Guan Jojo began to act charmingly towards Guan Muxian. Guan Muxian, with a resigned expression, nodded and said, Alright, I will not misjudge him. Is that satisfactory? You, young lady, are over 20 yet still act like a child. Why can't you be a bit more composed like your brother? With a bemused gesture towards Guan Jojo's forehead, Guan Muxian then turned to Yang Dong, offering a sincere apology. I am sorry, Xiao Yang, I misjudged your character. Uncle Guan, please do not say that. Your skepticism is entirely understandable. Were I in your position and faced with such circumstances, I too would be inclined to suspect ulterior motives at the first opportunity. Yang Dong immediately waved his hands, extending a ladder for Guan Muxian to step down from his assertions. The apology from the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission was a weight he could hardly bear. Old Guan, you have insulted this child, you must make amends. Completion of stock purchase. Yang Dong, please don't hold it against my father. He is simply like that. Having worked in the Discipline Inspection Commission for so long, his way of thinking has inevitably changed. Yang Dong stepped out from Guan Muxian's residence, with Guan Jojo accompanying him. She felt compelled to explain her father's behavior, anxious that Yang Dong might harbor any resentment. However, in truth, she felt no anger at all. As a member of the Municipal Standing Committee and the secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, Guan Muxian naturally weighed the pros and cons when considering matters. This was hardly an insult. One could only lament that in the eyes of such high-ranking officials, the purity of spirit was a rare sight. It's nothing, Uncle Guan is only looking out for you, concerned that you might be deceived, Yang Dong replied with a smile, attempting to reassure Guan Jojo. He had enjoyed a harmonious meal at Guan Muxian's home that afternoon, largely due to Guan Jojo's lively spirit. After dining, he promptly took his leave, demonstrating a modicum of social awareness. Since Guan Jojo had to return to her duties at the municipal hospital, they descended together. Are you headed back to the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission now? Guan inquired, primarily as there was little else to discuss. Initially, they were strangers, but their connection had been forged through the KTV incident, yet, one event could not deepen a relationship significantly. They were still. Yang Dong merely smiled in silence, watching as the taxi gradually vanished from view. How could he be oblivious to Guan Zhezhou's intentions? He had sensed her fondness for him, yet he truly did not wish to pursue a romantic relationship at this moment, given his past experiences. Besides, he currently possessed nothing, while her family was of a prestigious background that he felt unworthy to approach. Han Wen's parents, one a vice principal of a key municipal high school and the other a chief physician at a hospital, looked down upon him. What more could be said of Guan Zhezhou's family, where her father held a vice ministerial position as a member of the municipal standing committee, and her mother served as the executive vice minister of the publicity department? This was merely the tip of the iceberg. According to Sun Xiufan, Guan Zhezhou's family background was even more remarkable, with her father being a veteran who had fought in wars. Such a family was beyond his reach, and he was acutely aware of his own limitations, never presuming that they would not disdain him. Shaking his head, Yang Dong promptly retrieved his phone, locating Chu Li's number and dialing it. He needed to act swiftly to purchase the stocks, otherwise, he might find himself entangled in the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission's investigation for an extended period, unable to venture out. "Old Chu, have you prepared the funds?" Yang Dong inquired as soon as the call connected. "Old Yang, you've been out of touch for 2 days," Chu Li replied, somewhat bewildered. He had not heard from Yang Dong in 2 days and had begun to suspect that Yang Dong's interest in stocks was merely a jest. "Apologies, I was preoccupied with some urgent matters." "Let us not dwell on that." Alright, let us talk stocks.st. Correct, I have 50,000 ready, how about you?" "I'm all set as well, I'll head to the bank to transfer it to you now. However, I must clarify, we each invest 50,000, and any profits will be split evenly." "Fine, that works for me, but in the end, we will probably lose everything," Chu Li scoffed with a smile, dismissing the notion of profit. The stock market had been anything but normal this year. He had no expectations that the stock Yang Dong planned to buy would yield any gains. "Not necessarily, perhaps we'll achieve financial independence," Yang Dong replied with a mischievous grin. As someone who had been reborn and possessed foresight, he had no doubts about this stock. It not only promised profit but also a potential return of at least 20-fold. An investment of 50,000 could yield over $1 million when sold at the stock's peak. In 2008, that amount could indeed be considered financial freedom. "Old Chu, if you have the means, you should heed my advice and invest more. I can only afford 50,000, but you have more resources." Yang Dong felt that investing just 50,000 was a missed opportunity. With such a promising stock, failing to maximize the potential would be a disservice to the chance he had been given. "Ha, are you taking me for a fool? I'm not increasing my investment. However, if you wish to invest more, I could borrow some money from you, but I will stick to my 50,000. Let us indulge together." Chu Li laughed heartily, confident in his profession and convinced that the stock would inevitably fail. His offer to lend money stemmed from their camaraderie as old classmates. After contemplating, Yang Dong decided he could not let such a golden opportunity slip by with just 50,000. "Old classmate, how much can you lend me?" Chu Li was taken aback. He hadn't expected Yang Dong to be so bold. "I have around 200,000, not including the previous 50,000. Old Chu, lend me 100. What do you say?" Yang Dong felt sorry for Chu Li, but since he was hesitant to invest himself, he would take matters into his own hands. Offering to repay 3 times the principal was already quite generous. Even if he merely repaid the principal plus interest, Chu Li would have little ground for complaint. He just hoped that when the stock soared, Chu Li wouldn't be left lamenting. "Old Yang, take care. The stock market is risky, invest with caution," Chu Li cautioned earnestly, truly concerned about Yang Dong's well-being. "Enough of that, I'm going all in." With that, Yang Dong grabbed his phone and hailed a taxi, heading straight for the bank. His last visit to the bank had been unfortunate, encountering Han Wen, who had ridiculed him. Moreover, due to the sudden summons from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, he had been unable to transfer the funds. Today, he had to seize the opportunity and not let it slip away again. Yang Dong felt immensely grateful to Tian Guanghan and Lin Yaodong. Had they not extricated him, he might have truly missed the chance to invest in stocks. After all, once he entered the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission's investigation group, he could not leave at will, let alone trade stocks during that time. Minutes later, Yang Dong arrived at the bank. This time, Hanwon was nowhere to be seen, and he successfully transferred 50,000 into Chu Li's account. Of this sum, 30,000 was from his own savings, while 20,000 had been transferred by his parents. Old Chu, I've sent the money. I am counting on you for the stock purchase. Keep a close eye on the stock market, especially during mid-April. You must monitor it vigilantly. If you can't reach me, sell at your discretion when the time seems right. Yang Dong dialed Chu Li's number again to emphasize a few points. Especially if he couldn't be reached, Chu Li shouldn't delay in selling at the opportune moment. Mid-April would see St Yen Hu skyrocketing to its historical peak, approaching a price of nearly 108 per share. Since he would be re-entering the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission's investigation group today, it was likely he wouldn't be able to leave for the next 2 months. By then, it would be around May Day. He might genuinely miss the chance to sell the stocks. As for whether Chu Li would abscond with the money after selling, Yang Dong was certain he wouldn't. Chu Li was trustworthy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have approached him for stock trading. Moreover, Chu Li's family was financially secure, as evidenced by his casual offer to lend him 150,000. Rest assured, I will manage everything properly, Chu Li replied with some impatience. I'm at work, so I'll hang up now, he added before abruptly disconnecting the call. Yang Dong tucked his phone back into his pocket, exited the bank building, and hailed another taxi. This time, however, he headed directly to the hotel where In Tai-jun was being detained. Half an hour later, in front of room 107, Yang Dong's figure reappeared. Yang Dong, why are you back again? Ji Hongyu looked up, momentarily taken aback, and then his expression darkened rapidly. He hadn't expected Yang Dong to return so soon after leaving that very afternoon. It was as if he were an unwelcome adhesive, clinging persistently, which irritated Ji Hongyu. Upon seeing Ji Hongyu at the door, Yang Dong couldn't help but furrow his brow and ask, "What are you doing here?" Chapter 31. Assuming leadership once more, why am I not allowed to be here? Ji Hongyu scoffed repeatedly, casting a glance at Yang Dong before retrieving his work identification from his pocket and displaying it before Yang Dong. City Discipline Inspection Commission Investigation Team, Special Case. If unrelated personnel are interfering with the Commission's investigation, why aren't you expelling him? If there's a leak, will you take responsibility? Ji Hongyu's rebuke left both House feeling uncomfortable. Since Ji Hongyu had become the leader of Team Number 10, he had treated them like mere subordinates, barking orders as if they were mere lackeys rather than team members. Now, commanding them to oust Yang Dong ignited a strong sense of indignation within the two. After all, Yang Dong had been the original team leader, while Ji Hongyu was merely a successor. Moreover, Ho Donglai held a deep-seated fear of Yang Dong, worried that Yang might reveal his secret. Yet, Ji Hongyu was, after all, the leader, and his orders had to be followed. "Leader Yang, perhaps you should step outside for now," Ho Donglai said reluctantly. He felt utterly helpless, truly at a loss. "What do you mean, Leader Yang? He is no longer associated with the City Discipline Inspection Commission." "Ho Donglai, do you want to lose your position?" "If I lose my position, you should be the one to get out of the City Discipline Inspection Commission." Ji Hongyu was exceedingly displeased with Ho Donglai referring to Yang Dong as leader. He was the current head of Team Number 10. What was Yang Dong even worth? Ho Donglai was clearly not aware of his place or allegiance. Ho Donglai's face flushed with anger, his frustration bubbling over. "If I must leave, then so be it. Do you think I wish to remain in the City Discipline Inspection Commission? I am a deputy section chief at the City Procuratorate. Why should I be bossed around here by you? Who do you think you are? Ji Hongyu, are you just relying on your well-connected uncle? I'm done, is that okay?" Ho Donglai spat angrily, pointing a finger at Ji Hongyu and then tearing off his. Yang Dong was taken aback. He couldn't believe Ho Donglai had the audacity to confront Ji Hongyu. This newfound boldness gave him a flicker of admiration for Ho Donglai, but the thought of Ho Donglai as a corruptive. Both he and Ho Donglai had been seconded from the City Procuratorate. If Ho Donglai left, being left alone in Team Number 10 would only worsen his situation. Ji Hongyu would undoubtedly target him, making life miserable. Hence, he followed suit without a second thought. "If you all leave, who will handle the work?" Ji Hongyu's eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated their tempers to flare so vehemently, to the point of declaring they would not work anymore. "Let whoever dares take on the work." Don't you have the capability? You can handle it yourself. Ho Donglai sneered, waving his hand dismissively as he approached Yang Dong. Leader Yang, am I doing all right? He asked. This nearly sent Ji Hongyu into a fit of rage. A deposed Yang Dong was no longer the leader of team number 10, yet Ho Donglai continued to fawn over him. What kind of spell had Yang Dong cast upon him to evoke such unwavering loyalty? Very well, Yang Dong replied with a smile, patting Ho Donglai on the shoulder and nodding that he understood Ho Donglai's action stemmed from sheer fear of his secrets being exposed. Had he not held on to that secret, Ho Donglai might have even contemplated doing him harm, or this served as a warning to Yang Dong. He must never engage in wrongdoing or provide anyone with leverage against him, lest he be caught in a vulnerable position. A public servant should conduct themselves with integrity, unafraid of any adversaries or schemers. One must either be a hedgehog, bristling with defenses, or a slippery eel, impossible to grasp, but the former is covered in spines, while the latter leaves no hold. Shall we depart then, Leader Yang? Ho Donglai continued, gesturing towards Yang Dong. Yang Dong smiled and shook his head. I won't leave, those who need to go are not me. His return was sanctioned by Guan Mushin, who had specifically requested him to come back. Thus, the leadership of team number 10 was still his to claim. No one else would suffice. Did the promise of the City Committee Standing Committee and the Secretary of the City Discipline Inspection Commission not hold weight? Ji Hongyu, it seems. His tone was calm yet resolute. Are you dreaming? Take a good look. My work credentials were issued by the City Discipline Inspection Commission office. Ji Hongyu jabbed at his credentials, the sound echoing sharply. The black and white text was clear, adorned with the red stamp of the City Discipline Inspection Commission office. Was his position as the leader of team number 10 a fabrication? Perhaps there was a mistake? Why not go ask at the City Discipline Inspection Commission office? Yang Dong inquired with a smile. You have truly lost your mind. Do you think the City Discipline Inspection Commission office is a marketplace where one can simply inquire? Ji Hongyu glowered at Yang Dong, his eyes twitching with anger. Ji Hongyu, you really ought to inquire at the City Discipline Inspection Commission office. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind them. Lu Yike appeared, clad in a sleek black suit, the national emblem pinned to her chest, striding confidently forward. She brandished her work identification, a fresh document emblazoned with the following text: Lingyun City Discipline Inspection Commission Investigation Team, Special Case Team Number 10, Leader, Yang Dong. Accompanying this was a passport-sized photo of Yang Dong against a red background, alongside a City Discipline Inspection Commission contact phone. Leader, welcome back. Lu Yike handed over the credentials and phone to Yang Dong, extending her hand in greeting. Thank you, Comrade Yike. Yang Dong was not surprised that his credentials had been restored. He accepted the documents and shook hands with Lu Yike. Once he hung the identification around his neck, Ho Donglai hurried over. Leader, everything I said before was in anger. I am not leaving the investigation team. I am still your subordinate, ready to follow your orders at any time. Ho Shuangquan felt utterly drained. Having followed Ho Donglai's lead in quitting, he now had no choice but to return as well. All right, our team number 10 will not be leaving. Yang Dong nodded, feeling a newfound appreciation for Ho Donglai. The only source of irritation was Ji Hongyu, who was not only bothersome but increasingly obstructive. What is the meaning of this? Why did you hand him his invalid credentials? Ji Hongyu fumed, glaring at Lu Yike. These are not invalid credentials. I was just informed by the City Discipline Inspection Commission office to retrieve them. Secretary Ling also stated that the leader of team number 10 is still Yang Dong. If you don't believe me, feel free to verify. Lu Yike replied coolly, hands in pockets, casting a disdainful glance at Ji Hongyu. While others may fear Ji Hongyu's connections and influential uncle, she regarded him with indifference. It mattered not whether it was Ji Hongyu or Ling Jinting. Had she not genuinely enjoyed working with the Discipline Inspection Commission and striving for tangible results, she would have returned to the provincial capital long ago. She detested the petty power struggles that muddied the commission's reputation, undermining its authority. In just 2 days, Yang Dong had experienced 3 attempts to undermine him. To claim there was no underhanded rivalry at play would be absurd. The reason Yang Dong had resumed his position as leader of Special Case Team Number 10 was itself a testament to the political machinations and the influence of powerful figures. I refuse to believe it. How could this be possible? I refuse to accept it. Ji Hongyu was bewildered. He had barely held the position for 4 hours. How could it be taken from him so swiftly? His uncle, Ling Jinting, had not agreed to this arrangement during their midday conversation. His uncle had indicated that team number 10 was intended for him, but due to interference from certain leaders, Yang Dong had usurped his rightful position. What had changed? Had more leaders intervened? Where did Yang Dong acquire such backing? How could he possess so many influential supporters? It was simply outrageous. How shameless to rely on powerful connections. Seething with frustration, he gritted his teeth and stormed out. He intended to seek assistance from his uncle. Chapter 32 The self-awareness of Ling Jinting. In a fit of indignation and grievance, Ji Hongyu stormed into the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission building, making his way to his uncle Ling Jinting's office. Few dared to barge into the office of the Secretary General of the Commission without knocking, save for the 3 deputy secretaries and, of course, his own nephew. Ling Jinting was engrossed in his paperwork when the office door was abruptly flung open. Without needing to look, he knew it was his nephew, which filled him with exasperation. With only one younger sister in the family, and her son Ji Hongyu, he felt compelled to indulge the boy. Unfortunately, Ji Hongyu was largely a hopeless case, often leveraging his uncle's position to offend others within the commission. Now he was at odds with someone named Yang Dong, and Ling couldn't fathom why he would choose to antagonize. "Uncle, you deceived me," Ji Hongyu exclaimed, standing before Ling with reddened eyes. "Impudent. Address me by my title during work hours." Ling Jinting's expression darkened as he admonished Ji Hongyu. The young man instinctively shrank back. Despite their familial ties, he held a genuine fear of his uncle. He lowered his gaze and muttered, "Secretary Ling, good day. Now, tell me, how have I deceived you?" Ling Jinting fixed his stare on Ji Hongyu, his voice low and serious. Ji Hongyu, feeling aggrieved, recounted the situation. Then, in a fit of anger, he shouted, "Why, on what basis has he been reinstated as the head of the 10th Task Force?" Ling Jinting's ire flared upon hearing this. Just that afternoon, he had successfully maneuvered Ji Hongyu into the position of head of the 10th Task Force, and merely hours later, the higher-ups had issued a directive compelling him to reassign Yang Dong. Even Tian Guanghan had given this his unconditional approval, his tone betraying a suppressed frustration. Ling understood that Tian was undoubtedly under immense pressure from the leadership. As for which higher-up wielded such influence to render them breathless, it was none other than Guan Mushin, the secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. This afternoon, Guan had personally sought him out in his office, catching him off guard and prompting him to rise in greeting. Guan, taking a seat in Ling's office chair, asserted his authority, clearly establishing who held the reins at the commission. "Old Ling, how many years have you served at the commission? How long have you been Secretary General?" Guan Mushin inquired with a seemingly calm demeanor. Ling felt compelled to respond respectfully, slightly bowing as he replied, "Secretary Guan, I have been with the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission for over a decade, starting from the comprehensive section and gradually ascending to the position of Secretary General and Office Director. I believe I have been Secretary General for around 3 years now. 3 years, it might be time for a change in position," Guan remarked, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. At this, Ling Jinting's heart raced, but not with joy. Rather, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. It was imperative to note that Guan's words did not imply an elevation in rank but rather a potential reassignment to what position? Certainly, it meant he might be ousted. The Secretary General of the Commission must align closely with the Secretary, otherwise, peril looms. Ling, having been appointed by the previous Secretary Lu Zhang, was not a favored protege of Guan Mushin. Now, Guan's casual remark sent a chill down his spine. "Secretary Guan, have I faltered in my duties? Please, do critique me." Ling Jinting nervously wiped the cold sweat from his brow, bending even lower. "Haha, old Ling, why so tense? I've just arrived. How could I possibly find fault with you?" Guan continued. "It's merely about the reassignment of personnel. I've heard some individuals have been returned. The work of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission's investigative team is quite demanding. We must handle the comings and goings of transferred personnel with utmost care and caution." "Very well, I merely stopped by to see how you were doing. There is nothing more. I shall take my leave now. Do visit my office for tea when time permits." Guan smiled, patting Ling Jinting on the shoulder as he departed, adding almost as an afterthought, "Old Ling, the former secretary treated you well, didn't he? I've heard you accompanied Comrade Lu Zhang during his chemotherapy. No need to read too much into it. I was simply inquiring," Guan said with a chuckle before leaving, while Ling Jinting felt the world spinning around him, overcome by dizziness, collapsing onto the sofa and remaining there, unable to rise for an extended period. That had transpired merely an hour ago. Reflecting on it now still sent shivers down his spine. If he couldn't decipher the implications of Secretary Guan's words, he had no right to occupy his current position. Thus, he promptly called Tian Guanghan, instructing him to reassign Yang Dong. This situation had devolved into a farcical affair, akin to child's play. More troubling was the convoluted nature of Yang Dong's reassignment, having passed through both Deputy Secretary Wei Chenghu and Secretary Guan. Why did these two prominent figures hold such regard for Yang Dong? This served as a stark warning and lesson for Ling. He must never again offend Yang Dong. In fact, he should seek an opportunity to mend their relationship. Those who could attain such positions were no fools, unless they were mortal enemies. It was wise to avoid deep-seated grudges. Old Tian, let us request Yang Dong's reassignment once more, he stated directly upon calling Tian Guanghan. To Ling's astonishment, Tian's response was unexpectedly agreeable. Even enthusiastic Secretary Ling, even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have brought it up. How can we allow the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission to abandon the personnel we borrowed from the municipal government? It is quite embarrassing for us. I will ensure Yang Dong returns. You need not worry, Ling Jinting replied, perplexed by Tian Guanghan's swift change in attitude. Upon reflection, he understood Guan Mushin could exert pressure on Ling, but he could also apply it to others. While the secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission might not directly oversee the municipal government, Guan was still a member of the standing committee and ranked fourth among them. This compelled Tian Guanghan to reconsider. What Tian Guanghan did not know was that prior to receiving Ling's call, he had been thoroughly unsettled. He had received a call from Guan Mushin himself. My goodness, I nearly had a heart attack, Tian thought, cold sweat streaming down his face. The call from Guan had left him in a daze, prompting his hasty agreement to Ling Jinting's request. Uncle, why aren't you speaking? Ji Hongyu's urgent voice broke Ling Jinting's reverie, pulling him back to the present. This matter is settled. From now on, do not provoke Yang Dong. Did you hear me? Ling Jinting's face darkened as he glared at Ji Hongyu, his voice low and commanding, threatening him. He feared that Ji Hongyu's lack of political acumen might lead him to foolishly confront Yang Dong again. If that were to happen, he would find himself entangled in a conflict with the powerful figures backing Yang Dong. Who were those influential figures? Naturally, it included Guan Mushin and Wei Changhu. If he still failed to grasp the gravity of the situation, he had wasted over 20 years in his career. His concern lay not with Yang Dong himself but rather with the formidable individuals supporting him. Oh, I understand now, Ji Hongyu mumbled, immediately deflating upon witnessing his uncle's resolute demeanor. He turned to leave, but once outside, he clenched his fists, filled with resentment. Yang, this isn't over between us. Chapter 33 The whereabouts of the nanny. Within the hotel where the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Committee's investigation team is located, Yang Dong accompanied Ho Tianlai as they stood in the office of Deputy Team Leaders Su Tongzhou and Lu Shan. Leaders, may Secretary Yin leave now? Yang Dong inquired earnestly, his eyes brimming with seriousness. Su Tongzhou and Lu Shan exchanged glances, then both chuckled and shook their heads. Not yet, although the evidence you have gathered leans favorably, there are still concerns. Su Tongzhou paused momentarily. Lu Shan seamlessly took over, continuing, however, this remains mere speculation. What if the chain of evidence proves otherwise? What if Yin Taijun indeed prefers to conduct his affairs before receiving payment? What if he is audacious enough to accept bribes directly into his personal account? Thus, Comrade Yang Dong, you still need to investigate another individual. Only by obtaining crucial evidence can you proceed. Lu Shan's expression grew serious as he solemnly asked, do you understand what constitutes crucial evidence? Ho Donglai stood obediently behind Yang Dong, refraining from uttering a word, allowing Yang Dong to seize the opportunity to shine. Are you suggesting the testimony of the nanny, Yin Xiuying? Yang Dong quickly grasped Lu Shan's implication, recognizing that the pivotal element of the Yin Taijun case lay in the nanny's allegations. If she could be persuaded to testify anew and declare that she had falsely accused Yin Taijun, revealing the truth, then Secretary Yin could finally clear his name. Precisely. If your 10th investigation team can locate the nanny and compel her to speak the truth, the case against Yin Taijun will become evident, Su Tongzhou affirmed, nodding in satisfaction at Yang Dong's keen insight. Moreover, Comrade Yang Dong, it is essential to remember that Yin Taijun is the municipal secretary, a matter of great significance for the city's government, particularly concerning municipal projects that are closely linked to Mayor Ho Yong. Eventually, the case against Yin Taijun will inevitably be submitted for discussion at the Municipal Committee Standing Committee. To gain the approval of the committee leaders for the withdrawal of charges and his release, it is imperative to substantiate the case thoroughly. Do you understand? Lu Shan spoke with grave seriousness, tapping on the table. Yang Dong felt a jolt within. Indeed, this matter transcended a mere internal investigation by the Municipal Disciplinary Committee and involved the Standing Committee. Was the municipal secretary guilty of corruption? The Disciplinary Committee could only ascertain the facts, but the decision rested with the Standing Committee. The waters were growing increasingly murky. Leaders, group leader, I have heard that this nanny has gone missing? At this moment, Ho Donglai could no longer suppress his curiosity and ventured to speak. In the presence of the two deputy-level leaders and the secret he held with Yang Dong, he was cautious and apprehensive, yet he felt compelled to remind the three of them. Missing? Both Lu Shan and Su Tongzhou's expressions shifted, realizing the complexity of the situation. If the nanny truly was missing, persuading her to testify would prove to be a formidable challenge. In truth, even without her disappearance, coaxing her to reveal the truth would be no small feat. After all, falsely accusing an official at the deputy level was a grave offense, subject to severe legal repercussions, not to mention the potential conspiracies at play. it was likely that the nanny had already been warned by adversaries, rendering her too fearful to disclose the truth. This matter had indeed become troublesome. Rest assured, leaders, our 10th team will get to the bottom of this and locate her. We simply hope that you, esteemed leaders, will grant our 10th team ample authority while shielding us from external interference, allowing us to investigate the case without distraction. Yang Dong seized the moment to make his request, having discerned over the past few days that both deputy leaders were loyal to Wei Changhu. The first deputy secretary, Wei Changhu, was also an old superior of Secretary Yin. Thus, Wei Changhu was trustworthy, and these two deputy leaders could also be relied upon. You needn't worry about that. There will be no external factors interfering with your investigation. Proceed as you see fit, Lu Shan assured, his demeanor suddenly turning serious as he made a promise to Yang Dong. Regardless of the pressures from above, they would shield Yang Dong from any interference. If they were unable to do so, there was always Deputy Secretary Wei Changhu, or even the newly appointed disciplinary secretary, Guan Mushan. Unless the municipal secretary or the mayor personally intervened, no one would dare disrupt the investigation. Then I am at ease. I thank both of you, leaders. We shall now proceed with our investigation. Yang Dong nodded in gratitude to the two men before leading Ho Donglai out. With the internal environment of the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Committee devoid of pressure, Yang Dong possessed considerable autonomy to thoroughly investigate the matter, perhaps even uncovering the nanny's whereabouts. In truth, he already knew where she was. While others might believe that the nanny, Yin Xiaoying, had vanished. As a reborn individual, he was acutely aware of her actual location. She had not gone far. She was still in Lingyan City, but had taken refuge at a relative's home in a village under the jurisdiction of Yunbei District. Surely, she understood the gravity of falsely accusing a leader at the deputy level and recognized the impropriety of her actions, prompting her to hide away. Group leader, how are we to investigate this? Ho Donglai inquired, his face clouded with frustration as he addressed Yang Dong. If they could manage these two cases smoothly, the temporary personnel like themselves would be rewarded upon returning to their original units. It could be said that these two cases were pivotal for his career advancement. He was already a deputy section-level leader. If he continued to rise, he could attain a position as a full section-level official within the municipal procuratorate, potentially leading a secondary unit within the agency. For now, let us return and continue interrogating Yin Taijun, then we will plan our next steps, Yang Dong replied, casting a glance at him before opening the car door. The Municipal Disciplinary Committee had provided dedicated vehicles for all 10 specialized investigation teams. Ho Donglai eagerly hopped into the driver's seat. 20 minutes later, the two arrived at the hotel where Yin Taijun was being held. Upon entering the hotel, Ho Donglai remained in the corridor, watching as Yang Dong used the key to unlock room 107. At that moment, only Ho Shuangchuan was present in the corridor, aside from the two of them. As for Lu Yike and Jianghu, they had gone to discreetly investigate another case concerning the corruption of the director of the Municipal Education Bureau, Gu Santong. After all, the 10th team was responsible for two cases involving deputy-level officials. It was impractical to focus solely on Yin Tiejuan's case, so another case required attention. Yang Dong had thus entrusted the handling of Gu Santong's case to Lu Yike and Jianghu, planning to involve Ho Shuangchuan or Ho Donglai if additional hands were needed. Yin Taijun rose from the bed as he heard the door being pushed open, his heart tightening. In the afternoon, Ji Hongyu had interrogated him for the entire duration, effectively tormenting him. It seemed the ordeal was set to continue. Regarding Yang Dong's dismissal, he had heard it firsthand. Of course, he felt immense gratitude towards Yang Dong, yet he understood that Yang Dong, being a mere minor figure, could hardly withstand the pressures from above. Hence, he held no disappointment towards Yang Dong. The fact that he had come this far was already commendable. However, as he gazed at Yang Dong entering the room, his expression he slowly sat back down and nodded at Yang Dong. All right, speak your mind. A couple of days ago, I rescued a girl named Guan Zhoujiao. Her father is Guan Mushan, the newly appointed secretary of the Municipal Disciplinary Committee. I had lunch at Secretary Guan's house today. This afternoon, Secretary Guan requested that I return to the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Committee's investigation team, hence I am still the leader of the 10th team, continuing to oversee your case. Yang Dong succinctly conveyed the situation in the most concise manner possible. Yin Taijun, however, widened his eyes and slightly parted his lips. Were it not for his trust in Yang Dong, he would have thought this scenario could only exist in fiction. What a remarkable coincidence, he saved a girl whose father is Guan Mushan, who just happened to take office in Lingyun City. Does old Guan have a daughter? Yin Tiejuan's immediate reaction was to wonder when Guan Mushan had a daughter. He had no prior knowledge of it. Secretary, do you know Secretary Guan? Now it was Yang Dong's turn to be astonished, looking at him in inquiry. At Yin Tiejuan's words, he couldn't help but chuckle, pointing at Yang Dong in playful reproach. You rascal, The waters grow deeper. Yang Dong indeed yearned to uncover the extent of Secretary Yin's connections, or rather, the nature of his support. In his previous life, Secretary Yin had been sentenced to 10 years, yet no one from his circle intervened to rescue him. Thus, he now sought deeper insights, which would bolster his confidence in investigating this case. The case itself was rather unremarkable. The true determining factors lay above, in realms beyond his control, relying solely on the robustness of Secretary Yin's backing. Regardless, he recognized Yang Dong's dedication and tireless efforts, feeling a sense of empathy for the young man. This lad had not squandered his trust and expectations. Of course, if he were to discover that Guan Mushin had attempted to court Yang Dong only to be rebuffed, it would likely deepen his admiration. As Yang Dong sat in his chair, listening intently to Yin Tiejuan's words, he noted that Wei Changhu, Guan Mushin, and Yin Taijun all shared a common superior. This revelation did not astonish Yang Dong. He had already gleaned hints from the recent developments. He even surmised that the entire situation was significantly influenced by the phone call he had made, which had proven pivotal. His call had led to his reassignment to the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission's investigation team, and it had facilitated Guan Mushin's appointment as the new secretary of the commission. Prior to this, the position had remained vacant for over half a month, with no clear decision on who would assume the role, whether it would be an internal promotion or an external appointment from the provincial level or elsewhere. Yet, astonishingly, just 3 days after his call, Guan Mushin took office. It was inconceivable to him that this sequence of events was unrelated to his intervention. Thus, he reasonably deduced that Guan Mushin, Wei Changhu, and Yin Taijun belonged to the same faction. With 2 officials at the department level and 1 at the deputy bureau level among his inner circle, this former leader must undoubtedly be a high-ranking official from the province, perhaps even a vice-provincial leader, or potentially a member of the provincial standing committee. Lao Guan served as the first secretary, Wei Changhu the second, and I am the third. Goodness, should we refer to you as the secretary syndicate? Suddenly, Yang Dong's expression shifted, and he regarded Yin Taijun with an unusual gaze, recalling the renowned secretary syndicate of Zhejiang province, known for a provincial leader who favored promoting secretaries and former subordinates, albeit with a reputation for employing individuals of merit. Yet, his penchant for appointing secretaries, even secretaries of secretaries, had drawn some controversy. Could it be that Secretary Yin, along with Guan Mushin and Wei Changhu, were all under the aegis of this provincial leader? What are you thinking, young man? This lad possessed a remarkable acumen that had previously escaped his notice. The former Yang Dong had only struck him as diligent, conscientious, and capable, yet lacking in mental agility, often too sharp for his own good. How curious it was that after his own predicament, he noticed a considerable transformation in the young man before him. Secretary, please continue, Yang Dong replied with a smile, gesturing for Yin Taijun to elaborate. His musings were merely conjectures, and he refrained from probing further into Yin Tiejuan's thoughts for fear of misstepping and causing embarrassment. We are all secretaries to the former leader, but I am somewhat unique. I was not placed within the Discipline Inspection Commission. Rather, the former leader orchestrated my appointment to the municipal government as the secretary and director of the office of Lingyun City. Lao Guan and Wei Changhu are both serving within the Discipline Inspection. However, he still refrained from revealing the identity of the former leader, even though Yang Dong had already begun to piece it together, with Guan Mushin and Wei Changhu entrenched in the commission, and Yin Taijun asserting his placement within the municipal government. Moreover, the fact that the leader's secretary was qualified to serve as a department-level secretary indicated that this leader must undoubtedly hold a prominent position within the provincial committee, likely among the higher-ranking officials. Given that the majority of provincial standing committee secretaries are deputy department level, with few at the bureau level unless they hold dual roles, the answer became crystal clear. The keywords, provincial standing committee, high-ranking, discipline inspection commission, and a penchant for promoting secretaries, pointed unmistakably to Su Yulian, the provincial secretary of Zhejiang. There was no other plausible candidate. Why did Secretary Su transfer you to the Lingyun city government? Yang Dong inquired, prompting Yin Taijun to respond. Yin Taijun chuckled, because Secretary Su intends, how did you deduce that? He had momentarily failed to register that Yang Dong had already divined the identity of his former leader. This lad is rather uncanny, he mused. Secretary, aside from you, the other 2 secretaries work within the Discipline Inspection Commission. Who else but the secretary to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Secretary could consistently hold a position within that department? And given that the provincial leader who favors appointing secretaries is none other than Secretary Su Yulian, I cannot conceive of another option, Yang Dong boldly stated, unperturbed by the prospect of Yin Taijun reprimanding him. At this juncture, they were firmly allied, inseparable. Do not speak of this to anyone. Yin Tiejuan's expression turned grave as he cautioned Yang Dong. He did not chastise him but issued a stern warning nonetheless. Consequently, I was maneuvered into the Lingyun city government office. You are aware that advancing within the Discipline Inspection Commission is straightforward at first but becomes increasingly challenging, relegating one to the confines of the commission with limited. What did you seek me out for? In Taijun shifted the topic, directing his gaze toward Yang Dong. He understood that Yang Dong would not approach him without cause. After all, visiting him carried its own risks. Secretary, your case is quite complex. Su Yunkai undoubtedly has someone backing him, otherwise, he would not dare to scheme against you or fabricate charges. Could you inform me who supports Su Yunkai? This knowledge would greatly aid me in strategizing against him or at least in guarding against his machinations. This was the essence of Yang Dong's visit. Merely knowing Su Yunkai was an adversary was insufficient, he needed to comprehend the extent of Su's backing to proceed effectively, otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain, which was In Tiejuan's expression immediately hardened, his gaze swirling with complexity, clearly engaged in an internal struggle. He was uncertain whether to divulge this information to Yang Dong, as knowing too much would place the young man in greater peril and further entangle their fates. Yet, Yang Dong's stance was unmistakable. They were inextricably linked in their fortunes. This young man was rather naive, yet it warmed In Tiejuan's heart to have such a loyal confidant. Su Yunkai, as a deputy secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, do you care to guess why he is maneuvering into the municipal government to assume the role of deputy mayor? In Taijun ultimately chose to unveil the deeper secret, recognizing Yang Dong's determination. I suspect it is due to factional struggles, Yang Dong replied, his expression serious, drawing upon memories from his previous life. However, in his past experience, he had lacked a deeper understanding of the intricacies involved. Indeed, do you know whose struggle it is? In Taijun scoffed lightly before continuing to question Yang Dong. In an instant, a flash of insight illuminated Yang Dong's mind, and he blurted out, the Municipal Party Committee and the municipal government, precisely. In Taijun nodded in appreciation, no longer surprised by Yang Dong's quick wit. Instead, he recognized Yang Dong's political acumen, capable of discerning the situation from the fog of uncertainty, an exceptionally rare and valuable trait. The municipal party secretary, Wu Xinkai, has been. Thus, he aims to transfer Su Yunkai to the municipal government as deputy mayor in order to undermine Mayor Ho's advantages from within. Su Yunkai is aligned with Wu Xinkai. He served as Wu Xinkai's secretary when Wu held the position of county party secretary. Subsequently, when Wu ascended to the role of municipal party secretary, he maneuvered Su Yunkai into the Discipline Inspection Commission, where Su became deputy secretary. Now, he aims to infiltrate the municipal government once more, employing the same tactics to reposition Su Yunkai there. Do you understand now? Chapter 35. A step too late, listening to In Tiejuan's words, Yang Dong immediately nodded with a smile, remarking, I understand now, Su Yunkai is merely a grain of sand. Ha, your assertion is not without merit, In Taijun chuckled, aware that However, the mirth quickly faded as he adopted a serious demeanor and intoned, we cannot afford to be careless. It is Su Yunkai who seeks to eliminate me, but the municipal party secretary, Wu Xinkai, will certainly not allow me to escape unscathed. He aims to infiltrate the municipal government with his insidious influence, and that necessitates my downfall. Yang Dong was acutely aware of the current situation, which remained quite precarious. Nonetheless, with Mayor Ho Yong holding a position of advantage within the city, it would not be an easy feat for Wu Xinkai to stir up trouble, would it? Secretary General, does the mayor not concern him? At most, they will strike decisively when the situation becomes critical. Thus, you need not ponder the thoughts of these high-ranking officials. As long as you thoroughly investigate my case and present it clearly before the Standing Committee, I am confident the mayor will ensure my safety. If he were to elucidate In Tiejuan's case, then at the Standing Committee, it would be impossible for Party Secretary Wu Xinkai to create chaos. The members aligned with the mayor would undoubtedly thwart his schemes. However, should In Tiejuan's charges be substantiated, the mayor would find himself unable to speak on his behalf. It would be rather inappropriate to advocate for a corrupt official, would it not? This, in essence, represented a struggle, a contest within the bounds of established rules. You should leave promptly, to avoid raising any suspicions. Having conveyed all he needed to say, In Taijun urged Yang Dong to depart, for lingering in the room could arouse unwanted attention. Secretary General, I must continue to interrogate you. Please pardon my persistence. Yang Dong signaled to In Taijun and produced a law enforcement recording pen, placing it on the table. In Taijun laughed heartily. This young man was indeed meticulous in his approach. There was no real interrogation taking place, this was merely a ruse to placate outsiders. Thus, he sat upright, preparing to cooperate with Yang Dong's questioning. 10 minutes later, Yang Dong picked up the recording pen and turned to leave. Exiting room 107, he handed the recording pen to Ho Donglai. This contains the interrogation details of In Taijun, please keep it secure. Understood, team leader. Ho Donglai promptly accepted the recording pen, a smile of approval gracing his face. Team leader, what course of action should we take regarding the nanny? After securing the recording pen, Ho Donglai could not restrain his curiosity about the nanny's situation. He was now more eager than Yang Dong to clarify this case. If he succeeded, upon returning to the municipal procuratorate after his temporary assignment, he might be promoted. Donglai, you will oversee Yin Taijun, just as before. No one is permitted to enter. I will accompany Shuangchuan to seek out the nanny. Compared to Ho Shuangchuan, Yang Dong placed greater trust in Ho Donglai, for the latter held a secret that kept him in check. However, Ho Shuangchuan, while appearing amiable and harmless, harbored many thoughts that were not easily discernible. Hence, the responsibility of guarding Yin Taijun could not be entrusted to him, as Yang Dong felt uneasy. Keeping Ho Shuangchuan close would provide the utmost safety and serve as a means to test whether he was indeed an undercover agent for the opposing faction. Team leader, I will follow your orders. Ho Donglai stood at attention, nodding towards Yang Dong. Ho Shuangchuan said little, merely rising to follow Yang Dong as they departed. This time, Yang Dong drove, with Ho Shuangchuan occupying the passenger seat. Shuangchuan, do you think our team can uncover the truth behind the Yin Taijun case? Yang Dong casually inquired as he drove. Ho Shuangchuan grinned and replied, with your leadership, team leader, we will undoubtedly unravel the complexities of the Yin Taijun case. Do you have such unwavering faith in me? Yang Dong continued to question him with a smile. Though our time together has been brief, I have already discerned your capabilities, team leader, Ho Shuangchuan affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Yang Dong elaborated, we are on our way to locate the individual most pivotal to the Yin Taijun case, the nanny. At this, Ho Shuangchuan's expression momentarily faltered, followed by a look of confusion as he queried, team leader, I heard this nanny has gone missing? Oh? Who told you that? Yang Dong raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Previously, Ho Donglai had mentioned something similar. Who had spread such rumors? Isn't that what everyone is saying? Given the significant impact of Secretary Yin's case, it has become a topic of widespread discussion, sparking curiosity and concern, Ho Shuangchuan explained with an unperturbed demeanor, concealing his true thoughts. Yang Dong nodded, unable to suppress his feelings of lamentation. Indeed, the ramifications of this case are profound. I am aware of the whereabouts of this nanny, Yang Dong stated confidently to Ho Shuangchuan. Upon hearing this, Ho Shuangchuan's face brightened with excitement as he exclaimed, team leader, that would be a substantial achievement. If we successfully locate her, our 10th team will surely receive commendation from the Municipal Disciplinary Committee. The nanny's sister resides in Dongji Village. She will know the nanny's whereabouts. Let us pay her a visit. Conveniently, Dongji Village is less than 30 kilometers from our city, rather close indeed. Yang Dong concluded, then accelerated the vehicle, heading directly toward Dongji Village. Ho Shuangchuan remained silent, gazing out the window at the scenery, which offered little more than the melting snow and barren earth typical of northeastern March. I can't hold it any longer. I need to relieve myself. Yang Dong pulled over to the roadside, exited the car, and hurriedly urinated. 2 minutes later, having finished, he returned to the vehicle and resumed driving, while Ho Shuangchuan continued to stare out the window in silence. Yang Dong refocused his gaze on the road, driving straight to Dongji Village. Though labeled a rural road, it was neither paved nor cemented, merely a compacted dirt path, thus limiting the speed of travel. An hour later, Yang Dong arrived at the village committee office in Dongji Village. Who are you looking for? An elderly man, clearing snow from the yard, inquired with surprise upon seeing a Jetta parked. Sir, we are investigators from the Lingyun City Disciplinary Committee. Yang Dong displayed his credentials. Oh my, city officials. What brings you here? The old man promptly set aside his shovel and broom, wiping his hands before extending a warm greeting. Hello, leaders, I am Wang Jiangwo, the village head of Dongji Village. Wang Jiangwo warmly shook hands with Yang Dong and Ho Shuang. However, he was an honest man who had never engaged in corruption, so he stood tall and unafraid, unless they were there to apprehend the village's party secretary. Yet, catching a village secretary would typically fall under the jurisdiction of the town's disciplinary committee, making the involvement of the municipal committee excessive. Village head Wang, we are here to inquire about Yin Xiaomei. We have some matters to discuss. Yang Dong replied with a smile, clarifying their intentions. Upon hearing that they sought Yin Xiaomei, Wang Jiangwo immediately frowned. What do you want with her? Has she done something wrong? Village head Wang, you misunderstand. She has committed no wrongdoing. We merely wish to ask her a few questions. Yang Dong explained with a reassuring smile, hoping to dispel any misconceptions. Oh, I see. I will take you to her. Wang Jiangwo, relieved that there was no trouble, led the two to Yin. In this era of northeastern rural life, brick houses indicated better living conditions, while poorer households might still reside in mud huts. The task of building new rural communities is indeed a long and arduous journey. Nu Liusen, where's your wife? Wang Jiangwo inquired upon exiting the vehicle, approaching Yin Xiumei's husband, who was chopping wood outside. Yin Xiumei's husband, Niu Laosan, looked perplexed at the village head's unexpected visit regarding his wife. She was taken away by the town's police station. What, taken by the police station? Wang Jiangwo was taken aback. What did the police want with her? Fellow villager, how long has she been gone? Yang Dong's expression changed as he quickly pressed for more information. Yin Xiumei's husband replied in a low voice, almost half an hour. Yang Dong's heart sank upon hearing this. Had they arrived too late? Let us go. He wasted no time, beckoning to Ho Shuangquan as they hurried back to the car. Wang Jiangwo sighed as he watched the departing vehicle. Can't they at least give me a ride back? Young people are so impatient. He then turned to Niu Laosan, scolding him angrily, you fool. Your wife has been taken, and you're not even worried? Chapter 36, Fainting to the east and attacking the west team leader. Why has the local police station taken her away? Ho Shuangquan asked from the passenger seat, his face a mask of confusion and suspicion. Yang Dong glanced at him and suddenly chuckled. It seems our itinerary has been leaked. Why would a rural woman, who neither invites calamity nor stirs trouble, be taken away by the police just as they were about to arrive? It would be impossible unless there was some foul play involved. Clearly, someone had tipped them off, aware that he intended to visit Dongji village in search of Yin Xiumei, the elder sister of the housekeeper, Yin Xiuying, who had two sisters. The eldest, Yin Xiumei, and the second, Yin Xiulan. Team leader, you don't suspect me, do you? Ho Shuangquan squinted at Yang Dong, a hint of anxiety in his voice. There were only two people aware of their schedule. Himself and Yang Dong. Thus, Yang Dong's words implied he harbored suspicions against him. How could that be? I have complete faith in you. We are on the same team, after all, Yang Dong replied with a smile, shaking his head at Ho Shuangquan. Team leader, what should we do then? Ho Shuangquan furrowed his brow, pressing for an answer. Don't worry about Yin Xiumei. Let us go directly to find the housekeeper, Yang Dong said, a glimmer of amusement appearing on his face as he turned the car around, heading in another direction toward Dongji village. Ho Shuangquan, somewhat taken aback, asked, Team leader, do you know the whereabouts of the housekeeper? Indeed, I do, Yang Dong replied, casting a cheerful glance at Ho Shuangquan. Are you fainting to the east and attacking the west? Ho Shuangquan exclaimed in surprise, raising his thumb in admiration. Impressive, team leader, he added. Yang Dong merely chuckled in response, returning his focus to driving point. 10 minutes later, he parked the car in front of a villager's home and stepped out. This is Shiji village? Ho Shuangquan remarked, astonished by the sight of the village, which was less than 5. Yet, it was an entirely different place. Shiji village. Ignoring Ho Shuangquan's inquiry, Yang Dong strode toward the house. Upon pushing the door open, he immediately spotted the housekeeper, Yin Xiuying, sitting on the earthen kong, busy making dumplings with her second sister, Yin Xiulan. The sudden appearance of strangers startled both women. Who are you? Yin Xiulan asked, her face a picture of shock as she stared at Yang Dong. However, Yin Xiuying gasped, jumping up from the kong as if it had scalded her. It was evident she recognized Yang Dong. He had previously visited Yin Tiejuan's home to deliver items, and she had seen him on more than one occasion. Yin aunt, long time no see, Yang Dong greeted with a smile, standing at the doorway and locking eyes with Yin Xiuying. In an instant, Yin Xiuying seemed to deflate, collapsing back onto the kong, tears streaming down her face. Observing her sister's distress, Yin Xiulan immediately brandished a rolling pin, glaring at Yang Dong as she shouted, "Get out! You not welcome here." Yang Dong disregarded Yin Xiulan's outburst and sighed toward Yin Xiuying. Yin aunt, Secretary Yin has treated you well. Why would you do such a thing? Does your conscience not ache? Secretary Yin pays you over 2,000 a month, which is even more than my salary as a civil servant. Your daughter has a congenital heart condition, and it was Secretary Yin who recommended the hospital for her treatment. Yin aunt, why did you do this? Yang Dong struggled to comprehend whether Yin Xiuying still possessed a conscience. Was it truly the case that the more kindness she received, the less she valued it? Yin Xiuying covered her eyes, sobbing silently. If you don't leave, I'll hit you with this rolling pin. In Xiulan threatened, now off the Kong and pointing it menacingly at Yang Dong. Yang Dong regarded her sternly, his voice low and firm. Are you not aware of what your sister has done? In Xiulan turned to In Xiuying, confusion etched across her face. Second sister, I'm sorry for our parents, and even more so for Secretary In, sobbed In Xiuying cried, revealing the turmoil she had been enduring. Third sister, what on earth have you done? In Xiulan asked, frowning in perplexity. Your third sister has committed a grave injustice. She previously worked as a housekeeper for a leader in the city, but for reasons unknown, she falsely accused this leader of corruption, which led to the leader being subjected to double regulation by the Municipal Disciplinary Committee. Your elder sister, In Xiumei, was just taken away by the town police because of her case. In Xiuying, you have already implicated your elder sister. Do you wish to drag your second sister down with you as well? Yang Dong's voice rose in anger, rebuking In Xiuying. For someone like her, soothing words would not suffice. She needed to hear the harsh truth, even threats, to comprehend the consequences of her actions. Indeed, upon hearing that her elder sister was implicated because of her, In Xiuying panicked. What happened to my elder sister? Why was she taken by the police? Fear and anxiety clouded her expression as she implored Yang Dong for answers. Yang Dong fixed her with a steely gaze and asked, Did you accept money from someone? Is that why you acted against your conscience? Yes, I took 50,000. In Xiuying's face flushed with shame, feeling a scorching embarrassment. Yet, with her daughter's heart condition requiring surgery, she had no alternative. That 50,000 could save her daughter's life. She felt trapped. Don't you find that money burning hot in your hands? Do you think such money is easily obtained? Once this is over, you will have to return every last penny. Do you understand? You are educated, surely you know that there is no such thing as a free lunch? Now that your elder sister has already been implicated, do you wish to drag your second sister and other relatives into this mess as well? Yang Dong continued his tirade, not allowing In Xiuying a moment to respond. With each question, the housekeeper grew more dazed, her mind consumed by fear. Xia Yang, please, save my elder sister, I cannot bear to implicate her. With a thud, In Xiuying fell to the ground, kneeling before Yang Dong, her head bowing in desperation. Yang Dong did not stop her from kneeling but coldly commanded, the only way to rectify this situation is for you to reveal the truth and clear Secretary In's name. Otherwise, your elder sister, and even your second sister before you, along with other family members, will face dire consequences. Yang Dong laid bare his intentions, first intimidating her, then revealing his purpose. Only at this moment did In Xiuying grasp the gravity of her situation, realizing there was no other path available to her. I will speak, I will reveal the truth, just please save my elder sister. This matter has nothing to do with my elder sister. Don't let her be implicated. Yang Dong's icy demeanor softened slightly, revealing a hint of helplessness as he sighed, but I am merely a small figure, I cannot save your elder sister. Upon hearing this, In Xiuying's face turned ashen, her body slumping lifelessly to the ground. However, there is someone who can save your elder sister. Yang Dong witnessed In Xiuying's despondency and seized the opportunity for a sudden twist, instantly rekindling hope within her heart. Chapter 37 A Battle of Wits and Courage. At the same time, in the office of Su Yunkai at the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission building. What? In Xiumei has no knowledge of the nanny's whereabouts. Su Yunkai, gripping the phone tightly, wore a grim expression. What are you all doing? Can't the police station extract any information? How could I promote someone as incompetent as you, useless? Su Yunkai was furious. He had finally managed to obtain Yang Dong's itinerary and even learned that the nanny's sister, In Xiumei, knew the whereabouts of the nanny. He promptly dispatched He Wu, the deputy chief of the Yunbei District Public Security Bureau, to handle the matter. After receiving instructions from his superior, He Wu immediately directed the police chief of Xiaotsung Town to personally lead a team to Dongji Village to apprehend In Xiumei. However, after apprehending her, the Xiaotsung Town police could not extract any information regarding the nanny's location. In Xiumei claimed ignorance about her sister's whereabouts. The act of detaining her at the police station was already outrageous and fraught with risk. If they resorted to coercive interrogation, it could lead to even greater complications. Consequently, the police chief of Xiaotsung Town promptly reported back to Yi Wu, who then called Su Yunkai to provide an update, leading to Su Yunsai's outburst. Old leader, In Xiumei has no idea where the nanny is, and we have no leads. He Wu, dressed in his uniform, sat in his office, his face clouded with frustration as he reported. You imbeciles, can't you think outside the box? Can't you ascertain the situation of the nanny's family? If her elder sister doesn't know, then seek out her elder brother, second sister, or even people from her hometown. I refuse to believe no one knows. I give you 3 hours. If you haven't located the nanny within that time, you can consider your position as Deputy Chief of the Yunbei District Public Security Bureau terminated. I will report to Secretary Wu of the Municipal Committee and have you reassigned." With a slam, Su Yunkai vented his anger, even resorting to threats before abruptly hanging up. Wu was left in a state of panic. He had been promoted by his superior from the Municipal Procuratorate to the position of Deputy Chief at the Yunbei District Public Security Bureau. If he were to be ousted now, he would have no opportunity for advancement in his lifetime. Although his position as Deputy Chief was merely of a sub-department level, it still came with its share of benefits. He could not bear to part with this role. Initially, he had contemplated bringing a local specialty to his superior in hopes of securing a promotion to the Executive Deputy Chief position, attaining a full departmental rank. Now, if he failed in this matter, not only would he miss out on the promotion, but he might also lose his current position entirely. Is the Shaozong Town Police Station filled with fools? Can't you think creatively? If Yin Xiumei is clueless, won't you investigate her second sister, elder brother, or even relatives from her hometown? Surely, someone must know something? You have 2 hours. Su Yunkai had allotted 3 hours to Wu, while he granted the police chief merely 2. Yes, Chief, rest assured, I will investigate and leave no stone unturned. The Shaozong Town Police Chief wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, continually nodding and bowing, assuring Wu over the phone. Once the call ended, he immediately donned his hat and led his team to investigate. Indeed, within just 10 minutes, he discovered that the nanny, Yin Xiumei, had an elder sister and an elder brother. He then dispatched teams to locate her second sister, Yin Xiulan, and her elder brother, Yin Datsai. Meanwhile, at Yin Xiulan's residence, Yang Dong gazed at the despondent Yin Xiumei slumped on the floor and sighed. I've already told you, I cannot save your elder sister. But Secretary Yin can, as you are well aware of his influence in the city. However, if you wish for Secretary Yin to assist your sister, you must first reveal the truth about his case. What are you still hesitating for? Yang Dong had made himself abundantly clear, yet Yin Xiumei remained uncertain. What was this? Did she no longer wish to save her elder sister? In truth, Yang Dong was merely attempting to intimidate her. Her elder sister, Yin Xiumei, would likely come to no harm. Once those individuals failed to extract any useful information, they would simply release her. Yet, Yang Dong had to employ such tactics, as there was no alternative. He needed to manipulate Yin Xiumei. Moreover, he had to prompt her to make a swift decision to accompany him back to the city. Otherwise, once Yin Xiumei was released, and if Yin Xiumei learned of it, she would undoubtedly be more cautious. What about the 50,000? Should it be returned? Yin Xiumei stammered, finally voicing her concern. Yang Dong felt utterly speechless. It turned out she was preoccupied with that matter. Presumably, the money had already been spent, otherwise, she would not be so conflicted. There is no need to return it. The individuals who provided you the money are engaged in illicit activities, and they dare not make a fuss or draw attention. But your elder sister is in grave danger. If you possess any sense of conscience, you should not place her in such peril. Do you understand? Yang Dong spoke sternly, fixing his gaze on the nanny, Yin Xiumei. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiumei finally relaxed. As long as she didn't have to return the money, she was relieved, for where would she find the means to repay them? I will follow you. She rose to her feet, regaining her strength. Yin Xiulan, standing nearby, wore a complex and helpless expression, clearly unable to pass judgment on her younger sister's actions. She undoubtedly recognized that Yin Xiumei's behavior was fundamentally wrong, both morally and legally. If I disclose the truth, will my elder sister be released? Yin Xiumei followed Yang Dong out of the room, persistently questioning him. Yes, rest assured. Will she truly be released? Will she be harmed? She won't come to any misfortune, right? Yang Dong felt exasperated yet had no choice but to patiently explain. We live in a society governed by the rule of law. Although that group may resort to underhanded tactics, they will not overly trouble your sister. At the very least, your sister will not die or sustain injuries. She may be unlawfully detained for a few days at most. But whether she can be released depends on whether you disclose the truth. Only if Secretary Yin is freed can he rescue your sister and possibly others in your family. Ho Xuanquan's expression was peculiar. He had not anticipated that Yang Dong would employ such a strategy to successfully coax the nanny out and secure her agreement to testify. Chief, should we return to the city now? Ho Xuanquan promptly opened the car door, signaling for Yin Xiumei to enter. He then inquired of Yang Dong. Yang Dong nodded before shaking his head. We must return to the city, however, I will drive you back myself. Upon hearing this, Ho Xuanquan's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at the nanny, Yin Xiumei. What about her? After all this effort, are we not taking her back? Just then, a thunderous roar of a motorcycle engine echoed from the village entrance. Ho Shuangchuan immediately glanced toward the sound. He saw a police motorcycle approaching from afar. With a screech, it came to a halt. Jiang Hu removed his helmet, looked at Yang Dong, and grinned. "Chief, I've arrived." "Jiang Hu, what brings you here?" Ho Shuangchuan exclaimed, astonished and incredulous. Jiang Hu cast a sidelong glance at Ho Shuangchuan but ignored him. This seemingly affable yet ominous character was not to his liking. Yang Dong explained to Ho Shuangchuan, "I asked him to come." "When did this happen? How come I was unaware?" Ho Shuangchuan furrowed his brow, having seen no communication between Yang Dong and Jiang Hu during their journey. "Did you forget, I stepped out to relieve myself during the drive? It was then that I texted Jiang Hu to come over." Yang Dong looked at Ho Shuangchuan with a knowing smile. With that reminder, Ho Shuangchuan finally understood. "Chief, are you still playing the diversionary tactic?" He quickly grasped Yang Dong's intentions. This was meant to have Jiang Hu ride the motorcycle back to the city with the nanny while he and I am simply concerned that news might leak again, resulting in a futile endeavor. Yang Dong chuckled coldly that he was engaged in a battle of wits against his adversary, each side striving to outmaneuver the other. Chapter 38 The car accident. Jiang Hu, escort the nanny to the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission Hotel, and ensure that Lu Yike conducts the interrogation personally, Yang Dong instructed as he leaned close to Jiang Hu's ear. "Rest assured, team leader, I will remember," Jiang Hu replied with a serious nod, fully aware of the gravity and significance of the matter at hand, which demanded utmost diligence. "Antine, please accompany him back to the city." Yang Dong gestured towards Yin Shouying. Yin Shouying gazed at Jiang Hu, clad in his police uniform and astride a police motorcycle, feeling a profound sense of security. In this era, the police still instilled a sense of safety in the populace. The roar of engines resounded once more, but this time it gradually faded away as Jiang Hu rode off with Yin Shouying, leaving the village behind. "Comrade Shuangchuan, what is the matter?" Yang Dong, seated in the driver's seat, suddenly noticed Ho Shuangchuan leaning against the passenger door, lost in thought. "No, nothing is wrong," Ho Shuangchuan responded, a hint of a smile breaking through as he settled into the passenger seat. "Buckle your seatbelt, otherwise, we might end up in the hospital." Yang Dong chuckled darkly, fully aware that their return to the city would not be smooth sailing. Their adversaries would not permit them to escort the nanny without interference. Ho Shuangchuan's expression changed dramatically, and he hastily fastened his seatbelt. Yang Dong revved the Jetta and headed back towards Lingyun City. Meanwhile, in the office of Deputy Chief He Wu at the Yunbei District Public Security Bureau, He Wu was on the phone, his face etched with malice. "Since the Discipline Inspection Commission has taken the nanny, then ensure she does not return to the city safely. You find a scrap vehicle. After the task is complete, make sure to tie up any loose ends and leave no traces behind." He Wu hung up his personal phone, his expression complex, a flicker of anxiety evident in his gaze. This was his first time engaging in such dealings, but it was imperative. The directives from above must be understood and executed, and he had no other choice. He had already been marked by Sua's faction, a label he could not shed. If he wished to advance, it was contingent on the progress of his former superior, Su Yunkai. Thus, he could only hope to climb the ranks. Sacrificing a rural woman, merely a nanny, seemed a small price to pay. After all, that 50,000 yuan was enough to buy her life. The road from Shiji village to Lingyun City was not heavily trafficked, surrounded by endless plains devoid of mountains, gorges, or cliffs. As Yang Dong drove, the car radio played a comedic skit by Gui Gang. "In the evening, my sister-in-law remarked, 'Di Gang, you're not as healthy as you used to be.' Who, why is it always about my wife, not just your wife?" Teacher Gao's wife said the same, and so did Sun Yu's wife. Haha, amusing. Yang Dong felt particularly relaxed, laughing heartily at the skits, while Ho Shuangchuan in the passenger seat wore a grim expression, gripping the door tightly, visibly tense. Yang Dong glanced at Ho Shuangchuan and chuckled. "Shuangchuan, why are you so nervous?" Me, am I?" Ho Shuangchuan jolted upright, meeting Yang Dong's gaze before realizing his own demeanor and quickly released his grip on the door. "What's wrong? Do you know something?" Yang Dong continued, smiling as he questioned Ho Shuangchuan. "Nothing, team leader." Ho Shuangchuan shook his head, forcing a cheerful expression, though it did little to mask the anxiety in his eyes. Yang Dong sighed. "Do you think we might get into an accident?" A chill shot through Ho Shuangchuan's heart at the thought, his complexion paling as he forced a smile. "No way, why would you think that? It's bad luck. Oh, is it? I can't shake the feeling that something is about to happen," Yang Dong replied, raising an eyebrow as he observed the surroundings. Although the road ahead was clear, an unsettling calm hung in the air, reminiscent of the stillness before a storm. "Perhaps you're just fatigued. Once we reach the city, you can rest well at the hotel," Ho Shuangchuan suggested, attempting to soothe Yang Dong. Yang Dong, hearing this, fell silent, allowing the comedic skits to fill the air. Half an hour later, as they approached the city, they needed only to navigate through the upcoming intersection. Yet at that moment, on the eastern side of the road, a small, rust-covered truck barreled down the secondary road at a visibly reckless speed, at least 100 miles per hour, veering directly towards Yangdong's Jeddah. Though Yangdong appeared relaxed, his gaze never strayed from the road conditions. He had anticipated the traffic situation on the opposite side. However, the small truck's speed was alarmingly fast. Despite his forewarning, his options for evasion were limited. He could only jerk the steering wheel sharply, veering off the road, yet the truck seemed intent on the collision, accelerating further to ram into the rear of the Jeddah. With a deafening crash, the small truck collided with the back of the Jeddah, sending it skidding 7 or 8 meters before flipping onto the embankment. The force of inertia propelled Yangdong violently toward the windshield, his head smashing against the glass, instantly covering him in blood. The windshield shattered into a million pieces. Ho Shuangchuan, seated in the passenger seat, fared even worse. The door was flung open by the tremendous force, hurling half of his body out of the vehicle. Fortunately, the seatbelt held firm, leaving his upper body trapped inside the car. However, the pressure nearly choked him, making it difficult for him to breathe. The comrade Shuangchuan, I guessed right, it's an accident. Yangdong grinned through a mask of blood. Ho Shuangchuan stared at Yangdong, bloodied yet smiling, an indescribable sense of dread coursing through him. Goosebumps erupted all over his body as panic gripped his heart. From beginning to end, this incident had unfolded precisely as Yangdong had foreseen. That he had seen through his adversary's stratagem, even anticipating the car accident itself. Yet what was most terrifying was Yangdong's willingness to put. Such a person was utterly fearsome, that having never harbored any fondness for Yangdong, Ho Shuangchuan was now consumed with terror. A man willing to gamble with his own life for a scheme was undoubtedly a madman. He resolved never to cross paths with him again. Yangdong, gritting his teeth against the pain, unbuckled his seatbelt, disregarding the blood streaming down his head, and struggled to push open the car door to crawl out. He had deliberately become bait to mislead his adversaries, allowing Jiang Hu to successfully escort the nanny away. Of course, such reckless endangerment could just as easily cost him his life. Yet the potential rewards were immense. Not only would his injury evoke greater sympathy and trust from Yin Taijun, but the incident involving the Discipline Inspection Commission's team leader could escalate the situation significantly. This would draw the attention of the city and even provincial authorities, instilling fear in his adversaries, making them hesitant to act against him. This was one of his primary objectives. Director He, the nanny isn't in the car, we've been deceived. At that moment, Yangdong clearly heard a voice behind the vehicle making a phone call. A Director He from the Public Security Bureau? The City's Bureau, or perhaps from the District or County Bureau? Yangdong, fighting through the pain, felt the blood continue to flow from his head, causing him to feel faint. Yet he strained to rise, determined to see who had been lured out. He had finally drawn out his opponent and needed to catch a glimpse of their face, even if he did not recognize them. However, with that movement, he felt the blood rushing to his head, causing his vision to blur as stars danced before his eyes. Great, now he was truly finished. With a thud, Yangdong's body collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 39 Escalation of events. Yangdong never imagined that he would find himself hospitalized twice within a mere week. The first incident involved an altercation with a group of thugs, while this time, he was the unfortunate victim of a car accident. The hospital remained the same establishment, yet his ward had now been transferred to the intensive care unit. What set this occasion apart was the presence of numerous municipal leaders gathered outside the glass doors, an ensemble that had not been present during his previous hospitalization. Among them were the head of the Municipal Public Security Bureau's Traffic Police Division and officials from the Municipal Procuratorate. However, the most prominent were the leaders from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. This situation weighed heavily on the attending physician, who felt immense psychological pressure, yet he was resolute in his commitment to provide the utmost care. The hospital's director personally accompanied the officials, determined not to show the slightest hint of negligence. Director Su, Director Liu, and esteemed leaders, rest assured, our hospital will. Both Su Tongzhou and Lu Shan had come to the municipal hospital, drawn by the unusual circumstances surrounding Yangdong's accident, which hinted at underlying complexities. After returning the nanny to the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission's guesthouse, Jiang Hu promptly updated Su Tongzhou on the progress of the case. It was at that moment that Su Tongzhou learned that Yangdong had indeed located the nanny and had executed a clever diversion tactic. However, shortly thereafter, the Traffic Police Division notified the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission about the accident that occurred at a junction 3 kilometers from Lingyun City. Upon verifying the identity of the victim, it was discovered that he was a member of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Consequently, Su Tongzhou and Lu Shan rushed to the hospital to pay their respects. Night had already fallen, yet Yang Dong remained unconscious. The attending physician explained that the patient had sustained a head injury several days prior, resulting in a mild concussion, which had worsened due to the recent accident. Additionally, he had suffered a fractured arm and muscular damage in the shoulder area. Even if he were to regain consciousness, a recovery period of at least 2 weeks would be necessary. Upon hearing this diagnosis, Su Tongzhou felt an overwhelming surge of anger and indignation. He was acutely aware of the underlying cause of the accident. Regardless of the reasons, such reckless disregard for rules was utterly unacceptable. What were they attempting to achieve? Were they truly willing to burn bridges and sever ties? Leaders, you should head back now. I will stay here with him, Jiang Hu suggested, his expression. In his haste to return the nanny, he had failed to consider Yang Dong's motivations, and now he realized the significant risks and potential deceit involved. He felt remorseful toward Yang Dong, believing that had he been more perceptive, he would have insisted Yang Dong ride the motorcycle to return the nanny while he himself drove back. What is Yang Dong's condition? Before Su Tongzhou and Lu Shan could respond to Jiang Hu, they heard a voice calling from down the corridor, a girl's voice, tinged with urgency. Guan Jiu, clad in a pristine nurse's uniform, rushed toward the ward, her face etched with concern. How did Yang Dong end up in an accident? Can anyone tell me? She inquired, peering through the window. Unlike his previous misfortune, this time Yang Dong had been in a coma for a full half-day without any signs of awakening. The cause of the accident is still under investigation. May I ask, who are you to Yang Dong? Lu Shan queried, noting her attire identified her as a nurse at the municipal hospital, though he remained uncertain of her relationship with Yang Dong. Given her evident concern, it suggested a romantic connection. Guan Jiu looked at Lu Shan and politely replied, "Greetings, I am a close friend of Yang Dong." Were you the one Yang Dong saved at the KTV? Jiang Hu suddenly recalled, unable to contain his curiosity. This incident had spread throughout Lingyun City, and nearly everyone in the political arena was aware of it. Yang Dong had defended a damsel in distress, confronting several municipal leaders and even offending the wealthy Mr. Wu of the construction materials industry. Su Tongzhou and Lu Shan had undoubtedly heard of this as well and felt a surge of curiosity. May I go in and see him? Guan Jiu asked Su Tongzhou, acutely aware that the middle-aged man before her was Yang Dong's superior and You may return, Jiang Hu urged. We must ensure that the Traffic Police Division apprehends the perpetrator and enforces severe penalties, he continued, his voice laced with indignation. The circumstances at the accident scene clearly indicate intentional wrongdoing. Both Su Tongzhou and Lu Shan nodded in agreement, recognizing their duty not only to expedite the investigation by the Municipal Public Security Bureau's Traffic Police Division but also to inform the leaders within the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission about this incident. The involvement of the Commission's investigative team in a car accident was no trivial matter. Xiao Jiang, keep me updated on any developments immediately, Su Tongzhou instructed Jiang Hu before leading the group swiftly out of the municipal hospital. As the other officials observed their departure, they too began to disperse. Before long, only Jiang Hu and Guan Jiu remained in the corridor, their unfamiliarity leading to an uncomfortable silence as they both focused on Yang Dong in the ward, silently hoping for his swift recovery. Su Tongzhou and Lu Shan drove directly to the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission building, where they promptly entered the office of Executive Deputy Secretary Wei Chenghu to report on the details of the accident. Bang! After listening to the accounts from his trusted subordinates, Wei Chenghu erupted in a fit of rage, slamming his hand on the desk. This is outrageous, unforgivable. Su Tongzhou and Lu Shan stood silently to the side, fully aware of whom his ire was directed at. Conducting affairs outside the established regulations was a grave transgression. To even dare engage in acts that bordered on attempted murder was a clear violation of boundaries, one that likely overstepped Wei Chenghu's limits as well. Come, let us go to Secretary Guan to report this matter. The severity of this situation is beyond our jurisdiction, Wei Chenghu declared, his arms gesturing animatedly as he made his way toward Guan Mushan's office. Su Tongzhou and Lu Shan promptly followed, both cognizant that this incident had escalated dramatically. Simultaneously, in Su Yunsai's office, he too was seething with rage, his body trembling with fury. He Wu, who authorized you to act on your own? Have you lost your mind? How dare you target someone from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission? Do you realize that such actions could endanger us all? He continued vehemently. It is painfully obvious that this is a conspiracy, a deliberate car accident. Do you truly believe everyone is a fool? Su Yunkai deeply regretted promoting the dim-witted He Wu, wishing he had allowed him to languish at the municipal procuratorate instead. Regardless of the nature of their struggles, all actions must adhere to the boundaries of legality. He had already skirted the line by fabricating charges against Yin Taijun, but at least that remained within the realm of permissible conduct. However, He Wu's misguided attempt to eliminate someone from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission was a blatant breach of protocol. If retribution were to come from above, Su Yunkai, as the deputy secretary of the commission, would be unable to withstand the consequences. Is everything taken care of? Where did you find the driver? Ensure he makes a swift exit. Su Yunkai took a deep breath, striding to maintain his composure as he inquired. Rest assured, it has been handled. The vehicle was a scrap car, unregistered and already decommissioned. I hired a local drifter, paid him 100,000 yuan, and he has already fled. By now, he is likely far from Lingyan City. He Wu's voice relayed through the phone. Very well. However, you must refrain from any further independent actions, otherwise, I shall wash my hands of your fate. Yes, old leader, just this once. I genuinely wish to assist you. He Wu's obsequious tone resonated through the receiver, prompting Su Yunkai to rub his temples in frustration. I cannot discern whether you are helping or harming me. He was acutely aware that from the moment the accident transpired, the situation had already spiraled out of control, escalating beyond anyone's grasp. Chapter 40 of the Mayor's appearance in the office of Guan Mushin, the secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. The atmosphere was laden with tension. Guan Mushin sat in his office chair while Wei Chonghu, Su Tongzhou, and Lu Shan were seated sequentially on the sofa. Su Tongzhou meticulously reported the details of the Yin Taijun case to Guan Mushin, particularly emphasizing that the nanny had been located. However, Yang Dong had encountered a car accident while returning to the city, and there was evidence of foul play at the accident scene. He relayed all this information to Guan Mushin and then awaited further instructions from the city's standing committee member and secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission. Guan Mushin fell into silence, his countenance devoid of any visible anger. Rather, his calm demeanor underscored the gravity of the situation. The fact that a member of the Discipline Inspection Commission had been involved in a car accident during their return to the city was troubling. If it were merely an unfortunate incident, there would be little that could be done. Yet, this accident was anything but ordinary, particularly since, according to the established protocol, the vehicle was supposed to have been carrying the nanny, Yin Xiaoying. The deliberate nature of the incident indicated a clear intent to eliminate Yin Xiaoying, a crucial witness in the Yin Taijun case. Nonetheless, Guan Mushin found solace in the fact that Yang Dong, despite his youth, had exhibited remarkable ingenuity, orchestrating a clever ruse that outmaneuvered his adversaries and inadvertently exposed their vulnerabilities. Most importantly, the nanny, Yin Xiaoying, had successfully returned to the city, and Lu Yike had already commenced a covert interrogation. The Yin Taijun case had begun to clarify, providing sufficient evidence to suggest that Yin Taijun had been wronged and could now seek to vindicate himself. Although Yang Dong was young, he consistently anticipated his opponent's moves, effectively executing plans that left them empty-handed while revealing their own shortcomings. It was regrettable that such a promising talent had declined the opportunity to serve as his secretary. Guan Mushin found himself at a loss as to how to assess Yang Dong. Did being the secretary to the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission truly constitute an indignity? Nevertheless, Guan Mushin appreciated Yang Dong's loyalty, recognizing that such fidelity to senior leaders would inspire confidence in his abilities and encourage their advancement. After all, promoting a disloyal subordinate could lead to treachery at critical moments, an outcome best avoided. Secretary, how should we proceed from here? Wei Chonghu, noting Guan Mushin's continued silence, sat up straight and inquired. His feelings toward Guan Mushin were complex. On one hand, Guan Mushin's unexpected appointment had effectively closed off Wei Chonghu's path to ascending to the position of secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission. While it was rare for a standing deputy secretary to be directly promoted to secretary, there had been a glimmer of hope. Having served as the executive deputy secretary for 4 years, and previously as the second deputy secretary, his total tenure exceeded 6 years, sufficient experience to warrant a promotion to secretary. Unfortunately, his aspirations had been thwarted by Guan Mushin's sudden arrival. On a personal level, however, Guan Mushin was his former superior and a mentor. Respect for one's elders necessitated a degree of courtesy and reverence, making it difficult for Wei Chonghu to reconcile his feelings. Had it been any other secretary, he would have eagerly sought to challenge the new appointee within the Discipline Inspection Commission to showcase his capabilities, yet, given that it was Guan Mushin, he found himself unable to voice his frustrations. Old Way, this matter must certainly be reported upwards. The investigation team from the Discipline Inspection Commission was established at the behest of the Provincial Commission, Guan Mushin stated. The Yin Tai-jun case bears significant implications for the city government's reputation and pertains to issues of official integrity, especially since Yin Tai-jun himself is a cadre at the departmental level. We cannot conceal this from the Provincial Commission. He paused, contemplating the order of reporting. However, I am currently hesitant about whether to inform the Municipal Committee or the Provincial Commission first. The order carries substantial weight. The Discipline Inspection Commission operates under a segmented management structure, functioning under the oversight of the Municipal Committee while also being directly accountable to the Provincial Commission. Reporting the case requires careful consideration of the sequence. Should they inform the Municipal Committee first or the Provincial Commission? If the Provincial Commission were informed first, it would place the Municipal Committee in a difficult position, as they would be blindsided by inquiries from above, leading to potential embarrassment for the municipal leadership. On the other hand, if the Municipal Committee were informed first, it might unnecessarily complicate matters, with the committee potentially suggesting that the issue be resolved internally without escalating it to the Provincial Commission, thereby contravening the procedural norms and regulations of the Discipline Inspection Commission. The Secretary is the principal authority and should make the final decision. Wei Chonghu acknowledged Guan Mushin's concerns, though he recognized that only the Secretary could determine the course of action. Just then, the office phone rang, abruptly shattering the tense silence. Guan Mushin glanced at the black desk phone, his expression tightening as he promptly picked up the receiver. This is Guan Mushin. He answered, his demeanor serious and his tone somber. Ah, old Guan, this is Ho Yong, a jovial voice responded from the other end, accompanied by laughter. Hearing the voice of Mayor Ho Yong, Guan Mushin immediately rose from his chair, slightly bowing his head. Mayor, what instructions do you have for me? Wei Chonghu and the others instantly adopted a more serious demeanor upon realizing that the mayor was on the line. As anticipated, following the escalation of the situation and the clarification of circumstances, the influential figures behind the scenes could no longer remain passive. Haha, how could I dare to instruct you, a secretary with the Provincial Commission's authority? Mayor Ho Yong chuckled at Guan Mushin's words but quickly regained his composure, adopting a more serious tone. Old Guan, may I inquire about the recent car accident involving the comrades from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission investigating the Yin Tai-jun case? Is there any truth to this? Upon hearing this, Guan Mushin felt a surge of admiration. It was widely acknowledged that Mayor Ho Yong wielded significant influence in Lingyun City, and his intelligence network was indeed formidable. It was reasonable, given that the Public Security Bureau was a government entity, that the traffic police would report any accidents involving the Discipline Inspection Commission to their superiors, leading the information to reach the mayor. Mayor, I was just about to discuss this matter with you and the municipal leadership. Since you have called, allow me to provide the details. He proceeded to explain that a car accident had indeed occurred, with indications of foul play at the scene, although the investigation was still ongoing. Interestingly, the injured comrade from the Discipline Inspection Commission is actually one of your municipal government's personnel. Due to a shortage of staff, we borrowed some personnel from other units for assistance. The injured individual from the accident is Yang Dong, who hails from the Comprehensive Department of the Municipal Office. Guan Mushin elaborated on Yang Dong's capabilities, noting his clarity of thought and how he had identified vulnerabilities in the Yin Tai-jun case within a day and successfully located the involved nanny. He intended to bring the nanny back, but unfortunately, he encountered an accident en route. Mayor Ho Yong, a youthful and spirited man in his early 40s, listened attentively to Guan Mushin's report. His keen, bright eyes and prominent brows conveyed an air of vitality. After reflecting on the information, he smiled and remarked, I had no idea there was such a talented young colleague within our municipal office. It seems that once your team concludes their assignment, we must ensure to utilize him effectively. Haha, Mayor, why not keep this young man with us at the Discipline Inspection Commission? To be candid, he recently rescued my daughter on 2 occasions, and I had the pleasure of meeting him. He is indeed an exceptional individual, and I would like him to serve as my secretary. You understand that I am new here and need to establish myself. Having a capable secretary would greatly assist me. Guan Mushin remained resolute in his desire to secure Yang Dong's transfer, believing that if he could approach the mayor directly, Yang Dong's refusal would be inconsequential unless he chose to resign altogether. Now, old Guan, are you trying to poach my staff? Mayor Ho Yong chuckled. If it were anyone else, I might reluctantly agree. However, I happen to know that Yang Dong is an exceptional writer and possesses remarkable calligraphy skills. I have praised his drafts multiple times and advised Yin Tai-jun to take note of him. Initially, he was slated for a promotion to the deputy section chief, but this unfortunate incident involving Yin Tai-jun has delayed his advancement. We, as the municipal government, owe him a debt of gratitude and must compensate him accordingly. Therefore, I believe it is best for him to remain with us at the municipal office. What, old Guan, can't you find suitable talent within the Discipline Inspection Commission? Must you come to our municipal government to recruit? Thus, during their conversation, the future of Yangdong was effectively determined by the two prominent leaders. Chapter 41. A higher level of struggle. Upon hearing the mayor's words, Guan Mushin could not help but let out a sigh. It seemed he had underestimated Yangdong. He had thought that by personally speaking to the mayor, the latter would surely acquiesce, yet he was unexpectedly met with rejection. Nevertheless, since this avenue proved fruitless, he decided not to persist further. After all, he was merely a minor comrade in the grand scheme of things. Mayor, our city's disciplinary committee has already investigated the case of Yin Taijun, and I believe Comrade Yin will soon be released, he stated. Simultaneously, our committee will work to restore Comrade Yin Taijun's reputation, thereby shielding him from the slanderous rumors. Guan Mushin did not need to inquire about the purpose behind Ho Yong's phone call. At this level, the only reason for Ho Yong to personally make such an inquiry could only be in regard to Yin Taijun. As the Secretary General of the municipal government, Yin Taijun was undoubtedly Ho Yong's trusted aide and confidant. When Ho Yong made the call, was there anything else he could be inquiring about other than Yin Taijun? Even if it were about the car accident, the ultimate aim would still circle back to Yin Taijun. The entirety of Ho Yong's call was essentially a statement of intent. Since Yin Taijun was in the clear now, it would be best for your committee to release him. Guan Mushin was well aware of this insinuation. However, there remained a procedural step to be taken. Thus, he inquired, Mayor, given the significant impact of Yin Taijun's case, should we not convene a standing committee meeting to discuss it? Indeed, it should be discussed. After all, the implications are considerable. By bringing it to the standing committee, we can better assist Comrade Yin in restoring his reputation. Moreover, our municipal government is forthright and has no fear of discussion among comrades, so let us proceed, the mayor replied. At that time, you, as the secretary of the municipal disciplinary committee, must take the lead in aiding Comrade Yin's rehabilitation. Ho Yong's words were laden with meaning. He was not only attempting to court Guan Mushin but also testing where this newly appointed secretary of the disciplinary committee stood. Rest assured, Mayor, as the secretary of the municipal disciplinary committee, I shall prioritize the case's outcomes. Guan Mushin responded with a smile, offering Ho Yong a deliberately ambiguous answer. The two exchanged little further dialogue, and the mayor simply remarked that Guan Mushin should come over for tea sometime before hanging up and setting down the receiver. Guan Mushin took a seat. How could he possibly misinterpret the overtures and tests embedded in the mayor's words? However, as the newly appointed secretary of the municipal disciplinary committee, he had yet to fully grasp the political landscape of Lingyun City and could not afford to make an immediate statement. To do so would betray a sense of eagerness, thereby diminishing his own standing and belittling his position. Regardless, Guan Mushin was the secretary of the municipal disciplinary committee, the fourth highest-ranking official in Lingyun City. Moreover, the committee operated with a degree of independence, granting him the right to maintain a temporary neutrality. He was entitled to that. Ultimately, he wished to see what kind of terms Ho Yong might propose, as he too awaited an advantageous opportunity. He understood that Mayor Ho Yong was undoubtedly aware of his sentiments. They were merely operating under an unspoken understanding. Old Wei, you should report to the provincial disciplinary committee, Guan Mushin instructed Wei Chonghu after reflecting on Ho Yong's call. As the first deputy secretary responsible for daily affairs, it was reasonable for him to report to the provincial committee. And you, secretary? Wei Chonghu asked, puzzled by Guan Mushin's intent. Guan Mushin's expression grew serious as he replied, I need to report to the municipal party secretary. We shall advance on two fronts, ensuring no missteps, he added. Wei Chonghu nodded and departed the office with Su Tongzhou and Lu Shan. Once outside, Su Tongzhou could no longer contain his curiosity and questioned Wei Chonghu. Secretary, what does Guan secretary mean? He felt utterly bewildered. After reporting to Lu Shan, how were they to resolve the car accident? How could they provide an explanation to Comrade Yangdong? Furthermore, given the other party's blatant disregard for protocol, should they take action? Wei Chonghu, smiling, cast a glance at his trusted aide and chuckled, let us do nothing and observe how things unfold. Old Su, this matter is beyond our control now. Did you not see the mayor has already made an appearance? Do you grasp the implications? Lu Shan chimed in, tugging on Su Tongzhou's sleeve to remind him. Su Tongzhou, not lacking in intelligence, quickly realized this was no longer their battlefield. They had entered a higher echelon of conflict. Only those of Wei Chonghu's or even Guan Mushin's stature were qualified to engage in this arena. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was evening. Jiang Hu and Guan Zhoujiu stood by the entrance, alternating between sitting and standing as fatigue set in. However, Yang Dong had yet to awaken, causing both to grow increasingly anxious. Alas, he wouldn't have become a vegetable, would he? Jiang Hu lamented, his expression a mixture of concern. This was the second sentence he had uttered all night. Bah, what nonsense about becoming a vegetable, can't you choose your words more wisely? Guan Zhoujiu retorted sharply, glaring at Jiang Hu. Realizing his faux pas, Jiang Hu awkwardly chuckled and hastened to explain, I had a colleague in the criminal police team who suffered a car accident while on duty and became a vegetable. He had initially served in the criminal police unit, rather than the economic investigation unit. His physique made that evident. However, his rebellious nature and tendency to clash with superiors had led to him being transferred to the economic investigation unit after causing considerable frustration among his leaders. Yet, those in the economic investigation unit were equally exasperated, already plotting to send Jiang Hu back to the criminal police team. Little did they anticipate that a transfer order from the Municipal Disciplinary Committee would arrive first, much to the delight of the leadership in the economic investigation unit, who eagerly applauded his departure. They were hopeful that Jiang Hu would remain in the Municipal Disciplinary Committee and never return. That was your colleague, not Yang Dong. Yang Dong is destined for great things, he won't come to harm, Guan Zhoujiu asserted, growing increasingly displeased as she shot another glare at Jiang Hu, returning her attention to Yang Dong in the hospital room. Oh, he is awake, she exclaimed, her face lighting up as she noticed Yang Dong had opened his eyes and turned his head slightly. Her sudden outburst attracted the attention of the nurses in the intensive care unit. Guan Zhoujiu, you are a nurse, surely you comprehend the necessity for silence in a hospital, especially in the intensive care unit, one nurse admonished. Please cooperate with our work, if you would, another nurse added. Guan Zhoujiu immediately apologized to the nurses, her excitement having momentarily caused her to overlook hospital regulations. The patient is awake, we should check on him, several nurses said as they moved into the room. Upon opening his eyes, Yang Dong found himself surrounded by an array of medical equipment, realizing he was indeed in the ICU, complete with a respirator, defibrillator, and oxygen apparatus. He turned his head and felt little pain, but soon discovered he was unable to move below his shoulders. Panic began to set in. Could he have sustained a high-level spinal cord injury? That would be disastrous. He had taken such significant risks for the sake of advancing his career. If he were to be paralyzed, all his efforts would have been in vain. Do you feel any discomfort? A nurse inquired as she entered. I fear I might be paralyzed, Yang Dong replied, his complexion paling as he spoke to the nurse. The nurse was taken aback and quickly asked, what happened? I've realized I can't move my shoulders or arms, Yang Dong answered, bitterness lacing his words. Upon hearing this, several nurses stifled their laughter, covering their mouths. What are you laughing at? Yang Dong felt bewildered. How could they find humor in his apparent paralysis? One nurse pointed to the triangular bandage and cast binding his arms. Take a look for yourself. Yang Dong glanced down and felt his face flush with embarrassment. In his initial panic upon realizing he was in the ICU, he had failed to notice that his arms were bound and encased in casts. Blood pressure is normal. Heart rate is normal. He can be transferred to a general ward for observation. After conducting their assessments, the nurses wheeled Yang Dong into a general ward. As soon as he lay down, Guan Zhoujiu and Jiang Hu rushed in. Yang Dong, how do you feel? Guan Zhoujiu asked urgently, her eyes slightly reddened. Jiang Hu stood behind, scratching his head, his face flushed as if he wished to speak but held back. What he truly wanted to ask was why Yang Dong hadn't turned into a vegetable. Chapter 42 The Thoughts of Sun Shofan. Time swiftly passed, arriving at March 12, 2008. It had been 10 days since the car accident. Yang Dong had lain in the hospital ward for 10 consecutive days, feeling as though his body was beginning to mildew, yet he was unable to leave, despite his head no longer suffering any significant issues and his fractured arm gradually healing. The reason for his confinement was the disapproval of the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Commission leadership. He had repeatedly requested the head of the investigation team to allow him to return and pursue the case, but was consistently denied by Deputy Team Leader Liu Shan, who granted him a medical leave of absence lasting until March 17, insisting he focus on There was no need for him to worry about medical expenses, as the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission would cover them, given that Yang Dong had been on duty when the accident occurred. Additionally, every morning, noon, and evening, Guan Zhoujiu would come to visit him 3 times a day. Each visit brought different nourishing delicacies, all beneficial for the recovery of his bones, such as bone broth, chicken soup, rib soup, winter melon rib soup, and mushroom rib soup. In summary, he had become quite accustomed to these dishes. In the early days, Young Dong had praised Guanzhou's culinary skills while consuming them. However, after 10 consecutive days of such fare, he felt that even his flatulence carried the scent of ribs. The sight of the greasy broth was beginning to make him feel queasy. Today, he finally awaited the visit of Guanzhou's mother, Sun Xiufan, who brought him some delectable treats. With anticipation, Young Dong opened the thermos food container, only to find more bone broth. "What's wrong, Xiaodong? Do you perhaps find Auntie's cooking unsatisfactory?" Sun Xiufan inquired, her expression laced with concern as she noted Young Dong's demeanor, which hardly resembled joy. Young Dong shook his head with a wry smile. "How could that be, Auntie? Your culinary skills are excellent, and I enjoy bone broth." Young, who could no longer contain himself and burst out laughing. Guanzhou also stifled a giggle, well aware that Young Dong had grown weary of the bone broth. "What are you two laughing at?" Sun Xiufan asked, perplexed, utterly unaware of what was transpiring. "Mom, right now, whenever Young Dong sees bone broth, he feels like vomiting," Guanzhou explained to her mother, recounting the past few days of delivering bone broth to Young Dong. However, Sun Xiufan's focus was not on the bone broth, but rather on her daughter, scrutinizing her for quite some time. An unsettling thought began to unfurl in her mind. Throughout her daughter's life, she had never shown such dedication to any man. Even when her brother was hospitalized for over half a month due to an accidental shell explosion during a military exercise, this little girl had not been nearly as diligent, delivering bone broth daily. A mother knows her daughter well. Sun Xiufan instantly realized that her daughter likely harbored feelings for Young Dong. Logically, she should not interfere, yet her husband, the patriarch of their family, had already arranged a marriage for Guanzhou some 7 to 8 years ago. Guanzhou was unaware of this, and her parents dared not inform her, fearing she might take it poorly. Although her daughter appeared gentle, her inner strength was formidable. If she disliked something, she would resolutely refuse to partake. During the last New Year, her father had mentioned the matter of marriage, which Guanzhou had deftly sidestepped. Ultimately, however, Guanzhou would have to confront this reality. As the daughter of a family like hers, her marriage would likely be far from free. In this context, her daughter's affection for Young Dong was truly not a fortuitous development. "Auntie, could you? I wish to investigate the case." Young Dong expressed his gratitude for Sun Xiufan's kindness. He finished the bone broth and consumed half a steamed bun to settle his stomach. Then, he lifted his gaze towards Sun Xiufan, making this a plea for his release. He genuinely did not wish to remain in the hospital any longer, as he found it exceedingly dull. His arm was merely fractured. As long as he refrained from strenuous activity, it posed no real issue. Moreover, after 10 days of rest, the fracture was likely well on its way to healing. Zheng Hu, overhearing this, was not surprised to learn about Guanzhou's relationship with Guan Mushan. He had only recently discovered that Guanzhou's mother was the executive deputy director of the Lingyun Municipal Publicity Department, while her father was the secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Nevertheless, he did not consider it a matter of great significance. After all, these were merely Young Dong's fortunes and opportunities, and he could only be happy for him. Additionally, it was worth mentioning that Sun Xiufan had already applied to be reassigned from the Lingyun Municipal Publicity Department. One of them, either herself or Guan Mushan, would have to leave Lingyun City. Guan Mushan's future was broader, his rank higher, and his position more significant. Therefore, Sun Xiufan was willing to relinquish her position for him. Presently, she was no longer the executive deputy director of the Lingyun Municipal Publicity Department, retaining only the rank of a department head, with her position left unfilled. "This matter is not solely in Auntie's hands. Uncle Guan has his own thoughts," Sun Xiufan explained apologetically to Young Dong, providing insight into the current situation of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission's investigation team. Young Dong furrowed his brow, feeling both surprised and perplexed. "Stopped? Why? Wasn't this investigation team established at the behest of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission? They were tasked with investigating officials at the department level and above suspected of illegal activities and violations. How could they cease operations?" Sun Xiufan shook her head with a smile, then picked up the television remote to turn on the TV. Young Dong's hospital room was a deluxe ward in the municipal hospital, equipped with a television for viewing. "I truly chose the wrong time to get injured," Young Dong said with a wry smile, relieved that he had not delayed work as he watched the news. Thankfully, he no longer needed to worry about Secretary Yin's case, nor fear any underhanded tactics from opponents. No adversary would dare to scheme against him at this moment, for it would only lead them to ruin. "Jojo, could you? I need to return home to prepare lunch for your father," Sun Xiufan declared, turning off the television and signaling to Guanzhou. Guanzhou replied, "Mom, you can just head back alone." You know the way. Her mother had often brought her meals before and was thoroughly familiar with the hospital's layout. I said to let you accompany me, why all this unnecessary chatter? Let us go, Sun Xiofan retorted, shooting a glare at Guan Zhou and tugging her arm towards the exit. Yang Dong watched the mother-daughter duo leave, shaking his head. Sun Xiofan must have sensed something amiss. She intended to discuss certain matters with Guan Zhou, however, he was self-aware enough not to cling to Guan Zhou. If her parents approved of their relationship, he would not be foolish enough to refuse, yet, if Guan Mushan and Sun Xiofan disapproved, he would not pursue her relentlessly. People, regardless of their social standing, possess dignity. He could not emulate the fictional character Qi from a certain television drama. Kneeling to propose such a loss of dignity was unacceptable to him. If attaining a position and rank meant sacrificing his self-respect, he would prefer to return to his hometown and farm for the rest of his life. Team leader, I have some good news for you, Zhang Hu said as he rose and approached the bedside, leaning in to whisper to Yang Dong. The nanny, Yin Xiuying, has confessed the truth. Now Lu Yike has meticulously documented her testimony, which has already been submitted to the two deputy team leaders. Deputy Team Leader Su informed me that I can leave after the 18th, Yang Dong responded, feeling elated upon hearing Zhang Hu's words. This was indeed excellent news. His being seconded to the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, his tireless efforts, and even the risks he took to bring the nanny back were all aimed at ensuring Yin Tiejuan's release, were they not? Knock, knock. At that moment, someone knocked on the door of the ward. Yang Dong and Zhang Hu both looked up in unison. It certainly could not be Guan Zhou. She was not so formal or polite. Yang Dong turned his gaze toward the entrance, where a middle-aged, portly man stood, clad in a black jacket, his bald head gleaming, smiling as he peered into the ward. Upon seeing this man, Yang Dong's expression remained unchanged, but his heart sank. What was he here for? Comrade Yang Dong, may I come in? Chapter 40. Yang Dong had never felt such intense aversion towards anyone, not even towards Lin Yaodong, the rival who had stolen his girlfriend. He merely held a sense of disdain for him. However, the individual before him, Tian Guanghan, truly infuriated him to the core. Ironically, since his reincarnation, he had encountered this face more than 4 times, causing a profound sense of unease within him. Relationships had already been irrevocably strained, and the lines were distinctly drawn. Why did he keep appearing? At that moment, Tian Guanghan entered with a beaming smile, carrying a basket of fruit. He placed it on the bedside table and unceremoniously seated himself in a chair. Zhang Hu, witnessing this, could only step back a few paces. Comrade Yang Dong, how are you feeling? I was quite worried when I heard about your car accident. You are an outstanding writer in our municipal office, and I care about you greatly. Tian Guanghan's expression was one of feigned sympathy, resembling a cat weeping over a dead mouse, a visage filled with insincerity. His hypocritical demeanor made Yang Dong feel nauseated, especially after just having consumed bone broth, which already unsettled his stomach. Thank you, Deputy Secretary Tian, for your concern. Now I'm perfectly fine, not dead yet, which may disappoint some. Yang Dong offered him a slight smile, courteous yet laced with irony. His words nearly pointedly indicated, let me assure you, I'm not here to fulfill your expectations. Tian Guanghan maintained his smile, showing no signs of discomfort, and nodded in agreement. That's good to hear. You know, upon learning of your accident, I immediately called the Municipal Discipline Inspection Office. You are one of us in the municipal office, temporarily assigned to the Discipline Inspection Commission, and yet such a significant incident occurred. I was furious. I made it clear that the Discipline Inspection Commission needs to urge the Public Security Bureau to solve this case promptly. You deserve an explanation. How thick-skinned could he be? Yang Dong scrutinized Tian Guanghan's round face, pondering if even a needle could pierce through it. Is that so? I must admit, I'm quite surprised by Deputy Secretary Tian's concern for me. Yang Dong deliberately feigned astonishment as he regarded Tian Guanghan. Wasn't this merely a performance? Who was afraid of whom? If you, Tian Guanghan, dared to act, I would dare to respond. I was eager to see what your ulterior motives were. He had no illusion that Tian Guanghan genuinely cared for him. That old rascal surely had ulterior motives. Young Yang, we do have a slight misunderstanding, but ultimately, you are part of our municipal office. I pride myself on being impartial. Tian Guanghan intentionally adopted a serious expression, speaking sternly. Impartial. Yang Dong scoffed internally. If this old man could truly be impartial, then there would be no self-serving individual. If you have no further business, I kindly ask you to leave. Yang Dong was truly disinterested in prolonging the conversation or continuing the charade. His words implicitly conveyed a single message: do you have something to discuss? If not, please leave promptly. Tian Guanghan's expression shifted slightly, revealing a flicker of anger in his eyes. He was indeed seething. Had it not been for the prevailing circumstances, he would never have He would have preferred if something unfortunate had befallen Yang Dong, allowing him to vent his frustrations. However, he was acutely aware that with the occurrence of the accident, Yin Taijun's emergence was imminent. This was precisely why he had come to visit Yang Dong today. To act in defiance of what was reasonable was sheer folly. His current objective was to mend their relationship, using Yang Dong as a conduit to convey his stance to Yin Taijun. Otherwise, once Yin Taijun returned to the municipal government, Tian Guanghan's days might become quite uncomfortable. Young Yang, I've heard there has been significant progress in Secretary Yin's case? That is indeed favorable news, as it could clear Secretary Yin's name and restore honor to our municipal office. I kindly ask you, Young Yang, to convey to Secretary Yin that I, old Tian, will certainly host a banquet in celebration of his vindication. When the time comes, we must gather everyone from our municipal office for a proper feast. We are all one big family. Unity is strength. The facade was crumbling. Yang Dong found it amusing. As he had anticipated, this old fellow had come with the intention of mending relations. However, was it not a tad too late to seek favor and reconciliation? Moreover, during the course of Yin Taijun's case, Tian Guanghan undoubtedly played a less than honorable role. The lines had been drawn, and the masks had fallen. How could one still fantasize about harmonious coexistence? This inevitably reminded Yang Dong of a certain political drama from later years titled In the Name of the People, which featured a prosecutor named Xiao, who, upon being apprehended, still wore a grin. He claimed, "We are all comrades, misunderstandings can be resolved over a meal, can't they? But who among them was a comrade? How could a simple meal mend what was broken? Did he think this was a game?" This was a life-and-death struggle. Before him, Tian Guanghan bore an uncanny resemblance to the Xiao character. Both were equally naive, oblivious to the gravity of their circumstances. Deputy Secretary Tian, I am currently hospitalized and unable to meet with Secretary Yin. Yang Dong shook his head, speaking sternly. This was a clear refusal. Upon hearing Yang Dong's unceremonious dismissal, Tian Guanghan felt a surge of anger rising within him. He had endured for far too long, forced to bow to the circumstances, and to a mere junior staff member at that. Such a situation was unthinkable in the past, yet, Yang Dong showed him no respect, which he found intolerable. Who did this junior staff member think he was to disregard him? I have personally come here to extend goodwill, and you treat me this way. Truly ungrateful. Tian Guanghan's countenance darkened as he snapped, turning on his heel to storm out. No matter how you play your part, you are nothing but a vile creature. Your true nature is laid bare. Yang Dong laughed coldly, his voice barely above a whisper, but it was loud enough for the departing Tian Guanghan to hear. Of course, Tian Guanghan heard it. He hadn't even exited the room yet, but this only fueled his anger further. Did Yang Dong truly lack political acumen? Did he genuinely not care about anything? Did he not understand the rules? He, the deputy secretary of the municipal government, responsible for overseeing the municipal office, and a deputy-level cadre at that, had been treated with such disdain? You little brat, don't get too smug, everything is not yet decided. Don T think you've won. And you've already had your accident. Haven T, you learned your lesson, do you wish for another? Tian Guanghan turned back, standing at the door, angrily pointing at Yang Dong as if to threaten him. Yang Dong's gaze turned icy as he sat up in bed and addressed Zhang Hu. Comrade Zhang Hu, is he threatening the personnel from the Discipline Inspection Commission? Is he threatening the head of the 10th Special Investigation Team? Indeed. Zhang Hu replied, his expression cold as he fixed his gaze on Tian Guanghan. Tian Guanghan felt a tremor of apprehension. This brat was quite adept at leveling accusations. Who had he learned this from? He dared not utter another word and hurriedly exited. Zhang Hu stepped forward, intending to pursue Tian Guanghan. Enough, don't chase after him. He merely spoke out of anger. He cannot inflict any real harm. After all, he is still a deputy-level cadre. Yang Dong waved his hand to stop Zhang Hu. If mere threats could dismantle Tian Guanghan, Yang Dong would have accomplished that long ago. To truly bring down Tian Guanghan, one needed evidence, be it corruption or dereliction of duty, or other incriminating evidence. While such evidence might be elusive for others, it was far too easy for him. Tian Guanghan had been swept away in 2018, and the evidence chain had been made public, with all criminal details laid bare. Thus, bringing him down would be a walk in the park for Yang Dong. However, politics was never as straightforward. Dismantling him was feasible, provided there were benefits, justifications, and usefulness behind it. If it were merely for the sake of revenge, with no gains to be had, it would be wiser to continue fostering him for a time. In truth, Yang Dong possessed not only evidence against Tian Guanghan but also against Su Yunkai, Lin Yaodong's father, Lin Liangming, and even Wu Sankai among others. He owed this knowledge to the monumental anti-corruption campaign that would unfold years later, which allowed him to uncover such evidence against these corrupt officials. Chapter 44 of the future situation. Tian Guanghan emerged from the municipal hospital with a face ashen as steel, kicking a soda can at the entrance in contempt. Trash, how dare it be here? Seething with anger, he climbed into his car and retrieved his phone, dialing Lin Yaodong's number. 3 seconds later, the call was promptly answered by Lin Yaodong. Secretary General, what are your instructions? Lin Yaodong, upon receiving Tian Guanghan's call, wasted no time with pleasantries, his demeanor entirely respectful. This semblance of deference lightened Tian Guanghan's mood considerably. Yang Dong's disregard was a clear indication of his lack of discernment. Fortunately, Lin Yaodong's respect for him catered to his ambitions and vanity, especially given that Lin Yaodong's father was Lin Liangming, the head of the organization department, a figure he needed to cultivate ties with. Yaodong, how well do you know Yang Dong? Since Yang Dong had shown him no respect, it was imperative to eliminate him. At worst, he would have to sever ties with Yin Taijun, but he had powerful allies backing him. He was confident that even if Yin Taijun were reinstated, his aspirations for the vice-mayor position would be dashed. After all, having undergone a double regulation, albeit with no findings against him, would still tarnish his reputation. As long as Yin Taijun could not ascend to the vice-mayor role, Tian Guanghan need not worry excessively. Thus, Yang Dong must be dealt with. Did he think he could rely on Yin Taijun to secure his position? Ridiculous, naive. If he couldn't handle Yin Taijun, how could he possibly intimidate a mere junior officer? Secretary General, my knowledge of Yang Dong is limited. I only know that he graduated from Zhejiang University, and in his first year, he topped the municipal examination both in written and interview segments, entering the General Affairs section of the municipal office. What is it that you wish to know? Lin Yaodong. Otherwise, they tarnish its appearance. Tian Guanghan scoffed, his eyes glinting with derision. His stance was unmistakable, though he refrained from overtly stating his intentions against Yang Dong. Lin Yaodong's eyes brightened instantly, and with a sly grin, he replied, Secretary General, it would be quite easy to deal with him. What do you propose? Tian Guanghan's interest piqued, he inquired eagerly. Secretary General, Yang Dong has a critical flaw. Lin Yaodong chuckled ominously, beginning to plot against Yang Dong alongside Tian Guanghan. In the hospital ward. Team leader, you've surely offended Tian Guanghan. He will not let you off easily. He is notorious for being petty. Jiang Hu spoke, frowning at Yang Dong. He was straightforward, not foolish. He could deduce that Tian Guanghan's failed attempt to ingratiate himself would undoubtedly lead him to retaliate against Yang Dong. Of course, if he could surmise this, could Yang Dong not? I have already tolerated him twice. As the saying goes, once is happenstance, twice is coincidence, but thrice is enemy action. Since he intends to target me, I won't allow him a moment's peace. However, the time is not yet ripe. As the adage goes, strike the snake at its 7 inches. When I act, I must do so decisively. Let us wait a while longer. Now is not the moment. Yang Dong narrowed his eyes, chuckling softly. During this recuperation period, he hadn't merely been sipping bone broth. His mind had been racing, analyzing the entire political landscape of Lingyun City. With Yin Taijun's return, the vice-mayor position was temporarily out of reach, necessitating future adjustments. Nevertheless, opportunities for the Secretary General would arise post the 2 sessions, as a new round of reshuffling would inevitably follow, often referred to as a major adjustment. In fact, the Secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, Guan Mushin, had timed his adjustments to coincide with these 2 sessions. He recalled from his past life that in early 2009, the Municipal Party Secretary, Wu Xinkai, was reassigned from Lingyun City to head the Provincial Civil Affairs Department. Though it seemed like a mere positional transfer, it carried an undertone of demotion. Lingyun City ranked among the top 4 economically in Zhejiang Province, and historically, successive municipal party secretaries would transition to the provincial committee, securing relatively lower-ranking positions, with the worst being a vice-governor. Wu Xinkai, however, was an exception. Su Yunkai, the deputy secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, and Wu Sankai, the director of the Discipline Inspection Office, were both his confidants. However, in his previous life, Su Yunkai was fortunate enough to ascend to the vice-mayor position before Wu Xinkai fell from grace. Conversely, the municipal secretary, Zhu Yangming, would not enjoy such luck. As Wu Xinkai's most trusted aide and the lowest-ranking member of the Municipal Standing Committee, once Wu Xinkai lost power, Zhu Yongming would undoubtedly face reassignment. After all, the new mayor, Ho Yong, would not retain Zhu Yongming in his position. Thus, the opportunity for Secretary In Lei here. As the municipal secretary, it would be both reasonable and justifiable for him to ascend to the position of municipal party secretary following Mayor Ho. Should Ho become the municipal party secretary, it would be logical for In Taijun to step into the role of municipal secretary, wouldn't it? The position of municipal secretary is a member of the municipal standing committee, far superior to those vice mayors without such rank. If In Taijun could endure for a little over a year, an opportunity would arise. And with In Taijun's ascension, his own opportunities would follow suit. In Taijun would not neglect him, whether he assigned him to the municipal office or delegated him to a district, county, or even a township as a key leader, all would depend on In Taijun's discretion. As for how to handle Tian Guanghan, naturally, it would be wiser to act against him after In Taijun had secured the position of municipal secretary. For the time being, it was best to bide his time. Once In Taijun was promoted, given Tian Guanghan's credentials, it would be untenable for him to remain as municipal secretary, yet, he could not allow Tian Guanghan to achieve his desires. Thus, when Tian Guanghan believed he could ascend to the role of municipal secretary, striking when he was poised for promotion would yield even greater satisfaction. He was well aware of Tian Guanghan's various misdeeds. The timing of his counterattack would be entirely at his discretion. Huzi, you are connected to the police system. Do you know of a director with the surname He? Yang Dong turned to Jiang Hu, inquiring. He had not forgotten the day of the accident when he distinctly heard a mention of Director He. The truck driver was clearly dim-witted, speaking loudly on the phone, seemingly eager for others to overhear the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes. This inadvertently exposed the opponent's hand. Director He was undoubtedly one of the principal culprits behind his accident. Director He, surname He? Jiang Hu paused momentarily, then furrowed his brow in thought. There were many individuals who could be referred to as directors. The municipal bureau heads and several deputies, as well as district and county police chiefs and their deputies. Thus, the number of people qualified to be called directors was substantial, easily exceeding 10. However, in Jiang Hu's memory, there seemed to be only one director with the surname He. I remember now, there is a deputy director named He Wu at the Yunbei District Public Security Bureau. Upon recalling, Jiang Hu promptly informed Yang Dong. Then, with a puzzled expression, he asked, Team leader, why are you inquiring about him? Chapter 45. The manipulator behind the accident. The mastermind behind the car accident is none other than Director He. Yang Dong did not conceal the truth from Jiang Hu, speaking candidly to him. Jiang Hu was taken aback at first, his expression quickly shifting to one of fury. Captain, since you are aware, what are we waiting for? Let us report this to the two deputy captains and seek justice for you, he exclaimed, gripping Yang Dong's arm and pulling him towards the exit. Ow. Huzi, that hurts, it hurts. Yang Dong winced as he felt the pain in his already injured arm flare up once more due to Jiang Hu's forceful tug. Realizing his mistake, Jiang Hu immediately released Yang Dong's wrist, his demeanor shifting to one of awkwardness as he apologized. Captain, I didn't mean to. It's alright, Yang Dong reassured him, rubbing his wrist, feeling that the situation wasn't dire. Fortunately, he had spent 10 days recuperating. Had Jiang Hu yanked him like that on the very first day post-accident, a fracture would have been inevitable. Do you think the leaders will believe you if you run to them now? Moreover, even if they do believe you, where is the evidence? Are they to act solely on my word? Yang Dong shook his head at Jiang Hu. Such matters are nearly impossible to substantiate without immediate evidence. How could one investigate a deputy director of the Yunbei District Public Security Bureau based solely on hearsay? It was inconceivable. The knowledge that we are being plotted against yet being unable to take action is truly frustrating, Jiang Hu lamented, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. When would they be able to triumph over their adversaries? He understood that their lowly status and lack of authority rendered them incapable of delivering a sharp counterstrike, such as the harsh reality. Do not worry, an opportunity will present itself, Yang Dong replied with a smile, for he was confident that Director He could not evade justice. Moreover, he believed he would not have to intervene directly, as others would take action on his behalf. But who might that be? Is Comrade Ho Xuanquan also hospitalized? Yang Dong changed the subject, inquiring about Ho Xuanquan. Yes, he is in room 308, not far from here, Jiang Hu responded, albeit puzzled as to why Yang Dong was asking about Ho Xuanquan. They had just been discussing He Wu, and now the topic had shifted to Ho Xuanquan. Yang Dong's thought process was truly beyond his grasp. I shall go visit him, Yang Dong announced as he rose to leave. He had not left his hospital room in days, and stepping outside, he noticed a member of the city disciplinary committee seated on a bench near his room. The individual appeared unfamiliar, leaving him puzzled. "Captain, this person..." Yang Dong quickly understood. They were concerned about the potential for information leaks. After all, both he and Ho Xuanchuan were members of the city disciplinary committee's investigation team, holding sensitive materials and evidence against corrupt officials. Any interaction with outsiders could jeopardize the operation, allowing those implicated to flee or destroy evidence, thus rendering the investigation meaningless. Deputy Captain Su Tongzhou had emphasized this very point during the initial meeting of the investigation team, insisting that all members remain on site and report any necessary actions. They had all signed confidentiality agreements, pledging not to leak any information until the investigation had concluded, lest they face severe penalties under party discipline and national law. "May I enter to visit my team member, Ho Xuanchuan?" Yang Dong inquired of the supervising officer. The officer lifted his head to regard Yang Dong and nodded. "Internal personnel may visit one another." "Thank you." Yang Dong expressed his gratitude with a nod before pushing open the door to room 3. Jiang Hu chose not to follow, opting instead to wait at the entrance. He felt indifferent towards Ho Xuanchuan and did not wish to see him. His preferences were quite straightforward. Upon entering the room, Yang Dong found Ho Xuanchuan lying on the bed, his legs and head bandaged, resembling a mummy as he watched television. The screen displayed last year's most popular drama, Soldier Assault. Ho Xuanchuan did not initially notice Yang Dong's arrival, his gaze fixated on the screen, lost in thought, clearly not engaged with the show. It wasn't until Yang Dong sat down in a chair that the sound stirred Ho Xuanchuan from his reverie, prompting him to turn towards Yang Dong. Upon realizing that Yang Dong had silently taken a seat beside him, he was startled, his face paling. "See, Captain," he sat up abruptly, looking at Yang Dong with evident panic, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. "It seems you are injured even more severely than I," Yang Dong remarked with a smile, observing the extensive bandaging on Ho Xuanchuan's legs, arms, and head. His appearance indeed warranted the mummy comparison. "Captain, please do not mock me." Ho Xuanchuan managed a weak smile, his usual cheerful countenance replaced by a somber expression. "No, what I meant to say is, how could an undercover agent sustain such severe injuries? What were you hoping to achieve?" Yang Dong inquired, shaking his head with a side eye. As an undercover agent for Su Yunkai, Ho Xuanchuan had ended up in this dire situation, worse off than Yang Dong himself. What was his motive? The thrill of danger. At Yang Dong's words, Ho Xuanchuan felt a chill run down his spine. Staring at him in shock, Yang Dong had indeed discerned the truth. "I knew I couldn't keep it from you." "You are quite astute," Ho Xuanchuan replied with a bitter smile, shedding the burdens that had weighed heavily on him. No longer was he filled with dread. It was futile now. The greatest fear had never been the outcome of the judgment but rather the agonizing wait for it. With his undercover identity exposed, everything had come to an end. He accepted this reality. "It is not that I am clever, but rather that you have been rather foolish. Did you truly think I would take you to find a caretaker? Was that not obvious?" Yang Dong sighed, disappointed by Ho Xuanchuan's naivety. "So you knew all along?" Ho Xuanchuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had assumed Yang Dong discovered his undercover identity only after the accident, yet now it seemed as if he had been aware for quite some time. "Do you recall when we were en route to find the caretaker, and I pulled over to relieve myself?" Yang Dong asked, a faint smile playing on his lips as he gazed at Ho Xuanchuan. Ho Xuanchuan paused, then recollected the moment. Indeed, Yang Dong had exited the vehicle to urinate, and he had not thought anything of it at the time. "Could it be you did that on purpose? You knew I was an undercover agent, so you deliberately gave me the time and space to relay information?" Ho Xuanchuan looked at Yang Dong as if he had seen a ghost, a deep fear gripping his heart. He had been under Yang Dong's watchful eye from the very beginning. Indeed, it was intentional. "I merely wished to ascertain whether you would relay information to your superiors. Regrettably, Comrade Xuanchuan, you did not pass my test. To dare transmit information under my nose, alas." Yang Dong gazed at Ho Xuanchuan with pity, shaking his head with a sigh. The expression on Ho Xuanchuan's face shifted to one of humiliation and anger. Chapter 46, The Chess Piece or the Chess Player? "Yang Dong, why do you harbor doubts about me? I have not given any indication that I am untrustworthy, have I?" Ho Xuanchuan took several minutes to fully accept this reality. Yet he remained curious about how Yang Dong had made his discovery. Since his transfer to the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Committee's investigation team, he had maintained an almost invisible presence, akin to a mere shadow, with the sole aim of avoiding suspicion. Yet Yang Dong had still managed to direct his suspicions towards him. Why was that? "Indeed, ever since you joined the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Committee, your presence has been notably weak, even serving as a mere echo for Ho Donglai. Yet, the more subdued you are, the more I find myself questioning you. There is a saying you might find unpalatable, but it is quite apt: the dog that bites does not bark. Ho Xuanquan's face twitched. That comparison was indeed harsh, likening him to a dog. Nevertheless, despite Yang Dong's explanation, he still harbored doubts. Even so, what grounds do you have to suspect me? Is it a crime to be silent and low profile? Yang Dong chuckled at his words. There is nothing wrong with being low-key, but you hail from the municipal procuratorate. What of it? Ho Xuanquan queried, perplexed by Yang Dong's assertion. What was so significant about the municipal procuratorate? Before Su Yunkai became the deputy secretary of the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Committee, he served as the deputy chief prosecutor at the Municipal Procuratorate. And you also originate from the Procuratorate, which compels me to harbor doubts. Ho Xuanquan deemed this reasoning somewhat tenuous and shook his head, continuing to voice his skepticism. By your logic, Ho Donglai also comes from the Municipal Procuratorate. Why do you not suspect him of being an undercover agent as well? Yang Dong shook his head. It is different, he does not dare. Given the leverage he held over Ho Donglai, the latter would not risk acting as an undercover agent. Even if he were indeed an undercover agent, he would not dare to take that chance. However, Ho Xuanquan was different. He previously had no leverage over him, but now he did. So, Yang Dong, how do you plan to handle me? Report me, hand me over to the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Committee? He sighed, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he questioned Yang Dong. He had resigned himself to the fact that once an undercover agent was exposed, such would be the inevitable outcome. He was prepared for this eventuality, otherwise, he would not have risked conveying information to Su Yunkai. No, I will neither report you nor hand you over to the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Committee. What left Ho Xuanquan astonished, however, was Yang Dong's unexpected stance. He was momentarily taken aback, unable to contain his gaze upon Yang Dong, his eyes filled with questions and confusion. He had no idea what scheme Yang Dong was concocting. What do you intend to do then? He asked, furrowing his brow. Yang Dong patted Ho Xuanquan on the shoulder, a smile gracing his face as he replied, you and I have weathered a life-and-death crisis together, we are comrades now. In dealing with our case in the 10th Special Investigation Team is far from concluded, and there is still much for you to contribute. With that, Yang Dong rose and walked towards the door, seemingly indifferent to the multitude of questions swirling in Ho Xuanquan's mind. Ho Xuanquan watched Yang Dong's silhouette fade as he exited the hospital room, feeling an overwhelming weakness wash over him, gasping for breath, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He increasingly sensed Yang Dong's formidable presence, not just fearsome but almost inscrutable. Yang Dong's leniency towards him only deepened his uncertainty, for Yang Dong now held the leverage over him. This implied that from this moment onward, his fate and his career lay entirely in Yang Dong's hands. He was no fool. He understood Yang Dong's underlying implications. Yang Dong sought to manipulate him for his own purposes. Ironically, this was both a conspiracy and a stratagem, flawlessly executed, yet he remained unclear about Yang Dong's exact intentions. All he could do was wait and see what Yang Dong was truly plotting. After leaving room 308, Yang Dong returned to his own hospital room with Jiang Hu in tow. Team leader, what did you discuss with Ho Xuanquan for such a long time? Jiang Hu had been timing them, and it had been a total of 13 minutes. Jiang Hu had never seen Yang Dong like this. It was a first. Nevertheless, he nodded in agreement. As long as it is within my capabilities, I will certainly assist you. His trust in Yang Dong was blind. As long as he deemed someone dependable, he would not doubt them. This trait could lead to significant losses but could also yield substantial rewards, depending on whether one encountered good or ill individuals. You will be able to manage, Yang Dong affirmed, nodding at Jiang Hu. This task would be neither difficult nor complex for Jiang Hu. Speak, what is it? Jiang Hu inquired, fixing his gaze on Yang Dong. Help me convey 3 messages to Ho Xuanquan. Some things could not be said directly, necessitating a messenger. Jiang Hu was the most suitable candidate for this. What, you want me to deliver them? Did you not just come from his hospital room? Jiang Hu was momentarily taken aback, confusion etched on his face. Why had Yang Dong not relayed the messages himself? Huzi, please assist me. Yang Dong urged, locking eyes with him. Though perplexed, Jiang Hu nodded. All right, it's just a few messages, I will go deliver them. He had already regarded Yang Dong as a comrade, a brother, a like-minded companion. Yang Dong smiled. Jiang Hu was trustworthy, yet he would ensure that Jiang Hu was never at a disadvantage. The first message: tell him he owes me a meal and should invite me when the opportunity arises. The second message: inform him that he owes me a favor and should repay it when the chance presents itself. The third message: let him know that the mastermind behind the car accident is He Wu, the deputy director of the Yunbei District Public Security Bureau. Yang Dong conveyed these three messages to Jiang Hu, ensuring they were neither too many nor too few. He was well aware that these three messages held deeper meanings than their surface implications. However, he could not fathom their true significance. As a criminal investigator, he was ill-equipped to navigate such intricate schemes. With a sigh, Jiang Hu turned and headed towards Ho Xuanquan's room 308. He pushed the door open and walked straight in. Upon hearing footsteps, Ho Xuanquan lifted his gaze. Seeing Jiang Hu, he was momentarily taken aback. The team leader asked me to relay three messages to you. The first: you owe the team leader a meal, make sure to repay him. The second: you owe the team leader a favor, ensure you return it. The third: the mastermind behind the car accident is He Wu, the deputy director of the Yunbei District Public Security Bureau. Message delivered, I'm leaving. Jiang Hu stated before turning on his heel, unwilling to linger for even a second longer. He held no fondness for Ho Xuanquan and felt indifferent towards him. At first, Ho Xuanquan's expression was one of utter astonishment. However, as he pondered over the three messages, the deeper meaning began to dawn upon him. This realization cast a pall over his heart, and trepidation washed over his countenance. Yang Dong was indeed formidable. Yang Dong was compelling him to sever ties with Su Yunkai, but could he refuse? Did he possess the standing to refuse? Yang Dong had already seized his leverage. For the sake of his career and future prospects, he had no choice but to acquiesce. He had to resign himself to his fate. Having entered this game and become a mere pawn, he must come to terms with the fate that befell such pieces. Yang Dong, you truly are ruthless. Ho Xuanquan bitterly smiled, shaking his head, his eyes betraying a deep-seated fear. Initially, he had thought Yang Dong was merely a minor pawn, no different from himself, just another piece on this chessboard. The true players were Secretary Su Yunkai and Secretary Wei Changhu. But now he understood, the real chess player was Yang Dong, a mere departmental staff member, yet he was the one orchestrating events from behind the scenes, subtly manipulating the situation. Truly terrifying. The former leader Su Yunkai had always believed that the players against him were Wei Changhu and Yin Taijun, yet, had he ever considered that the true player was Yang Dong? Chapter 47: An incident with my younger brother. I still don't understand what those three words meant, Jiang Hu exclaimed as he arrived at the hospital early in the morning, persistently questioning Yang Dong. It was already 8:30 on the second day, yet he remained perplexed. After contemplating numerous times, he decided to confront Yang Dong directly, bringing along breakfast as an excuse. However, as Yang Dong consumed his meal in silence, refusing to divulge any information, Jiang Hu's irritation grew. Was he being underestimated for his lack of intelligence? After finishing his breakfast, Yang Dong glanced at the calendar hanging on the wall. Today was March 13, 2008, and only 5 days remained until the conclusion of the National People's Congress. This also implied that a verdict regarding Secretary Yin's case would be reached within the same timeframe. Since the car accident, he had been confined to the municipal hospital for 11 days, utterly unable to leave. The supervisors dispatched by the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Commission monitored every aspect of his life, permitting no excursions outside the hospital grounds. Had he not been aware of the commission's regulations, Yang Dong might have suspected he was being placed under house arrest. Just as he disposed of his breakfast waste, his phone rang, startling him. Who could possibly be calling so early in the morning? Upon checking the caller ID, he was taken aback to see his home phone number. Was there an issue at home? A frown creased his brow in confusion. In March, the harsh winter in rural northeast China had yet to fully abate. What could possibly be amiss? He pressed the answer button and held the phone to his ear. Is it Dad or Mom? Though it was the family landline, he was uncertain who was on the other end. Xiaodong, sob, your younger brother has gotten into trouble. His mother's voice broke through the line, filled with anguish as she wept, informing him of his brother's predicament. Instantly, Yang Dong's body tensed, caught off guard by such distressing news. Mom, please don't cry, take a deep breath and tell me what happened to my brother, he urged calmly, despite the urgency coursing through him. What could possibly have happened to his younger brother, a diligent high school senior who seldom attracted trouble? Sitting on the heated bed, Du Yuxiang wiped her tears and strove to suppress her sobs before continuing to explain to her eldest son. This morning, your brother went to school in the town, only to be cornered at the school gate by a group of delinquents who beat him up. He's been taken to the hospital with a fractured leg. Your father has already gone to the town police station to file a report. Upon hearing his mother's words, Yang Dong's heart sank. In an instant, he sensed that something was amiss. His brother, Yang Nan, was known for his honest disposition, solely focused on his studies in high school, never courting disaster. How could he have been assaulted by a group of social miscreants at the school entrance? There was undoubtedly more to this situation. It was likely connected to himself. During this period, he had made quite a few enemies, yet few possessed the audacity or capability to carry out such an act. Was it Su Yunkai, or perhaps Wu Jiankai, or someone else entirely, seeking vengeance against him through his family? Su Yunkai would likely refrain from taking action at this time, especially during the National People's Congress. Any modicum of political acumen would deter him from acting recklessly. Could it be Wu Jiankai, the chairman of a construction company? He was an undeniable figure entrenched in the underworld, commanding a legion of security personnel, essentially thugs recruited from the streets. Wu Jiankai wielded considerable influence in Lingyun City, where he was colloquially referred to as Brother Wu. A saying had circulated in Lingyun City over the years: the sky of Lingyun City, the earth of Lingyun City. Brother Wu is the very essence of heaven and earth. 3 years as secretary, 2 years as mayor, ultimately, it is still Brother Wu's domain. Mom, stay calm, I will return home immediately. Yang Dong collected his thoughts and spoke to soothe his mother's distress. After ending the call, he turned to Jiang Hu and announced, "My brother is in trouble." "Yes, I heard," Jiang Hu replied, his expression grim as he nodded. The volume of the phone conversation had made it impossible for him to miss the news. This is undoubtedly an act of retaliation. Drawing upon his experience as a former investigator in the criminal police department, he recognized this as a targeted assault against Yang Dong. Yet, he remained uncertain about the identity of the adversary. "Regardless of who it may be, anyone who dares to lay a hand on my family has crossed a line." Yang Dong's demeanor was unnervingly composed, though one could sense the simmering rage beneath the surface. An attack on his family had escalated the situation to one of irreconcilable conflict. "Boss, I have personal matters to attend to back home." He retrieved his contact phone from the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Commission and called Wei Chonghu, the head of the investigation team, bypassing the two deputy leaders. In the world of politics, such a breach of protocol was a grave offense. He would not have resorted to this unless absolutely necessary. Noticing the disquiet in Yang Dong's tone, Wei Chonghu furrowed his brow and inquired solemnly, "What personal matter?" Why was Yang Dong, who was supposed to be recuperating in the hospital, suddenly needing to return home? "My brother, who studies at the high school in Shashui town, was assaulted by thugs outside the school this morning, and he has suffered a broken leg." Yang Dong did not conceal the truth from Wei Chonghu, fully aware that any unauthorized contact with the outside world could breach confidentiality protocols. Yet, given the circumstances surrounding his brother, he felt he had no choice. "Yang Dong, you are currently the leader of the 10th Special Case Group of the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Commission. If you leave your post to return home, it will complicate matters for us," Wei Chonghu cautioned. "You attended the establishment meeting of the investigation team and are well aware of the relevant disciplinary regulations and confidentiality laws. During an ongoing investigation, you cannot indiscriminately engage with the outside world. If every member of the investigation team returned home due to family emergencies, it would lead to chaos should any leaks occur, potentially compromising those under covert investigation, who would bear the consequences? At times, personal interests must yield to organizational priorities, the greater good must prevail." Wei Chonghu spoke patiently, urging Yang Dong to reconsider. Under normal circumstances, he would have been willing to prioritize the collective, but with family matters at stake, Yang Dong could not relent. His resolve was unwavering. "Chief, I am prepared to face the consequences," he declared. "However, I must return." If he could not protect his family, what purpose did his position serve? Although he was not yet a high-ranking official, merely a grassroots civil servant, he felt an obligation to return home, especially since this incident. The mayor, the party secretary, and even he and Su Yunkai had all agreed to remain patient until the conclusion of the National People's Congress before reconvening the standing committee to strategize on the case of In Taijun. However, with Yang Dong's brother in trouble, his return home could jeopardize that political consensus. Yet, Yang Dong's insistence on returning required a response. No matter the circumstances, Yang Dong had been instrumental in clearing In Taijun's name. The previous day, when he reported the case to the senior officials, they had even commended him. "Very well, if you must return, let Liu Yike accompany you to monitor your every move." Wei Chonghu proposed a compromise, allowing Liu Yike to supervise Yang Dong to ensure he maintained confidentiality. This was a reluctant decision. While he was aware that Yang Dong was not lying, his family was indeed in distress, he also understood that others might not share that perspective. At times, public opinion could be a formidable weapon, and such actions were easily exploited. If Su Yunsai's faction seized upon this opportunity, they could disrupt the political landscape. By focusing on the breach of confidentiality, they could gain the moral high ground, leaving both Wei Changhu and Guan Mushan unable to shield Yang Dong from repercussions. In politics, the one who held the moral high ground often proved invincible. All right, Chief, I will return within 3 days. Yang Dong readily agreed. He recognized that Wei Changhu was doing all he could to assist him in this personal crisis, and he felt a deep sense of gratitude for the risk Wei was taking on his behalf. He would remember this kindness. Isn't this a bit too risky? In Wei Changhu's office, Lu Shan and Su Tongzhou were present, their expressions darkening as they processed the contents of the call. Yang Dong's return home would undoubtedly stir up trouble, placing them at a disadvantage. However, Wei Changhu's demeanor had shifted, the gravity of the situation appeared lifted, and a hint of a smile emerged. He addressed his two confidants. People are inherently emotional beings, who can maintain their composure when family is in distress. Let him go. Chapter 48, No More Tolerance. After setting down his phone, Yang Dong turned to Jiang Hu and inquired, Huzi, do you have any acquaintances at the Kaiyang County Public Security Bureau or the Xianshui Town Police Station? If one wishes to resolve this matter, it is inevitable to leverage interpersonal connections. Though the assailants were merely street thugs and idle individuals, uncovering their identities and apprehending them would require the assistance of the police system. Yang Dong was all too familiar with the attitudes and efficacy of grassroots police stations. Without connections or a background, it was exceedingly difficult to spur them into action. Even if a case were filed at the town police station, it would likely be prolonged and might even fizzle out without resolution. Where does justice reside? Justice lies with power. With power comes justice. Without power, justice is elusive. Perhaps this assertion is overly absolute, yet it bears some truth. Jiang Hu understood Yang Dong's implication. This matter could not proceed without the support of the police system. At the Kaiyang County Public Security Bureau, I have 2 classmates from Police Academy. They are both in the criminal investigation team at the county bureau. Once you reach the county bureau, seek them out directly. I'll share their phone numbers with you. Jiang Hu stated, relaying the contact information of his 2 classmates to Yang Dong. Yang Dong saved the numbers into his phone and expressed his gratitude. Team leader, I apologize, but I cannot accompany you back this time. Being part of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Team's investigation group is quite restrictive. Jiang Hu sighed, shaking his head in resignation. If it weren't for his current role, he would undoubtedly join Yang Dong, providing substantial assistance. It's all right, I appreciate your sentiment, Yang Dong replied with a smile, patting Jiang Hu on the shoulder. Knock, knock, a rap at the door heralded the appearance of Lu Yike in the doorway. Team leader, we can set off now. Lu Yike had arrived swiftly. It had been mere minutes since Yang Dong briefed Wei Changhu before she appeared. Thank you for your assistance, Comrade Yike, Yang Dong said apologetically, recognizing that this was a personal matter. Nevertheless, it felt burdensome to involve Lu Yike in his affairs, even if it was under the guise of supervision. It's no trouble at all, team leader, Lu Yike replied with a smile, brushing aside any concern. Yang Dong proceeded to the restroom, shedding his hospital gown in favor of his own clothing. He then followed Lu Yike out of the hospital room and departed from the municipal hospital. This marked his first glimpse of the outside world in 10 days, with early March upon them. The weather was gradually warming, and the chill of winter had dissipated. Lu Yike took the wheel, with Yang Dong seated in the passenger seat. Team leader, there is no need to rush. Since the incident has occurred, we must focus on resolving it, she reassured him. Thank you, Yike, I'm not in a hurry, Yang Dong nodded with a smile. Since the event had transpired, haste was futile. The priority was to unearth the culprits and bring those ruffians to justice. Team leader, your brother has suffered a broken leg at the hands of these thugs. It seems this issue may stem from you, Lu Yike continued, her voice steady as she drove. With years of experience in the Discipline Inspection Commission, she sensed something amiss. The street thugs had deliberately ambushed Yang Dong's brother outside the school, resulting in his injury. This constituted intentional harm, elevating the matter's severity. Such street thugs were often cunning. They were among the most knowledgeable about the law, yet their audacity suggested they had someone pulling the strings. Indeed, it was directed at me, Yang Dong affirmed, his expression grave. His brother Yang Nan had been targeted as a means of retribution against him, and attacking his family had crossed a fundamental line. Who are the individuals you've crossed? Su Yunkai, Wu Jiankai? Who else? Lu Yike inquired, helping Yang Dong analyze the situation. Gazing out the window, Yang Dong replied with a heavy heart, "It must be Tian Guanghan." He had previously suspected Su Yunkai and Wu Jiankai, but Su Yunkai was too shrewd to act recklessly. He wouldn't dare take action now. Wu Jiansai's revenge would be more direct and blatant. Only a treacherous individual like Tian Guanghan would stoop so low as to target a family member. After all, Yang Dong had rebuffed his advances, and a petty individual like Tian Guanghan would certainly seek retribution. Yet, Yang Dong had not anticipated that Tian Guanghan would go so far as to harm his family. Initially, he had no intention of confronting Tian Guanghan, but now he had changed his mind. No more nurturing this fish, it was time to eliminate it. Comrade Yike, as a member of the discipline inspection team, I have a question for you. If I possess evidence of a cadre's illegal activities, can that case be incorporated into the municipal discipline inspection team's investigation? Yang Dong asked solemnly. The current cases under the municipal discipline inspection team were fixed, involving point-to-point investigations, with a small team assigned to two cadres, differing from the previous nature of inspection teams. Inspection teams would first conduct inspections, then accept reports from various sectors of society, ultimately identifying a cadre with issues before proceeding with investigations. In dual regulation. In contrast, investigation teams had already established the validity of the reports, allowing them to directly investigate the cadre without preliminary inspections or analyses. Therefore, if new evidence of illegal activities by another cadre emerged, could it be included in the municipal discipline inspection team's investigation? Yes, if you have concrete evidence, you can file a formal report, and the municipal discipline inspection team will initiate an investigation, Lu Yike replied, curiosity flashing in her eyes. Whom do you intend to report? Whose illegal activities do you possess evidence of? Yang Dong's gaze turned cold as he stated, the deputy secretary of the municipal government, Tian Guanghan. He had made his decision. Regardless of whether Tian Guanghan had instigated the attack on his brother, he would not let him escape this time. Sometimes, excessive forbearance only emboldens one's adversaries, making them believe they can easily intimidate you. This time, however, the attack would begin with Tian Guanghan, sending a clear message that he was not to be trifled with, and inciting fear among those who might dare provoke him. Are you not attempting to exact revenge? Fabricating accusations is unacceptable, Lu Yike said, her expression one of surprise as she regarded Yang Dong, concerned that his hatred might cloud his judgment and lead him to wrongfully accuse Tian Guanghan. No, having spent time with me, you should understand my character. Tian Guanghan indeed has evidence of illegal activities. I will not lie, nor will I falsely accuse him. Yang Dong shook his head. He would not stoop to dishonesty. In fact, Tian Guanghan had been apprehended by the Provincial Discipline Inspection Committee in 2018, at which time numerous instances of his corruption had come to light. It was merely a matter of bringing him to justice a decade sooner. If the evidence holds up, I will assist you. Lu Yike replied after a lengthy pause, offering Yang Dong her support. 2 hours later, the pair arrived at the Kaiyang County Public Security Bureau, under the jurisdiction of Lingyun City. There, Yang Dong met with the two police academy classmates recommended by Jiang Hu. Yu Baijiang, the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team, and Song Yu, the captain of the first squad of the criminal investigation team. Chapter 49 New Connections. I apologize, Captain Yu and Captain Song, for the trouble my brother's situation has caused you. Yang Dong proactively extended his hand to both Yu Baijiang and Song Yu, understanding the necessity of being more courteous when seeking assistance. There's no need for such formality. We are brothers in arms with Huzi from our time at the police academy, steadfast comrades. The affairs of his brother are indeed our concerns, Yu Baijiang replied, his face beaming with warmth as he succinctly elaborated on their close bond with Jiang Hu. Song Yu nodded in agreement, clearly echoing the sentiment. Regardless, I must express my gratitude to both of you. It has now reached noon, Captain Yu, Captain Song, shall we proceed to have lunch? Although he yearned to reunite with his parents and his injured brother, he understood that there was little utility in haste given the circumstances. Instead, when seeking assistance, one must adopt a proper demeanor, without a respectful attitude, who would be inclined to lend a helping hand. Such is the reality of the matter. One cannot take for granted the support of a friend merely because they were recommended by Jiang Hu. Please, do not be so formal. Let us first attend to your brother's matter. There is no rush for a meal, Yu Baijiang gestured dismissively, indicating Yang Dong that he had already gleaned the details of Yang Dong's predicament from Jiang Hu's call. Furthermore, he was aware that this young man, in his mid-20s, hailed from the municipal disciplinary inspection team. Such a status alone warranted Yu Baijiang's utmost consideration. Thus, the priority was to resolve the pressing issue at hand rather than concern themselves with dining. Indeed, a meal is a triviality. Your brother's plight is of utmost significance, Song Yu concurred, nodding in agreement. At this moment, both men donned their police uniforms, exuding an air of authority. One served as the deputy captain of the county's criminal police brigade, while the other led one of its subdivisions. Kaiyang County is one of the 8 districts under Lingyun City, strategically significant in its geographical positioning. The economic level of the 8 counties, districts, is the strongest, with a GDP of 11.75 billion yuan in 2007, accounting for 30% of the entire city. Thus, the secretary of the county committee in Kaiyang County holds a significant political status, not only as a deputy department-level official but also as a member of the standing committee of the municipal party committee in Lingyun City, even ranking above the municipal secretary, Zhu Yangming. Kaiyang County governs 7 towns and 8 townships, along with an economic development zone, among which Shashui Town is one of the 7 towns. Yang Dong's hometown is in Shashui Town's Shaoyang village, so returning to Kaiyang County is akin to returning home. He attended high school at Kaiyang No. 1 Middle School, making him particularly familiar with the area. "I'll take the police car, let us head to Shashui Town now," Song Yu remarked as he addressed Yang Dong, then turned to walk into the courtyard of the Public Security Bureau. "Brother Yang Dong, you are also from Kaiyang County, right?" Yu Baijiang inquired, his face beaming with a smile. He was a few years older than Zhang Hu and Song Yu, yet they were all alumni from the same police academy, which was not unusual in this era. Age differences of 2 to 8 years were quite common. "Yes, Captain Yu, I am indeed from Kaiyang County. My hometown is Shaoyang Village in Shashui Town, and I graduated from Kaiyang No. 1 Middle School," Yang Dong affirmed, nodding at Yu Baijiang. Why Yu Baijiang's eyes lit up, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Oh? You also graduated from Kaiyang No. 1 Middle School, which year?" Yang Dong felt a stir in his heart, glanced at Yu Baijiang's expression, and smiled. "I graduated from high school in 2000. Are you an alumnus as well?" "Ha, indeed, I graduated 3 years earlier, in 1997, Yu Baijiang chuckled heartily, deliberately seeking to strengthen his rapport with Yang Dong. He had heard from Zhang Hu that Yang Dong was no ordinary individual. It was best to assist him wholeheartedly, as it would undoubtedly yield benefits. Given Zhang Hu's substantial background, Yu Baijiang felt compelled to regard someone of Yang Dong's significance with due attention. Thus, he actively sought to foster a closer relationship. Social interactions are inherently a mutual exchange of interests, something everyone understands but rarely articulates. "Oh, by the way, I haven't introduced you to Captain Yu yet. This is Comrade Liu Yike, from the 1st Discipline Inspection and Supervision Office of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection." Yang Dong promptly introduced the quietly standing Liu Yike to Yu Baijiang. Upon hearing the name Liu Yike, Yu Baijiang's expression shifted, his gaze becoming peculiar as he regarded the beautiful woman, void of any improper thoughts, instead filled with trepidation. Comrade Liu Yike had made quite a name for herself in the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection over the past few years, having investigated numerous officials from various levels, including several at the deputy department level. She had long established a sterling reputation. "Comrade Liu Yike, I have long admired your name, it is a pleasure to meet you." Yu Baijiang immediately saluted Liu Yike, extending his hand. Liu Yike responded with a faint nod and a smile. "Pleasure is mutual, just refrain from bribery." Comrade Yike truly possesses a sense of humor," Yu Baijiang said, a cold sweat breaking out as he felt a pang of anxiety. As the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team at the County Public Security Bureau, how could he be entirely above reproach? Although he had not engaged in major graft, accepting a few cigarettes or bottles of liquor and facilitating minor favors was unavoidable, simply human nature. Yet, if the Discipline Inspection Commission were to conduct a thorough investigation, such gifts could be deemed violations of conduct. "The police car has arrived," Yang Dong interjected, alleviating the awkward atmosphere. He glanced at a modified Santana police car emerging from the courtyard of the Public Security Bureau, its body painted in white and deep blue, emblazoned with the word police. Before the implementation of the 8 regulations, the misuse of official vehicles was quite commonplace, and few would scrutinize such matters, even the Discipline Inspection Commission, relying instead on the self-discipline of government officials at all levels. "Brother Yang Dong, let us take our car," Yu Baijiang said, opening the car door and gesturing to Yang Dong with a smile. "I think I will pass. It feels a bit peculiar to ride in a police car. I prefer to take our vehicle," Yang Dong replied with a smile, politely declining Yu Baijiang's offer. "Very well, let us meet at the Shashui Town Health Center," Yu Baijiang conceded, understanding Yang Dong's sentiments and not pressing the matter further. Truth be told, few wished to ride in a police car. Yang Dong boarded the Jetta provided by the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection, with Liu Yike continuing to drive, following the police vehicle ahead. "I suspect there is something off about Yu Baijiang," Liu Yike remarked coldly while driving, her gaze fixed intensely on the police car ahead. Her instincts were seldom wrong. There was definitely something amiss with you, Bai Jiang. Comrade Yike, given the environment we are in, it is nearly impossible to embody the integrity of Hai Rui. As long as he does not engage in illegal activities, does not infringe upon the rights of the common people, and does not cause severe adverse effects, that would be commendable. A perfectly clear water body harbors no fish. Does Comrade Yike wish to apprehend everyone? Yang Dong replied with a wry smile, merely stating a truth rather than offering counsel. Moreover, he did not wish to see Yu Bai Jiang apprehended upon their first encounter, especially since Jiang Hu had recommended these two officers to assist him. It would be quite awkward to have one of them caught. I understand, I was just speaking in generalities. Lu Yike sighed, having worked in the Discipline Inspection Commission for many years, with her father also having over 30 years of experience in the same field. She was well aware of the prevailing atmosphere in the domestic political arena. It was improbable to rectify entrenched corruption in a short time. Maintaining it within acceptable bounds was already a significant achievement. Lu Yike ceased speaking, driving silently toward Shashui town. Due to the relative affluence of Kaiyang County, the roads were well constructed. The route from the county town to Shashui town was entirely paved. Shashui town was not far from Kaiyang County, nearly 20 kilometers away, and they would arrive in under 20 minutes. At the Shashui Town Health Center, within the courtyard, Yang Dong had not yet exited the vehicle when he spotted his father, Yang Jiangwen, squatting on the ground smoking a pipe, his face etched with worry and melancholy. Upon seeing that familiar face, slightly weathered yet recognizable, he could no longer contain his excitement. As soon as Lu Yike parked the car, Yang Dong eagerly unfastened his seatbelt and dashed out. Their reunion felt like a different lifetime. In his previous life, his father had passed away in 2019. Counting the years, it had been several years since he last saw him. Dad, he called out, waving his hand. Chapter 50. My family. Yang Jiangwen, smoking a dry cigarette, felt a knot of anxiety in his heart as he pondered the predicament of his youngest son. Suddenly, he heard the voice of his eldest son, which brought a wave of joy to his face. He looked up to see Yang Dong hastily approaching. Eldest son. Yang Jiangwen felt as if a ray of light had illuminated his heart. He sprang to his feet, grasping Yang Dong's hand, and urgently implored, Eldest son, what shall we do about your brother? As a farmer who had never received a proper education, he understood the complexities of life, despite the hardships he faced growing up. Yet, the circumstances surrounding his youngest son, Yang Nan, felt particularly strange and unsettling. After reporting the matter at the local police station, the officers had informed him that it was a difficult case to manage, given the elusive nature of the individuals involved, making it nearly impossible to apprehend them. In essence, they conveyed a singular message. They could not help it. His frustration boiled over as he exchanged heated words with the officers, only to be dismissed with contempt, told to return home and await further news. The police's deplorable attitude left Yang Jiangwen devoid of hope. Although he was not surprised by the indifferent demeanor of grassroots law enforcement, experiencing it firsthand was disheartening. Do not worry, father. I returned specifically for my brother's situation, Yang Dong reassured, patting his father's slightly hunched back. Let us discuss my brother. How is Xiao Nan? Has he regained consciousness? As they spoke, Yang Dong led his father toward the clinic, with Yu Bai Jiang and Song Yu trailing behind. Ah, your brother has awakened, but he remains silent. No matter how we inquire, he does not respond. You know how he is reticent by nature. I fear he may be harboring dark thoughts, which could lead to further distress. Yang Jiangwen expressed his deep concern for his youngest son, Yang Nan. Yang Dong noted the flecks of gray in his father's hair, a testament to the toll that life had taken on him. At just 45, Yang Jiangwen appeared much older due to the harsh realities of agricultural life. Many would mistakenly assume he was in his 50s. Xiaodong, it is a relief that you have returned. What shall we do about your brother's situation? His mother, Du Yuxiang, questioned anxiously as she rose from a wooden bench outside the ward. Her eyes were red-rimmed with worry. As a farmer herself at 48, she bore the marks of fatigue, her face etched with wrinkles. Mother, please remain calm. I will go in and see Xiao Nan, Yang Dong reassured her before pushing open the door to the ward. The room was far from luxurious, a stark contrast to the accommodations he was accustomed to in the city. It housed 3 patients alongside their families, totaling around 7 or 8 individuals, creating a noisy atmosphere, with some smoking without a care. Yang Dong furrowed his brow at the unsanitary environment. How could one heal here? Nonetheless, he refrained from voicing his concerns and approached the bed by the window. His brother, Yang Nan, lay there, a plaster cast encasing his leg, staring blankly at the ceiling. Xiao Nan! Yang Dong called out. At the sound of his voice, Yang Nan's expression flickered with a hint of recognition. Turning his head awkwardly, he croaked, Brother, you're back. Do you recognize the thugs who attacked you? Yang Dong inquired. As the elder brother, he had always commanded a certain respect from his younger sibling, often wielding more influence than their parents. I know one of them. He dropped out of our high school and has been roaming with those troublemakers. His name is Pan Dalong. Pan Dalong, understood, brother, Yang Dong replied. Do not overthink it, focus on your recovery. I will take care of the rest, he added, patting Yang Nan's shoulder to offer comfort before exiting the room. Among brothers, some sentiments need not be elaborated upon. As Yang Nan watched his brother's retreating figure, he felt a weight lift from his chest. His previous silence stemmed from the realization that his situation was dire. The gang had connections in town, and he could not rely on his parents for retribution. He had been waiting for his brother's return, and now, Yang Dong's words instilled a sense of assurance within him. Once outside the ward, Yang Dong turned to his father, Yang Jiangwen, and asked, Father, did you file a report with the police? I did, but it was in vain. The officers claimed that such matters are merely bad luck, and they cannot Yang Dong's expression hardened as he muttered, It is precisely because of the lawlessness in Xiaoshui town that Xiaonan found himself in this predicament. The police are grossly negligent, avoiding responsibility, always seeking to downplay serious issues and dismiss minor ones. When a serious crime occurs, they merely escalate the case to the county level and wash their hands of it. His anger was palpable. It was not only the fact that his brother was being targeted for revenge that incensed him, the police's lackadaisical attitude was equally infuriating. Yang Laodi, do not let your temper flare. Allow us to handle this matter. Yu Baijiang and Song Yu stepped forward, entering the corridor. While Yu Baijiang gestured towards Yang Dong, his expression grave that he was not surprised by the police's handling of the case, especially considering that the thugs likely had ties to the very station meant to protect the community. Anyone who could operate as a local thug undoubtedly had some backing. In recent years, the security in Kaiyang County had improved considerably, otherwise, its economy would not be thriving. Yet, among the towns in the county, Xiaoshui Town consistently ranked lowest in terms of safety. The police chief had changed hands multiple times, yet disorder persisted, with no tangible resolution in sight. As the deputy captain of the county's criminal police team, Yu Baijiang was acutely aware of this unfortunate reality. It was precisely because of this understanding that he signaled to Yang Dong that they would take action. Yang Dong regarded Yu Baijiang and Song Yu, a look of apology crossing his face. I truly appreciate your assistance in this matter. Xiaodong, who are these officers? Yang Jiangwen asked, surprised as he noticed both men in uniform. Yu Baijiang bore the insignia of a first-class officer, while Song Yu had the rank of second class. Despite being a farmer, Yang Jiangwen had a keen understanding of such distinctions that he recalled that he promptly produced a box of Changbai Mountain cigarettes, which he had bought for the police that morning, only to be rejected for being too inexpensive. He wiped his hands and extended the cigarettes towards the two officers. Officers, please, have a smoke. Uncle, we do not smoke. You are too kind, Yu Baijiang and Song Yu quickly declined. Then you must not have eaten yet. Let us go for a meal at the finest restaurant in town, Yang Jiangwen insisted, eager to treat his son's friends. It was essential to maintain good relations with those who could assist them. In that moment, both Yang Dong and Yang Jiangwen shared a singular thought. Comrade Yang Dong, perhaps we should step outside to discuss this matter, Yu Baijiang suggested, taken aback by Yang Jiangwen's enthusiasm, offering a wry smile to Yang Dong. Father, mother, please keep a close watch over Xiaonan. Do not concern yourselves with anything else, Yang Dong instructed his parents before leading Yu Baijiang and Song Yu outside. Liu Yike remained seated in the car, not wishing to intrude. Although she had been dispatched to supervise Yang Dong, she understood the importance of the moment. Yang Dong needed to focus on his brother's situation, and she did not wish to complicate matters. As for any potential leaks, she trusted Yang Dong would not betray any confidences. Even if he did, what information could he possibly divulge? The two officials responsible for the special task force, Yin Taijun and Gu Santong, had long been detained by the city's disciplinary committee, leaving no room for concern over leaks. Moreover, she herself was unaware of the specifics of other investigations, and Yang Dong certainly would not be privy to such information. Each task force operated independently, with no opportunity for them to inquire into one another's cases. Yang Dong emerged from the clinic and took a seat in the passenger seat. How is your brother faring? Liu Yike inquired with genuine concern. His spirits are stable, there is nothing to worry about, Yang Dong replied with a reassuring smile. Now, let us head to the police station. Certainly. Chapter 51. Seeing people as they are. The police station in Xiaoshui town is housed within an aging three-story building. 3 police vehicles are parked in the courtyard, surrounded by overgrown weeds that have gone unattended. Inside the station's office hall, 5 or 6 officers clad in deep blue uniforms idly chat and snack on sunflower seeds. Old Sheen, how did you handle the incident this morning where a senior student had his leg broken? One officer inquired, cleaning up the discarded shells, his curiosity piqued. Old Qin, the officer who received the report, had been dismissive towards young Jiangwen, indicating that the matter was beyond resolution and that apprehending the ruffians would prove difficult. In his 50s, slightly overweight with a balding head and a face marked by pockmarks, he was seated before a computer. I explained the situation to the student's father. He just has to accept his misfortune. Qin Dapeng waved dismissively, resuming his snacking and viewing. This Chao leader's retreat has set the martial world back 20 years, sigh, he lamented, clapping his hands. I say, Old Qin, are you not concerned that the family may have some influential connections? You might find yourself in trouble, the inquiring officer teased once more. Hearing the jest, Qin Dapeng smirked. Connections? What connections? He looks like just an old farmer. What influence could he possibly wield? Old Qin, you shouldn't underestimate him. Have you forgotten that in 2000, our Shaoshui town produced the county's top student in the college entrance examination, scoring 645 points and gaining admission to Zhejiang University? Another female officer chimed in, reminiscing about a story from 8 years prior. That student was named Yang Dong, and I hear he now works in the municipal government, she added. Qin Dapeng looked up, surprised, at the female officer. Sister Zhao, what does that have to do with me? The farmer from this morning is Yang Dong's father, she replied with a smile. Imagine if Yang Dong has connections in the city and decides to put pressure on you. Wouldn't you be worried? Zhao continued, returning to her seats. The officers were merely passing the time with idle chatter, harboring no ulterior motives. They bore no ill will towards one another, all resigned to their fates at the town station. Their primary concern was to avoid any serious incidents or criminal cases in Shaoshui town. What's there to fear, even if he finds the mayor? So what? I'm not afraid of the mayor. It's the town head and the station chief that concern me, Qin Dapeng retorted. Ha, that's the truth, Old Qin. Indeed, we only fear the town head and the station chief, another officer chuckled. Last time, Old Ma went to a restaurant and didn't pay, only to discover it was owned by the town head's relative. He got an earful from the town head and had to settle the bill, another officer added. Exactly, the town head is far more intimidating than the mayor in my eyes. After all, we rarely encounter the mayor, right? The conversation swiftly shifted from college entrance exam results to their colleague, Old Ma, who sat nearby, his face flushed with discomfort. This incident had been a running joke for over half a year, and it was still occasionally brought up. Excuse me, is your station chief available? Old Ma, seated closest to the door, was irked by the ongoing banter. Suddenly, he heard a voice from outside and snapped, Who are you looking for? Our station chief is not someone you can just meet. As Yang Dong stepped over the threshold into the office, the shout made his expression turn cold. He had approached with utmost politeness, yet the demeanor of the Shaoshui town police officers was shockingly poor. I am here to file a report, Yang Dong declared, advancing into the office and directing his gaze at Old Ma. Man reclined back in his chair, exuding impatience as he asked, What's the matter? Just filing a report, did someone die at home? Yang Dong furrowed his brow, already displeased, and upon the office fell silent, all eyes turned towards him, assessing him from head to toe before erupting into laughter. Ha, Old Ma, what did he just say? Seems like he wants to see the station. If not, get lost and stop being an eyesore. Man waved his hand dismissively, clearly irritated. Though Yang Dong had anticipated some friction upon arriving at the station, he had not expected it to escalate to this level. He was witnessing firsthand the appalling work ethic and attitude of the Shaoshui town police. I've stated it clearly, I want to file a report, Yang Dong insisted, fixing his gaze upon Man. Then speak up. Stop dragging it out. If you don't tell me, how can I know what you want to report? Man retorted, tapping his fingers impatiently on the desk, grabbing a pen and paper, glaring at Yang Dong. Yang Dong chose not to stoop to his level. My younger brother was beaten by a few thugs at the school gate this morning, and his leg is broken. I'm here to report it. As soon as Yang Dong finished speaking, the office was enveloped in a tense silence. Then the female officer, Zhao, looked up in disbelief, asking, Are you Yang Dong, the student who scored the highest in the county and got into Zhejiang University? What does that have to do with my brother's case? Yang Dong frowned, eyeing the older female officer. Watch your tone. This is our deputy chief, you ought to be more respectful. Qin Dapeng, who had been engrossed in his drama, suddenly erupted, slamming his hands on the table and rising to shout at Yang Dong. Zhao, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease, nodded and replied, Yes, I am the deputy chief. Good, since you're in charge here, let me ask you, how will you handle the fact that my brother was beaten by a group of thugs and left with a broken leg? Is such a heinous incident to be overlooked in your jurisdiction? Yang Dong's voice rose with authority, directed at Zhao. Zhao was momentarily taken aback, her mind reeling from the weight of his accusations. Who do you think you are, kid? Are you daring to cause a ruckus in our territory? Qin Dapeng shouted, his voice filled with anger. Unless you teach him a lesson, he won't understand what the police are for. With a loud, Yang Dong's cold gaze remained fixed on Qin Dapeng as he retrieved his identification from his pocket, holding it up defensively. Go ahead, hit me, I dare you, he challenged, glaring back at Qin Dapeng. He quickly withdrew his fist, nearly straining his back in the process. Yang Dong retracted his identification, his expression icy as he glared at Qin Dapeng. What's wrong? Why aren't you hitting me anymore? Wasn't it your intention to show me what it means to be a police officer? Zhao also recognized the identification Yang Dong had presented. It was not just her, the others in the office had taken notice as well, their expressions shifting to Old Ma, who had been the most vocal in scolding Yang Dong, now wished he could vanish into the ground. Oh, so you're with the Disciplinary Inspection Commission, Zhao said, her demeanor shifting completely. Hello, I'm Zhao Fong, the deputy chief of the Shaoshui Town Police Station. Rest assured, we will thoroughly investigate your brother's case and ensure he receives justice. Don't just stand there, come, comrade Yang Dong, let us sit down and discuss this, Zhao said with a warm smile, pulling Yang Dong towards a chair and guiding him to sit down. The change in attitude was stark and immediate. Yang Dong could only describe it as seeing people as they are. Chapter 52, Immediate Arrest. Director Zhao, my father came to report a case this morning, but your police station said it couldn't be handled? Yang Dong inquired, leaning back in his chair and tilting his head towards Zhao Fong. Zhao Fong's expression turned somewhat awkward as she shot a glare at Qin Dapeng. Qin Dapeng quickly stepped forward and began to explain, Comrade, the situation is like this, your father. Yang Dong immediately waved his hand, interrupting Qin Dapeng. He refused to hear any explanations. My father has made himself quite clear, your police station is merely brushing him off, telling him that this matter cannot be resolved, and that those thugs cannot be apprehended. He is expected to resign himself to misfortune, is that right? It seems you require someone to oversee the situation to ensure the case is handled properly. Upon uttering these words, Yang Dong let out a cold snort and called out towards the door. Which team leader you, which Captain Song? Just then, Yu Bai Jiang and Song Yu entered, their faces marred with displeasure. They had not anticipated the deplorable conduct of the Shaoshui Town Police Station. This hardly resembled any semblance of a police station. How dare they resort to violence against a complainant? Brother Yang, leave this matter to us. Yu Bai Jiang, his face ashen, is this how you conduct your investigations? At this moment, he longed to find a place to hide. Upon arriving at the police station earlier, he had confidently assured Yang Dong that he could directly approach the station head, Tian Zhongmin, and that mentioning his name would surely suffice. He and Song Yu had refrained from entering, not wanting to reveal themselves. However, the situation had turned out quite differently. Not only did Yang Dong fail to meet Tian Zhongmin, but he also nearly faced a beating from Qin Dapeng, who had previously been collectively mocking him alongside several officers. Had Yang Dong not revealed his identity, he would have likely been assaulted. In fact, when Qin Dapeng had raised his fist, both he and Song Yu had intended to intervene. Yet, Lu Yak had stopped them, insisting they observe how the Shaoshui Town Police Station handled cases, and what they witnessed was precisely how the Shaoshui Town Police conducted their affairs. You, team leader you? What brings you here? Captain Song, you are here too? Zhao Fong's mind raced. She could hardly believe her eyes. The deputy captain of the county criminal police team, Yu Bai Jiang, was standing right before her, along with Song Yu, the captain of the first squad of the criminal police team. Under normal circumstances, the criminal police team had no jurisdiction over grassroots police stations. Although they belonged to the same public security system, they did not have a direct supervisory relationship. However, Yu Bai Jiang was different. He concurrently served as the deputy leader of the County Public Security Bureau's Police Conduct Inspection and Rectification Working Group. The 2-month-long inspection task was still ongoing, and any issues discovered during this period could be addressed, ranging from verbal warnings to immediate suspension for internal investigations. Should we not be here? Yu Bai Jiang couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, casting a glance at Zhao Fong and the other officers, his expression darkening as he bellowed again, is this how you operate? Are you seriously considering resorting to violence against a complainant? You, come here. Yu Baijiang pointed at Qin Dapeng and the latter, pale-faced, approached Yu Baijiang, resembling a Officer Qin, why don't you teach me? Is it acceptable to beat and scold a complainant, to violently assault law-abiding citizens? Qin Dapeng immediately panicked. He had acted out of anger earlier, without considering the consequences. Team leader he attempted to explain, but Yu Baijiang let out a cold snort, offering no opportunity for him to clarify. What do you mean, you? What explanation could you possibly provide? Do you think Captain Song and I are blind? Where is Tian Zhongmin? How does he manage the station to allow such conduct? Bring him out. Yu Baijiang yanked a chair and sat down, his fury unabated. He felt compelled to act, to create a scene, and to raise his voice. This was driven by the presence of Lu Yike at the entrance, whose icy demeanor sent shivers down his spine. The Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission oversees all party members and officials. Any party member can be scrutinized and held accountable, regardless of the system. They can be investigated, typically, the public. However, this does not preclude the Municipal Commission from conducting inquiries. Lu Yike was also a member of the First Discipline Inspection and Supervision Office of the Municipal Commission. Yu Baijiang held a healthy apprehension towards this. He suspected that Yang Dong had intentionally brought Lu Yike along to compel him and Song Yu to assist diligently, yet, he was mistaken. Yang Dong did not wield such influence or authority to summon Lu Yike for personal matters. This was a decision made by Secretary Wei Chonghu. Team leader our director Tian has gone to the town government. He should be back soon. Perhaps I should call him, and you can wait a moment? Zhao Fong tentatively suggested to Yu Baijiang. Yu Baijiang shot her a glance, responding with a dismissive grunt. Zhao Fong promptly took out her phone and stepped outside to make the call. However, upon exiting, she was startled to find another presence, a young woman, clad in the work attire of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, sporting the national emblem prominently on her chest. The air of authority was palpable. Upon recognizing Lu Yike's features, her complexion drained of color. She knew that this young woman was indeed Lu Yike, the infamous Iron Lady of the Municipal Commission. Anyone who fell into Lu Yike's grasp would find their connections utterly useless. She would undoubtedly enforce the party's discipline and state law with unwavering rigor. Director Lu, is that you? Zhao Fong stammered, her voice trembling. Lu Yike glanced her way, leaning against the car, before turning her back and disregarding Zhao Fong entirely. Feeling embarrassed, Zhao Fong forced a smile. She was certain she had identified Lu Yike correctly but dared not express her indignation. After stepping back, she retrieved her phone and dialed Director Tian Zhongmin. Hello, Director Tian, we have a situation. The matter is as follows. Yes, please return quickly. Team leader you and Captain Song are here, and so is Lu Yike from the Municipal Commission, the very Iron Lady. She is present as well. After hanging up, Zhao Fong glanced once more at Lu Yike but refrained from interrupting the formidable figure, quietly returning to the police station's lobby. Team leader our Director Tian will be back shortly. Zhao Fong reported cautiously to Yu Baijiang. At that moment, Yu Baijiang had already positioned himself against the wall of the lobby, raising his gaze to the flowing red banner displayed above, and yanked it down with a fierce motion. Does the Shaoshui Town Police Station even deserve a flowing red banner? And the title of the best grassroots policing unit of the month? Not any longer. What was the name of that fellow? Qin Dapeng, right? Immediately, at once, suspend him for reflection. Zhao Fong, one written reprimand. I will personally report this to the director. Yu Baijiang was resolute, thoroughly dismantling the Shaoshui Town Police Station's facade, leaving them utterly humiliated. Zhao Fong, the deputy director, dared not utter a word. Even if she received a reprimand, she could only endure it. Regret gnawed at her heart. Had she known that the high school student who had been beaten had such connections, she would have urged Qin Dapeng to take action long ago. Were they not merely a few thugs? The criminal records of these ruffians were well known at their station. If they wished to apprehend them, it could easily be done, providing justice to the victim. Even if these thugs treated them to meals and drinks annually, and even gifted them special products during the new year, there comes a time when one must turn a blind eye for the sake of accountability. Old Joe, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and apprehend those thugs who assaulted the complainants. Provide an account to Comrade Yang Dong. Zhao Fong was not a fool. At this juncture, if they did not act swiftly, and those ruffians managed to escape, it would lead to significant trouble. All right, Sister Zhao, we're on it. Man quickly nodded, swiftly leading several officers out. The sound of the police car's engine roared to life, and the sirens blared, creating a flurry of activity. The sudden shift in demeanor, contrasting starkly with their prior indifference, was almost laughable. Seated in his chair, Yang Dong sighed deeply upon witnessing the scene. The stark contrast in attitudes was merely a reflection of the differing status of the complainants. Initially, as an ordinary citizen reporting a case, he had been disregarded and nearly assaulted. Yet, after presenting his municipal commission credentials and summoning Yu Baijiang and Song Yu, their demeanor shifted dramatically. This revelation underscored for Yang Dong the paramount importance of power and status. However, he also recognized that he remained an insignificant figure, merely leveraging the influence of the municipal commission. In Yu Baijiang, were he a leader himself, he would have required no personal visit to the Xiaoshui town police station. A single phone call would have sent the entire town into a frenzy. Chapter 53 An unspoken drama. After receiving a call from Deputy Director Zhao Fong, Tian Zhongmin hurriedly exited the government office of Xiaoshui town, barely daring to catch his breath as he pedaled his bicycle back to the police station. Upon arriving, he spotted Lu Yike standing in front of the Jetta in the station's courtyard, causing his heart to skip a beat. "Hello, Director Lu," he stammered, feeling compelled to greet her. Navigating the corridors of power was no easy feat. Gaining a leaderess favor was a rare blessing, while incurring their disdain was all too simple, contingent solely upon one's sincerity. Faced with a deputy director from the first disciplinary inspection office of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection, how could he afford to be indifferent? After all, as the head of the police station, he held a rank beneath hers, being merely a regular officer, not even a deputy division chief. If he were to attain the position of deputy town head while concurrently serving as the station chief, perhaps he could muster some confidence in her presence. Yet, in truth, he lacked such qualifications. Hello, Lu Yike replied, her demeanor as frosty as ever, though she believed it was not excessively cold. "Why aren't you going inside, Director Lu?" "It's quite chilly out here," Tian Zhongmin inquired with a smile that sought to curry favor, noting that the early March weather in northeast China remained frigid, with temperatures still below zero. "Mind your own business and attend to your matters," Lu Yike replied tersely, withdrawing her gaze. Daring not to press further, Tian Zhongmin hurried into the station. Once inside, he observed that several criminal officers were missing, leaving only Deputy Director Zhao Fong and 2 officers handling household registrations. In a corner, he noticed Yu Baijiang, holding a flowing red flag and gazing at him with a frosty expression. A shiver ran down his spine, and he quickly forced a smile, exclaiming, "Ah, Captain Ding, why didn't you announce your arrival? I could have come to greet you." "Hello, Captain Song," he added, acknowledging Song Yu after greeting Yu Baijiang. He felt intimidated by both leaders of the county's criminal police team. "Oof, finally back, are we?" Yu Baijiang remarked with a cold scoff, yet he did not press Tian Zhongmin too hard. Their amicable relationship, often shared over meals, allowed for some leniency. Furthermore, as an experienced officer older than Yu Baijiang by a decade, Tian Zhongmin commanded a level of respect. Why Yu Baijiang, considering this, gestured towards Yang Dong, introducing him. "Let me introduce you. This is Yang Dong from the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection. His brother, Yang Nan, went to Xiaoshui Town High School this morning and was attacked by a group of thugs at the school gate, resulting in a fractured left leg. He is currently lying in the Xiaoshui Town Health Center. This morning, his father came to your station to report the incident, but Officer Qin told him that it was not within their jurisdiction and advised him to accept his misfortune. I want to know what the officers at the Xiaoshui Town Police Station intend to do about this. Is Officer Qin Dapeng a party member? Is he not supposed to serve the people?" Seeing Yu Baijiang shift the blame onto Qin Dapeng, Tian Zhongmin felt a surge of relief and quickly chimed in, "Captain Yu, rest assured, we will expel officers like Qin Dapeng from our ranks and provide an explanation to the victim's family." "Well, I've already suspended him for reflection, yet he had the audacity to leave home in a huff," Yu Baijiang scoffed, having just announced Qin Dapeng's suspension and issued a reprimand to Zhao Fong. While Zhao Fong remained silent, Qin Dapeng stormed off in silent defiance. Why Yu Baijiang, not one to tolerate such insolence from a mere grassroots officer, was not inclined to let it slide. "Is that so? I will handle this matter with the utmost seriousness," Tian Zhongmin replied, his expression turning serious as he addressed Yu Baijiang. "Director Tian, the matter concerning Qin Dapeng is for you to resolve. I ask only this: my brother was viciously assaulted at the school gate, an act of extreme severity. Will your station take responsibility for this incident?" Yang Dong rose, addressing Tian Zhongmin directly. Tian Zhongmin promptly assured him, "Comrade Yang Dong, rest assured, the Xiaoshui Town Police Station will see this through to the end." "That's good to hear, thank you, Director Tian." Yang Dong's expression softened, revealing a hint of a smile. Having witnessed Yu Baijiang's demeanor towards Tian Zhongmin, he understood their cordial relationship. Old Tian, you may not know, but this comrade Yang Dong, like us, hails from Kaiyang County. He's one of our own. Indeed, he is even closer to you. His hometown is in Shaonyang village of Xiaoshui town, Yu Baijiang remarked, changing his address to Old Tian upon observing Yang Dong's attitude towards him. Mutual understanding often led to compromises. Tian Zhongmin, being astute, recognized this. His mouth fell agape in astonishment as he turned to Yang Dong, exclaiming, "Ah, I remember now, you're the top student who entered Zhejiang University in the millennium with a score of 645, right? I recall you. Comrade Yang Dong, do you not remember me? I accompanied the secretary and the town head to your home to deliver your acceptance letter. Have you forgotten?" Tian Zhongmin's excitement was palpable as he approached Yang Dong, seizing his wrist in a firm handshake. It would appear to an outsider that their rapport was exceedingly cordial. Yang Dong played along, smiling as he remarked, "I have a vague recollection. Director Tian was quite slender back then, correct?" Indeed. I was young then, weighing only 140 pounds, and now, alas, I tip the scales at 180, Tian Zhongmin lamented, patting his substantial belly with a sigh. A symbol of prosperity, indicating that Director Tian is destined for greatness, Yang Dong flattered, uttering a few words of praise without cost. Regardless of whether the officers at the station would diligently address their duties, Tian Zhongmin held the ultimate authority. "Ha, I shall take your kind words to heart, Yang." Tian Zhongmin relished such compliments, especially coming from an accomplished individual and a member of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection. Quite impressive indeed. At that moment, the sound of sirens echoed along the road, growing louder as they approached. Yang Dong perceived the sirens as a herald of might. Soon, 2 police vehicles entered the courtyard. Tian Zhongmin and Yu Baijiang exchanged solemn glances before stepping outside. Yang Dong's expression hardened as he anticipated that the officers had apprehended the culprits. As expected, the doors of the 2 police cars swung open, and officers led by Lao Ma and Lao Zhou emerged, dragging 4 tattooed young men, each embodying a nonconformist aesthetic. The eldest among them appeared no older than 22, their arms adorned with tattoos, their hair dyed in shades of red, yellow, or green, clad in matching attire emblazoned with the word brotherhood. They exuded an air of juvenile bravado, yet their heads hung low as they were escorted into the interrogation room by Lao Ma and Lao Zhou. Inside, Lao Ma and Lao Zhou commanded authoritatively, forcefully ushering the delinquents into the interrogation room. Yang Dong glanced at Yu Baijiang and Song Yu, remaining silent, yet both understood the unspoken implication. When it came to interrogations, no one surpassed the expertise of these criminal investigators. The assault on Yang Nan, resulting in his leg fracture, constituted a criminal offense, amounting to intentional injury and gang violence, posing a grave threat to society and the school. Yu Baijiang and Song Yu donned their uniforms and entered the interrogation room. "Director Tian, may I accompany you inside?" Yang Dong inquired, eager to partake in the interrogation and uncover who orchestrated this act. Should it indeed be Tian Guanhan, he would not let him escape unscathed. "Of course, come along," Tian Zhongmin readily agreed, grinning as he draped an arm around Yang Dong's shoulder as they entered the interrogation room together. The police station's facilities were limited. What was termed an interrogation room was, in fact, a rudimentary office. A table stood at the front, facing a few chairs, nothing more. However, several electric batons and extendable batons displayed a clear warning. The 4 young men sat in silence, heads bowed, occupying the chairs. Upon entering, Yang Dong surveyed them and asked, "Who is Pan Dalong?" He recalled his brother mentioning that he recognized one of the individuals present, a dropout who had turned to a life of crime. Pan Dalong. Perhaps this Pan Dalong held the key to unraveling the case. Chapter 54. Indeed, it is him. Pan Dalong raised his head in astonishment, gazing at the exceptionally handsome young man before him. "It is I." He displayed a certain audacity, daring to admit his identity as Pan Dalong. Although his heart quivered with trepidation, he remained oblivious to what awaited him. "My younger brother is Yang Nan." Yang Dong scoffed, addressing him with a cold demeanor. Instantly, Pan Dalong's pupils constricted, and he was not alone. The other 3 ruffians also lifted their heads, their eyes betraying their shock. Had what they had done that morning led to their capture by the afternoon? Was fate truly this cruel? "Speak, why did you assault him?" Yang Dong inquired, his tone firm. Yu Baijiang and Song Yu stood beside Yang Dong, one on each side, exuding an inexplicable aura that rendered the ruffians unable to meet their gaze. Typically, the most formidable officer they encountered was the station chief, Tian Zhongmin. Never had they seen a police officer of the rank of first-class inspector. Despite their involvement in the underworld, they were astute enough to comprehend the hierarchy of law enforcement. A first-class inspector was certainly a leader within the county's public security bureau. "It was merely because we found him displeasing to the eye that we decided to beat him up," Pan Dalong confessed, albeit increasingly faltering in tone. It was evident to any discerning observer that they were fabricating lies, to attack someone simply for being unlikable, and to break their legs in the process? Gathering a crowd to engage in brawling, causing a disturbance at a school, and inflicting injuries that resulted in a fractured leg bone constitutes a serious criminal offense. If it results in minor injuries, a sentence of up to 3 years imprisonment may be imposed. If it leads to severe injuries, the sentence could range from 3 to 10 years. When a group fight leads to serious injury or even death, convictions and penalties will be determined according to Articles 234 and 232 of the criminal law. Moreover, your actions may even fall under the category of organized crime, which would result in even harsher penalties, starting at a minimum of 7 years. Are you certain you wish to continue with your lies? Are you prepared to take the fall for someone else? Yang Dong uttered, his voice cold as he recited the relevant sentencing standards from the criminal code. Panic surged through Pan Dalong and the other 3 ruffians, their expressions shifting dramatically. They understood that charges of intentional injury would inevitably lead to imprisonment, yet they had not anticipated such grave consequences, not to mention the insinuation of organized crime. Yu Baijiang and Song Yu exchanged incredulous glances, astonished by Yang Dong's knowledge of legal matters. Yang Dong, how do you possess such an understanding of the criminal law? Yu Baijiang could not help but ask, genuinely surprised by Yang Dong's grasp of legal intricacies. It was baffling. He was clearly not a police officer nor affiliated with the judicial system, yet he displayed such profound comprehension. Just a little knowledge. Yang Dong replied with a subtle smile, his expression quickly returning to one of cold determination as he fixated on Pan Dalong. Have you made your decision? Do you wish to take the blame for someone else and spend your days in prison eating moldy bread? Pan Dalong's face drained of color, trembling uncontrollably as he hastily exclaimed, "No, I will speak." Although they typically engaged in underhanded dealings, they were not entirely oblivious to the severity of their actions. They merely obstructed students in alleys or at street corners to extort protection fees. Each time they collected money, they could enjoy a few days of leisure. Had it not been for their greed this time, they would not have taken on such a risky job. In truth, they were apprehensive of the consequences, yet the thought of bribing local police officers with gifts during festivals had emboldened them. Thus, they had recklessly acted, resulting in Yang Nan's leg being broken. However, upon witnessing the cold expressions of the officers before them, filled with a palpable sense of threat, Pan Dalong finally realized that they had provoked individuals far beyond their reckoning. The officers of the police station could not protect them now. The young man before him, Yang Dong, was undoubtedly not an ordinary character. The presence of a first-class inspector and a second-class inspector flanking him spoke volumes about his significance. Even the chief, Tian Zhongmin, whom they had previously sought to curry favor with, now regarded Yang Dong with a face full of deference. It was evident that they had indeed courted disaster. Tell me, who was behind this? Yu Baijiang interjected, his voice rising with authority as he directed his ire at Pan Dalong. The deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Unit carried an aura that was distinctly different, embodying the essence of a seasoned detective. Those with fragile psyches among the suspects, when faced with such intimidation, often divulged everything, even the minutiae of their attire. It was Ma Laosi from Kaiyang County, 4th brother. He contacted us last night, treated us to a meal and drinks, then took us to a nightclub to indulge with women. Afterward, he instructed us to beat up a high school senior named Yang Nan, preferably breaking his legs, offering us 5,000 yuan in return. He even provided us with a photo of Yang Nan, and we waited at the school gate to ambush him. Pan Dalong trembled in fear, divulging everything in a rush. Yu Baijiang frowned. Ma Laosi from Kaiyang County, he is still up to no good? Song Yu's expression turned icy as well. This Ma Laosi had only recently been released by their police bureau, and yet here he was, back to his old ways within mere weeks. However, both men were puzzled. Did Ma Laosi have a vendetta against Yang Dong? Why would he specifically hire thugs to target the younger brother of someone he seemingly knew? However, he has yet to pay us. He mentioned he would settle the payment tonight at the nightclub in Xiaoshui town. Pan Dalong added, feeling wronged, as they had completed the task but had not received their payment, only to be apprehended. Upon hearing this, Song Yu could not help but scoff derisively, regarding them as fools. If my deductions are correct, he will not be paying you. You may find it impossible to reach him. This was clearly a case of Ma Laosi using Pan Dalong and his cohorts as pawns, exploiting them for his own gain. After the deed was done, he would ensure they could not reach him again, and as for payment, that was merely a fantasy. Impossible. 4th brother is a man of his word. 5,000 yuan is merely a trifling sum to 4th brother. Pan Dalong protested vehemently, glaring at Song Yu, unwilling to accept disparagement of his so-called 4th brother. Then why not call him right now? You must have his contact information, don't you? Sonia sneered, continuing to scrutinize Pan Dalong. Did he truly believe he was unaware of Ma Laoxi's true nature, indulging in all manner of vice? He was notoriously stingy. Pan Dalong and his companions would never see that money. Fine, I'll call. Fourth brother is most reliable. Pan Dalong retorted defiantly, pulling out a battered phone and dialing Ma Laoxi's number. However, the number you have dialed is unavailable. Pan Dalong's face paled instantly, and he stubbornly attempted to call twice more, but the response remained unchanged. Unavailable, unavailable. Boss, you try calling. Pan Dalong turned to an older ruffian beside him, who appeared to be in his early 20s. This boss took out his phone and dialed as well, only to receive the same result. Unavailable. Perhaps fourth brother's phone is simply out of battery. That could happen. It doesn't mean anything, Pan Dalong reassured himself, addressing Song Yu. Song Yu let out a cold snort, stubborn as a mule. It seems we must dissuade you from your foolishness. With that, he produced his phone and directly called Ma Laoxi. After 3 rings, the call was answered. Officer Song, I assure you I have not committed any crimes recently, came Ma Laoxi's voice from the other end. Pan Dalong's expression darkened immediately, as did those of the other 3 ruffians. They all recognized the gravity of their predicament. They had truly been played, deceived. Ma Laoxi, you instructed a group of naive thugs to assault someone, and you claim you haven't committed any crime? Song Yu chuckled coldly, addressing the voice on the line. Oh? Who is spreading such slander? I, Ma Laoxi, have turned over a new leaf. I would never engage in such activities. Ma Laoxi's laughter echoed through the phone. You are lying. You ordered us 4 to carry out the assault, and you refuse to acknowledge it? I have recordings as evidence. Pan Dalong stood up in fury, clutching his phone as he shouted into the receiver. You also claimed to be acting on the orders of San Gu from the city, did you not? Yang Dong and Yu Baijiang's. At that moment, Ma Laoxi, lounging in his living room, nearly fell from the sofa upon hearing Pan Dalong's outburst. You little bastard, how dare you record me? Ignoring Ma Laoxi's furious retort, Song Yu hung up the phone. Where is the recording? He inquired of Pan Dalong. Without hesitation, Pan Dalong handed over his phone and opened the recording file. Song Yu promptly pressed play, and a somewhat noisy yet coherent conversation filled the air. As long as you complete this task, I will not treat you unfairly. To be frank, this matter was entrusted to me by San Gu from the city. You ruffians should know who San Gu is, correct? Once the job is done, 5,000 yuan will be yours. How does that sound? The voice was unmistakably Ma Laoxi's, dripping with persuasion. Following that were the enthusiastic shouts of 4 young men, their blood boiling. Let's just do it, take him out. It is an honor to gain the favor of fourth brother and San Gu. We will accomplish this. I will personally break that kid's legs. Pan Dalong's voice was particularly distinct, for he was the youngest, his voice sharp. Yang Dong's gaze fixed on Pan Dalong, his eyes filled with icy disdain. So it turned out that the younger brother's leg had been broken by his own hand. A smile crept onto his lips, a slight curve suggesting satisfaction. Ma Laoxi and Tian Laosan, Tian Yuan, were indeed entangled with Tian Guanghan, the deputy secretary of the municipal government. For this Tian Laosan, known on the streets as San Gu, was none other than the son of Tian Guanghan. Chapter 55. Tian Guanghan, I shall not spare you. Brother Yang, given the circumstances, this is beyond the capacity of the 2 of us to intervene. After departing from the police station in the town of Xiaoshui, Yu Baijiang uttered with a bittersweet smile as he gazed at Yang Dong while standing at the entrance of the health clinic. If the matters within the town were within their purview, they could assist Yang Dong. However, when it came to issues involving individuals from the city, they found themselves lacking the authority to act. Tian Yuan was a thug from Lingyun City, and capturing him would not be a simple task. Working at the county police department, they were well aware that old third Tian Yuan had connections. Otherwise, he would not be able to commit numerous offenses while continuing to live freely and comfortably in Lingyun City. No worries, Captain Song, you have already assisted me immensely by apprehending these thugs and ensuring they revealed the subsequent matters. I am truly grateful for your help. Regardless of the outcome, I owe you this favor, and once my brothers achieve success, I will certainly repay it. I must treat both of you to a meal to express my gratitude. Yang Dong asserted, acknowledging that he understood the limitations of Yu Baijiang and Song Yu's capabilities. However, he was deeply appreciative that they had managed to apprehend these thugs and compelled the police station at Shashui Town to fulfill their duties. Without these two men, he would have been left in the dark, unable to uncover any leads. It was evident to anyone with discernment that the police station in Shashui Town was deliberately shielding those thugs, yet, with Yu Baijiang taking a stand, the fate of those thugs was destined to be unfavorable. The next steps would follow the relevant judicial procedures, leading to eventual sentencing and awaiting the harsh hand of the law. Particularly, Pan Daolong bore the greatest culpability, as he was the one who had broken his younger brother's leg. At the very least, he would face a sentence of 3 years or more, while the other thugs would likely receive 1 to 2 years. This was a task Yu Baijiang could still assist with. Transporting them to court would serve as a measure of justice for his brother. However, this was only achievable through the connections he had cultivated. Yet, how many ordinary citizens suffered in silence, their grievances unaddressed, ensnared in the protective web of corrupt officials? Were they not as fortunate as he? When would their justice be served? Must they await the consolation of a belated justice that is still justice, as if such a platitude could bring solace? Ultimately, it boiled down to the benefits derived from power. Power is indeed an alluring force. Let us postpone the meal. Your brother's situation remains unresolved. You should hasten to address it. We will owe you this meal. Let Huzi take us to Lingyun City later for a proper feast. Yu Baijiang chuckled, waving his hand dismissively, unwilling to let Yang Dong repay the favor so easily. Besides, what could one truly savor in the town? In the future, they would have an opportunity to dine extravagantly in the city. Agreed, it's settled then, older brothers. I shall return to the city now. There are matters that require resolution. However, I do have one more request for your assistance. Yang Dong felt no need to be overly polite. He had matters to address. After all, one should not burden two masters with a single issue. The conditions of this health clinic are rather inadequate, as you have seen. Could you assist me in contacting the county hospital? It would greatly benefit my brother's recovery. Money is not a concern, my family will cover those expenses. I only need your assistance in finding a better hospital ward and a competent orthopedic doctor. The two men, my sister is the deputy director at the Kaiyang County Hospital, leave this matter to me. You need not worry about a thing. I will arrange for an ambulance from the Kaiyang County Hospital to come and transport your brother directly. Upon hearing this, Yu Baijiang could not help but chuckle as he addressed Yang Dong. Yang Dong, upon hearing this, was once again struck by the advantages of connections. Without such ties, accomplishing tasks would be exceedingly difficult. Brother Yu, I will remember this. Yang Dong patted his chest, signaling his gratitude to Yu Baijiang. If we delay any longer, the chief will rebuke us for neglecting our duties. Yu Baijiang concluded the conversation, turning to leave with Song Yu towards their police vehicle. Director Liu, we are leaving now. Before departing, Yu Baijiang made a point to wave at Liu Yike. Liu Yike nodded, watching the police car as it drove away. Yang Dong turned and entered the health clinic, where he found his father, Yang Jiangwen, and his mother, Du Yuxiang, waiting by the door of the patient room. Father, mother, shortly, the ambulance from the county hospital will come to take my brother for treatment and hospitalization. I have already contacted the attending physician and secured a ward. The thugs who assaulted my brother have also been apprehended by the police station, and they will face sentencing. Do not worry. Yang Dong reassured his parents, updating them on the situation while offering comfort regarding his brother's transfer to the county hospital. They are both leaders in the criminal investigation team and quite busy. Yang Dong nodded with a smile, looking at his father. Goodness, leaders in the criminal investigation team, eldest son, you are impressive. You know such prominent individuals, you are doing quite well for yourself. Yang Jiangwen exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. His son had entered the municipal office years ago and had since remained silent. It had been over 4 years, and he was still merely a section chief. Initially, the village had admired and envied him, but now they began to speak ill of him, suggesting that Yang Dong would never achieve greatness and was destined to remain a lowly section chief. As for the notion that a section chief must adhere to a timeline to be promoted to deputy section chief, such regulations were absurd. If such rules truly existed, how did those in their 30s and 40s attain their positions as deputy department heads and provincial officials? If promotions were strictly based on tenure and qualifications, one would not attain the position of municipal party secretary until well into their 70s. In truth, it all came down to connection. If a leader deems you worthy, then you shall ascend, everything else is mere pretense. Father, mother, I must return to the city now. Yang Dong merely smiled at his father's reaction. He could not articulate that fate was gradually shifting, but for now, he remained in a position of borrowed power, with hope glimmering on the horizon, awaiting Secretary Yin's emergence. Sha Dong, who is that young lady outside? She seems quite beautiful, albeit a bit aloof. She appears somewhat older, but she could make a fine wife since you have broken up with Hanwen. What about her? His mother, Du Yuxiang, shifted her focus to Lu Yike outside, her curiosity piqued. She prattled on, eager for clarity. Yang Dong quickly interrupted his mother's ramblings. Oh, mother, she is my colleague, please do not misunderstand. He understood his mother's implication. After all, he had ended his relationship with Hanwen, and he was not getting any younger, he was already 26. In the year 2008, being 26 and unmarried was considered late. It was likely that in their home village, the gossipmongers had begun to speculate about him, prompting his mother's urgence. Most patients were napping, and the caregivers were also resting. However, the rhythmic sounds of snoring only served to irritate him, as he noticed his brother, Yang Nan, wearing an equally vexed expression. He knew that enlisting Yu Baijiang's help to transfer his brother to the county hospital was a reasonable decision. Shannan, shortly, the county hospital will send someone to take you for hospitalization and treatment. Do not feel pressured. During your stay, do not neglect your studies. The college entrance examination is less than 3 months away, and you must exert yourself. You mentioned wanting to enter politics, did you not? Therefore, you must strive for at least a first-rate university in the province. Yang Nan nodded at his brother's words. Rest assured, brother, I am aware. I have faith in you, After exchanging a few words with Yang Nan, he turned to leave. After bidding farewell to his parents, he promptly got into his Jetta. Yike, return to the Municipal Disciplinary Committee building. I intend to file a formal report with Secretary Wei regarding the criminal evidence against Tian Guanghan. Yang Dong's expression hardened, and he clenched his fists. Since you have shown no mercy, do not expect me to act justly. To dare harm my family is to strike my most vulnerable spot. Tian Guanghan, I shall not spare you. Chapter 56, The Secretary General's Display of Goodwill. Team Leader, are you certain you wish to file a formal complaint? Lu Yike exclaimed, and although she was aware that Yang Dong would undoubtedly have a plan of action, especially since Tian Guanghan had already targeted Yang Dong's family, she had not anticipated that he would resort to such a drastic measure as a formal complaint. To formally accuse one's superior, even if he were to triumph and bring down Tian Guanghan, Yang Dong's future would be irrevocably compromised. I am acutely aware that once I file a formal complaint, my own prospects will be shattered, he replied solemnly. No one takes pride in a subordinate who is prone to reporting on their superiors. It creates a decidedly unfavorable impression. Yet, a man's fury can lead to bloodshed. Tian Guanghan has gone too far, targeting my family and unleashing his wrath upon my brother. I shall not let him escape unscathed. Yang Dong's expression darkened, the simmering rage within him refusing to dissipate. Lu Yike sighed upon hearing this. She was at a loss as to how to dissuade Yang Dong. His impulsiveness was indeed a grave misstep in the realm of politics. She herself often acted on impulse, particularly when confronted with incontrovertible evidence of corruption, persisting in her course of action even when her superiors opposed an investigation. However, she had the backing of a powerful father, allowing her such latitude. Yang Dong, on the other hand, lacked such a foundation. He was merely a rural youth, making it exceedingly difficult for him to act on impulse within the system. It was not that she looked down upon him, but rather that she understood the intricacies of the political landscape all too well. Nevertheless, seeing Yang Dong resolute in his decision, she chose to refrain from further commentary. After a little over an hour, Lu Yike drove back to the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission building. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Yang Dong made his way directly to the third floor, to the office of Wei Chonghu, the executive deputy secretary of the commission. The reason he did not approach Guan Mushin, the secretary of the commission, was clear. Given his relationship with Guan Zhoujiu, Guan Mushin would undoubtedly give it significant consideration. It was not a matter of choice, but rather a constraint. The head of the investigation team was Wei Chonghu, and as a member of this team, it was only appropriate for him to approach Wei. Comrade Yang Dong, you seem quite spirited. What is your intention? Before Yang Dong could reach Wei Chonghu's office, he encountered Ling Jinting, the Secretary General of the Commission, in the hallway clad in a black jacket and holding a thermos. Ling Jinting emerged from his office. Yang Dong, upon seeing Ling Jinting, felt compelled to show respect, despite the latter's previous antagonism towards him. That animosity had stemmed primarily from Ling Jinting's allegiance to Su Yunkai, the Deputy Secretary. They had no personal conflict, and Yang Dong had no reason to harbor resentment towards the Secretary General. Secretary General, good day, Yang Dong greeted politely, offering a slight bow. Ling Jinting, witnessing Yang Dong's courteous demeanor, felt any lingering discontent evaporate. His previous disdain for Yang Dong had largely been influenced by Su Yunkai and his nephew, Ji Honyu's provocations. How is your hand healing? After your car accident, I regret not having checked in on you. I hope you do not hold that against me, Ling Jinting inquired with genuine concern, gesturing towards Yang Dong's injury. You are too kind, Secretary-General. It is only natural. My hand is much improved and nearly healed, Yang Dong responded with a smile, recognizing Ling Jinting's goodwill. Yang Dong understood the importance of reciprocating with equal courtesy. Where are you headed? Ling Jinting continued, smiling. I am seeking Secretary Wei to report on a matter, Yang Dong replied, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Oh? Then let us go together, I have matters to discuss with the Secretary as well, Ling Jinting suggested, gesturing towards Wei Chonghu's office. Please, Secretary General, Yang Dong insisted. I shall wait outside. Yang Dong was acutely aware of his position. Despite the significance of his own business, he dared not usurp the leader's time. Ling Jinting's offer to accompany him was merely a polite gesture. It would be disrespectful for a mere junior officer to enter alongside the Secretary General. You young comrade, very well then. You can wait outside, Ling Jinting replied amicably, then knocked on Wei Chonghu's door before entering with his thermos. Yang Dong stood in the hallway, awaiting his turn. Team leader, weren't you supposed to report to Secretary Wei? Why are you lingering here? Lu Yike approached, surprised to find him standing idly. She had arrived later, having parked her car, and thus had taken a moment longer than Yang Dong. Secretary General has gone in to report, Yang Dong informed her. Ah, that makes sense. We shall wait, Lu Yike nodded in understanding. Yike, what is the current status of the case concerning Gu Santong, the director of the Municipal Education Bureau? Please update me, Yang Dong inquired, seeking to alleviate his boredom while standing idly. The 10th Special Investigation Team was also handling the case involving Gu Santong. Upon hearing the case mentioned, Lu Yike immediately adopted a serious demeanor as she reported to Yang Dong, Team Leader, after my covert investigations with Zhang Hu over the past few days, we have essentially confirmed that Gu, despite being of a higher rank, she respected Yang Dong as her leader. Though she was often haughty and aloof, she remained serious when it came to work. Fortunately, Yang Dong's leadership earned her admiration, as his willingness to delve into perilous situations in pursuit of justice was commendable. Where might Gu Santong be concealing his wealth? Yang Dong pondered aloud, his expression contemplative as memories from his previous life flickered through his mind. Where had Gu Santong hidden his money? The Gaojiewan community, or perhaps Gaojiewan Square? He had a fleeting memory but lacked certainty, though he was confident it was linked to either Gaojiewan community or the square. Just as Yang Dong was about to vocalize these two locations to Lu Yike, the door to Wei Chonghu's office swung open with a click. Ling Jinting emerged, a broad smile on his face. Secretary Wei, you need not see me off, I shall take my leave, he said, playfully pushing Wei Chonghu back inside before stepping out alone, clearly unwilling to have the executive deputy secretary accompany him. Xiao Yang, you may enter now. Xiao Lu is here as well. Ling Jinting, spotting Yang Dong and Lu Yike in the hallway, beamed at them. Furthermore, he addressed Lu Yike with remarkable warmth. Xiao Lu, how is your father's health? Yang Dong observed this interaction with curiosity, scrutinizing Lu Yike closely. Thank you for your concern, Secretary-General. My father is doing quite well, Lu Yike replied with a subtle smile. That is wonderful to hear. I shall make a point to report to your father regarding some work matters soon. Please, do not let us detain you any further, we shall proceed, Ling Jinting chuckled, departing back to his office. Yang Dong shifted his gaze from Lingjinting and regarded Lu Yike thoughtfully. No wonder that in his previous life, Lu Yike had ascended to the positions of director of the 7th and 3rd disciplinary inspection offices at the provincial level in her 40s, a deputy departmental rank. It was evident that without a background, such achievements were unattainable. Yang Dong, how long do you intend to keep me waiting? Wei Chenghu called from the doorway, watching Yang Dong with mild annoyance. What was this young man pondering? Only then did Yang Dong snap back to attention. Apologies, Secretary Wei, I momentarily lost my focus. He quickly apologized and stepped inside. Lu Yike, observing this exchange, could not help but smile slightly, well aware that Yang Dong's distraction stemmed from contemplation of his own background and identity. However, she chose to remain silent and followed him into the office. Chapter 57. The support of Wei Chenghu. Please, take a seat and help yourselves to some water. Wei Chenghu returned to his chair and turned his gaze toward the two individuals. Now, what brings you here? He was well aware that Yang Dong and Lu Yike must have something of significance to discuss. He had granted Yang Dong a 3-day leave, yet he had hurried back from his hometown in just a day. Such urgency was indicative of pressing matters at hand. Secretary Wei, Yang Dong, eager to respond to Wei Chenghu's inquiry, was about to speak when Lu Yike intervened, taking the lead. She looked at Wei Chenghu and stated, Secretary Wei, I possess incriminating evidence against certain leading officials. The evidence is nearly irrefutable, and I have come to seek your approval for the implementation of dual regulation measures. Yang Dong stared at Lu Yike in shock. Lu Yike subtly shook her head at Yang Dong before continuing to address Wei Chenghu. Wei Chenghu was momentarily taken aback, then felt a headache coming on. Here we go again. This Lu Yike, it seemed, would not rest until every corrupt official was apprehended, yet, he knew he could hardly refuse her, especially regarding those lesser officials, provided they did not disrupt the broader objectives of the city. He had already acquiesced to her investigations and dual regulation requests. It appeared that Lu Yike had set her sights on another target today. Please, do elaborate. Wei Chenghu nodded at Lu Yike, lifting his teacup for a sip. The deputy secretary of the municipal government, Tian Guanghan, is suspected of serious legal and disciplinary violations. Lu Yike wasted no time, diving straight into her report. Splutter, cough, cough. Wei Chenghu sprayed his tea across the room, choking as he coughed uncontrollably. Secretary Wei, Yang Dong immediately sprang up, rushing to Wei Chenghu's side to pat his back reassuringly. No, I'm fine. Stop it, Wei Chenghu waved his hand, signaling Yang Dong to desist. Yang Dong complied, stepping back. Yike, are you not currently investigating the case of Gu Santong? Have you resolved that matter so swiftly? Wei Chenghu wiped his mouth with a tissue, his expression complex as he questioned Lu Yike. His words implied a query about the apparent idleness of their group, as they had yet to make progress on the cases of two department-level officials before shifting their focus to Tian Guanghan. The case against Yin Taijun was nearly concluded, pending the conclusion of the National Two Sessions and the sensitive period thereafter, at which point the city would convene a standing committee to discuss the matter. However, the complete evidence of corruption against Gu Santong, the head of the Municipal Education Bureau, remained elusive. The 10th group would need considerable time to investigate this case, and it was uncertain whether they could reach a timely conclusion. Now, Lu Yike had suddenly turned her attention to Tian Guanghan, leaving Wei Chenghu at a loss for words. Tian Guanghan, Wei Chenghu was suddenly struck by realization and then sharply turned to Yang Dong, his gaze darkening as he demanded, Yang Dong, is this your doing? It struck him as peculiar that Lu Yike, having no personal grievances with Tian Guanghan, would suddenly target him. The only connection to Tian Guanghan was Yang Dong. Was it possible that this young man had manipulated Lu Yike's sense of justice to serve his own ends? Secretary Wei, indeed, Comrade Yike is speaking on my behalf. Thank you, Yike, but I believe I should address this matter myself, as it concerns me directly. Yang Dong nodded gratefully at Lu Yike, yet he could not allow her to take the forefront. He appreciated her willingness to assist him, but Tian Guanghan's vendetta was directed at him. It was a personal matter that he must handle alone. What exactly is going on, please clarify. Wei Chenghu's expression hardened as he glared at the two of them. Were they attempting to conspire against him? Yang Dong's countenance grew grave as he began. Here is the situation. Over the past 2 years while working in the municipal office, I have discovered Deputy Secretary Tian's illegal and unethical conduct, including acts of embezzlement and bribery. He has even sheltered his only son, Tian Yuan, from criminal accountability, involving himself in organized crime. Previously, I lacked access to colleagues in the Discipline Inspection Department, and given his position, I was hesitant to speak out. Now that I have been seconded to the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission and have become a member of the investigative team, I feel a profound sense of honor and responsibility. Thus, I am determined to combat these criminal elements and corrupt individuals to the very end. I will not yield to them, nor will I compromise with these lawbreakers. Therefore, Yang Dong took a deep breath, rising from his seat. I, Yang Dong, hereby formally report, under my real name, that Tian Guanghan, Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Government and Deputy Director of the Municipal Office, is suspected of serious disciplinary and legal violations. The situation is true, and I urge the organization to investigate. I am prepared to face any consequences that may arise. Listening to Yang Dong's resolute declaration, Lu Yike sighed and closed her eyes. Yang Dong's formal accusation seemed to create a lose-lose scenario. Even if Tian Guanghan were toppled and imprisoned, Yang Dong's career would likely be irrevocably damaged. Yang Dong, do you understand the repercussions of reporting your superior? Wei Chonghu sat upright, his expression grave as he scrutinized Yang Dong. I am aware that reporting a leader is a taboo in the official realm. However, Tian Guanghan has harmed my family, attacking my younger brother and causing immense physical and psychological distress. As an elder brother, if I cannot protect him, then my life is rendered meaningless. If I cannot safeguard my own family, what right do I have to live in this world? Wei Chonghu remained silent for a considerable time after hearing this. Lu Yike also gazed at Yang Dong, her expression complex. Remaining silent, the office of Wei Chonghu fell into a heavy stillness. Yang Dong could hear the rapid beating of his own heart. He felt a surge of anxiety at that moment, yet, he had no regrets. Even if this choice meant sacrificing his future, he stood by it. As he had stated, if he could not protect his family, what significance did his ambitions hold? If worst came to worst, after bringing down Tian Guanghan, he could venture into business. Once he accrued a few million from stock investments, he could pursue commerce rather than endure humiliation within the system. He had an escape route. Are you truly seeking revenge for your family with this formal accusation against Tian Guanghan? Or do you genuinely wish to engage in a life-and-death struggle against a corrupt figure such as him to uphold party discipline and national law? Wei Chonghu remained silent for 3 full minutes before suddenly lifting his head to look at Yang Dong and inquiring. Yang Dong felt a flicker of inspiration at his words and promptly replied, I am indeed engaged in a life-and-death struggle against corrupt officials like Tian Guanghan in order to uphold party discipline and national law, and to safeguard the interests of the people. Such corrupt officials harm the public to an immense degree. Such greedy officials must be eradicated. Seeing Yang Dong's astuteness, Wei Chonghu could not help but smile. Very well, if that is the case, you may return and wait. With that, Wei Chonghu gestured toward the door, indicating Yang Dong could leave. Yang Dong felt assured. Although his superior appeared non-committal, the underlying support was clear. Wei Chonghu's attitude was one of endorsement. Yang Dong bowed deeply to Wei Chonghu before turning to exit the office. Lu Yike let out a resigned sigh. Though she could not comprehend the sudden shift in Wei Chonghu's demeanor, it was ultimately a positive development. However, once Yang Dong brought down Tian Guanghan, he would likely have to exit the system as well. Lu Yike shook her head and followed suit in departing. After the two had left, Wei Chonghu pondered for a moment, retrieving a file from his drawer. He opened the folder to reveal numerous reports, all concerning Tian Guanghan. The Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission had already obtained these documents, but they had chosen not to act on them until now. As for the reason for their inaction, Tian Guanghan, this time you cannot escape. With favorable conditions, timing, and support, everything is aligned. Wei Chonghu chuckled as he placed the reports on the table, rising to pick up the black telephone and dialing a few numbers. 5 seconds later, Secretary Guan, I wish to discuss the violations committed by Tian Guanghan with you. Certainly, I will head to your office immediately. Chapter 58 The Fury of Yin Taijun. After Yang Dong departed from the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Building, he followed Lu Yike to the hotel where Yin Taijun was detained. In the hotel corridor, at the entrance of room 107, Ho Donglai sat languidly in a chair, clutching an MP4 player and donning headphones, engrossed in music. Occasionally, he would nod his head in rhythm. Upon witnessing Ho Donglai in such a state, Yang Dong couldn't help but chuckle as he approached and patted him on the shoulder. Startled by the sudden pressure on his shoulder, Ho Donglai jumped, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, group leader, when did you return?" He was drenched in a cold sweat. This person had a knack for startling him. "You've worked hard, don't lie." Yang Dong nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing that Ho Donglai had vigilantly guarded Yin Taijun for several days, preventing that group from making contact with him, a commendable feat indeed. "It's nothing strenuous, just my job," Ho Donglai replied with a cheerful smile, now a member of the Municipal Disciplinary Investigation Team. This was merely his duty. He had no personal stakes in Yang Dong's hold over his secrets. "I'm going in to see him." Yang Dong said, gesturing toward room 107. Immediately, Ho Donglai produced the key to room 107 from his pocket and handed it to Yang Dong. With the key in hand, Yang Dong unlocked the door and stepped inside. Ho Donglai observed Yang Dong enter the room, realizing that if he could not discern the special relationship between Yang Dong and In Taijun, he would be utterly foolish. It could be said that In Taijun's chance to clear his name was inextricably linked to Yang Dong. "Comrade Yike, please, take a seat," Ho Donglai called out as he turned to see Lu Yike entering, promptly offering her the chair. Lu Yike smiled and nodded in appreciation before sitting down without further ado. Inside room 107, In Taijun appeared to be in excellent spirits, even better than during his tenure as Secretary General of the municipal government. As the saying goes, joy invigorates the spirit. He had learned that the caregiver had been found and the truth revealed. The evidence against him had been substantiated, and he merely awaited the conclusion of the upcoming standing committee meeting before he could emerge and resume his original position. Once he walked out of the hotel, he would reclaim his role as the Secretary General of the municipal government, one of the city's leading officials. Although the Secretary General was not a deputy department head, he was nonetheless considered a city leader, second only to the mayor and a few vice mayors. Unfortunately, given the circumstances, even though he had been wronged, any aspirations of becoming a vice mayor were now beyond reach. However, preserving his position as Secretary General was already a significant achievement. And the one to whom he owed this accomplishment was none other than Yang Dong, the very individual standing before him. The more he observed him, the more he found Yang Dong increasingly agreeable. Yet, at this moment, In Taijun felt a growing disdain for Yang Dong. "Do you have any idea what the consequences of your actions might be?" In Taijun slammed his hand on the table, the anger boiling over for the first time in his confrontation with Yang. When Yang Dong informed him that he had filed a formal complaint against Tian Guanghan, he could no longer contain his wrath. Was this matter not worthy of consultation before such reckless actions were taken? "Uncle In, I have made my decision," Yang Dong retorted firmly. "He dared to lay hands on my family, and that has crossed my line. A dragon has its reverse scale. Touch it, and you shall die." With a sharp clap, Yang Dong's words prompted In Taijun to lightly strike Yang Dong on the head. Though the force was minimal, Yang Dong still felt a sharp pain. "Have you been reading too many novels? What else with this reverse scale nonsense?" In Taijun, hands clasped behind his back, paced agitatedly in the small room. "Had I known you were so reckless, I would never have brought you into the municipal party. What is politics? What are the rules? What is the nature of officialdom? To file a formal complaint against your superior, regardless of whether the allegations are substantiated, do you have any idea how many leaders this will alienate? Which leader appreciates such conduct? Foolish, utterly foolish." In Taijun gasped for breath, his face flushed with suppressed rage, harboring a profound disappointment in Yang Dong. Yang Dong stood quietly before In Taijun, allowing the reprimand to wash over him. "If a leader still scolded you, it indicated concern and care." After taking a deep breath, In Taijun gradually reined in his anger. He understood that the situation was irreversible. Yang Dong had already lodged a formal complaint with Wei Chonghu, signaling that the matter was settled. Since it could not be changed, remedial actions needed to be taken. "I must get out of here. You need to find a way." In Taijun glared at Yang Dong, his tone far from amiable. Yang Dong raised his head, a smile breaking through his expression as he handed over a paper cup. "Uncle In, have some water. Calm down." In Taijun accepted the cup and gulped down its contents. "You must devise a plan to get me out immediately. I cannot continue to languish in this hotel. Since you have formally reported Tian Guanghan, I must ensure your protection, so you do not become a pawn sacrificed in this game." In Taijun spoke with a tone laden with complexity. "You Navi child, do you genuinely believe the municipal disciplinary inspection has no evidence of Tian Guanghan's illegal activities? Tian Guanghan is a disruptive force in the municipal office, while his son, Tian Yuan, roams the city as underbelly, mingling with Wu Jiankai and frequently engaging in brawls, leaving a trail of chaos. Do you honestly think the leaders of the municipal disciplinary inspection are blind to this? Tian Guanghan's wife flaunts wealth, adorned in designer brands, driving a BMW. Where do you think that money comes from? Do you truly believe the leaders of the municipal disciplinary inspection are oblivious? The municipal disciplinary inspection has long possessed relevant evidence, but why has it remained undisclosed? Can't you engage your mind and think for a moment? Many might assume that leaders possess extraordinary composure, akin to the characters in a television drama, exuding assuredness. However, upon closer acquaintance, one discovers that leaders are human too, subject to emotions and frustrations, sometimes even more so. They simply do not display their anger in front of outsiders, reserving it for those within their inner circle. Actually, I am well aware. In Tai-jun's words elicited a bitter smile from Yang Dong, who nonetheless responded. Oh? You re-aware? In Tai-jun paused, gazing at Yang Dong in disbelief. Yang Dong nodded, his gaze intricate as he elaborated. The municipal disciplinary inspection has long been privy to evidence against Tian Guanghan, the primary one being that Tian Guanghan is an ally of Secretary Wu Xinkai. If he is indeed Secretary Wu's man, then how could the municipal disciplinary inspection dare to investigate? Previously, Lu Zhang, the disciplinary secretary, was Wu Xinkai's person, which further deterred any investigation into Tian Guanghan. However, the current situation in the city has shifted. With the 2 sessions convening, the new disciplinary secretary, Guan Mushan, has assumed office, and the dynamics have become chaotic. Rumors abound that the provincial party secretary may be transferred from our province, and as secretary Wu Xinkai's confidant, he too must leave Lingyun City. His role as a pawn coincided perfectly with the events at hand, and Mayor Ho would undoubtedly take notice. Simultaneously, the municipal disciplinary inspection would have to choose a side, whether to align with the municipal government or with Wu Xinkai. Perhaps an answer had long been determined. Yang Dong was confident that the municipal disciplinary inspection would take action against Tian Guanghan, considering the alignment of time, circumstance, and human connections. The timing was ripe, coinciding with the national adjustments following the 2 sessions. The circumstances favored the current state of affairs, while the human element was represented by Yang Dong's formal complaint against Tian Guanghan. Should I still commend your cleverness? However, after this analysis, Yang Dong earned only a scoff from In Tai-jun. In Tai-jun exhaled deeply and shook his head, stating, I must find a way to get out, otherwise, you, as this human connection pawn, will be reduced to a mere pawn, ruthlessly eliminated. You must understand that Wu Xinkai is, after all, the municipal secretary. Even if he may compromise with the mayor, it does not mean he will spare you, a mere pawn. The esteemed municipal secretary, a cadre at the department level, could easily dispose of you. As In Tai-jun spoke, his gaze, even ridding myself of this position as a secretary at the department level poses little challenge. Yang Dong fell silent. Indeed, while it appeared that Su Yunkai and Wu Sankai had conspired against In Tai-jun, the true puppeteer behind the scenes was none other than Wu Xinkai. What seemed to be a power struggle between In Tai-jun and Su Yunkai for the vice mayor position was, in fact, a contest of strength between Secretary Wu Xinkai and Mayor Ho Yong. Chapter 59. Han Wen's mother, Comrade In Tai-jun, is feeling unwell and must be taken to the hospital for examination immediately. Yang Dong stepped out of room 107 at the hotel, addressing Lu Yike with a grave and serious expression. Lu Yike's countenance turned peculiar as she glanced at Yang Dong. Is he ill? What a coincidence, he has been in the room for nearly half an hour, and suddenly In Tai-jun falls ill. Could this be a deliberate ploy to get out? Nevertheless, she kept her thoughts to herself and replied to Yang Dong, the team leader can consult with the superiors. I have already consulted. Deputy team leader Su instructed us to take Comrade In Tai-jun to the hospital. Yang Dong responded earnestly to Lu Yike. I'll go in and take a look. Upon hearing Yang Dong's words, Lu Yike made her way towards room 107. Team leader, I'll open the car door. At that moment, Ho Dong hurriedly rushed outside. Yang Dong and Lu Yike re-entered room 107. Inside, they found In Tai-jun clutching his abdomen, his face contorted in pain, beads of cold sweat trickling down his neck. Lu Yike's expression shifted entirely as her eyes widened in shock at Yang Dong. She had thought Yang Dong was merely concocting a scheme to extricate In Tai-jun, but to her astonishment, he was genuinely unwell. This is indeed a grave matter. In Tai-jun had just been exonerated, and in a few days, he would still be the municipal secretary general. If something were to happen to the secretary general at the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection, they would face dire consequences. Comrade In Tai-jun, how do you feel? We need to get you to the hospital right away. Lu Yike spoke gravely to In Tai-jun. Thank you, Section Chief Lu. In Tai-jun trembled all over, his speech halting and intermittent, as he experienced excruciating pain in his abdomen. Lu Yike dared not say more, fearing that In Tai-jun might truly be in a critical condition. She promptly assisted Yang Dong in helping In Tai-jun to his feet as they made their way outside the hotel. In Tai-jun was indeed suffering from severe abdominal pain, as if his intestines were being sliced by a knife. Yet, at the moment they stepped out of the hotel, he could not help but feel his eyes welling with tears. Finally, he was outside, truly outside. It had been a full 16 days, since February 25th, he had been subjected to dual regulation, effectively imprisoned for half a month, and now, at long last, he was free. What is going on? Upon hearing this, Lu Yike ceased her inquiries and immediately pressed the accelerator, the car speeding away. Dong Lai, take off your coat and wrap it around Secretary Yin's abdomen. Yang Dong instructed from the passenger seat, directing Ho Dong, who was seated in the back. Without a moment's hesitation, Ho Dong removed his coat, carefully rolled it into a bundle, and placed it against Yin Tiejuan's abdomen. If the abdominal pain was caused by gastroenteritis, wrapping it in a coat and applying pressure with the arms could alleviate the discomfort, albeit temporarily. Proper medical treatment was still essential. 20 minutes later, Lu Yike parked the car at the entrance of the municipal hospital. Ho Dong and Yang Dong immediately helped Yin Taijun into the hospital. I need to register. Ho Dong rushed to the registration window, urging the hospital staff inside. The staff member glanced at Ho Dong and replied nonchalantly, "What's the hurry? Go to window 5, I'm off duty here." He gestured toward the glass with red lettering. The winter working hours were from November to March. 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. It was precisely 5 p.m., not a second more or less. Can't you help me register? I'm just a few seconds short. Wait at window 5. Look at that long line, who can afford to wait? Ho Dong was incensed by the hospital's inefficiency. Why should he have to wait at window 5 when there were at least 30 or 40 patients in line? I'll help you register. You help me with a date? The staff member shot a glare at Ho Dong, standing up to gather his belongings and leave. Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection Case, register. Ho Dong's frustration boiled over, and he slammed his credentials on the counter. His shout startled the staff member. Upon seeing the national emblem and the words Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection of Lingyun City on the credentials, the staff member's demeanor changed immediately. Ah, leader, why didn't you say so earlier? Really, the staff member plastered a smile on his face, returning to his seat and starting to operate the computer. Leader, where do you feel unwell? Ho Dong coldly replied, gastroenterology. The keyboard rattled, and in less than 3 seconds, the staff member respectfully handed the registration card to Ho Dong. How infuriating! Ho Dong shot a glare at the staff member before swiftly returning to Yang Dong's side. Team leader, the registration is done. Head to gastroenterology. The two of them assisted Yin Taijun directly to the second floor's gastroenterology department. Meanwhile, the staff member at the window quickly dialed their superior's phone number after observing the 3 individuals ascend to the gastroenterology department. Section Chief, a comrade from the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection, has come to the hospital, and they are already on the second floor in gastroenterology. 1 minute later, a hospital's director, Su Zhangmu, received the report from the administrative department head. Upon hearing this, Su Zhangmu did not dare to delay and promptly left his office, donning a white coat as he hurried to the gastroenterology department on the second floor. Yang Dong and Ho Dong had already helped Yin Taijun to the first consultation room of gastroenterology. Dong Lai, go and submit the card. Yang Dong gestured to Ho Dong, who immediately took the registration card inside. As Yin Taijun saw Ho Dong enter the consultation room, he turned to Yang Dong and glared fiercely, gritting his teeth as he spoke, "You rascal, just wait till I recover. I'll deal with you." Did he not want to leave the hotel? He had asked Yang Dong for a way out. Yang Dong had indeed devised a plan for him, albeit not a particularly good one. One could even say it was a poor idea. The inspiration for this idea had come from the phrase medical parole. Thus, Yang Dong had encouraged Yin Taijun to add extra spicy packets to his instant noodles, using 3 packets for 1 cup. It was easy to imagine the state of Yin Tiejuan's stomach after consuming such a meal, yet, there was no alternative. To escape, he had to resort to such dubious means. Yin Taijun had also consented to this course of action, leading to the current predicament. Uncle Yin, it's quite unreasonable for you to blame me now, Yang Dong chuckled, addressing Yin Taijun. This was entirely Yin Tiejuan's own decision, and he bore no responsibility. You brat, oh, it really hurts, hissed team leader, you can bring the Secretary General in now. Ho Dong emerged from the consultation room and signaled to Yang Dong. Yang Dong immediately assisted Yin Taijun into the first consultation room of gastroenterology. However, upon entering the room, Yang Dong's expression changed upon seeing the female doctor seated there. Fengling looked up with a smile and asked, after all, she was an elder. The woman before him, Dr. Fengling, was Han Wen's mother. Once, she had been his prospective mother-in-law, but now she was Lin Yaodong's mother-in-law. Xia Yang, you should take your elder outside to wait for a while. I'm off duty now. A duty doctor will come to take over shortly. With that, Fongling removed her white coat, revealing a luxurious fur coat underneath. She grabbed her bag and prepared to leave. Yang Dong's expression darkened as he glared at Fongling. Why choose this moment to leave, even if the hospital had a rule to close at 5 p.m.? What kind of doctor abandons a patient in need? Dr. Fong, as a physician, how can you leave a patient in pain? You've received the registration card. Now, the registration is under your name, and it cannot be cancelled. Do you want us to go and register again, to go through the hassle of seeking another doctor? Yang Dong could no longer contain his frustration. Such incidents might be tolerable in other professions, but in healthcare, he found it utterly unacceptable, especially given Fongling's attitude, which was clearly influenced by his breakup with Hanwen. However, personal matter. After breaking up with Wenwen, you think you can disregard me? I won't treat this patient. My time is up. Is that unacceptable? Go ahead, re-register if you have the ability. I'm off duty now. With a loud click, Fongling unceremoniously shut down the computer. She glared at Yang Dong, turning her head defiantly, but while Yang Dong was merely irritated, Yin Taijun was genuinely furious. He was the patient, the one truly suffering, yet here he was, left waiting for treatment, all because of such a doctor. He could no longer tolerate it. Chapter 60, Suspension. Han Wen's mother stunned. As a physician, how can you neglect a patient when they arrive? What kind of doctor are you? I see your badge still bears the title of chief physician. Is this how you conduct yourself in that role? Yin Taijun clutched his abdomen, beads of sweat as large as soybeans cascading down his forehead and neck. His fury erupted, and with trembling fingers, he pointed accusingly at Fongling. Fongling, unfamiliar with Yin Taijun and unaware that he was the Secretary General of the municipal government, raised her eyebrows at his words, letting out a derisive snort as she retorted, "Do I need you to instruct me on how to be a chief physician? On what grounds can I not leave? Even if you escalate this to the hospital director, I am still in the right." Fongling glared at Yin Taijun and then turned to Yang Dong, coldly hissing, "You, Yang, have no claim. My daughter Wenwen made the wisest decision of her life by not choosing you. Look at yourself. What capabilities do you possess? If you truly had any ability, you would simply contact the director and have them arrange for your elder to receive treatment, wouldn't you? To put it plainly, you lack power. And without power, you should keep your mouth shut." If it were Yao Dong, he would have already arranged a high-end ward for his elder, with doctors voluntarily attending to them. That is what capability looks like. Can you do the same? Do you even deserve it? A toad wishing to eat swan meat. My daughter Wenwen is a swan, and you think you are worthy of her? Fongling mocked coldly, her face brimming with arrogance and pride. In her eyes, Yang Dong was merely a small fry, devoid of influence, who had to follow the proper channels to register. If he had any real capability, a simple phone call would have sufficed to resolve everything, so why resort to this manner of seeking treatment? Yang Dong was engaged in a quarrel with her. The one who should be embarrassed was Yang Dong, not her. Yang Dong gazed at Fongling with an expression of disbelief. He truly struggled to comprehend how to convey to her that the patient before her was none other. What sort of authority could possibly surpass that of Yin Taijun? There were hardly any such figures within the municipal government. Yang Dong, I see it clearly now. If a person's heart is corrupted, everything they perceive is tainted. Yin Taijun gasped for breath, his face ashen as he turned to Yang Dong, unable to suppress his lament. He had never anticipated that Fongling, the chief physician of the municipal hospital and the mother of Yang Dong's ex-girlfriend, would utter such words. At this moment, his heart ached for Yang Dong even more. Over the past few years, Yang Dong had made little progress in the municipal office beyond securing a permanent clerical position. He had likely endured countless disdainful glances from the Han family. One could only imagine how many times he had been humiliated by Hanwen, trampled upon in his dignity as a man. Lin Yaodong had managed to win Hanwen's affection away. After all, they had not officially broken up, and Hanwen's actions constituted infidelity during their relationship. Such a profound disgrace inflicted upon Yang Dong was simply unfathomable. Yin Taijun suddenly felt regret. Had he known such words would be uttered, he would have firmly promoted Yang Dong to a deputy section chief last year. Yet, there was a silver lining amidst the misfortune. Had Yang Dong been elevated to deputy section chief last year, he might never have witnessed the ugly facade of the Han family. If Yang Dong had indeed married Hanwen, any future misfortune he faced could have led to not just infidelity, but also betrayal, potentially leading to the humiliation of being cuckolded. A good wife can greatly assist her husband, but a bad woman can wreak havoc. Even a husband with grand aspirations could find himself buried in disgrace because of her. Is your heart troubled? If so, you ought to register at the cardiology department. Why come here? You are unwell. Upon hearing Yin Taijun's words, Feng Ling couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. She understood that Yin Taijun was Yang Dong and Ho Donglai turned to see Su Zhangmu, the director of Lingyun City People's Hospital, striding towards them accompanied by the head of the General Affairs Department. Feng Ling was taken aback to see the director arriving. Why would he come? Was it for Yang Dong? Surely not. A sense of foreboding crept over her, yet she could not pinpoint its source. Upon spotting Yang Dong, Su Zhangmu understood immediately. The staff at the registration window had mentioned that a member of the municipal In recent days, the hospital had been in frequent contact with the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Thus, he had come to ascertain the identity of the official seeking treatment. Upon recognizing Yang Dong, a smile broke across his face, and he felt a sense of relief. He had expected a significant figure but found it was merely Yang Dong. Director Su, greetings. Yang Dong greeted Su Zhangmu courteously with a nod. Why are you not in the ward? Why are you seeking treatment for your gastrointestinal issues? Su Zhangmu inquired, puzzled, before glancing at the middle-aged man Yang Dong was supporting, who had his back turned to him, yet something about the silhouette felt familiar. Who is this? Su Zhangmu asked, pointing at Yin Taijun's back. Just as Yang Dong was about to respond, Yin Taijun turned around, his expression stern as he glared at Su Zhangmu. Director Su, your hospital's medical ethics are truly exemplary. Yin Taijun remarked with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Su Zhangmu's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that he was in the presence of Yin Taijun, the Secretary General of the municipal government. What, Secretary Yin, what brings you here? Su Zhangmu felt dizzy, his mind racing as he tried to comprehend the situation. Hadn't Yin Taijun been under investigation for over 10 days? How was he now here, in his hospital? Seeking treatment. My stomach hurts, so I came to register. However, your chief physician in the gastroenterology department, Comrade Feng Ling, told me she was off duty and instructed me to wait for the substitute doctor or to re-register. Ha! This is truly remarkable, Director Su. I had no idea your hospital operated in such a manner. It seems I need to bring this to the mayor's attention. Your hospital's practices are certainly worthy of commendation and promotion, wouldn't you agree? All hospitals in the various districts should learn from your hospital, right? Yin Taijun's words sent shivers down Su Zhangmu's spine, leaving him feeling utterly unsettled. Feng Ling, what is the meaning of this? He turned to glare furiously at Feng Ling, his face ablaze with anger. Feng Ling, Hanwen's mother and the chief physician at the municipal hospital, was left utterly dumbfounded. She lifted the corners of her mouth but found herself unable to utter a single word. Did she truly have a valid reason? In the eyes of the public, she might be justified, but in front of a superior, she had no ground to stand on, especially considering that the person she had just mocked was none other than Yin Taijun, the Secretary General of the municipal government. The moment she heard the director reveal Yin Taijun's identity, she felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in. Director Su, Secretary Yin came to seek treatment for his stomach pain, yet this Dr. Feng treated us with disdain, even deliberately shutting down the computer to erase the registration data. I am unsure how you manage your hospital, Director Su, but I believe doctors should embody the role of white-clad angels, saving lives and healing the wounded. However, I must candidly express that the actions of your Dr. Feng are somewhat excessive. Yang Dong spoke slowly, his expression complex as he sighed deeply 3 times, each sigh driving Feng Ling's countenance to a ghastly pallor, leaving her speechless and pointing at Yang Dong in shock. How ruthless this young man was, his 3 statements nearly nailed her to the pillar of shame, threatening her very livelihood. As predicted, upon hearing Yang Dong's words, Su Zhang, the Secretary General of the municipal government, had come to seek treatment but had been humiliated by their own Dr. Feng, who had deliberately refused to provide care, thus delaying his medical condition. Look at Yin Taijun's cold sweat, his pale face, and his expression of pain. How much suffering must he have endured? According to hospital regulations, suspension is warranted, he declared firmly, glaring at Feng Ling and then addressing the director. Though he and Feng Ling had previously maintained a decent relationship, often sharing drinks and meals, once leadership was involved, their camaraderie meant nothing, they were merely drinking companions. Old Zhang, you. Feng Ling trembled, her face draining of color. She had not anticipated that the head of the General Affairs Department, who had been on amicable terms with her, would handle her in such a manner. The head of the General Affairs Department was no mere title. It was just a form of address. Even Su Zhongmu, the director of the municipal hospital, was merely a deputy division chief, and the deputy division chief held little sway compared to their counterparts in party and government positions. Unless the director of the hospital was concurrently serving as the deputy director of the health bureau, only then would it bear significance. Then it is settled, suspension it shall be. Upon hearing the decision from this pronouncement extinguished Fengling's final glimmer of hope. Fengling felt as though the world around her had blurred. She nearly fainted. Secretary Yin, I will personally oversee your treatment and arrange for your hospitalization. Su Zhongmu, adept at handling affairs and people, immediately assisted Yin Taijun, summoning all the doctors from the gastroenterology department to accompany them to a premium ward. Yin Taijun was escorted by the hospital director, flanked by over 10 doctors in white coats. Anyone unaware of the situation might have thought they were conducting an inspection. Yang Dong watched from behind, unable to suppress his feelings of reflection. Chapter 61: Lin Yaodong's failed show-off. Mom, please stop crying for now. In the evening, at Hanwen's home, Fengling was weeping while dabbing her face with tissues. Hanwen looked at her mother with a pained expression. Ever since she returned from the hospital, her mother had been in tears. Despite Hanwen's inquiries about what had transpired, her mother remained silent, only continuing to weep. Please, what happened? At that moment, Hanwen's father, Han Daming, furrowed his brows, setting down the newspaper to glance at his wife. Fengling gradually ceased her sobbing, yet still spoke through her tears. It's that Yang Dong again. He brought someone to see a doctor today. I told him I was off duty and to wait for the on-call physician. But he insisted that I treat him, and after a brief argument, I ended up provoking the patient. Then, Director Su Zhongmu and Chief Zhang from the administration department came, and I was suspended. Oh, how unfair! After finishing her explanation, Fengling began to cry once more. Hanwen widened her eyes in disbelief and asked, Who, Yang Dong, does he have the power to make the director suspend my mother? What exactly happened? The patient must be someone significant, right? Han Daming, who had been married to Fengling for over 20 years, knew her character well. He was certain she wasn't telling the whole truth. She must have done something to offend someone she shouldn't have, otherwise, this situation would not have arisen. Indeed, it's significant. Yin Taijun, the Secretary General of the municipal government. Fengling replied, her expression slightly gloomy. Upon hearing this, Han Daming frowned. Isn't he under double regulation? What do you mean? What did you say? Suddenly, he shuddered, straightened in his seat, and asked with wide eyes, Are you saying Yin Taijun is at the hospital? Yes, he went for treatment. He claimed he had a stomach ache. Fengling grabbed another tissue and began to wipe her tears again. Han Daming frowned deeply, his expression darkening as shock filled his heart. The fact that Yin Taijun arrived at the hospital accompanied by personnel from the City Discipline Inspection Commission indicated something significant. The issue at hand was not merely Yin Taijun's health, rather, it implied that Yin Taijun could leave. Not having been under double regulation and out of the political scene in Lingyun City for half a month, his sudden appearance at the municipal hospital signified something. It suggested that the day of Yin Taijun's return to his position as Secretary General of the municipal government was drawing near. As the vice principal of a prestigious high school, Han Daming possessed political acumen and wisdom. He understood that the national 2 sessions were currently underway. Therefore, it was highly likely that once the sessions concluded, Lingyun City would convene relevant meetings to discuss Yin Taijun's case. Given the current situation within the Standing Committee of Lingyun City, it seemed that Mayor Ho Yon would hold a significant advantage. Consequently, it would be no surprise if Yin Taijun were reinstated without issue. Yet, his foolish wife had offended Yin Taijun and even refused to treat him. This was sheer stupidity, beyond comprehension. Why offend anyone, if not the Secretary General of the municipal government? Did she not realize that both the municipal hospital and the city high school were directly managed by the municipal government? The municipal hospital was overseen by the Health Bureau, and the city high school by the Education Bureau, both of which were subordinate agencies of the municipal government. Having offended the Secretary General, Han Daming feared that he would also suffer the consequences. Anger simmered within him, yet he refrained from expressing it. This moment, losing his temper might provoke his wife into making even more foolish decisions, potentially resulting in greater harm, a loss that would not be worth the price. Moreover, the incident had already occurred, and there was no point in expressing anger now. Wenwen, this matter hinges on you. Han Daming thought of this and immediately turned his gaze toward Hanwen, addressing her. Hanwen looked at her father in astonishment, uncertain of his intentions. Han Daming continued, There are 2 options, both requiring your intervention. The first is to approach Yang Dong and plead with him to be lenient, allowing the municipal hospital to reinstate your mother. As soon as he finished speaking, Fengling ceased her tears, glaring at him fiercely. No way. My daughter will never bow down to that useless wretch. What is he? How could my daughter possibly seek his favor? This is precisely why I do not know In Taijun. Had I known him, this would never have happened. Yang Dong deliberately set a trap for me. That scoundrel is truly wicked. If he had mentioned that he was Secretary In from the outset, would I have acted so foolishly? This little brat, a mere coward, is so treacherous. When breaking up with him was a brilliant decision. Fengling spoke through gritted teeth, harboring deep resentment toward Yang Dong. She wished nothing more than to inflict pain upon him. Enough, is there any use in discussing this? Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Han Daming admonished, glaring at Fengling. He then turned back to Han Wen and continued, if you do not wish to seek Yang Dong's help, then your only option is to approach Yao Dong. Yes, find Yao Dong. Fengling's eyes lit up, and she eagerly gestured to Han Wen. Yao Dong's father, Lin Liangming, is the chief of the organization department. He controls the distribution of official positions. Seek out Yao Dong and have him ask his father to intervene on your behalf for your mother's reinstatement. Surely, the director of the municipal hospital would be reluctant to offend the organization department. Fengling, feeling triumphant, puffed out her chest like a victorious rooster. Humph, had you possessed even a modicum of sense, this situation would not have arisen. Han Daming, seeing her like this, felt his frustration boil over and could not help but scoff. What? You blame me? You dare to blame me? Can I be at fault for this? How can you hold me responsible? I'm done with you. Upon hearing her husband's accusations, Fengling could no longer contain herself and lunged at Han Daming, scratching wildly. Vulgar woman, cease this at once. Stop it. Dad, Mom, enough. Han Wen shouted, overwhelmed by annoyance at her parents. Only then did Fengling and Han Daming halt, turning their attention toward Han Wen. In truth, they were intentionally putting on a performance, pressuring Han Wen to seek Lin Yaodong's assistance. In the past few days, a rift had developed between Han Wen and Lin Yaodong, and they were contemplating how to mend it. This was an opportune moment for the couple to reconcile. After all, they held a favorable view of Lin Yaodong as a son-in-law and were particularly pleased with his family background. Fine, I'll go, is that satisfactory? Han Wen sighed, feeling exasperated, grabbed her bag, and turned to leave the house. Could she possibly be unaware that her parents were staging a performance to compel her to approach Lin Yaodong? However, it was Lin Yaodong who had quarreled with her, and he was in the wrong, criticizing her for being too extravagant. For the past few days, they had been at odds, and she felt resentful. Why should she be the one to bow down? Approaching Lin Yaodong now would signify her yielding. In a romantic relationship, whoever concedes first loses their standing. Over time, she, Han Wen, would have no authority or status before Lin Yaodong, yet, her parents were pressing her to take action, putting her in a difficult position. Reluctantly, she had to seek Lin Yaodong's help, solely because her mother had been suspended. 1 hour later, Lin Yaodong strode into Han Wen's home, puffed up with pride like a victorious rooster, his hands tucked into his pockets. Han Wen's family resided in an upscale neighborhood, as her parents were both highly educated professionals, a chief physician at the municipal hospital and a vice principal at a prestigious high school, their combined income long exceeding 10,000. Owning a luxurious home was not excessive. Uncle, Auntie, don't worry, is this really all there is to it? I don't even need my dad to intervene, I can handle it myself. Also, I've already avenged Auntie's grievances against that Yang Dong. His younger brother's legs have been broken, That was all my idea, suggested to Secretary Tian. Lin Yaodong boasted, swaying his feet in delight, reveling in the thought of Yang Dong's impotent rage and the misery that had befallen his brother. He couldn't help but chuckle. Even if Yang Dong found out, what could he do? Even if he learned that it was Tian Guanghan who acted, so what? Would he dare retaliate? As a mere clerk, he had no courage to offend him. As for Yang Dong seeking revenge, he dared not even entertain the thought. His father was the chief of the first section of the organization department. Yang Dong would not dare to act recklessly. I'll give Director Su a call to inquire why he is being so disrespectful. How dare he suspend my mother-in-law? This is utterly outrageous. Lin Yaodong snickered, pulling out his Nokia phone and searching for Su Zhongmu's number at the municipal hospital. After a few rings, Su Zhongmu answered the call. Hello, Director Su, it's Lin Yaodong. Why have you suspended my girlfriend's mother from her position? At that moment, Su Zhongmu stood in the ward, signaling apologetically to In Taijun before stepping aside to take the call. What is wrong? Is there an issue? Su Zhongmu frowned, clearly displeased with Lin Yaodong's tone. Nothing much, I just believe Dr. Fengling should be reinstated. Lin Yaodong spoke confidently, gesturing to Su Zhengmu that he was convinced that as long as Su Zhengmu wasn't a fool, he would comprehend his meaning. Not possible. Yet, Su Zhengmu's tone was cold. Not possible? Lin Yaodong's expression shifted dramatically, his embarrassment palpable. After boasting to Han Wen's family, how could Director Su treat him so dismissively? Perhaps I should have my father speak with you? Lin Yaodong asked, his face darkening. This was his trump card. Oh, let your father call then. But what Lin Yaodong least expected was that his usual trump card would fail him this time. Su Zhengmu's cold response was followed by an abrupt hang-up. The beeping sound was unmistakably clear. In the otherwise silent living room, both Han Wen and her parents heard it. Embarrassment was etched across Lin Yaodong's face. Chapter 62 Lin Yaodong's humiliation. Lin Yaodong found himself in an exceedingly awkward situation, particularly as he sat on the sofa at Han Wen's home, fidgeting restlessly. The failure to impress had left him with a sense of social disgrace that was profoundly uncomfortable. Han Wen regarded Lin Yaodong with a peculiar expression, her eyes revealing traces of disappointment and dejection. Feng Ling, upon hearing that the director of her hospital was disregarding Lin Yaodong's father, felt an icy chill in her heart. Uncertain of what to say, Han Daming's expression remained largely unchanged. He was not particularly surprised that the hospital director had shown no respect for Lin Yaodong's father. After all, Su Zhengmu held the rank of a deputy division chief, and while he might be merely the head of a hospital, his position was still more prestigious than that of a section chief in the municipal organization department. Nevertheless, the hierarchy was clear, and the municipal hospital operated relatively independently, beyond the reach of the municipal organization department. Even when it came to personnel promotions within the hospital, being a direct unit of the Municipal Health Bureau and a public institution of the city government meant that the municipal government's authority prevailed, leaving the organization department with little influence. Yaodong, do not burden yourself with any psychological weight, Han Daming reassured him. Regardless of the circumstances, you must express your gratitude for the assistance provided. As long as you and Wenwen maintain a stable relationship, that is what truly matters. He sought to comfort Lin Yaodong, not wishing to impose too much pressure upon him. Lin Yaodong was merely a junior secretary in the municipal office, and his father was, at best, a mid-level official in the municipal organization department. Lin Liangming, the section chief, might have some sway over the promotions of deputy section chiefs and staff within the municipal bureau, but when it came to matters involving deputy division chiefs, his influence was virtually non-existent. If Lin Liangming were the deputy minister of the municipal organization department, there would be some intimidation. Uncle, spare me your advice. I refuse to believe that I cannot handle a mere hospital director. Lin Yaodong's face darkened with anger as he rose abruptly, turning to leave. He felt utterly humiliated, having lost face in front of Han Wen, and pondered how he could ever regain his masculine pride before her. Su Zhengmu's blatant disregard for him had brewed resentment within Lin Yaodong. He was determined not to let Su suffer no consequences for this affront. Yaodong, you. Han Daming's expression changed dramatically as he quickly stood up, calling after Lin Yaodong's retreating figure. But Lin Yaodong did not look back and slammed the door behind him. Wenwen, you must go after Yaodong and prevent him from doing anything foolish, Han Daming urged, turning to Han Wen. He held a favorable view of his son-in-law, believing that any trouble would be unwarranted. Although the situation with Feng Ling was serious, it was not insurmountable. They could always seek another hospital after the storm had passed. There was no need to allow relations with Su Zhengmu to become so strained. Dad, let him go, Han Wen replied. If he cannot even restore his mother's position, it simply means he is not capable. If Yang Dong can undermine my mother's work, what difference is there between Lin Yaodong and that good-for-nothing Yang Dong? She shook her head, resolute in her decision not to pursue Lin Yaodong. Ah! Han Daming was taken aback by his daughter's pragmatic stance, which struck him as overly utilitarian and materialistic. After storming out of Han Wen's house, Lin Yaodong drove directly to the municipal government building. Once inside, he made his way to Tian Guanghan's office. After knocking, he pushed the door open and entered. Tian Guanghan appeared lost in thought, his gaze vacantly fixed on the melting snow outside the window. With spring's arrival, nature should be awakening, and everything should be improving, yet, for reasons unknown, Tian Guanghan felt an inexplicable emptiness within. He was aware that Yin Taijun had emerged from the Municipal Disciplinary Committee's secret facility and had been admitted to the municipal hospital. This development carried significant implications. The signal conveyed by Im Tae-juan's release was unmistakable. It indicated that the disciplinary committee's investigation was nearing its conclusion, heralding the possibility of Im Tae-juan. Surely, you find this quite gratifying? Lin Yaodong raised an eyebrow and, with a sly grin, inquired of Tian Guanhan. He deliberately avoided mentioning Feng Ling's predicament at first, choosing instead to provoke Tian Guanhan's ire regarding Yang Dong. Only by igniting Tian Guanhan's anger could he hope to steer the conversation toward his desired topic. Otherwise, he doubted that his own standing would compel Secretary Tian to assist in exerting pressure on a hospital director. Gratifying? Indeed, gratifying. Upon hearing Lin Yaodong's words, Tian Guanhan's demeanor shifted, a cold smirk spreading across his face, lifting his spirits considerably. While Im Tae-juan's release might be unstoppable, retaliating against Yang Dong to make him aware of the harsh realities of life was also quite satisfying. However, Yang Dong is still causing trouble. He does not take you seriously. Lin Yaodong continued. My girlfriend, Han Wen's mother, is the chief physician at the municipal hospital, and today, Yang Dong deliberately set a trap for her. He could not abide the thought of his superior being disrespected. Tian Guanhan's expression froze momentarily before shifting. He does not respect me? Indeed, while Su Zhangmu disregards my father, it is unacceptable that he also disrespects you, the municipal secretary. Lin Yaodong continued, his voice rising. Deputy Tian Guanhan corrected Lin Yaodong, his tone laced with bitterness. He had always been sensitive to being referred to as deputy secretary, especially since Yang Dong often used that title, which irked him. However, he had to accept his current position, as he would continue in this role until the time came for him to ascend to the primary secretary position. Ah, surely it is an easy matter for you to be promoted to secretary? Lin Yaodong scoffed, unconcerned about this aspect. His father had long assured him that with the party secretary's support, Tian Guanhan's promotion was a foregone conclusion. Shaolin, for the time being, refrained from causing a stir, maintain a low profile. Tian Guanhan advised, his expression growing serious. After all, Su Zhangmu is the hospital's director. He possesses the authority to make decisions, and this matter pertains to the hospital's internal affairs. You should not meddle further, understood? He regarded Lin Yaodong with a complex expression, earnestly attempting to counsel him against further agitation. What? Secretary, you intend to let this slide, just like that? Lin Yaodong's eyes widened in disbelief, incredulous at Tian Guanhan's apparent acquiescence. He felt that something was amiss with Tian Guanhan's demeanor today. Lin Yaodong had been exploiting Tian Guanhan's tendency towards paranoia, skillfully manipulating him to stoke discord. He had not mentioned Tian Guanhan to Su Zhangmu, and thus there was no basis for Su's disrespect towards Tian. Yet, would Tian Guanhan be foolish enough to inquire about this with Su? Lin Yaodong was confident that this lie would not be uncovered. To his astonishment, however, Tian Guanhan seemed ready to let it go. There are many who do not regard me highly. What is the big deal? Tian Guanhan responded, a smile on his face as he took a sip from his teacup. The director of the municipal hospital is also a deputy division chief, and I am a deputy secretary. Our ranks are the same. It is hardly unusual for him to show me no respect. But how can he compare to you? He is merely a hospital director, while you are the municipal secretary. Lin Yaodong protested, still unwilling to concede defeat, eager to persuade Tian Guanhan to take action against Su Zhangmu and restore Han Wen's mother to her position. Yet he knew that sometimes excessive provocation could lead to suspicion. Tian Guanhan's brow furrowed as he cast a cold glare at Lin Yaodong. Lin Yaodong, do you take me for a fool? Leave. He gestured towards the door, his voice firm and commanding. This marked the first time he had expressed anger towards Lin Yaodong. How could he not perceive Lin Yaodong's manipulation? The intent was painfully obvious. Lin Yaodong, realizing he had gone too far and angered Tian Guanhan, began to panic. I was wrong, secretary. I allowed my anger to cloud my judgment. I only wished to protect your dignity. I was mistaken, secretary. He bowed deeply in apology, acutely aware that aside from his father, Tian Guanhan was his most significant ally. Angering him would not bode well. Seeing Lin Yaodong's sincere contrition, Tian Guanhan's expression softened considerably. He sighed, very well, return to your work. Yes, of course, I shall take my leave. Lin Yaodong promptly nodded and, in a deferential, he had encountered setbacks twice in one day, leaving him feeling utterly disoriented and thoroughly embarrassed. Chapter 63 Yang Dong's return to the municipal office. March 16, 2008. On this day, the atmosphere in the office of the Secretary of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection was ominous. Yang Dong, proceed with the action. But be mindful of your methods and the potential repercussions. Do not create a ruckus. Otherwise, it may lead to complications with the municipal committee. Guan Mushin extinguished his cigarette, his expression grave as he gestured towards Yangdong. At this moment, he was not alone in his office. Present were the Executive Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection, Wei Chonghu, the Second Deputy Secretary, Gong Xinli, the Third Deputy Secretary, Su Yunkai, the Standing Committee Member and Secretary General Ling Jinting, the Standing Committee Member, Director of the First Discipline Inspection Office and Executive Deputy Leader of the Investigation Team, Su Tongzhou, the Standing Committee Member and Director of the Case Review Office, Lu Shan, and the Director of the Cadre Supervision Office, Wu Sankai. In total, at least 10 leaders from the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection were seated. Alongside them were Lu Yike, Yang Dong, Jianghu, and Ho Donglai, all present in the office. The ambience exuded a chilling aura, reminiscent of a mobilization meeting before a great military campaign. To gather all senior leaders of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection signifies the undertaking of a significant matter. This significant matter is the dual regulation of Tianguanhan. Surprised, it is hardly unexpected. The Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection had long possessed concrete evidence and reports. Proceeding hastily may be rather precipitous. At this moment, Su Yunkai, the Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection, voiced his dissent towards Guan Mushin. He felt a rising sense of urgency. The sudden action by the Commission made him acutely aware of the looming crisis. Should Tianguanhan be apprehended at this juncture, it would deliver a substantial blow to Secretary Wu Xinkai. Guan Mushin, seated in his chair, glanced at Su Yunkai, maintaining a stern silence. Yang Dong, observing Su Yunkai's statement, could not suppress a smile as he remarked, "Secretary Su, what is the issue with the Deputy Secretary General? When the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection acted against Secretary In Taijun, did we not move with even greater swiftness? Moreover, if I recall correctly, you were a staunch advocate for his capture, were you not? Why did you not voice concerns about haste or adverse impacts back then?" Upon hearing Yang Dong's words, Su Yunkai's countenance darkened immediately as he shot an indignant glare at Yang Dong, retorting, "You, a mere junior staff member, are questioning me? I wouldn't dare. I merely seek to learn from you. When you pursued Secretary In, your actions were vigorous and rapid, akin to autumn winds sweeping through leaves. I am only echoing your sentiments, yet you..." Lu Yike could no longer maintain her composure, bursting into laughter before quickly covering her mouth and turning away. The other leaders of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection wore varying expressions of amusement. Guan Mushin remained impassive, though inwardly he found Yang Dong's sharp tongue amusing. Nonetheless, he spoke a shred of truth. Su Yunkai had indeed been unwavering in his pursuit of In Taijun, executing the operation in a matter of hours. Now, when it came to the dual regulation of Tianguanhan, he hesitated. This was inconsistent with his prior demeanor and actions. Su Yunkai trembled with rage, blindsided by the audacity of a mere junior staff member silencing him, leaving him momentarily speechless. Yang Dong had effectively countered his stance. "I have no objections, let us proceed with the dual regulation." Su Yunkai voiced his frustration before. Su Tongzhou, also the executive deputy leader of the investigation team, was tasked with personally leading the operation, which afforded Tianguanhan a semblance of respect. "Understood, Secretary Wei." Su Tongzhou rubbed his hands together. Another achievement at the deputy director level would bolster their record. How does the Commission for Discipline Inspection derive its accomplishments? Primarily from these cadres. Unlike the municipal government, which must focus on economic development and public welfare, the Commission's mandate is to apprehend those who violate laws and regulations, personally delivering them to justice. This is their sole duty. Secretary Guan, should we not inform the Municipal Committee and government? The Municipal Committee oversees all. The Secretary must be apprised of the dual regulation action. As Tianguanhan's workplace, the mayor should also be informed. Failing to do so could be detrimental to our commission. The seldom seen and taciturn Deputy Secretary Gong Xinli, being of an older age with limited prospects for advancement, he aspired only for a peaceful retirement. Thus, he considered the broader implications, unwilling to allow the commission to face scrutiny from above due to this incident. "Old Gong, I have already briefed Mayor Ho, and he consents to the dual regulation of Tianguanhan." Guan Mushin smiled slightly at Gong Xinli. Gong Xinli, sensing this, contemplated inquiring whether the secretary was aware but thought better of it and fell silent. The old fox, Guan Mushin, observing Gong Xinli's indecision, could not help but chuckle internally. It was clear that Gong Xinli had surmised something. Let us commence. It is now 9:12 a.m. Ensure the individual is brought back before 10 a.m. and taken to the commission's secret hotel. Guan Mushin rose, checking his watch, his demeanor serious. Yes. Su Tongzhou and Yang Dong, Lu Yike, Jiang Hu, and Ho Donglai promptly followed behind. The operation had begun. 3 vehicles from the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection sped towards the Municipal Government Office building. Wu Sankai, the director of the Cadre Supervision Office, hurriedly exited the commission's building, retreating to a corner to retrieve his mobile phone, anxiously dialing for a warning. Secretary Wu, we've got trouble. Back at the municipal government building, Su Tongzhou pondered what Yang Dong felt about personally overseeing the dual regulation of his superior, Tian Guanhan. Leader, I feel nothing in particular, rather, I am somewhat anxious, Yang Dong responded. Su Tongzhou could not help but smirk. The excitement in Yang Dong's eyes was unmistakable. Did he think him blind? Nonetheless, he admired this young man. The case against Yin Taijun had been nearly watertight, on the verge of being handed over to judicial authorities, yet Yang Dong managed to turn it around. Within a day, he had cleared Yin Tiejuan's name entirely. As the nanny was brought back to reveal the truth, it conclusively established Yin Tiejuan's innocence. For this, Yang Dong had even endured a car accident, spending over 10 days in the hospital. If Yin Taijun were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly express immense gratitude. Leader, why did we need to notify Su Yunkai and Wu Sankai before the operation? Are we not concerned they might leak information? Lu Yike inquired, her expression serious. She harbored a persistent worry that the dual regulation action could encounter issues, especially since both Su Yunkai and Wu Sankai had participated in the mobilization meeting, which was far from ideal. Despite the proximity of the Commission's office to the municipal government building, the travel time was still several minutes. A single phone call could relay information in mere seconds. Yang Dong, enlightened. Yang Dong smiled at Lu Yike, responding, Yike, the protocols of officialdom must be adhered to. When dual regulating a deputy director-level cadre, the 3 deputy secretaries of the commission must be informed. Moreover, is it not more He was almost eager for Su Yunkai and Wu Sankai to alert others. Wouldn't that expose them? At that point, Secretary Wu Xinkai would be in a quandary, unsure of whom to protect. This would provide Mayor Hoyong with additional leverage. Su Yunkai, Tian Guanhan, Wu Sankai, or any other officials who might inadvertently reveal themselves, whom would Wu Xinkai choose to shield? A deliberate ploy to stir the waters? I understand now. Lu Yike quickly grasped the concept, her intelligence shining through. We've arrived, disembark. Su Tongzhou glanced at the grand white marble entrance, where a plaque read the People's Government of Lingyun City, Chinese Communist Party. Yang Dong pushed open the car door and stepped out, gazing up at the familiar white building. Unbeknownst to him, it had been nearly a month since he last left this place. Yang Dong, lead the way inside. Su Tongzhou encouraged with a supportive look. He entrusted Yang Dong with the task of bringing out Tian Guanhan, a gesture of reward for him to vent his frustrations. Chapter 64. Tian Guanhan, you are under double regulation. At this moment, Tian Guanhan's heart felt inexplicably uneasy, pounding uncomfortably within his chest. He had an ominous premonition that something significant was destined to occur today. This unsettling feeling had not arisen solely today. In fact, he had sensed an impending misfortune for several days. Consequently, he had declined Lin Yaodong's request the day before, refraining from standing up for Han Wen's mother. After all, he had no personal ties with Han Wen's mother, and it would be unwise to antagonize the director of the municipal hospital over a mere doctor. Additionally, with Yin Tiejuan's recent release, he felt a looming threat. What is right will always remain right. As a mere deputy, he could only maintain his position, continuing to stir. Originally, his shadow loomed over the Yin Taijun case, as he had been subtly instigating it.at this juncture. Retreating was no longer an option. How could he afford to further offend Yin Taijun? Lin Yaodong, politically naive, failed to comprehend these intricacies, yet, as a deputy-level cadre himself, how could he remain oblivious? Just then, he heard a commotion echoing from the corridor outside. What is going on? Furrowing his brow in displeasure, he stood up and made his. The municipal office cannot afford any disturbances. Do these individuals, who secured their positions through connections, possess no sense of decorum? Why create a ruckus during working hours? On the floor of the municipal office, at the entrance of the comprehensive department, Lin Yaodong glared at Yang Dong with a grim expression, blocking his path. Yang Dong, what are you doing here? Don't forget, these past few days had been torturous for him. He had been unable to reinstate Han Wen's mother, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. Consequently, he had refrained from contacting Han Wen for fear of further embarrassment. Meanwhile, Han Wen remained silent, unsure if she was angry or simply indifferent. His temper had soured, and even his subordinates would receive a tongue lashing if they provoked him. And now, seeing Yang Dong before him, how could he possibly feel at ease? Yang Dong, do you still have the face to return? Zhou Hui approached, her stout legs striding forward. Upon spotting Yang Dong in the corridor, her expression shifted immediately, followed by a derisive sneer. I say, Yang Dong, weren't you suspended? What are you back here for? Are you hoping to plead with the secretary for your reinstatement? Gu Chen also emerged, his face bearing a mocking grin. He, along with Zhou Hui and the others, remained unaware of Yang Dong's secondment. After all, such matters were not widely publicized. Lin Yaodong, knowing this, was unwilling to grant his old adversaries any advantage, thus keeping them in the dark. Li Chen, being a good brother and colleague to Yang Dong, would not stir up trouble, thereby. What a naive dream! Yin Taijun is behind bars. What work could Yang Dong possibly have? I say, Yang Dong, you might as well head home and tend to the fields, otherwise, you won't earn a penny. Ha! Zhou Hui entered. Her resentment toward Yang Dong, stemming from a previous reprimand, had solidified her animosity. Hey, you two are getting a bit out of hand. Lin Yaodong interjected, attempting to rein in his right-hand men, squinting his eyes as he spoke. Look at us? He has the audacity? Gu Chen scoffed derisively, his face filled with disdain. Indeed, do we need his gaze upon us? Perhaps he should take a moment to reflect in the mirror. Zhou Hui chimed in, crossing her arms and casting a sidelong glance at Yang Dong. Yang Dong maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze fixed blankly on the spectacle before him. Are you all done? Once the group fell silent, he inquired apathetically. Team leader, why are you back? Yang Dong noted that Li Chen appeared noticeably more haggard than before. It seemed that Li Chen's days had become arduous in his absence. No, I have not been reinstated, Yang Dong replied with a smile, shaking his head. With Tian Guanghan obstructing his path, how could reinstatement be so simplistic? Furthermore, his secondment from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission was set for 2 months, with more than a month. He had hoped for Yang Dong's return. This period had been particularly challenging for him. Lin Yaodong had been intentionally making his life difficult, dismissing his written drafts as worthless. Gu Chen and Zhou Hui had also been toying with his mindset, pushing him towards the brink of a breakdown. Tian Guanghan frequently summoned him for menial tasks, treating him like a laborer. Ultimately, it all stemmed from Yang Dong. After all, he was one of Yang Dong's own. Yet, despite the tribulations he faced, he never considered betraying Yang Dong. He had resolutely endured. Yang Dong, what precisely are you doing here? Lin Yaodong inquired. Earlier, he had been somewhat intoxicated with his own sense of superiority, failing to grasp the gravity of the situation. Now, having regained his composure, he recognized that something was amiss. He needed to clarify matters. After all, Yang Dong's status was not ordinary, and his presence in the municipal office raised questions. Yang Dong chose not to respond, instead glancing past Lin Yaodong to the middle-aged, balding man approaching from the corridor. Tian Guanghan had just exited his office and was met with a gathering of individuals in the corridor, prompting him to shout, "What the hell is going on? Is work no longer a priority?" Everyone, back to work. Yang Dong? After a few expletives, he drew closer and was taken aback. There stood Yang Dong, staring directly at him. Upon noticing Tian Guanghan, Yang Dong promptly approached him by a few strides. He stood before Tian Guanghan, slowly extracting his Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission identification from his pocket. Comrade Tian Guanghan, I am Yang Dong, the leader of the 10th investigation team of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. We have some questions that require your cooperation in our investigation. Please accompany me to the designated location within the prescribed timeframe to clarify these matters. Instantly, all personnel in the municipal office were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Yang Dong. Lin Yaodong's complexion paled, retreating 3 steps in shock. Zhou Hui, however, swiftly stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Yang Dong, shouting, "You, Yang, what nonsense are you trying to pull? Do you even know where you are? What absurdities are you spouting?" She glared at Yang Dong with cold disdain. Meanwhile, Gu Qin had already recoiled in fear, having caught sight of the official document in Yang Dong's hand, the black and white text clear to his view. Double regulation. Secretary Tian had been placed under double regulation. This revelation struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. Yang Dong cast a glance at Zhou Hui before turning to the staircase, calling out, "Jianghu, Dong Lai." Coming. Jianghu and Ho Dong Lai dashed up from the 4th floor, entering the corridor. Clear the area. Unrelated personnel are to refrain from obstructing the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission's investigation. Yang Dong spoke coldly, glaring at Zhou Hui and the others. It was only then that Zhou Hui realized Yang Dong was not merely posturing. You are from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission? Zhou Hui's face drained of color as she finally noticed that the others had already retreated, even retreating into their offices. Only she remained, dazed and bewildered. Even Lin Yaodong, whom she had always trusted, was now several meters away from her. "I step back." Jiang Hu barked, fixing Zhou Hui with a penetrating gaze. The authoritative presence of a criminal investigator forced her to retreat immediately. Ho Donglai and Jiang Hu cleared the corridor, taking positions beside Tian Guanghan, ensuring he could not escape. Yet, at this moment, Tian Guanghan was in no position to flee. His mind had gone blank from fear. At this instant, several other deputy secretaries of the municipal government, the deputy director of the office, and various department heads emerged, all taken aback by the unfolding scene. The Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission was here to double-regulate Tian Guanghan. How could such incidents occur twice within a month in the municipal government? The municipal secretary had been placed under double regulation just 20 days prior, and now the executive deputy secretary was facing the same fate. They sensed an unusual atmosphere permeating the air. "Yang Dong, you," Tian Guanghan trembled, his eyes reddening as he pointed an accusatory finger at Yang Dong. "You are seeking revenge. I will report you to Secretary Wu." You scoundrel, you scoundrel!" Tian Guanghan shouted, his voice quaking. Now, he could no longer contain his fury as he roared at Tian Guanghan. "You know precisely what you have done. You have flouted party discipline and national law, betraying the people. You must have anticipated this day would come. Take him away." Yang Dong waved his hand decisively, prompting Jiang Hu and Ho Donglai to step forward, seizing Tian Guanghan's arms and escorting him away. At this moment, Tian Guanghan's face turned ashen, his heart racing as he recalled the vengeful actions he had taken against Yang Dong's family days prior. He regretted it. He shouldn't have acted impulsively, succumbing to Lin Yaodong's manipulation by targeting Yang Dong's family. "It was Lin Yaodong. He instigated me to act against your brother. Comrade Yang Dong, Xiao Dong, it was not me. I was merely an accomplice." In the distance, Tian Guanghan's desperate cries echoed, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Yang Dong's expression shifted instantly. He had initially intended to descend the stairs but abruptly turned his gaze toward Lin Yaodong. Lin Yaodong felt as if his breath had almost ceased, his entire being chilled as he met Yang Dong's murderous gaze. However, that murderous intent dissipated as swiftly as it had arisen. Yang Dong's countenance returned to normal, even flashing a smile and waving at him. "Yaodong, until we meet again." Lin Yaodong instinctively took a step back, tripping and landing on his backside. Chapter 65. Things are not so simple. To think that your brother was crippled on the orders of Lin Yaodong. Upon exiting the municipal government building and ushering Tian Guanghan into the Commission for Discipline Inspection's vehicle, Jiang Hu could not restrain himself from questioning Yang Dong, his expression grim. He had previously believed that this entire ordeal was orchestrated solely by Tian Guanghan and his son. However, after hearing Tian Guanghan's revelations, he finally grasped the truth. This act of vengeance was masterminded by none other than Lin Yaodong. Jiang, who was familiar with Lin Yaodong, considering his father held the position of head in the municipal committee's organization department, yet, he had not anticipated Lin Yaodong's treachery, lurking behind Tian Guanghan to manipulate events. Indeed, I too did. Had he not sought death, he would not have faced such peril initially. Yang Dong had no intention of swiftly dealing with Lin Yaodong. He planned to first resolve the matter concerning Secretary Yin and subsequently secure his own promotion to a deputy-level position. Only then would he methodically dismantle Lin Yaodong, ultimately bringing down Tian Guanghan. Yet, to his astonishment, his two greatest adversaries from past lives had swiftly allied against him, eager to strike. However, considering that they had delivered themselves to him, it would be remiss not to test the waters. Get in the car, let us first ensure his safe return to the Commission for Discipline Inspection's secret accommodation, Yang Dong commanded. Jiang, who opened the rear door and sat beside Tian Guanghan, vigilant against any suicidal tendencies. He positioned himself on Tian Guanghan's left, while Ho Donglai took the right. Liu Yike moved to the rear vehicle, joining Deputy Team Leader Su Tongzhou. Throughout, Su Tongzhou had maintained a low profile. Even when Wei Chonghu announced that he would lead the apprehension, he remained entirely incognito. Yang Dong was certainly not naive enough to believe that Su Tongzhou was genuinely altruistic, purposely providing him with an opportunity for retribution. These old foxes were anything but simple. Su Tongzhou's absence was strategic. He sought to distance himself from the situation, well aware that detaining Tian Guanghan was a direct attack on the mayor's faction, aligned with Secretary Wu Xinkai. Tian Guanghan was merely a pawn in this political game. By remaining out of sight, Su Tongzhou ensured that Tian Guanghan could not harbor resentment against him, thus avoiding direct confrontation. Should Tian Guanghan manage to extricate himself from this predicament, Su Tongzhou would find himself at odds with him. Thus, he allowed Yang Dong to take the limelight, effectively using him as a human shield. Furthermore, having Yang Dong announce Tian Guanghan's detention aligned perfectly with Yang Dong's own intentions. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, simple in its execution. Such political nuances and subtle machinations require careful contemplation. To assume Su Tongzhou acted solely in favor of Yang Dong, allowing him to vent his frustrations, would be a gross oversimplification. Yang Dong, you cannot treat me this way. Yang Dong, I acknowledge I have harbored some prejudices against you, but you must not retaliate. This is simply unacceptable. At that moment, Tian Guanghan, seated in the rear, was visibly agitated, gesturing wildly as he implored Yang Dong, his words laced with desperation. Comrade Tian Guanghan, please remain calm. Ho Donglai interjected, steadying Tian Guanghan with a stern countenance. Tian Guanghan glanced at Ho Donglai, sighing deeply. He felt like a once mighty phoenix reduced to a mere chicken, a tiger fallen to the ground, preyed upon by dogs. Yet, under such circumstances, one must bow their head. He straightened up, continuing to speak to Yang Dong, invoking emotions. Young Yang, I understand that these past few years have been quite unfair to you. Last year, you could have resolved your deputy-level status, but I opposed it due to concerns about the implications of your conflict with the Urban Management Bureau. I felt uncomfortable knowing I had hindered your promotion. As he spoke, Tian Guanghan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his voice thick with emotion. However, we must maintain the dignity of the municipal. As members of the municipal office, as a core unit of the government, we bear certain responsibilities. I, Tian Guanghan, do not believe I have wronged you. The only instance was my opposition last year. If I was in the wrong, I apologize. Young Yang, please, spare me. But as public servants, we cannot engage in such conduct. I beg you, do not pursue this matter. With that, Tian Guanghan clasped his hands in a gesture of supplication, repeatedly bowing to Yang Dong. Yang Dong's expression darkened considerably. Tian Guanghan's words were laced with venom. He aimed to crush him with this rhetoric. Ignoring his own corruption, Tian Guanghan insinuated that Yang Dong was acting out of personal vendetta, claiming his action stemmed from last year's unresolved deputy-level promotion. Tian Guanghan's words were not directed at Yang Dong, rather, he was addressing certain individuals, relaying messages to specific factions. Those factions could manipulate this narrative, muddying the waters to buy time for Tian Guanghan's case. Yang Dong, without a doubt, would become a target for slander within the vehicle. Jiang Hu and Ho Donglai were aligned with Yang Dong's interests. Particularly, Ho Donglai had leverage over him, thus necessitating his allegiance. The driver, as a representative of the Commission for Discipline Inspection, understood the boundaries of propriety. Why, then, did Tian Guanghan make such statements? Because the vehicle was equipped with real-time surveillance, recording everything from the moment he was placed under detention until his exit. Tian Guanghan's ostentatious display was intended for the cameras, not directed at Yang Dong. He was performing for the surveillance, meticulously staging his emotions, conveying terror and trepidation with exaggerated finesse. Should Yang Dong respond incorrectly or lash out at Tian Guanghan, he would be ensnared in a trap. The charges against him would be solidified, branding him as someone who harbors grudges, retaliates, and exploits his position for personal gain. Zhang Hu, oblivious to these intricate manipulations, merely found Tian Guanghan's behavior distasteful, perceiving his continued hopefulness as pathetic. Meanwhile, Ho Donglai narrowed his eyes, glancing at Tian Guanghan before shifting his gaze back to Yang Dong, concern evident in his expression. If Yang Dong failed to respond appropriately, it would spell disaster. In the midst of Tian Guanghan's triumph, Yang Dong abruptly turned, slamming his hand on the seat and bellowing, "Tian Guanghan, what nonsense are you spouting?" Anger flared. He was indeed furious, a youthful exuberance shining through as he realized he had fallen for the trap. Let him rage, let him shout. The more Yang Dong seethed, the quicker Tian Guanghan would meet his demise, ensuring his own safety. Chapter 66, The Summons of the Municipal Prosecutor's Office. Tian Guanghan raised his head to see Yang Dong bellowing at him, and quickly added with a face full of grievance, "Comrade Yang Dong, please do not be angry. I was wrong, truly wrong." He was merely digging himself deeper, accumulating the very soil that would one day serve as the grave for Yang Dong's downfall. Yang Dong's gaze was fixed intently on Tian Guanghan as he spoke with a grave tone, "Comrade Tian Guanghan, you underestimate me far too much. I am a party member, with only the nation and the people in my sight. Moreover, I am now a member of the Discipline Inspection Commission, which means that my focus is even more on party discipline and the rule of law. I, Yang Dong, have always adhered to the principles of party integrity and have never deviated from the interests of the people. As a member of the Discipline Inspection Commission, I would never break the law, slander you, seek revenge, or frame you. Did I collect the evidence of your crimes? Is the Lingyun City Discipline Inspection Commission my family business? Did they collaborate with me out of revenge? Comrade Tian Guanghan, please cease this childish behavior. Your actions cause me great sorrow, truly great sorrow. No matter what, you are my superior. Do you think this is easy for me? To personally investigate my own leader rends my heart asunder. I have always believed that you, Comrade Tian Guanghan, were a cadre of strong party principles, one who truly cares for the people's interests. Who would have thought that you could possess such a heart of a beast, devoid of shame? Here, I swear by my party loyalty, as a party member, and as the son of a farmer. I, Yang Dong, have consistently upheld the party's laws and the nation's regulations, firmly fighting against corrupt elements like you. Even if I were to be shattered to pieces, I fear nothing. I only ask of you, Comrade Tian Guanghan, to cease your errors, to confess honestly for leniency, to resist strictly, and to truthfully address your issues in hopes of a more merciful disposition." What the hell? Ho Donglai stared, dumbfounded, at Yang Dong. At that moment, Yang Dong seemed to be illuminated with a radiant aura. This discourse, filled with references to party discipline and the fundamental interests of the people, even laced with sorrow over the fall of a former leader, was nothing short of theatrical prowess. Yang Dong could surely win a Golden Horse Award for Best Actor. You may continue digging your pit, Tian Guanghan. Dig, dig, dig. I shall observe how you entrap yourself. Tian Guanghan's eyes shifted from shock to disbelief, and finally to anger. His face turned crimson as he pointed at Yang Dong, struggling to articulate his thoughts but only managing to cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. You, Tian Guanghan admitted that prior to this day, he had never regarded Yang Dong as a threat. In his eyes, Yang Dong was merely a diligent little clerk. However, at this moment, his perception of Yang Dong underwent a complete transformation. This was no ordinary clerk, this was a blindingly righteous warrior. The pit he had dug for Yang Dong had been entirely repurposed for his own undoing. Yang Dong's words were recorded by the surveillance cameras. Any leader who viewed it would undoubtedly applaud and give a thumbs up. Even the common people watching this video would cheer, because Yang Dong was young, because he held a lower rank, and because Tian Guanghan was a leader. The spectacle of a subordinate confronting a superior often garnered acclaim for the subordinate, as they represented the underdog. In the minds of many, the underdog was the oppressed, the bullied, and therefore, naturally garnered more support. Tian Guanghan had been cast into the ranks of unrepentant offenders. In the eyes of the leaders above, he had lost face. In the eyes of the populace below, he had lost even more. Yang Dong was mercilessly roasting him over the flames, vowing not to relent until he was golden brown. Suddenly, Tian Guanghan felt his body lurch forward and then backward. The driver had slammed the brakes, and it was an abrupt stop. He barely had time to warn those inside the vehicle. Yang Dong also lurched forward and then leaned back, only to see 3 law enforcement vehicles from the prosecutor's office blocking the road ahead. Several prosecutors in black uniforms, adorned with national emblems, stood in front of the vehicles. At the forefront was a man, not young by any means, at least in his 50s, with thinning gray hair yet a countenance of righteousness. Director Che? Ho Donglai exclaimed in surprise as he recognized the figure outside. It was Che Jinpeng, the director of the Second Prosecution Office of the Municipal Prosecutor's Office. Yang Dong unbuckled his seatbelt, pushed open the car door, and stepped outside. Liu Yike rushed down from the vehicle behind, her high-heeled shoes clicking as she quickly approached Yang Dong. "What is happening?" she asked with a stern expression, glancing at the 3 law enforcement vehicles ahead. "Yike, tell team leader Su not to come out." Yang Dong immediately tilted his head, whispering to Liu Yike, and then approached with a cold demeanor. Liu Yike was initially taken aback, but soon grasped Yang Dong's intention. If Su Tongzhou did not emerge, there would still be room for negotiation or a backup plan. However, if Su Tongzhou appeared, it would be a direct confrontation, resulting in a complete stalemate. Yang Dong took a few steps, reaching the prosecutors from the Municipal Prosecutor's Office. "I am Yang Dong, the head of the 10th Special Investigation Team of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. What is the purpose of your presence here?" Yang Dong first stated his identity and then turned to face the members of the prosecutor's office. Che Jinpeng cast a glance at Yang Dong and then at his companions. A prosecutor beside him immediately retrieved a summons from his briefcase and presented it to Yang Dong. "Comrade Yang Dong, there has been a formal report alleging that during your tenure as the head of the Cultural and Creative Group of the Lingyun City Government Office, you accepted a bribe of 30,000 yuan. The Municipal Prosecutor's Office is summoning you in accordance with the law, so please come with us for an inquiry." After the young prosecutor made his announcement, he exchanged glances with 2 colleagues. They stepped forward, intending to take hold of Yang Dong's arms. Inside the car, Zhang Hu, witnessing this scene, abruptly pushed open the door and leaped out. "What are you doing?" Zhang Hu shouted at the prosecutors, rushing forward to push aside 2 of them, shielding Yang Dong behind him. "Do you have any idea what you are doing? Municipal discipline inspection personnel are executing their duties. How dare you act so recklessly?" Zhang Hu's expression was grim. The sudden summons from the Municipal Prosecutor's Office was clearly dubious. It was evident what would befall Yang Dong if he complied. Ho Donglai also stepped out of the car, though he was reluctant. Seeing Yang Dong ensnared left him no choice. Regardless, he was now a member of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, not a prosecutor. "Director Che, what is the meaning of this?" Ho Donglai stood beside Yang Dong. "It has been over 20 days since we last met. You appear to have aged quite a bit. It seems that the work of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission is even more exhausting than ours at the Municipal Prosecutor's Office." Ho Donglai also managed to smile, about to respond, when Che Jinpeng raised his hand to stop him. "Donglai, I am currently executing my duties. Let us not engage in idle chatter. Take him away." Che Jinpeng then gestured to his subordinate prosecutors. The police, prosecution, and judiciary were all interconnected. Personnel were familiar with one another, especially someone as unique as Zhang Hu. He recognized Zhang Hu. "Che Jinpeng, you shall not take him away today." Zhang Hu glared at Che Jinpeng, unflinching. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. The divide between the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission and the Municipal Prosecutor's Office was unmistakably clear. Chapter 67, Liu Yike takes action. "Why are you stopping me?" "Liu Yike, if you don't give me an explanation, this isn't over." Zhang Hu glared at Liu Yike with a face full of fury, his voice resonating loudly. Just 5 minutes prior, the prosecutors from the city's procuratorate had successfully taken Yang Dong away in an official vehicle, leaving in a grand display. Zhang Hu was well aware that he couldn't intervene directly. After all, he understood that any physical confrontation would only escalate the situation. Nevertheless, he stood in front of Yang Dong, attempting to shield him from being taken away. Yet, Liu Yike appeared, obstructing him and allowing the head of the Second Prosecutorial Office, Che Jinpeng, to escort Yang Dong away. He felt powerless to stop it, and was filled with confusion and anger. Liu Yike's expression was icy as she stared at Zhang Hu, remaining silent before turning and entering the car behind her. Zhang Hu, despite having known Liu Yike for many years since they had grown up in the same institution, felt a tinge of fear towards her. She was a few years older, often playing the role of the big sister who could easily reduce him to tears. Yet today, in defense of Yang Dong, he couldn't help but vent his frustrations at Liu Yike. He simply could not fathom why Yang Dong was being taken away. Was it not evident that the procuratorate was seeking trouble, part of some sinister scheme concocted by certain individuals? He angrily yanked open the car door and climbed inside. "Comrade, has Yang Dong really been taken away?" Tian Guanghan, now wearing a completely different expression, gazed at Zhang Hu with a serene smile, akin to a monk at peace. Zhang Hu shot him a fierce glare, warning, "Don't push me, or I swear I'll take you down." Tian Guanghan merely smirked, choosing silence, yet his heart was untroubled. The procurator's intervention signified something significant, that influential figures were at play behind the scenes, perhaps Su Yunkai, or even that person. After all, few could command the procuratorate in Lingyun City. The fact that Yang Dong had been taken away by the prosecutors was, in essence, a covert message to Tian Guanghan: do not worry, we have our people on this. Look, the very Yang Dong who dared to announce your double regulation at the municipal government has already been captured by us. Thus, you, Tian Guanghan, must endure. Do not divulge anything when you reach the city's disciplinary committee. Remember your words carefully. Tian Guanghan understood this implicitly, and indeed, that was the underlying intention. The vehicle from the city's disciplinary committee arrived at a designated secret hotel. After parking, Lu Yike and Ho Donglai escorted Tian Guanghan down and directly into room 109, which was conveniently located opposite the. Lu Yike chuckled coldly, sensing his stubbornness rising again. If you refuse to listen to me, I will introduce a daughter-in-law to your mother. Jiang Hu's expression shifted dramatically as he immediately sprang to his feet, glaring at Lu Yike and exclaiming, "You are too cruel." The very reason he had fled from the province to the Lingyun City Public Security Bureau was the prospect of Lu Yike arranging a match for him was simply unacceptable. He could not allow that to happen. Will you listen to me then? Lu Yike fixed her gaze on him, demanding a response. Fine. Jiang Hu gritted his teeth in compliance. Having been bullied by Lu Yike since childhood, he felt that growing up had been futile if she continued to dominate him. Goodness, I understand you're worried about Yang Dong, but as a mere police officer, what can you do to save him? Lu Yike's tone grew serious as she addressed Jiang Hu. He maintained a stern expression, remaining silent, his gaze lowered. He certainly could not rescue Yang Dong. After all, he had already been taken by the procuratorate. How could he possibly intervene? Come with me to the city hospital. Lu Yike instructed, signaling Jiang Hu. At her words, he lifted his head, perplexed. Sister, what are we going to the city hospital for? Now you call me sister, it seems I rank lower than someone you've only known for a few days, Lu Yike scoffed, a hint of jealousy creeping into her voice. Jiang Hu dared not argue further, knowing he would be met with the threat of matchmaking. The only one who can save Yang Dong is Secretary Yin. If we don't go to the city hospital to find him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hu's face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, then let's go quickly, what are we waiting for? If it weren't for your sulking, we would have left already, do you blame me? He took the driver's seat, steering the car towards the city hospital. 20 minutes later, at the Lingyun City People's Hospital, in the gastroenterology department, in a premium ward. Yin Taijun's gastroenteritis had resolved. It had merely been a result of consuming excessively spicy food. However, to escape from the disciplinary committee's hotel, he was willing to take this risk. Though Yang Dong's idea may have been misguided, he was ready to utilize it. There was simply no other option than seeking medical attention, which also provided an avenue for both him and the disciplinary committee to retreat gracefully. You, Yin Taijun, need not hold us accountable for detaining you. We, the disciplinary committee, will turn a blind eye for your release. This unspoken understanding was mutual. The disciplinary committee had assigned 2 supervisors, yet they remained outside the room, never entering. Thus, Yin Taijun was free to do as he pleased, including receiving Lu Yike and Jiang Hu, who were now visiting him. It's no surprise that Yang Dong was taken by the procuratorate. Yin Taijun remained unfazed. His demeanor showed no signs of distress. As one of the leaders of the municipal government, the quasi-deputy department-level municipal secretary, he possessed a certain level of composure. This is a move by our opponents. Lu Yike nodded, addressing. He did not respond, neither affirming nor denying her statement, but his silence suggested acquiescence. Lu Yike understood that senior officials in the city were always cautious, fearing exposure of their flaws or vulnerabilities. However, she could not gamble on Yin Taijun's true sentiments, nor could she risk Yang Dong's significance in his eyes. Should she lose this gamble, Yang Dong's fate would be sealed. Thus, she continued, Secretary Yin, are you aware that Yang Dong was involved in a car accident? Yin Taijun's expression abruptly froze. Even if it were for a fleeting moment, Lu Yike caught that brief flicker. In that instant, she felt relieved. The nanny who slandered you with corruption claims, after being found by Yang Dong, was taken back to the city by Comrade Jiang Hu. Meanwhile, Yang Dong followed Ho Shuangchuan in the original vehicle, retracing their route back to the city. However, during the return, some things are best left unsaid. She stood up, tugging Jiang Hu, who was still in a daze, and departed. As the two faded from the ward, Yin Taijun finally relaxed his expression. His eyes glistened with moisture, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on him. "Ah, Yang Dong, you foolish boy." His expression swiftly turned serious as he retrieved his phone, scrolling through his contacts until he found a number and dialed it. "Old Chi, the procuratorate has gone too far." He was taking action. Chapter 68 The Arrangements of Yin Taijun. "Old Chi, your municipal procuratorate has gone too far." Chi Dongxiang found himself utterly bewildered upon receiving a call from Yin Taijun. When had Yin Taijun been released? Had he not already been under dual regulation by the Municipal Disciplinary Committee and undergoing investigation? However, the atmosphere left him no time for reflection. As the executive deputy, the mere fact that Yin Taijun had managed to call him, seemingly free from the oversight and constraints of the Municipal Disciplinary Committee, hinted at deeper issues. He immediately responded with a smile. "I say, brother Yin, what mischief has stirred you up? Our friendship aside, I require your assistance today. Will you oblige, brother?" Yin Taijun's demeanor was stern and serious, a stark contrast to his usual guardedness, normally, yet, this was a deliberate tactic, meant to convey to the executive deputy procurator of the municipal procuratorate that he, Yin Taijun, was in dire need of his help, and failure to assist might jeopardize their relationship. "Ah, brother, what is it that demands such haste?" Chi Dongxiang was taken aback by Yin Taijun's tone, having not witnessed such urgency from him in a long while, which instilled a sense of apprehension within him. "This morning, your second procuratorial office, led by Director Che Jinpeng, detained members of the Municipal Disciplinary Committee's investigation team, citing a report of embezzlement of 30,000 yuan against one of their comrades. I won't impose too heavily on you, old Chi. I need you to investigate who made that report. Additionally, I kindly ask you to look after this individual. To be frank, he is one of my most favored young comrades at the Municipal Government Office. My ability to clear my name and emerge from the Municipal Disciplinary Committee's scrutiny is largely thanks to this young comrade." At this moment, Yin Taijun revealed his hand, but it was also a calculated move to remind Chi Dongxiang that he had not fallen from grace. He remained the municipal secretary. Chi Dongxiang felt a tightening in his chest. Indeed, Yin Taijun had emerged unscathed. He promptly stood from his chair and addressed Yin Taijun with a serious tone. "Secretary Yin, rest assured, as a senior, he could not afford to offend the powerful Yin Taijun." "Good, I shall await your call." Without further ado, Yin Taijun hung up and reopened his contacts list, staring at Mayor Ho Yang's phone number for a considerable time. Ultimately, he took a deep breath and pressed the call button. This time, in his bid to rescue Yang Dong, Yin Taijun was determined to take risks. After several seconds, the call connected. Before Ho Yong could utter a word, Yin Taijun spoke first in a tone laden with guilt. "Leader, I have brought shame upon myself. Please punish me. I failed to remain vigilant, causing significant turmoil and negative repercussions for the municipal government." Upon receiving Yin Taijun's personal call, Ho Yong furrowed his brow momentarily, but as he listened to Yin Taijun's earnest apologies, his mind wandered back through the years since he became mayor. Yin Taijun had been diligent and a tremendous support to him. He was a capable young official, not merely a beneficiary of his former leader's patronage. "Taijun, no one is infallible. Who is without fault?" Ho Yong's expression softened, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he spoke to Yin Taijun with a tone of earnest counsel. "Moreover, you are not at fault in this matter. Why apologize? You have maintained your integrity, evading scrutiny from the Municipal Disciplinary Committee and clearing your name of embezzlement suspicions. That is commendable. It is often said that once a cadre is placed under dual regulation, it is difficult to emerge unscathed. It indicates that I, Ho Yong, have made some contributions to governance in the municipal government. At the very least, I have not committed any egregious errors in upholding party discipline. Thus, Taijun, there is no need for apologies. I heard you were. How is your gastrointestinal condition? Are you well?" After a few exchanges, Ho Yong seamlessly shifted from the role of an old colleague and partner to expressing concern for Yin Taijun's personal health. This natural transition bolstered Yin Taijun's confidence, easing his anxious heart. When a leader begins to show concern for your personal affairs, it is in itself a significant gesture. "Thank you for your concern, leader. I have endured some trials at the Municipal Disciplinary Committee's hotel recently. As my gastritis flared up, however, I am recovering, thanks to Comrade Su Zhongmu at the municipal hospital. In Taijun mentioned the name of the hospital's director, Su Zhengmu, without elaborating further. Very well, take good care of yourself. Your stomach will be fine, rest assured. Thank you for your concern, leader. In Taijun promptly expressed his gratitude, feeling more assured in his heart. The mayor's last words were laden with double meaning, exquisitely nuanced. Your stomach will be fine? Perhaps he meant the standing committee will be fine. This was a subtle hint from Ho Yong to In Taijun, encouraging him not to worry that he had a firm grasp on the standing committee situation, advising In Taijun to await the opportune moment to return triumphantly to the municipal government. With his personal issues resolved, In Taijun promptly broached the second purpose of his call. Leader, there is a small matter for which I hope you might extend your assistance, and I humbly beseech you. In Taijun spoke cautiously. Ho Yong, twirling a pen with a faint smile, replied, Is this about the young comrade Yang Dong from the Municipal Disciplinary Committee? Indeed, it seems I cannot keep secrets from you, leader. This young comrade has been exceptionally supportive of me. In fulfilling the duties of the Municipal Disciplinary Committee, he suffered an accident without informing me. This child is remarkably earnest. Ho Yong chuckled. Interestingly, old Guan indeed holds this Yang Dong in high regard. Just a few days ago, he requested that I assign Yang Dong to serve as the deputy head of the comprehensive section of the Municipal Discipline. How could someone from our municipal government office go to the Municipal Disciplinary Committee? A temporary transfer may be acceptable, but a permanent one is out of the question. Upon hearing this, In Taijun became agitated. While serving as the secretary to the disciplinary committee's secretary is prestigious, it cannot compare to being the mayor's secretary. His next move was to maneuver Yang Dong under Mayor Ho Yong's wing as his secretary. Wouldn't Guan Mushin be obstructing Yang Dong's path? Absolutely not. He was in a state of alarm. Chapter 69. Yang Dong under interrogation. At the same moment when In Taijun was on a private call with Mayor Ho Yong, in the temporary interrogation room of the second prosecutor's office within the municipal prosecutor's building, a tense atmosphere. Yang Dong straightened his posture, a faint smile gracing his features as he nodded. All right, I will respond. Che Jinpeng glanced at the two young prosecutors beside him, and they immediately understood the cue. One of them produced a stack of written complaint materials and placed them on the table. The other turned to Yang Dong, his expression grave as he inquired, Comrade Yang Dong, in September of last year, the Municipal Civilization Center submitted an application for office supplies, requesting a sum of 2 million yuan. You approved this project, did you not? Yang Dong endeavored to recall the details. Although it had transpired last year, it felt like a distant memory. Over a decade had passed since then. Having been reborn, he found himself struggling to remember such far-off events, yet, this particular incident lingered in his mind, as it had involved the only small authority he wielded during his tenure as the leader of the document office team at the municipal government. Seeing Yang Dong's effort to recollect, Che Jinpeng couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Was he attempting to play coy and delay the proceedings? Not a chance. Was it or was it not you who approved it? Che Jinpeng's tone grew more insistent. Yang Dong met Che Jinpeng's gaze with seriousness, challenging. Is the municipal prosecutor's office employing such an aggressive tone without concrete evidence of my wrongdoing? He continued, or does Director Che already presume my guilt? Should we skip to the signing and stamping? Che Jinpeng scoffed. Comrade Yang, the fact that the municipal prosecutor's office has summoned you indicates that we possess some solid evidence. He added, my approach, 3,000 yuan, in the grand scheme, is not an enormous sum and does not constitute a serious crime. The organization will handle your case with leniency. There is no need for you to bear this burden, correct? At this juncture, Che Jinpeng's tone softened, a hint of a smile appearing on his face as he spoke earnestly, as though Yang Dong had indeed embezzled 3,000 yuan. I, Yang Dong, am a party member, possessing integrity and principles. I would never engage in such activities, and I trust that the organization will not wrongfully accuse a good comrade like myself. In regard to your inquiries, I confess that I did approve the application from the Municipal Civilization Center. However, this was a standard procedural transaction. Is there an issue with that? After his response, Yang Dong promptly countered with a question of his own. The young prosecutor continued, however, according to the testimony of the is there any truth to this? Yang Dong felt an urge to laugh. These individuals were utterly reckless, fabricating charges against Secretary Yin and now turning their sights on him. He was compelled to hand over that sum in cash to you. Che Jinping reiterated, his demeanor exuding righteousness. Is it so easy to tarnish a comrade's reputation based on a mere signed complaint? Yang Dong retorted. If that is the case, I could. Will the municipal prosecutor's office pursue that? Should we investigate you as well? If anyone can simply present a signed complaint, does that mean anyone could be summoned by your office? Yang Dong's expression turned. The audacity of Che Jinping to act as a vanguard for those scheming against him was astonishing. Oh, over 50 and nearing retirement, it seems you've been seduced by substantial benefits to sacrifice your integrity for this charade. Comrade Yang Dong, please refrain from obfuscating the truth and answer our questions. Che Jinping remained unfazed. I have neither embezzled nor accepted bribes, nor have I solicited anyone for kickbacks. You may bring in the whistleblower to confront me. Yang Dong insisted, his seriousness unyielding. Our office has the right to. There is no requirement for confrontation. Che Jinping dismissed. Xiao Wang, show him. With a mocking smile, Che Jinping retrieved a document from his briefcase. The young prosecutor, Xiao Wang, stood up and approached. Yang Dong's gaze fell upon the document, which revealed a transfer of 3,000 yuan from his savings account just 2 weeks prior. He furrowed his brow, realizing the depths of their vile machinations. What a coincidence! Indeed, this sum coincided precisely with the amounts cited in the complaint against him. It was evident that they had scrutinized his account and manipulated the narrative to their advantage. The atmosphere in the interrogation room grew increasingly oppressive. Yang Dong remained silent, seething with indignation. Faced with such blatant disregard for protocol and the deliberate fabrication of charges, he felt an overwhelming frustration. Many had remarked on the chaotic state of Lingyun City's political climate and the pervasive corruption in society. Where lay the chaos and darkness? One might ask. Perhaps at this very moment, the glimmer of truth was beginning to surface. The height of the interrogation table alone placed him at a significant psychological advantage. Are you living in the last century? Have you no means to verify the details? The bank records will distinctly clarify the origins of my 3,000 yuan. Yang Dong retorted, unperturbed, even amused. The glaring holes in their so-called evidence were strikingly similar to those used to slander Secretary Yin. Che Jinping laughed, his confidence swelling, which only deepened Yang Dong's frown, perplexed by the unfolding events. Show him. Che Jinping commanded once more, gesturing to Xiao Wang. The young prosecutor approached again, this time with a bank statement in hand. Yang Dong's pupils contracted as he examined the statement, realizing it bore no resemblance to his actual records. It indicated a transfer of 3,000 yuan into his account on September 19 of last year, with a withdrawal date marked for late February of this year, coinciding with his stock trading activities. Was there someone within the banking system? Had someone deliberately altered the local bank data? Che Jinping's mocking laughter filled the air, questioning Yang Dong's resolve. Time to confess, resistance is futile. He languidly prodded, eager to procure Yang Dong's testimony and signature for his own accolades. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the external audio equipment in the interrogation room. Cease the interrogation at once. All personnel from the second prosecutor's office, step out. Shi Dongxian, donned in a prosecutor's uniform, stood at the monitoring control room, observing the events unfold in the second prosecutor's office's interrogation area. He rapped on the microphone, his voice commanding. Che Jinping's expression shifted dramatically, leaping to his feet, his heart sinking. Trouble was brewing. Chapter 70 Interrogation of Tian Guanghan. At the same time Yang Dong was being interrogated, in a designated secret hotel room, number 109. Lu Shan, Lu Yike, and Jiang Hu sat across from Tian Guanghan. Tian Guanghan, please clarify the matter regarding the procurement of office supplies on June 2, 2006. The prices for desks and chairs were similarly modest. Yet, after the payment was approved, the invoice issued by your office indicated an expenditure of 1,236,000 yuan, followed by an additional request for 236. Could you explain the nearly 1 million yuan discrepancy? Where did the money go? Lu Shan scrutinized the documents in the possession of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, then fixed his gaze on Tian Guanghan, his voice heavy with inquiry. Lu Yike and Jiang, who remained silent, their cold stares piercing through Tian Guanghan. All three were racing against time, vying for the upper hand. The faster they could gain the advantage, the more favorable their position would be. Yang Dong was undoubtedly undergoing interrogation by the municipal procuratorate as well, creating pressure to expedite their own proceedings. Should the municipal procuratorate uncover a breakthrough, it would not only jeopardize Yang Dong but also complicate subsequent matters. I am aware of this procurement. Although it was officially under my purview, the finance department head was actually responsible for it, and I am not familiar with the specific procurement process. You may inquire with the finance department head at that time. Tian Guanghan maintained a cooperative demeanor, sitting upright on the bed as he responded to Lu Shan's questions. His compliance left little room for criticism. Even the discipline inspection officials, tasked with interrogating him, found it challenging to impose excessive scrutiny. Tian Guanghan proved to be a formidable opponent, having ascended through the ranks of the. Apart from being somewhat petty and vindictive, he exhibited few other flaws. Lu Shan, however, was an experienced member of the Discipline Inspection Commission, serving as the director of the Case Review Office with over a decade of service, making him no less formidable. We have already questioned the finance department head. According to his testimony, you designated the procurement locations for these office supplies: Dingxin Communications Store, Bokai Cultural and Sports Office Supermarket, and Jinhui Comprehensive Supply Supermarket. These were the three procurement locations you specified. Our municipal discipline inspection personnel have inquired with all three of these cultural and sports offices and reviewed the financial accounts from that time. Tian Guanghan's expression remained unperturbed, maintaining his composure. Yet Lu Shan perceived a flicker of wariness and tension lurking in the depths of his gaze. Lu Shan continued, the proprietors of the three cultural and sports offices all confirmed that the procurement prices were not exorbitant. However, the final payment amount was inflated by more than threefold. May I ask, Comrade Tian Guanghan, how do you explain this? Lu Shan's tone grew icy, his gaze fixed upon Tian Guanghan, intensifying the pressure of the Discipline Inspection Commission. After a brief silence, Tian Guanghan lifted his head to meet Lu Shan's stare, a smile gracing his face as he spoke. At that time, the municipal government urgently needed these office supplies for to present ourselves well before the people of the province, as well as the athletes and coaches. Our municipal government prepared thoroughly and meticulously. However, he had already assumed the role of secretary at that time, and he granted his consent. I was merely executing his directive. Is there a problem with that? Upon uttering this, Tian Guanghan deftly shifted the focus onto Secretary Yin Taijun, attempting to deflect any incrimination onto him. As Deputy Secretary General and Office Deputy Director, this was his only advantage. When confronted, he had consulted the top authority, who had acquiesced. Why then question him? Lu Shan furrowed his brow, further recognizing Tian Guanghan's cunning. Yet, Tian Guanghan had indeed seized an opportunity to shift responsibility onto the senior official, which was undoubtedly effective. However, nonetheless, Comrade Tian Guanghan, you were the one who orchestrated this transaction. You designated the procurement locations, you declared the funds, and you ultimately signed off on the expenditures. Moreover, the proprietors from the three stores all stated that the prices were inflated threefold, and you, Tian Guanghan, approved this. I refuse to believe that even amidst a shortage of office supplies, the situation warranted a tripling of the price. Furthermore, if these three stores lacked sufficient supplies, were there no other stores within the city? Surely the districts must have had stock available. Why not procure from the surrounding counties? Comrade Tian Guanghan, your explanations are unsatisfactory. Please account for the missing 95,000 yuan. Where did it go? Additionally, our investigation into your wife's and your brother's accounts at the Industrial and Commercial Bank and the Construction Bank revealed that between July and September of 2006, their accounts received deposits. At this moment, Tian Guanghan's earlier composure began to wane, the smile faded from his face, replaced by a grave expression, and he appeared increasingly restless, beads of sweat occasionally forming on his brow. The weather was not warm outdoors, it remained below freezing, and the heating provided by the office was gradually diminishing. Why then was he sweating so profusely? I don't know, I only know that there was no issue with this procurement. Tian, they likely made money from their investments. However, the individuals who transferred money to your wife and brother were the proprietors of the three stores. How do you explain this? Bang, Lu Shan slammed his hand on the table, emphasizing his demand. Comrade Tian Guanghan, confess honestly. A cold sweat streamed down Tian Guanghan's back, his heart racing, and his face gradually paled. He began to tremble uncontrollably. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, physiological responses during panic were beyond his control. Leader, may I bring him a glass of water? Lu Yike, who had remained under the watchful eyes of Lu Shan and Jiang Hu, Tian Guanghan managed a faint smile, his heart momentarily calming. Thank you, comrade. Liu Yike gently leaned forward, handing the glass to Tian Guanghan, and then, in a hushed and rapid whisper, said, "On December 12th of last year, at Kaiyun KTV, Princess Xiana died." The customer was Tian Yuan. "You're welcome." Liu Yike replied with a smile before turning back. Thud. Tian Guanghan stood frozen, staring blankly at Liu Yike's retreating figure, the glass he held slipping from his grasp and shattering on the floor, soaking his trousers, yet he remained oblivious. His mind went blank, his eyes filled with stars. The matter concerning his son, Tian Yuan. How did she know? Chapter 71. Choosing sides. It is already the 18th. It seems the Standing Committee of Lingyun City must convene soon. Yin Taijun glanced at the calendar, his expression tinged with complexity. 2 days had passed since the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission interrogated Tian Guanghan and the Municipal Procuratorate questioned Yang Dong. During these 2 days, the Procuratorate appeared to be in a state of silence. After Che Jinping's inquiry of Yang Dong, there had been no further actions. Coincidentally, the Discipline Inspection Commission had also refrained from continuing their interrogation of Tian Guanghan. Both departments had tacitly chosen to halt their proceedings. However, the restraint did not signify tranquility, rather, it indicated that a confrontation of a higher order was about to commence. The interrogations by the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission and the inquiries by the Procuratorate were merely appetizers, or rather, tentative maneuvers to test each other's limits. "Secretary Yin, how are you feeling today? Is your stomach still troubling you?" At this moment, Su Zhangmu, the director of the Municipal People's Hospital, entered with several doctors. Every morning, he personally led the rounds, particularly in the high-level wards, as ordinary wards were overseen by department heads. "I am completely recovered, there is no issue now." Yin Taijun retracted his thoughts and raised his head to greet Su Zhangmu with a smile and a nod. Su Zhangmu, relieved by this response, felt reassured that as long as Yin Taijun was well, the hospital bore no significant responsibility. After all, previously, Fengling had refused to treat Yin Taijun, which could be construed as an offense against him. Should any problems arise from that refusal, the hospital would have to bear the consequences, placing Su Zhangmu at the forefront of accountability. Fortunately, his decisive action to suspend Fengling that day had provided Yin Taijun with a satisfactory explanation. "Secretary Yin, may I inquire if you are ready to be discharged?" Su Zhangmu ventured cautiously. Upon hearing this, Yin Taijun could not help but chuckle and tease. "What is this? Are you, Director Su, eager to see me go, afraid I might not settle my bill?" Su Zhangmu, quick to respond, waved his hands, exclaiming, "How could that be? Secretary Yin, you are overthinking this. Rest assured, if all goes well, I shall be discharged tomorrow." Yin Taijun understood the underlying meaning. He provided Su Zhangmu with a more affirmative answer. But why was Su Zhangmu so keen on clarity? The answer traces back to the previous day. After work yesterday evening, as Su Zhangmu prepared to drive home, he received a call from Lin Liangming, the head of the personnel section of the Municipal Organization Department. Lin Liangming exchanged some pleasantries before stating, "It has been a while since we last saw you, Director Su. We should gather and catch up." Su Zhangmu's first instinct was to decline, but before he could respond, Lin Liangming cheerfully continued, "Coincidentally, Secretary Tang from the Municipal Committee will also be attending. Surely, you, Director Su, cannot be more difficult to invite than Secretary Tang?" Su Zhangmu realized he could not evade the invitation. With Lin Liangming invoking the name of the Executive Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Committee, Tang Jianye, it would be impolite to refuse. Offending a head of the personnel section of the Municipal Organization Department was unwise, especially considering it would also mean alienating Tang Jianye. "Very well, Section Chief Lin, tell me the location." "Come to the second floor, room 201, at Jixiang Restaurant." Lin Liangming provided the address, and Su Zhangmu promptly drove to the Jixiang Restaurant in Yunbei District. While not a prestigious establishment, the restaurant, upon arriving at room 201 on the second floor, Su Zhangmu found Lin Yaodong waiting at the door to greet him. "Director Su, please come in." Lin Yaodong welcomed him warmly, completely dispelling any awkwardness from their earlier phone conversation. Su Zhangmu complimented Lin Yaodong on his youthful promise and future prospects, doing so once they were inside the room. Hearing the praise for his son, Lin Liangming beamed with delight. They were all merely playing their roles, each vying to outshine the other in performance. "I must say, old Su, you are quite the elusive director." Lin Liangming chuckled, extending his hand towards Su Zhangmu to invite him to sit. "Ah, do not mention it. I have been swamped, the hospital is exceedingly busy, and you know how challenging the doctor-patient relationship can be," Su Zhangmu replied, shaking his head with an expression of vexation. After a few exchanges, the atmosphere grew warm and convivial. "Secretary Tang is here." Lin Yaodong's voice soon rang from outside. Upon hearing that Secretary Tang had arrived, Lin Liangming and Su Zhangmu immediately rose to greet him at the door. Secretary Tang, hello, hello. Lin Liangming quickly approached to shake hands, his demeanor laced with subservience. As the executive deputy secretary of the municipal committee, Tang Jianya naturally commanded respect. Do not be so formal, old Lin, we are all colleagues here. Tang Jianya, appearing to be in his 50s and exuding a harmless charm, wore a gray cotton shirt that conveyed an air of affluence. Oh, is that not Director Su? Tang Jianya exclaimed upon spotting Su Zhongmu, a hint of surprise in his voice. Su Zhongmu internally scoffed, how could he not know of my presence? You are here to bolster the Lin family's standing, after all, yet, he maintained a courteous facade, quickly approaching Tang Jianya. Secretary Tang, hello, hello. After exchange, once seated, the conversation flowed freely, covering a myriad of topics, from women to family, and from family to the affairs of the city. After several rounds of baijiu, Lin Liangming suddenly posed a question to his son, Lin Yaodong, emboldened by the alcohol. Yaodong, how goes your relationship with Wenwen? The atmosphere momentarily grew tense. Lin Yaodong, holding his glass, wore a troubled expression as he replied, these past few days, Aunt Fong, Hanwen's mother, has had some issues at the hospital, which has cooled my relationship with Hanwen. Dad, you need not worry. Rest assured, you will surely have grandchildren, Lin Yaodong added with a grin, draining his glass. Tang Jianya, feigning surprise, inquired, oh, your girlfriend's mother is a doctor, which hospital? Uncle Tang, she works at the Municipal People's Hospital as the chief physician in the gastroenterology department, Lin Yaodong promptly answered, eager to please. Upon hearing this, Tang Jianya glanced at Su Zhongmu with a grin, isn't that a stroke of luck, your future mother-in-law is under Director Su. Come, come, let us drink. Today, we shall not leave without inebriation. Lin Liangming immediately raised his glass, toasting to Tang Jianya on his left and gesturing towards Su Zhongmu. Su Zhongmu felt particularly vexed throughout the dinner yet had to keep a smiling face, refraining from showing any hint of displeasure. 2 hours later, the gathering concluded. Throughout the evening, neither Lin Liangming nor Lin Yaodong had broached any specific matters or solicited favors from him. However, the pressure they exerted was palpable, all because of Tang Jianya's remark, isn't that fortuitous, your future mother-in-law is under Director Su. Fortuitous, how so? Su Zhongmu was left to ponder this, whether to act and how to proceed was not Tang Jianya's concern. But Su Zhongmu needed to grasp the significance of this meal. With such prominence, I, the executive deputy secretary of the municipal committee, have come, will you, Su Zhongmu, extend the courtesy? In these past few days, Su Zhongmu had been rather troubled. Thus, at this moment, he queried Yin Taijun about his discharge and returned to the municipal government, seeking clarity on when he could reclaim his position as secretary of the municipal government. Only upon receiving a definitive answer could he confidently make his choice. Choosing sides, alas, is not so simple. Chapter 72. The municipal committee meeting. Su Zhongmu was utterly exasperated with Fengling. This woman had embroiled him in a significant predicament. Originally, as the director of the municipal hospital, he was performing his duties admirably, maintaining a distance from municipal affairs and managing his hospital independently. At his age, he wished to avoid such turmoil. Aligning with factions or engaging in municipal matters was not his desire. Yet, one cannot simply dismiss the reality of the situation. As a deputy division level official, even if merely a hospital director, he could not evade the. Is something weighing on your mind? Yin Taijun was not a mere ordinary individual. Having served as the municipal secretary general for several years in Lingyun City, he possessed keen insight. Moreover, he had previously been the secretary to a senior leader. One does not lack perceptiveness in such a role. Observing Su Zhongmu's hesitance, he had already grasped a considerable part of the issue. However, he needed to feign ignorance. Understanding something internally is one matter, but articulating it requires the other party's acknowledgement. Ah, Secretary Yin, allow me. Indecision was a grave taboo in the political arena, and a choice was imperative at this juncture. Although it might offend one side, he would not face any backlash. Yin Taijun immediately broke into a smile, rising from his seat and patting Su Zhongmu on the back. Old Su, I spoke with the mayor yesterday and mentioned you. I told him you are a trustworthy comrade, capable of adhering to regulations without favoritism, which is crucial. Dining together is merely a customary exchange, it's nothing to be overly concerned about. You, my friend, are simply too burdened. Go home and take a good rest. In a few days, the mayor may inspect the city's healthcare sector, and I will strive to include your hospital as one of the inspection sites. Prepare well. We cannot afford to let the city's patients down. Yin Tiejuan's words served as a tonic, instantly brightening Su Zhongmu's countenance. He looked at Yin with excitement, feeling somewhat flustered. Despite being the hospital director and a deputy division level official, gaining an audience with the mayor was no simple feat. Rest assured, Secretary. I will ensure that the city's patients are not disappointed. Our municipal hospital, as a Tier 3 hospital, will present itself in the best light before the mayor and the patients of the city. The mayor's inspection of the hospital implied significant undertones. After all, the places where leaders choose to inspect are invariably their domains, overseen by their own people. Would one venture onto another's territory for an inspection? The municipal hospital had only been visited once by the vice mayor responsible for healthcare over the years, with the remainder managed by the Health Bureau. Director Su, do you have Yang Dong's medical records? May I see them? In Taijun abruptly shifted the topic toward Su Zhongmu. Su Zhongmu was momentarily taken aback. Yang Dong, oh, it dawned on him, and he quickly responded, of course, it does not contravene hospital regulations. You are a city leader overseeing our hospital's affairs, it is entirely reasonable and lawful. With that, he promptly called out to the doctors stationed outside the door, go fetch Yang Dong's medical records. Upon the director's command, the staff immediately sprang into action. Within 5 minutes, a physician emerged with the physical medical records of Yang Dong. This doctor had previously been responsible for Yang Dong's treatment. Secretary, here they are. Su Zhongmu presented the records, cradling them in his hands. In Taijun nodded in acknowledgement, thank you. If there is nothing further, old Su, you may resume your duties. He waved his hand, signaling that Su Zhongmu and his team could leave. Then, Secretary, take your time reviewing. Call me if you need anything. Su Zhongmu bowed in deference, then turned to exit, carefully closing the ward door behind him. As silence enveloped the ward, In Tiejuan's expression grew troubled as he perused the medical records with great attention. Ah, this foolish child. The Lingyun City Government Building and the Municipal Committee Building were not located in proximity, being quite distant from one another, one situated in the east of Lingyun City, the other in the south. The separation in their offices reflected a disconnect in their hearts, except when necessary to convene. The leaders of the municipal committee and government operated almost independently. However, this afternoon, Mayor Ho drove to the municipal committee building in a dedicated vehicle. The secretary to Secretary Wu of the committee had called the municipal government office, inviting Mayor Ho for a meeting. Concurrently, the secretary informed Deputy Secretary Wei Liming, Secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission Guan Mushin, and the Minister of Organization Gu Tong. At 2 o'clock, a black Audi with the license plate number Zhejiang G00003 entered the municipal committee courtyard. The vehicle halted at the base of the steps leading to the committee building, where the mayor's driver exited and opened the back door, allowing Mayor Ho Yong to step out. Mayor Ho. At the entrance of the committee, Secretary General Zhu Yangming awaited him. Zhu, with his thick brows and large eyes, bore a rugged appearance reminiscent of an old soldier, standing tall at a height of 1.85 meters. In contrast, Ho Yong stood at 1.75 meters, youthful at just over 40, sporting a crew cut and dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, exuding vigor and efficiency. Old Zhu, who has arrived? As Ho Yong walked toward the committee building, a slight smile graced his face while he inquired. Mayor Ho, both Secretary Wei and Minister Gu are here. Secretary Guan has yet to arrive. Just as they conversed, the sound of another car engine echoed from outside. A black Audi, license plate Zhejiang G00006, entered the municipal committee courtyard and came to a stop. Guan Mushin, youthful as well, sported a crew cut and was similarly attired in a white shirt and black trousers, stepping out of the vehicle with a briefcase in hand. Old Guan, you are late. Mayor Ho, beaming, paused to await Guan Mushin's arrival. Guan Mushin quickened his pace and extended his hand upon reaching Ho Yong. Mayor, I apologize, our department had some matters that delayed me. He felt compelled to offer an explanation, otherwise, it would be a minor yet noticeable oversight for a secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission to arrive later than the mayor. No worries. UVE just arrived, and there's much to organize. Have you managed to get things in order? The two leaders continued their light conversation as they made their way towards Secretary Wu Xinkai's office. Secretary Zhu Yangming followed closely behind, maintaining a half-meter distance from the two. Almost sorted, I will report to a few leaders shortly. Guan Mushin replied with a faint smile, addressing Ho Yong. The two exchanged knowing glances, tacitly understanding as they proceeded toward Wu Xinkai's office. On the 7th floor of the committee, in Wu Xinkai's office, Zhu Yangming knocked and entered, announcing, Secretary, Mayor Ho and Secretary Guan have arrived. Wu Xinkai was seated on the sofa, engaged in lively conversation with Deputy Secretary Wei Liming and Minister of Organization Gu Tong, their laughter ringing out. Upon Zhu Yangming's entry, the laughter subsided, and Gu Tong immediately rose to his feet, followed by Wei Liming. Wu Xinkai, only standing after seeing Mayor Ho and Guan Mushan enter, slowly got to his feet. Gu Tong frowned slightly. The meeting had not yet commenced, yet undercurrents of rivalry were already palpable. Regardless, the mayor was the third-ranking figure in Lingyan City, the true head of the municipal government, and Wu Xinkai, despite being a decade older, should not have addressed him in such a manner. Ho Yong offered a faint smile, unperturbed. Secretary Wu, now that everyone is present, shall we commence? Secretary Zhu Yangming inquired, seeking permission to begin. Even as the Secretary General, he lacked the authority to do so. His role was solely to record the proceedings, personally noting down the minutes. Yes, let us begin. Wu Xinkai replied with a curt nod, resuming his position on the main sofa. Chapter 73, Undercurrents. 1 hour prior to the Municipal Committee meeting, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the director of the Second Prosecution Office of the Municipal Procuratorate, Che Jinpeng, brought Yang Dong to the interrogation room for the second time. Yang Dong appeared somewhat haggard, having hardly slept over the past 2 days. The hotel arranged by the Procuratorate had poor sound insulation, situated right beside the main thoroughfare, where heavy trucks rumbled incessantly throughout the night, creating a constant drone. Moreover, at the break of dawn, around 4 or 5 o'clock, the corridor would echo with sounds, clanging and clattering. Now he would be jolted awake from his deep slumber, only to find it impossible to resume sleep. For 2 consecutive days, he endured such treatment. Today, the second round of questioning commenced. Comrade Yang Dong, it seems you haven't rested well. Are you tormented by inner turmoil? Che Jinpeng inquired with a smile as he sat behind the interrogation table. Yang Dong lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot, yet upon hearing the question, he managed to smile. Director Che, have you studied fortune-telling, or perhaps you possess mind-reading abilities to discern my thoughts? Then why do you appear so fatigued? Che Jinpeng feigned ignorance with a grin. The reason for the pause in questioning over the past 2 days was due to the obstruction by the Executive Deputy Procurator General, Qi Dongxiang. However, today, no such hindrance would occur, as Qi Dongxiang had gone to the Provincial Procuratorate for a meeting. The moment Qi Dongxiang departed, Che Jinpeng promptly brought Yang Dong in for continued questioning. A resolution must be reached before 2:30 today. Thinking of women, I'm still young, alas. Perhaps Director Che cannot fathom the fiery temperament of us young folks, the restlessness, Yang Dong replied, a teasing glint in his eye as he regarded Che Jinpeng. The latter's expression immediately soured. Was he being mocked for his age? Indeed, at 56, he was on the verge of stepping down. In stark contrast to Yang Dong's youthful visage at 26, it was truly a time of great vitality. Comrade Yang Dong, please continue to elucidate the matter at hand. 3 days have elapsed. It is best for you to be forthright. Procrastination is futile. The laws of the party and the nation do not permit delays. Che Jinpeng's face hardened as he sternly addressed Yang Dong. His patience had worn thin, and Yang Dong was proving elusive, leaving him no leverage. He could not compel Yang Dong to sign, as that would constitute forced conviction, leading to potential complications. Yet, without Yang Dong's signature or acknowledgement, Che Jinpeng's mission remained unfulfilled. The current situation had effectively cornered him. Comrade Che Jinpeng, do not approach your duties with anger. I believe that both prosecutors and disciplinary. Thus, our attitudes and methodologies should be calm and composed, Yang Dong remarked with a smile, attempting to placate Che Jinpeng's ire. I have been working at the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Committee for a little under a month, and I have gained profound insight. This work is indeed formidable, truly challenging. However, we cannot shy away from difficulty. That would be irresponsible towards the party and the nation. This past month has profoundly inspired my. Bang, bang, Che Jinpeng, his face dark with displeasure, rapped the table thrice and bellowed at Yang Dong. Yang Dong, do not divert the topic, answer the questions honestly. Although Yang Dong was young, he displayed remarkable cunning, particularly in feigning ignorance, adopting high-minded rhetoric, and labeling others. His skill was indeed extraordinary. Che Jinpeng couldn't help but wonder if Yang Dong was truly only 26. Otherwise, this youth was as shrewd as a fox. Very well, Comrade Che Jinpeng, let us discuss my circumstances. Yang Dong's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Che Jinpeng. What is the matter concerning the 30,000 yuan? Che Jinpeng asked coldly. I do not know. I have already stated that the procurement by the municipal office was not conducted by me personally. I may have been negligent, but I do not admit to embezzling this sum. In room 2 days later, he found himself once again under scrutiny by the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Committee simultaneously. As Yang Dong faced questioning at the Municipal Procuratorate, his own interrogation unfolded. Comrade Tian Guanghan, aside from this matter, there is another issue I wish to verify with you. Lu Shan observed Tian Guanghan clenching. Being an experienced disciplinary inspection official, he promptly sought a different angle of approach. He raised his phone and handed it to Lu Yik. Lu Yik immediately stood up, walked to Tian Guanghan, and began to play the video. It was a somewhat blurry recording, yet discernible enough for all present. Within a lavishly decorated private room during a banquet, Tian Guanghan sat at the head of the table, his face flushed as he raised his glass, mingling with those around him in a convivial atmosphere. Secretary Tian, the materials for the road construction in the city should be entrusted to our construction material. At that moment, Tian Guanghan felt as though his soul had vacated his body, a chill ran down his spine, and his body was covered in goosebumps. Who recorded this video? Tian Guanghan abruptly lifted his head, directing a stern inquiry at Lu Yik and Lu Shan. Do not rush. Continue watching, Lu Shan said nonchalantly as he sipped his tea. Lu Yik kept the phone raised, allowing Tian Guanghan to observe further. This, Mr. Wu, road construction is a significant matter for the city. Our 3 main thoroughfares have aged and require resurfacing. Logically, your construction materials industry is fully qualified to bid. However, my word is not the final say, it requires the mayor's approval. Tian Guanghan had consumed considerable alcohol, yet he retained a semblance of composure. Wu Jiankai smiled slightly, glancing at his subordinates. One of them promptly produced a briefcase, opened it, and placed it on the rotating table, letting it spin until it reached Tian Guanghan. The latter's expression shifted dramatically, as he stared in disbelief at the briefcase, rendered speechless. Secretary Tian, please assist me with this matter. We are good friends. As a good friend, you wouldn't refuse my request, would you? Wu Jiankai implored earnestly, awaiting Tian Guanghan's response. No, I truly cannot decide. Tian Guanghan shook his head, yet his gaze remained fixated on the briefcase. Noticing this, Wu Jiankai grinned. Of course, Secretary Tian cannot make the decision alone. I understand the intricacies of officialdom. However, the initial procedure, the very first approval, must pass through you, correct? He hasn't found a job yet, has he? Let him come work at my company. I can have him start in the finance department and secure his position in 3 years. My dear brother, help me this once. Wu Jiankai rose, raising his. Tian Guanghan remained silent for a long while, his expression complex as he tentatively asked, Mr. Wu, if this does not come to fruition, then, without needing him to finish, Wu Jiankai interjected, regardless of the outcome, our friendship remains intact. Listening to music on your phone? The video concluded with a shaky camera, accompanied by a woman's surprised exclamation, abruptly ending the recording. It was evident that the videographer had realized their cover was blown, hastily concluding the recording to avoid exposure. This video, lasting merely 3 minutes, left Tian Guanghan drenched in cold sweat, beads of perspiration trickling down his forehead. Lu Yik withdrew the phone. Turning back, she exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Shan, both smiling. The A23 case under investigation by the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Committee had finally made significant progress. The A23 case corresponded to Tian Guanghan's numbered case, a system established to catalog specific officials-related cases for easier review and management, while also preventing leaks within the Disciplinary Inspection Committee. It can be reported to the leadership now. Lu Shan exhaled deeply, retrieving his phone to begin drafting a message. Chapter 74 of the Battle at the Summit. Time reverts to an hour later, within the office of Wu Xinkai at the Municipal Party Committee building. Following the request for guidance from the Municipal Secretary Zhu Yangming, a meeting promptly commenced. At the onset of the gathering, the previously smiling Deputy Secretary Wei Liming, along with the organizational minister Gu Tong, swiftly masked their expressions with seriousness. Wei Liming glanced at Wu Xinkai, noticing his lack of intention to preside over the meeting, thus he, as the full-time Deputy Secretary, assumed the responsibility of leading the assembly. Although it was merely a small-scale meeting involving a select few members of the Standing Committee, it still required a degree of formality. However, Wei Liming could well envision the challenges that lay ahead as the subject of the meeting revolved around various issues concerning the illegal and disciplinary infractions of officials. Allow me to read it aloud. Wei Liming settled onto the sofa, grasping a sheet of paper, and methodically recited the names from the list, ensuring not a single word was overlooked. The list comprises a total of 22 municipal Wei Liming's tone was deliberately slow, consuming considerable time, yet he was meticulous, not missing a single character. As he progressed through the list, it became evident that the ranks and positions of the implicated officials escalated. Gu Santong, male, party member, 48 years old, direct. Now, I invite Comrade Guan Mushin, the secretary of the commission, to provide an update on the progress of the investigation. Wei Liming proceeded like an emotionless reading machine, following the meeting's protocol without uttering a single word regarding his personal opinions. Comrade Mushin, please refrain from reporting just yet. However, just as Guan Mushin prepared to relay the updates on the investigative team's progress, Wu Xinkai abruptly straightened in his seat, gesturing for Guan Mushin to halt. Wu Xinkai's face bore traces of anger, yet it was tempered, his composure remarkably well managed. Comrades, the emergence of such issues in Lingyun City, the presence of these detrimental elements, the existence of such reprehensible officials, fills me with profound sorrow as the secretary of the municipal committee. I bear responsibility. But what of your responsibilities, do you possess any? Suddenly, Wu Xinkai shifted his gaze and pointed at the other four attendees. Take the Municipal Education Bureau, for instance. If his earlier anger was merely simmering, it had now reached a boiling point, his fury palpable. The abrupt sound echoed through the office, rendering it silent, as if frozen in time. Mayor Ho, the Municipal Education Bureau falls under your jurisdiction as the mayor of the city. Do you not bear any responsibility? Moreover, the municipal government office has also encountered problems, with both the regular and executive deputy secretaries embroiled in controversy. What on earth has transpired? His inquiries were both reasonable and substantiated. With so many officials in trouble within the Municipal Education Bureau and the municipal government, how could Ho Yong, as the mayor, escape culpability? Wu Xinkai had even preemptively acknowledged his own responsibility to guard against any attempt by Ho Yong to deflect blame. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. The organizational minister Gu Tong lifted his thermos to sip his tea, while Wei Liming, the deputy secretary and minister of United Front Work, remained silent, his expression stoic and Guan Mushin hesitated, on the verge of speaking, yet chose to remain quiet, recognizing that this was a duel between the top two leaders, a contest he preferred to avoid. He merely needed to clarify the situation regarding Yin Taijun later, and that would suffice. Ho Yong was hardly surprised by Wu Xinkai's immediate attack. Their rivalry in Lingyun City had been a long-standing affair. The only times they shared harmonious interactions were during holidays when they exchanged pleasantries. During all other moments, they tended to avoid one another, each engrossed in their own pursuits. Whenever they did, the latter, maintaining a neutral expression, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Mayor Ho. Then all is well. At this affirmation, Ho Yong's demeanor brightened. Wei Liming's straightforwardness served as his greatest ally, and he was determined to elevate the spotlight onto Wu Xinkai's longtime ally, the former secretary Lu Zhang. Wu Xinkai's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Everyone in the committee knew that the former secretary Lu Zhang had been Wu Xinkai's close associate. Their partnership dated back to their time in Kaiyang County, where one served as the county party secretary and the other as the county discipline inspection secretary. After years of collaboration, the sudden involvement of the ailing Lu Zhang in the discussion was unexpected. Let us proceed as Mayor Ho suggests. We shall deliberate on how to address the misconduct of these officials. Wu Xinkai swiftly interjected, retreating a step to avoid delving further into the matter of accountability. After all, if Lu Zhang were to face charges of oversight and negligence. Seeing this, Ho Yong opted not to pursue Lu Zhang any further. His intention had never been to shift blame onto Lu Zhang. He merely wished to redirect Wu Xinkai from pressing the issue of accountability. Mushin, you may now speak. Please update us on the progress of the case. With a smile, Ho Yong gestured towards Guan Mushin, leaning back comfortably, his legs casually splayed in a relaxed manner befitting a leader. Guan Mushin observed the interplay of expressions between Wu Xinkai and Ho Yong, feeling a sense of reflection. Wu secretary, after all, was aging, approaching 60, it was indeed challenging for him to outmaneuver Ho Yong, who was nearly 15 years his junior. Chapter 75. Each with their own calculations, Secretary Wu, Mayor Ho, esteemed leaders, among the 23 officials implicated in violations of laws and regulations, our preliminary investigations by the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission have confirmed that 18 individuals indeed committed illegal acts, while 3 are involved in serious occupational crimes. There remain 2 individuals of particular note. The first is Tian Guanghan. Tian Guanghan has only recently been placed under double designation. His issues cannot be clarified within a short time frame, thus I am unable to provide a precise report to you, esteemed leaders. The second is Comrade Yin Taijun, the Secretary General of the Municipal Government. After thorough investigation by our Special Task Force, we have found the allegations of embezzlement against Comrade Yin, made by a housekeeper, to be nothing but slander. Our commission has apprehended those who sought to tarnish Comrade Yin's reputation by fabricating evidence and digging a deeper pit for him. I am not ashamed to admit that these individuals are affiliated with our Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. With a stern expression, Guan Muxian paused after delivering this report, surveying the room once more, casting his gaze over the prominent leaders of the municipal committee. Wu Xinkai's face distinctly revealed a hint of anxiety, while Ho Yong maintained a congenial demeanor, seated with an air of authority. Wei Liming remained impassive, his expression as wooden as ever, devoid of any emotion. Ji Yutong, the Minister of Organization, seemed to be lost in thought, fixated on his thermos. Comrade Muxian, please convey the results directly, Wu Xinkai interjected, interrupting Guan Muxian and commanding him to present the conclusion. Upon hearing Wu Xinkai's directive, Guan Muxian understood that the secretary did not wish to delve into excessive details that could potentially implicate him. Furthermore, Guan Muxian himself preferred to avoid excessive mention of the internal conduct issues within the Discipline Inspection Commission. Family secrets should not be aired publicly. Yet, certain individuals had to be dealt with. He harbored his own ulterior motives and concerns. As the newly appointed secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, having only been in Lingyun City for just 20 days, he recognized the necessity of establishing authority and promoting loyal personnel to key positions. However, some department heads within the commission were not his appointees, such as Wu Sankai, the director of the Discipline Supervision Office. The conclusion is that Comrade Yin Taijun is blameless, and this constitutes a significant error in the handling of the case by the Discipline Inspection Commission. On behalf of the Commission, I extend our sincerest apologies to the municipal government, Mayor Ho, and Comrade Yin Taijun, as our oversight has caused a detrimental impact. With a grave expression, Guan Muxian rose and bowed slightly to Ho Yong, acting as the representative of the Commission, to offer an apology. Ho Yong immediately stood, grasping Guan Muxian's arm. Old Guan, let it go. As the newly appointed secretary, your ability to clear Comrade Taijun's name is greatly appreciated. There is no need for such formality. Please, sit down. Ho Yong, with a beaming smile, patted Guan Muxian's shoulder, urging him back to his seat. Before the secretary of the municipal committee, he staged an earnest display of interpersonal diplomacy, winning hearts. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Did Wu Xinkai wish to hear the outcome without understanding the context? Such matters were not so straightforward. Your associates have wrongfully implicated Yin Taijun, deliberately framing him for the sake of a deputy mayor position. This is a blatant violation of protocol. Does Ho Yong truly appear so complacent? Must he remain silent in light of your repeated transgressions? How could he continue to lead effectively in the municipal government thereafter? Old Guan, you mentioned that some individuals within the Discipline Inspection Commission encountered issues during the handling of the Yin Taijun case? What were those issues? What roles did they play in this matter? Who was responsible for the character assassination? Who fabricated the evidence? And who was digging the pit? Ho Yong's pointed inquiries cast a solemn atmosphere over the room. Just because Wu Xinkai wished to remain uninformed, does not mean the truth could be obscured. Such matters must reach a resolution. Indeed, our investigations have revealed that 50,000 yuan was transferred from the building material. Further inquiries by our team uncovered that this Yang Kai is the brother-in-law of Wu Sankai, the director of the Discipline Supervision Office. Moreover, Yang Kai himself claimed that his brother-in-law Wu Sankai instructed him to withdraw 50,000 from the building materials industry. Both Qi Chang and Niu Shang are involved in construction, essentially connected to the building materials industry, and were intentionally recruited by Wu Sankai to fabricate charges against Comrade Yin Taijun, ensnaring him within a vast web of deceit. The housekeeper's formal accusation against Comrade Yin serves as the very thread of this web. I boldly suspect that Su Yunkai, the deputy secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, also participated in this plot. Su Yunkai displayed an unusual eagerness regarding the Yin Taijun case. the timeline from initiation to double designation was less than 4 hours. Guan Muxian gradually elucidated the truth behind the case, articulating it for the benefit of the other leaders present. Gu Tong remained in a state of oblivion. These matters were not within his purview, as the Minister of Organization Wei Liming, the Deputy Secretary and Minister of United Front Work, was nearing retirement and preferred to avoid stirring trouble. In truth, the Yin Taijun case comprised only 3 pivotal threads, each held by Wu Xinkai, Hou Yong, and Guan Muxian, respectively. Each was pulling on their end, vying for influence. Even the dynamic between Guan Muxian and Hou Yong was one of subtle competition, not wholly cooperative. Each of the 3 harbored their own objectives and desired outcomes. However, as the Secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, thus, he sought to leverage this moment for collaboration, synchronizing his narrative with Hou Yong's. In light of Wu Xinkai's clear disinterest in the procedural details, Hou Yong nonetheless shifted the topic, prompting Guan Muxian to respond. This exemplified a political understanding. No prior discussion was necessary, yet each would act in accordance with their own interests. The situation had reached a point where clarity began to. Comrade Muxian, do you possess any evidence for your bold conjecture? Wu Xinkai interjected, raising a hand and directing a serious gaze toward Guan Muxian. Specific evidence is still being investigated. Guan Muxian leaned slightly forward, responding to Wu Xinkai. Wu Xinkai furrowed his brow and then turned to Hou Yong, stating, Mayor Hou, since it has been established that Comrade Yin Taijun is innocent, let us expedite his return to work. Your municipal government is busy, and the Secretary General of Municipal Affairs cannot afford to be absent for long. Hou Yong promptly nodded, taking the cue. That is precisely my thought, yet I must consult with Secretary Wu first. Regardless of the ongoing power struggle, the mayor must maintain his position of respect. The second-in-command must acknowledge his role. In both speech and form, the necessary deference to the secretary of the municipal committee must be upheld. Otherwise, even if he emerged victorious in his endeavors, he would still be perceived as a failure in the eyes of superiors.